Chapter 001. As the bell rings for the end of the last class in the morning, AI Ran yawned and woke up from his sleep. His current biological clock is so accurate. As soon as the class bell rang, he fell asleep. As long as there is no class for an older leftover girl in the morning, he can sleep until noon. Stretching his waist lazily, AI Ran touched his stomach and smashed his mouth. It's time to eat. It's so good to live like this now. You don't have to continue to do demolition and relocation work everywhere in the universe, and it's really miserable to work for black real estate boss Frisia. Don't think about salary and benefits. If you let that boss not go your way, the next second the whole planet will be raised to you. AI Ran's previous boss, King Vegeta, just upset some big bosses. As a result, the Saiyans' hometown of Vegeta Star turned into a firework in the universe in Frisia's demonic laughter. Thinking of that huge ball of energy, AI Ran shook his body unconsciously. He couldn't help but sigh. Although this kind of life is very boring, it is still very good to have such peaceful days occasionally. In fact, AI Ran is a crosser, and a crosser who has crossed twice. In his last life, he was an ordinary otaku, and after being hit by a big truck, he traveled to the world of Dragon Ball. It may be that there are too few people in Japan, and the performance of the big truck sending people to another world has not been completed, so I ran to Huaxia across the sea to catch people and make up for the results. In this way, AI Ran was born on the planet Vegeta as a superior warrior. But before Frisayan took Vegeta Star, AI Ran did not recover the memories of his past life. Instead, as a superior warrior of a Saiyan, he received the most authentic Saiyan education. For example, 108 ways to kill enemies. What kind of power can be used to completely clean up the natives on a planet without destroying it? As a superior warrior of a Saiyan, how can you turn yourself into a gorilla and not destroy your companions because you go berserk? In this way, AI Ran spent the first 16 years of his life in fulfillment and blood. Until one day, after clearing a planet, AI Ran and a few Saiyans received an order from the Frisia Legion to return to Vegeta Star immediately. AI Ran, who did not have any prophetic awareness, stepped into the trap of death. It wasn't until the moment when Frisia's energy ball was about to smash into planet Vegeta that Ran recovered her memories of her previous life. But in that situation, what could AI Ran do even if he recovered his memory? He's just a Saiyan with a combat power of 5,000. So AI Ran decided to die harder, and he raised his middle finger to the sky and yelled, "Gan, your uncle!" Frisia. That's the only thing AI Ran could do at that time. Until now, AI Ran is not sure what he thought at that time. Maybe this way of dying is more dignified? Eventually, AI Ran turned into cosmic dust along with planet Vegeta. Later, for some special reasons, he crossed into this everyday world. His current mission is to find the contaminated Dragon Balls in this everyday world and purify them. Of course, as a reward, AI Ran can use it to fulfill a wish after purifying the entire Dragon Ball. When he first received this task, AI Ran was extremely reluctant. How is it a wish? It's called Hanako. When Lao Tzu really didn't know that Dragon Ball could fulfill 3 wishes at once. It's a pity that his new boss is even more arrogant than Frisia, and if AI Ran disobeys him, his ashes will be raised immediately, and he can't even have the opportunity to go to the prefecture. Even Saiyans must be mindful in the face of such conditions. From the heart, there is no shame. AI Ran walked slowly towards the outside of the classroom. For Saiyans, cooking and fighting are the most important things in life. At this time, a cold female voice came from behind AI Ran. AI Ran, do you want to find any reason to cancel the club activities today? Hearing this voice, AI Ran's body stiffened slightly, and the originally lazy smile suddenly disappeared. He helplessly turned his head to look at this beautiful girl with excellent grades, and said helplessly, "Classmate under the snow, is it so clever? I'll see you just after class. But I don't plan to skip the club activities, you always have to let me go to the cafeteria to have a meal and then go to the club classroom. After that, AI ran bypassed the girl and quickly walked to the back door of the classroom. But Yukinashita Yukino didn't believe what he had just said at all, so he followed behind AI ran like this, because he had already used the same excuse 3 times. Sensing that the girl was still following behind him, AI ran sighed resignedly. Since being forced by an older leftover woman to join this society called the Ministry of Service, AI ran has not had a good day. As a traverser, AI ran certainly knows Yukishita Yukino, who is the wife of the paper man in his previous life. But I don't know if it's because they have been killing and setting fire for a long time after becoming a Saiyan, or because Saiyans like powerful women in their genes. In the face of Yukishita Suino, the current AI ran has no feeling at all except that she is more troublesome and recognizes death. As for what club activities do you participate in? AI ran was not interested at all. This is the 4th time that Yukino has squatted in Aaron. Although the first 3 times let AI ran run away, since the absolutely correct Yukinashita Yukino accepted the commission of Shizuki Hiratsuka, he will definitely fulfill it. Chapter 002. Yukishita Yukino followed behind AI ran, silently looking at the man in front of him who had been wrapped in grey hemp rope decoration around his waist, and couldn't help sighing. AI ran, I think it is necessary to remind you once again that your deviation value in the previous test was the last in the school. Except for some science subjects, your scores in other subjects are all in the single digits. It is because of this that Mr. Hiratsuka will let you join the Ministry of Service, and let me guide you anytime and anywhere, hoping that you will not disappoint her heart. And you are also responsible for your own future. AI ran did not take care of the snow, maintained his original speed and continued to walk towards the cafeteria. But I still can't help but complain in my heart. Study? Learn a fart. I didn't learn anything in my previous life, but I have to learn it again in this life? And in the previous 16 years, I learned a lot of things very seriously. For example, killing people and setting fires, destroying planets or something. Divide line. In the shock of the school cafeteria staff, AI ran bought bread and bento boxes for 30 people at once. Standing behind him, Yukinashita Suino couldn't help frowning when he saw this scene, gently poked his back with his finger, and then said, AI ran, if you have already made an appointment to have lunch together, then please come to the activity room alone after lunch. After hearing Yukishita Yukino's words, AI ran looked at her inexplicably. I didn't have an appointment. Then how do you buy so much food? Did you finish eating alone? Waste is shameful. Yukishita looked up at AI ran and bit the tail notes of the last few words extremely hard. No, these are only enough for me to eat half full, but it's not good to eat too much lunch. Since you are here, you might as well do me a favor. AI ran showed a big brother next door smile to Swexia. Help me get a part. I can't take it all alone. A few minutes later, AI ran walked out of the cafeteria with the spoils of today's noon loot. Looking at the 2 plastic bags full of bento boxes in his hand, a little messy. Is this lunch? In the cognition of a normal person, such a large portion is not at all something that one person can eat, and even some people who are famous for their big stomachs cannot eat 30 bento boxes at once. What's more, AI ran just said that these were only enough for him to eat half full. After taking AI ran to the activity room, Yukinashita Yukino sat down on his seat by the window and said to AI ran solemnly. AI ran, I understand your intentions. AI ran looked at the snow with a confused expression. What did she understand? As the bottom one in the school and with a super cute girl like me to tutor you, as an adolescent boy, you would do some strange things to get my attention, and I can understand that. Hey! AI ran was even more confused. In the most bland tone, Yukinashita continued to elaborate what she wanted to say. Although I understand your intentions, this is definitely not a reason for you to waste food. People should have the most basic respect for food. There are still many people in the world who are starving. Please stop your stupid and ridiculous behavior, this will only make me hate you even more. Yukishita Yukino's voice did not have a trace of warmth, and she looked directly at AI Ran, not hiding her disgust for his behavior. Poof, AI Ran couldn't help but laugh, and he looked at the girl with interest. Although in her previous life, AI Ran knew that Yukishita was a kind but not sociable girl, and she would not hide her thoughts at all. But when the poisonous tongue under the snow was directly pointed at him, AI Ran still found it extremely interesting. I can see that your imagination is quite rich, it's the first time I've seen a person boast of being cute, and say it so naturally. It's a fact that I'm cute. Yukinashita said lightly. If you receive countless love letters every day since elementary school, you will even be ostracized by the girls in the school because of this. Indoor shoes were hidden 60 times, 50 of them girls, 5 times teachers, and 5 times dogs. After experiencing this, you can understand what a good person you are. You will also know how good people in this society will be excluded. No one is perfect, so I decided to start this society. Ministry, I built it to help others change, and then change the world. So you don't need to do that, and I will definitely save you, AI Ran-san. Sunlight shone through the window on her body under the snow, and in AI Ran's eyes, she had a hint of holiness at this time. However, the grunt and grunt protests from AI Ran's stomach directly dispersed the atmosphere of the scene. AI Ran spread his hands. It's hard for me to explain the problem of the amount of food, but I'm really hungry now, anyway, I'll solve it in the activity room for lunch today. If you don't believe it, you can watch from the sidelines. As for what's interesting to you, to be honest, you're not my type. If you really want to find a partner, Saiyans still like to be plump, after all, no matter how bitter you are, you can't suffer children. Saying that, AI Ran opened the first food box and glanced at Yukinashita's chest with a regretful expression on his face. Sensing AI Ran's gaze, Swexia took a step back with his hands on his chest and a vigilant face. Poof, AI Ran couldn't help but laugh again. After a few bites of food, AI Ran suddenly thought of a question he wanted to ask in his previous life. Speaking of snow, you just said that there were 5 more times that the dog hid your shoes. Specifically? I'm interested in this. Under the snow. Chapter 003. The Saiyan stomach is like a high-capacity pulverizer. And the hungry Saiyan is completely a pure eating machine. The first bento entered AI Ran's stomach in just a few seconds, followed by the second and third. The snow on the side was already stunned at this time. Although the stomach has a certain elasticity, and according to the different physiques of people, of course, there is a certain gap in human stomach capacity. There are also some bloggers with big stomachs who can eat dozens of people's food at once. But those are all videos, who will eat this in reality? You don't need to think about it to know that such a way of eating will definitely eat the body. What kind of monster is this guy? Or do you say that you rarely have contact with boys, so you don't know that the current boys have evolved to this extent? Yukinashita Yukino looked stupidly at the boy sitting opposite. For 20 minutes, AI Ran ate fiercely all the time, and his front was full of finished bento boxes, and the height even blocked the view under the snow. Normal people always have to see if the temperature is suitable when eating, blow it and then put it in the mouth to chew slowly, and finally swallow it. But what's going on with this man opposite? He can eat a loaf of bread in 1 bite, and solve a bento in 2 bites, does he really chew it? Can you feel the taste of food? Finally, after AI Ran eliminated the last bite of food, he nodded with satisfaction, although I am only half full, the taste of this food is still very good. In the previous 16 years on the planet Vegeta, AI Ran basically did not eat any serious food. After all, you can't expect a group of battle freaks who only know how to kill and set fires to make any reliable food. Saiyan recipes have always been simple enough to be outlined in 2 words, meat. Full. The cooking process is not important, because raw is also possible. It doesn't matter what kind of meat it is, Saiyans who like to eat aliens directly also exist. But be sure to fill the tube in large quantities. After recovering the memories of his previous life, AI Ran always felt sick to his stomach whenever he recalled the previous 16 years. Thinking of this, AI Ran couldn't help but thank his new boss in his heart. Although she is a black-hearted capitalist who only knows how to knock her bones and suck the pith, she has at least sent herself to Earth. Instead of continuing to stay on planet Vegeta, it is better to go directly to the underworld. At this time, Yukishita Sueno's words came over, interrupting AI Ran's emotion. Sorry, I thought you wanted to show yourself and prepare to waste food. I didn't expect that. Halfway through the words, she stopped under the snow. Even if she was a genius girl, she didn't know what way to describe AI Ran's previous meal. AI Ran saw the embarrassment under the snow, so he said without care. You don't need to apologize, after all, my meal is indeed exaggerated. In order not to attract attention, I went to the rooftop alone at noon to eat. Yes. Suddenly, under the snow, he seemed to have found some blind spot, and looked at AI Ran with a serious face and asked. AI Ran, I remember that the door on the roof has always been locked. How did you get up? You said that rusty lock, I just pulled it lightly and it fell off. Because this is the director of teaching, and he specifically came to me. However, after I explained, he forgave me and allowed me to use the rooftop as much as I wanted in the future. Seeing Yukishita's look of disbelief, AI Ran told her about going to the office that day. Just a few days earlier, AI Ran was called to the teaching office by the bald teaching director, who pointed to the remains of the roof door lock on his desk and asked him to demonstrate again how he had destroyed public property. So, AI Ran directly twisted the iron bar placed on the desk into a twist. After seeing this scene, the teaching director and the teacher on the side instantly changed from evil dragons to chicken boys. Although AI Ran has always been the last in the school, he has never made a mistake, and presumably went to the rooftop yesterday because of the pressure of studying recently and wanted to go to the rooftop to relax. Sleep in class? It's okay. It is understandable that we pay the most attention to the mental health of students. Speaking of this, AI Ran has also packed the finished lunchbox and prepared to throw it away. Then he continued to say to the snow. It was good to say that it was good to lose money, and did not punish me. Although I have long known that the teachers are unreliable, I did not expect that it would reach this level, and it seems that the name of the general martial arts has declined. Having seen the leftover female teacher who smoked, drank, and beat students in the school, and now connived at a modern ape to rampage in the school, Miss Yukinashita was helpless, and the good school was about to become a zoo. If not, transfer schools. Yukishita sighed and got up. Have you been eating so much these days? Well, although I can only eat half full, I can barely make it until school. It seems that AI Ran is really not lightly ill. Please remember that humans can't eat so much at once. Speaking of this, Snow hesitated. Is AI Ran really human? Not an erect gorilla or a modern ape or something. It is indeed necessary to study whether a creature that can eat a bento box bread that can eat 30 people in a meal and can only eat half full can still be called a human. AI Ran looked at the beautiful girl in front of him and said with a grateful face, the minister really helped a lot today, or go shopping with me tomorrow. My time is precious and can't always be wasted feeding the gorillas. Yukinashita pulled her black hair behind her ears and looked away. However, if you can honestly participate in club activities every day, I can't think about it. Chapter 004. For the requirements under the snow, AI Ran cannot be denied. After school, he went his own way and walked straight to his apartment. It was already Monday, April 15th. It had been exactly 15 days since he crossed over, and it had been 10 days since he had taken classes at Zhongguo High School, but he still hadn't been able to integrate into the surrounding environment. Looking at all the people and things around me, it is a feeling that is both familiar and strange. The more lively the environment, the more serious this sense of discord becomes. In his last life, he was in his 20s and spent his whole life in a muddle. After being hit by a big truck, it was like sleeping, and when he woke up again, he became a perverted murderer again. The memories of the previous 10 years were firmly reflected in his mind, and no matter how he explained it, he couldn't deny that the person in his memory was himself. At the age of 7, he followed the team for the first time to conquer a planet with tens of billions of people. In just a few days, AI ran and several Saiyans wiped out all the creatures on that planet. Young and old, people and animals alike. As long as it is a living thing, they will kill it. Killing makes his heart rush, and fighting makes his blood boil. Warlike and evil are engraved in the genes of Saiyan, and since then, AI Ran's bloodline has been completely awakened. Even now, AI Ran, who has recovered her memories of her past life, can't resist the emotions written in her genes. He has always been eager to fight and kill. From the age of 7 to 16, AI Ran has been on countless missions, and tens of billions of lives have died at his hands. At the age of 16, he has a combat power of 5,000, even among the Saiyans, he is considered a genius, and even Vegeta once extended an olive branch to him. Because of the pride and reserve of the Saiyan, he rejected Vegeta in one mouth. Fortunately, AI Ran rejected Vegeta, otherwise he would not have had the opportunity to return to this daily world that is 99% similar to his previous life. AI Ran now enjoys the feeling of walking alone on the road. Only 1/10 of the gravity of planet Vegeta gives him the feeling of walking in the clouds at any time. The cherry blossoms on both sides of the road were also surging his soul all the time, and the smell of blood that had been lingering on the tip of his nose seemed to have faded a lot. I have to admit that although it is not as beautiful as the scenes in the anime of the previous life, it also has a bit of taste. Speaking of the scenery of cherry blossoms dancing in anime, the picture quality of the anime will immediately become high definition or even ultra clear after the cherry blossoms appear. AI Ran can't help but think, is this a hard indicator here? His thoughts drifted far away unconsciously, and when he reacted, AI Ran had already returned to his apartment. This is a high-end residential building with 25 floors, and when AI Ran first came here, he thought this building was very familiar. I have to say that although the current black-hearted boss has been squeezing his labor, the accommodation and food are still very good. This is much better than Frisia. When they were in the Frisia Legion, Saiyans went out to fight to bring their own dry rations. I'm back. AI Ran pushed open the door of room 1508 and shouted according to the boss's request. After closing the door, a purple light mass appeared in the room, and soon transformed into the appearance of a pink-skinned girl. The girl greeted AI Ran enthusiastically, Hi. Did Xia Ran come back today or this early? AI Ran walked directly through the shadow produced by the light mass, completely ignoring her strange name for herself. Seeing AI Ran ignoring her appearance, the girl was not angry but continued, Did you find the contaminated Dragon Ball today? AI Ran, who was already sitting on the sofa, was immediately speechless after hearing the girl's words, and protested. Lord God of the Time Realm, how can you find it so quickly, not to mention that you have never teleported the Dragon Ball radar I wanted. Even if you want to evaluate KPIs, give me the tools to do the work. No, Xia Ran. The Phantom of the King God of Time floated in front of AI Ran, pretending to be a cute girl and said to him. Because the contaminated Dragon Balls have already found their hosts, the Dragon Ball radar has not been able to find them, but I have confirmed that the 7 Dragon Balls are all on this planet. And the surroundings of the host possessed by the Dragon Ball will definitely find strange things, as long as you use chi sensing at all times, you will definitely find it. Hey! AI Ran sneered, she is already hundreds of millions of years old demon woman, and pretends to be a lowly? This god is really bad fun. Xia Ran, are you scolding my old demon in your heart? Blasphemy is punishable by severe punishment. For example, if the ashes are directly raised, the level of hell after death cannot go. The king god of time said extremely terrible things in a rather cute voice, and AI Ran also decisively admitted, "I'm sorry, I was wrong, I shouldn't say bad things about a god in my heart." Then AI Ran continued to ask, "Lord God of the time realm, what can I do if I find the Dragon Ball host to purify it? An energy bomb together with the host to completely destroy it? Even if I learn the induction of Qi with you, my combat power is only more than 5,000. If there is any enemy such as a one-star dragon, it is estimated that it can directly raise my ashes without your attack. No, this is your first mission to become a space-time patrolman. So you won't be asked to fight, just use the positive energy generated by the emotion of love to purify Dragon Ball. Isn't it simple?" Love. AI Ran already felt a little wrong. What love? In love? Yes, Xia Ran, you are so smart. According to my observation over time, Saiyans can produce enough positive energy after they have love. After hearing the explanation of the king god of time, AI Ran instinctively resisted. Impossible. When pigs fly. I'm the scion of the first fighting nation in the universe, how could I fall in love with humans? But according to my observations, in addition to being very warlike, the Saiyan race seems to be your racial talent to eat soft rice. Who told you that? Be careful when I sue you for slander. Chapter 005. In the face of AI Ran's protest, the king god of time chose to ignore it directly. She put away the posture of the little woman, looked at AI Ran seriously and said, "Xia Ran, there is one thing I need to remind you. You are not qualified to refuse my task. If you really don't want to carry it out, you can only return to the hell to continue to atone, and finally completely wash away your memory and reincarnate again." What kind of black-hearted boss can formulate such a labor contract of forced buying and selling? If you don't work, you have to die? In the previous life, those little cuties who were deceived to the waste of northern Myanmar are almost the same treatment. AI Ran asked sadly, "Then why did you save me before? Or is the position of a space-time ranger just vacant?" No, on the original time trajectory, you should have died at the hands of Frisia at that time. And I was near the planet Vegeta to make sure that the Saiyan baby who fled to the northern galaxy was safe. He is the key to the world of tomorrow. But before planet Vegeta completely died, I suddenly found that the evil Qi in you disappeared a lot. Although you still have an evil heart, there is a trace of light in the darkness. So, this mission is not only to purify Dragon Ball, but also to purify your own heart. You are to live in this world as an ordinary human being. The sins you commit must be borne by yourself at any time. After hearing the words of the king god of the time realm, AI Ran was silent. In fact, in the previous 10 years, he just had no memories of his previous life. And AI Ran was sure that he was still himself at that time. It is you who kills and sets fire, it is you who believes in superstitious power, and it is you who loses your humanity. Even though he has recovered his memory now, AI Ran has not felt the slightest discomfort because he killed so many people before. Every day is still about eating and drinking. That's the Saiyan way of life, and no one feels anything wrong. The law of survival of the universe is simply the law of the jungle. What is wrong with the strong completely destroying the weak? Even if it is a Saiyan, isn't it almost killed by Frisia in an instant? Before that, AI Ran had always thought so. So after coming to this peaceful world, all he could feel was out of place. Suddenly, AI Ran was shocked. Why could he now take killing and death for granted so naturally? Why don't you feel the slightest remorse after killing so many people? He fell into deep self-doubt. Is he now the Saiyan AI Ran, or the Otaku AI Ran on the earth? I don't know how long it took, but I suddenly felt a sense of vertigo welling up. Forced to endure the feeling that he was about to vomit, AI Ran looked at the king god of the time realm and said hoarsely, "I accept this task." Seeing that AI Ran no longer resisted doing the task, the king god of the time realm nodded with satisfaction, and her temperament returned to the feeling of lowly at the beginning, and she said in a cheerful tone, "Very good, Xia Ran Ran. I'm sure you'll be able to get the job done. But I'll remind you a few more things. First, you can't kill people deliberately anymore. Your current state is at the critical point of evil. Even if you just kill one more person, you will not be able to come back completely. Second, you can't cut off your tail just because you are troublesome. I have stored some divine power in your tail. And now we can talk because of that energy. Of course, that's only part of the use of these divine powers, and they have more important uses when it matters. Well, it's almost the same today, Xia Ran Ran, you have to do the task well. During this time, you should also live as an ordinary human being. Bye." With that, the phantom disappeared from the room. And after the king god of the realm left, AI Ran instantly lay on the sofa like a dead fish, and he buried himself deep into the sofa and muttered, "Can your sins only be borne by yourself? Gollum 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 gollum." AI Ran's stomach made a loud protest. "Forget it, let's eat first. The hungry Saiyans have no way to think at all. Divide divide line they." Next day, AI Ran slept on his desk at school as usual. While sleeping soundly, someone knocked on the table. Boom! Boom! Bang! AI Ran raised his head in confusion, and an angry old leftover woman was standing in front of him. "Hey! Little ghost, how is the rest? I actually slept until school in the afternoon, you really have a very good kind." Hirotsuka Shizuka squeezed her fist. If AI Ran didn't give her a proper explanation, the next second she would use a punch of annihilation to make this little devil sober up. "Sorry, there was something going on these 2 nights. I'll pay attention next time." AI Ran replied a little perfunctory, but he was indeed telling the truth. The king god of time said that the Dragon Ball radar was useless and there was no detector. AI Ran could only learn the perception of Qi from scratch. Although Saiyans are born to use Qi, they cannot do Qi perception without systematic learning. Looking at AI Ran's appearance of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, Hirotsuka sighed helplessly and said, "Little ghost, come with me." "Okay." AI Ran slowly stood up, and then he realized that he was not the only one who was going to be called to the office. One of the dead fish eyes in the same class was standing behind Hirotsuka Shizun with a desperate expression. Chapter 006. Youth is a lie, a sin. All in all, give me a blast. In the office, Shizun Hirotsuka, dressed in a white coat and a cigarette in her mouth, reads aloud the words on the paper in her hand. After reading the last word, a sign of danger flashed in her eyes. "Nah. Baikagu, can you tell me what this is?" Looking back on high school life. The dead fish-eyed high school student standing in front of Hirotsuka Shizun replied weakly than Chia Hachiman. The dull hair on the head may be trembling because of fear. But even though he was afraid, he still said hard, "I think this is the closest to my own high school life." Halfway through his words, Hijitani Hachiman suddenly stopped, because Hirotsuka Shizuki's fist was only a few centimeters away from his lower abdomen. AI Ran watched with relish on the side, this scene he had only seen in anime in his previous life. It's really cool to be able to watch the free live-action version now. But he didn't stay out of the matter for long, and the one who looked for fault soon came over. Wu Hirotsukajing temporarily suppressed her anger and turned her head to look at AI Ran. "I can understand salted fish like Baiki Valley, but AI Ran, why didn't you even write it? And since you transferred to now, I haven't written a single homework. Yesterday I also asked about the snow, you have not participated in a single club activity. Do you have any opinion about me?" Bye. Kigu's dead fish eyes also slightly observed this transfer student who enrolled later than himself. Although he wears the same school uniform, this guy is also dressed too strangely. Which normal person would use grey coarse hemp rope as a belt? The white shirt can't cover the muscles on his body, and he has a particularly vicious look. This guy is super bad. Thinking of this, Baikigu unconsciously stepped back a little. Hearing Hirotsuka's questioning, AI Ran instinctively uttered the Saiyans' standard answer to this kind of question. Humph. I'll waste my time on this boring thing. After speaking, AI Ran was shocked in his heart. Habits are really deadly. The king god of time let himself come to this school to study in order to find Dragon Balls and integrate into human society again. But I haven't had time to think about it yet. Hirotsuka Shizuma's iron fist had already hammered towards his stomach. Such a weak attack, AI Ran silently complained. Then he rapped Hirotsuka Shizuki's iron fist with his hand. I have to say that by human standards, this punch is not bad. AI Ran held Hirotsuka Jing's hand and said casually. Sorry, I'm used to talking like this. I'll make up this homework for you later, and as for club activities, I will participate in it later. Hirotsuka sighed, you forget it. She also saw that AI Ran didn't seem to rest well, and boys had strong hormone secretion at the age of 16, which was always difficult to discipline, and it was not good to say it. She thought about it, took the cigarette off her hand and stood up. You two, come with me. Baikigo looked honest like a chicken cub on the surface at this time. But his heart was shouting. What did I see just now? Bad students vs bad teachers? Do you want to go with the past? Will it be extinguished? AI Ran looked at Baijigu and smiled, and patted him on the shoulder. Let's go, you don't want to bear Hirotsuka sensei's iron fist, big sensei. What big teacher? My name is Hijiya Hachiman. AI Ran spread out his hands. Sorry, it's just that the teacher read your masterpiece just now and thought that what you wrote was quite interesting. So this is an honorific title for you. Hijiya Hachiman. Divide line. Shizuan Hirotsuka led two people to the door of the classroom of the Ministry of Service. The classroom door was closed, but the door was unlocked, and she opened it with a swipe and said loudly, Yo! Under the snow. At this time, a sigh came from the classroom. Hirotsuka sensei, I should have said, please knock on the door when you come in. Hirotsuka Shizuan didn't care. Well, it's not that you're too slow yet, pay attention next time. Ha ha ha, next time pay attention. This time I not only arrested AI Ran for you, but also brought you a new member. After hearing Hirotsuka Shizuan's words, Yuki Nashida shifted his gaze to Aaron, who consciously walked into the classroom. Obediently sat down on the opposite side of the snow, and took out a few books that he could not read a word. Although I don't know why AI Ran is so well behaved today, Yukishida, who is already preparing to carry out the fifth arrest operation against AI Ran, nodded with satisfaction. So, the dumbfounded man standing next to Hirotsuka sensei is our new member. Baikigu, who was looking stupidly at the snow, was suddenly startled. Society? Baikigu asked suspiciously, hey, when did I say I wanted to join this club? Hirotsuka Shizuan raised his fist and looked at Baijigu with a smile, and a terrifying figure came from under the kind smile. Oh? Do you have any comments? Didn't. No. Hijiya looked away. He had already succumbed to Hirotsuka Shizuan's lustful power. Well, as you can see, this guy's personality is as bad as his eyes, and correcting his distorted personality is my commission. Yuki Nashida Yukino clasped her hands to her chest and looked at Hijiya Hachiman warily. Forgive me for refusing, I will feel completely unwell at being stared at by that kind of obscene eyes. And our society already has an incompletely evolved ape, and there can't be another satyr. This way I will feel that I will be in great danger. An unevolved ape. Hirotsuka looked at AI Ran suspiciously. And AI Ran was scratching his head sadly at this time when he looked at the words he didn't know at all, and suddenly heard the words under the snow and immediately protested. Hey, can you guy not get involved with me? Chapter 007. Then under the snow, as you can see, now that there are 2 members in your ministry department, there are a bit of a problem with Kigu's thinking. As for AI Ran, Hirotsuka Shizun only said half of it, and she was a little bad at judging AI Ran. She found out after observing AI Ran for half a month. This guy has so many problems that people can't complain about. There is no father or mother, and basically no common sense of life, and I don't know which mountain I came from. Eat a lot, have a lot of strength, and have a bad brain, and always look down on people. It's really hard to imagine how AI Ran can really enter society in the future. However, Yukishita did not resist him very much, and he was always full of fighting spirit, hoping to help AI Ran. They're going to get along well. Hirotsuka Jing thought like this, and saw Yukinashita with a look of embarrassment and said, Hirotsuka-sensei, this Baijigu-san's lewd eyes make me think that it will be dangerous to let him into the department. Don't worry, Hirotsuka said with an affirmative look, it's okay to assess the risk than this guy in Kigu, and he won't do something like that. And isn't there AI Ran to help? Since Hirotsuka-sensei said so, Yukinashita continued, embarrassed, then, I took this commission. Hearing the affirmative reply, Hirotsuka waved his hand, then they will ask you to get along well. After saying that, he turned around and left. The classroom also fell silent all of a sudden. AI Ran was already lying on the table at this time. I really can't read the book, this time I have insisted on reading it for 5 minutes, and it is already a milestone progress before falling asleep. He squinted his eyes and continued to master the perception of chi. In perception, the air over there is decadent but gentle than Kigu. Hirotsuka Shizuki, who was hiding outside the door, was a little stronger and hotter than ordinary people. Suddenly AI Ran frowned. The chi under the snow was the same as her name, pure snow white and faintly warm. But as her perception deepened, AI Ran found that her chi carried a trace of evil. It seems that you still have to participate in more club activities, and this feeling should be the breath of contaminated Dragon Ball. Baikugu pulled over a chair and sat far away from AI Ran and the snow, and he twisted his body to find his own security. Arnold, let me ask, what kind of society is here? Ministry of Service. Under the snow, the answer was still so cold and indifferent. Ministry of Service. Baikugu's face is a little bad, and the name sounds a little H. As if seeing through Baikugu's thoughts, Yukishita glanced at him and said coldly, do you only have this kind of H thought in your head? It's really low-grade fun, dead fish-eyed kun. Well. After all, the name is really. Baikugu touched the back of his head. He didn't care about Yukinashita's poisonous tongue, so Yukinashita-san, what is the main activity of this ministry department? You might as well guess, she said, giving some hints. What we're doing now is community activities. Baikugu immediately replied, sitting and reading? Learning department? Yukishita sighed, it's my fault, I shouldn't have expected anything from you. AI Ran then lay on the table and groaned, the rich give to the poor with a benevolent heart, this is the so-called public welfare. Of course, this is what the previous minister said to me. My understanding of the community is that this is an unpaid house, and obviously it is no longer paid, and there are still no customers coming to the door. It's because your understanding is too shallow, AI Ran-san. Of course, with your brain, which has not evolved completely, I am already very pleased that you can understand this level. While speaking, Yukishita had unconsciously stood up, wrapped his hands around his chest, and said to Baikugu in an overlooked posture, welcome to the Ministry of Service, welcome to join you, Baikugu-san. AI Ran turned his face slightly sideways as he was buried in his 2 arms, revealing one eye, looking at Yukishita and Baikugu. Although Yukishita said this welcome, this tone really made people wonder whether it was a real welcome or a fake welcome. Since Hirotsuka-sensei has handed you over to me, I will do my best to correct Baikugu's mistakes, and at the same time, AI Ran's academic performance will improve. Be grateful to me. Baikugu rolled his dead fish eyes, feeling very uncomfortable. You guy. Although I say it is a little strange, I am still very good. In the school mock exam Chinese subject is the second in the school, the appearance is okay, except for no girlfriends and friends, I am still very good. AI. Ran on the side heard Baikugu's words and buried his face back. This kind of dialogue between top students, he, the last in the school, is consciously not qualified to participate. It is not as important as studying the breath emitted under the snow. How exactly do you force Dragon Ball out of her? And how exactly is positive energy generated? Let's go back and ask Lord God of the Time Realm. Under the snow, his expression became cold. Is there anything to be proud of in the second place in the school? I see, it's because of your awkward personality that I have never had friends. Under the snow, as far as I know, haven't you been alone all the time? The flower of Takamari Takayama, the perfect and correct Yukinashita Yukino, an all-round genius, a charming appearance, and an iceberg-like character. Even if Baikugu didn't notice what happened between the girls, rumors like this kept flowing into his ears. Such an excellent person, who has never made friends in the general martial arts high, is very curious about this kind of thing. That's because I'm so good. Yukishita said as a matter of course, slowly walking towards the window. But the world is very strange, the better people are excluded, and this kind of thing is too unreasonable. That's why I want to form this community, start with everyone and slowly change, and eventually change the world. She raised her head, looked out the window, and lifted the blue silk on her face behind her ear. At this time, Ai Ran's gaze just came over. The sunlight shone on the girl's face, making the breathing of a straight man like Ai Ran stop for a moment. This scene. It's so beautiful. Chapter 008. With the addition of Baikugu, the plot seems to be on track. Yukinashita and Hijiya each got up and began to argue. Shizune Hirotsuka outside the door should be eavesdropping with a smile on his face. Ai Ran was not interested in these things at all, he was squinting and sensing the breath under the snow. Now it is basically certain that the contaminated Dragon Ball must have lodged under the snow. That evil chi is not at all something that humans can have, and as the mood under the snow rises and falls, that breath is constantly changing. Yukinashita Yukino was as proud as ever, although she didn't see her face, but Ai Ran could imagine her expression at this time. If you can talk to a girl like me, then you can talk to most people, isn't this a little corrected? How confident are you? Baikugu said speechlessly. Just as the two men's argument reached a stalemate, Hirotsuka Shizuka pushed the door and walked in. Under the snow, it's disturbing, it seems that the correction work of Baikugu is not optimistic at present. After hearing this sentence, Baikugu was a little unhappy, correction or something, I just don't want others to judge my nature. That's clearly an escape. Yukinashita retorted. Is the so-called change just an escape from the status quo? Why can't you be sure of your present and past self? Then nothing can be solved, and no one can be rescued. After listening to the two people arguing, Hirotsuka Shizuka raised her hand and mixed in, well. Both of you calm down. Since ancient times, when the justice of the two sides clashed, it was a common practice in shonen manga to compete in competitions. Ai Ran complained on the side, do they still want to divide the male and female through the competition? Can't you see it? Glaring at Ai Ran fiercely, Hirotsuka continued, so, let's have a competition in this club. Serve others better than anyone. The winner can give any order to the other party. Yukinashita Yukino took 2 steps back with her arms folded. I refuse, I feel that I am in great danger in the face of this man. That's prejudice, and men in high school don't think about obscene things all day. Yes, and the poor social animals who are forced to work all day. Ai Ran lay there quietly, continuing to complain in her heart. Hirotsuka interrupted the two at the right time, you won't be afraid of losing under the snow, that's why. It's an obvious incentive, but I accept it. Saying that, under the snow, he looked at AI Ran again and asked, do you want to participate? AI Ran-san? AI Ran didn't even raise his head and said lazily, I don't want it, I'm very busy, so I won't participate in such a boring thing. No, the ministry has to develop team spirit, and everyone must participate. Hirotsuka interjected. Hey? Okay, I'll participate if I have time, but I still have something to do today and I'll leave first, see you tomorrow. After that, AI Ran stood up and picked up his backpack and walked towards the door. Looking at AI Ran's back, Hirotsuka sighed. Compared to Baikugu, AI Ran's character problems are more tricky. Although his personality seems to have changed a lot during this time, Shizuki Hirotsuka can feel from his own life experience that he has not changed anything. The current attitude is just because he doesn't want to communicate with others. Hirotsuka unconsciously recalled the first time he met Eren. And his eyes at that time really didn't look like a human at all. Divide line after. Leaving the school, AI Ran found an uninhabited corner and flew directly. Move at full speed towards your accommodation. I'm back. After returning home, AI Ran recited the words agreed with the king god of the time realm. Sure enough, as soon as AI Ran's words fell, the phantom of the realm king god appeared directly indoors. Xia Ran Ran, you actually found me so quickly? Did you miss me? It's not. AI Ran sat down on the sofa and said to the realm king god, I found a trace of a dragon ball today, what do I need to do to take it out of the human body and purify it? Yay! You are really powerful, you found the first dragon ball so quickly. They. King God of Time maliciously sells Mo. AI Ran, who saw this scene, pouted speechlessly, Lord Realm King God, can you stop sighing, what exactly should I do to purify that dragon ball? You always have to tell me a way, do you really have to fall in love to purify dragon ball? Putting away the appearance of selling cute, the king god of the time realm thought for a while, and then said seriously. Now Xia Ran Ran can't do it, whether it is taking out the dragon balls residing in the human body or purifying it later, it requires enough positive energy. All of this requires you to have a kind heart. But with your current situation, you will definitely not be able to do it. Now AI Ran was directly dumbfounded, then what to do? If you find it, you can't take it out and you can't purify it, this job is too pitted. Don't worry, Xia Ran Ran, you must first live well as a human being. Of course, love is the only way for Saiyans to generate positive energy. But you also have to keep an eye on those hosts. The contaminated Dragon Ball boarding, saying that something bad will not necessarily happen. AI. Ran sighed and waved his hand at the king god of the time realm. Okay, I know, it's okay, you go first. The king of time muttered unpleasantly, really, are you using people as some kind of convenient tool? With that, she disappeared indoors. After a while, AI Ran slowly walked to the window, looked at the scenery outside and muttered, if you don't make changes, you can't solve anything, and no one can be rescued. Chapter 009. AI Ran sat on the bed, closing his eyes to perceive whether there was abnormal energy in this world. It's just that these are all futile, no matter how you look at it, this is a normal everyday world. Suddenly, AI Ran seemed to sense something, and scratched his head after opening his eyes. No wonder I feel that this building is familiar, and I actually live opposite me under the snow. Sure enough, it was dark under the light, because it was too close and I didn't pay attention. I still don't know my practice. After that, AI Ran focused all her attention on the snow. She is now the host of the Dragon Ball, and she does not dare to let her have any accidents. This is related to whether you can make a wish in the end. Thinking of this, AI Ran couldn't help but get up. What would it be if one wish could be fulfilled? Just after 8 o'clock, room 1507 in the same building. finished washing under the snow and changed into pajamas. One of the straps in the white suspender pajamas slipped down the shoulders, and the smooth skin of the second young lady was exposed in large areas. But she didn't care, she was living alone anyway, and she was also very confident in the security here. A man sits on a sofa holding a cat magazine, and the pre-recorded Mr. Pan anime is playing on TV. This is the nth time she has watched this anime. As a senior cat slave, she likes all animals with cat characters. So the panda is a king-sized cat? As time passed, the temperature in the room slowly decreased. Because of the cold, I trembled unconsciously under the snow. She pulled a blanket over her and muttered. It's already April, isn't winter over this year? But the temperature is still falling, and in just a few minutes the indoor temperature drops below 10 degrees. Unable to stand it any longer under the thin snow, she stood up to turn on the air conditioner. Suddenly, a light curtain similar to a portal appeared out of thin air in the living room of the apartment. As soon as this light curtain appeared, it exuded a biting cold, and the room instantly froze. And it releases a strong gravitational pull on the snow, wanting to swallow her completely. At this time, under the snow, Xuanai's face was pale, and the cold made her thinking extremely slow, unable to make any movements or make any sounds. In just a dozen seconds, under the snow, she couldn't hold on, and she had now reached the critical point of coma. At the last moment when she closed her eyes in despair, the door of room 1507 was kicked open by a huge force, and AI Ran rushed in. Under the snow, AI Ran took Swexia into his arms. So warm. Yuki Nashida muttered and fell completely unconscious. Divide partition line. A small world full of ice and snow. Him under the snow made a snort, and slowly woke up from the coma. Looking blankly at the sky, she was a little confused. I was still in the apartment just now, why did I suddenly get here? Then a voice reached her ears. Yo! Awake? I was frozen to a coma and woke up after only 2 hours of sleep. Minister, you are in good health. Hearing this voice, Swexia sat up at once, tightened his black coat, and looked at the direction of the source of the voice with a guarded expression. It wasn't until she saw AI Ran clearly that she breathed a slight sigh of relief, but then became nervous again. AI Ran-san, where is this? What just happened? AI Ran, wearing only a white shirt, came to the side under the snow, sat down and said. I don't know the specifics, but now it is certain that we are not on Earth. After all, there is no ice and snow tundra full of evil on the Earth. Under the snow. AI Ran's words just now have exceeded her understanding. What is not on Earth? And what is the evil chi? Without paying attention to the expression under the snow, AI Ran continued to say to himself, it can actually concretize something like a portal, and this kind of thing like Dragon Balls is too weird. Hearing AI Ran's words, Yukishita recalled the light curtain that appeared in his apartment. AI Ran, what is that aperture? At this time, a cold wind blew through, and Yukino's voice trembled slightly. Even though she is a flower of High Ridge, she can't help but be afraid when she suddenly faces this situation. AI Ran was also helpless when she saw her like this. The human body on the earth is too fragile. It seems that it is necessary to quickly find a way to go back. The environment here is too dangerous for Yukino under the snow. In the surprised eyes under the snow, AI Ran freed his tail wrapped around his waist, and then held the tail in his hand and began to meditate. Lord God of the realm of time, can you hear my voice? The power you left me should be able to work at this time. Yukino on the side was already stunned, although she had asked AI Ran if she had not completely evolved yet, but when AI Ran pulled out her tail in front of her, she was completely messy. The CEO author Ape-kun really has a long tail. AI Ran, what are you doing now? It may be that after experiencing too many incredible things today, the receptivity under the snow has suddenly improved a lot. AI Ran hugged his tail with a serious face, and calmly replied to the 2 words under the snow. Please God. Yukinashita Yukino? At this moment, Yukino felt that the worldview he had built up in the past 10 years had completely collapsed at once. Chapter 010. AI Ran held his tail and prayed for 10 minutes. But there has been no response. Yukino on the side didn't know what to say. If it weren't for so much happening today, she would have thought AI Ran's paranoia by now. And her physical condition is getting worse and worse, wearing a thin nightdress and wearing AI Ran's school uniform, which is completely unable to withstand the cold of -10 degrees. As time passed, AI Ran became impatient. What about the third-rate god who said that he would keep divine power in my tail in case of emergency? How did there be no reaction at all? As soon as AI Ran's complaining words were spoken, pink light masses emerged from his tail. It soon condensed into the appearance of the king god of the time realm. Xia Ran Ran, I heard it. Are you saying bad things about the gods behind your back again? If this continues, you will be punished by heaven sooner or later. It's going to hell. As soon as she appeared, the king god of the realm began to complain to himself, but AI Ran interrupted her very decisively, and he pointed to Yukinashita beside him and said, Lord God of the Time Realm, this is the host of the Dragon Ball, Yukinashita Yukino. A few hours ago, there was an anomaly on her side, and we were sent into the world by a portal. Do you have a way to get us back? The King of Time poked his head over and glanced at Yukino for a moment. Hi. Hi. Hello, I am the King God of Time Kian. I can feel that you have a kind heart. Hello, Lord God of the Realm of Time. Yukishita Yukino nodded gently towards Kian, but her heart could not calm down at all. She heard a new term, host of Dragon Ball. What does that mean? Also, the little girl in front of her turned out to be a real god? Yukinashita had too many questions now, but she felt that now was clearly not a good time to ask. Okay, don't continue the unnecessary pleasantries, Lord Realm King God will find a way to send us back to Earth. Earthlings can't last long in such an environment. Sensing the eagerness in AI Ran's tone, Kai Yin showed a hint of an smile. Hey? Does Xia Ran Ran actually care about humans now? That's a huge improvement. AI Ran turned his head to the side, shhh. The contaminated Dragon Balls lodge on her. She can't have any surprises until she completes the task. Kian showed an inexplicable smile again, did not continue to argue with AI Ran, and began to observe the world of this ice and snow tundra. The Realm King God who entered the working state put away his relaxed expression, and the whole person became serious. After a while, Kai Yin said to AI Ran, this is a different space, similar to the spiritual time house used by the gods. In my experience, the 3 polluted planets are lodged on this Yukinashita Yukino. There are only 2 ways for you to get out. Hearing that he could leave, AI Ran asked eagerly, what way? Kai Yin, whose words were interrupted, glanced at AI Ran and continued. The first way is that I forcibly pull the 3 planets out of the body of Yukino under the snow, and then as long as you defeat the 3-star dragon, you can go out immediately. However, the combat power of the Samsung dragon should be stronger than the Super Saiyan 3 I told you before. Halfway through the words, Kian paused, made an expression like looking at garbage, and then glanced at AI Ran. What she was going to say later was self-evident. Scumbags with only 5,000 combat effectiveness are not qualified to stand in front of that kind of bigwig. At this time, AI Ran also blushed, obviously a third-rate god who had no ability to fight at all, and even looked down on himself. But he's still honest like a quail, and not just because he's asking for someone now. It is also because of the unwillingness to be so weak to himself. Listening to AI Ran's heart and looking at his current expression, Kian nodded. Although this Saiyan always looks like his nostrils are facing him, since he was rescued on planet Vegeta, AI Ran's evil heart has been slowly fading. Things have been moving in a better direction. No longer hanging AI Ran's appetite, Qian said the second way is to stay here honestly. As long as you stay for a year, the portal will appear again, and you can go back. What? Stay for a full year? According to the current situation under the snow, it is the limit to be able to stay alive for a day. How is this possible? At this time, Yukino Yuki's eyes also darkened, not to mention that he couldn't hold on at all, even if he could stick to it. If he disappears for a year, what will his parents and sister be anxious about? She didn't dare to continue thinking about it now. Qian, who can read minds, looked at Yakushita Yukino gently, and said softly. Don't worry, AI Ran will think of ways to keep you alive, although the things that can be done are very limited, but I will also help. And it's a kind of spiritual time house. Although the time stream here is not yet stable, you spend a year here, and only a few hours have passed outside, not more than a day at most. Hearing the comfort of the king of the realm, Yakushita Yukino's originally desperate mood slowly improved, although she was still uneasy about the future, but after all, there was hope that everything would return to the right track. Xia Ran Ran, I am a god who manages time. Because of some rules, I can't interfere too much in the process of purifying the Dragon Ball. So I'll only be able to send you some warm clothes and a fairy bean later. Sorry, there's only so much I can do for you guys at the moment. Looking at Qian's apologetic expression, AI Ran waved his hand and said without care. It's enough to have these, thank you Lord Realm King. Chapter 011. Inside a cave in a certain leeward of the ice tundra. This is the shelter where AI Ran and Yukinashita Yukino spent the night today. It's not so much a cave as a larger groove in the stone wall that barely accommodates two people. After the phantom of the king god of time disappeared, only a few minutes later, Yukino's clothes and Sendu were teleported over. Yes, these clothes were originally winter clothes under the snow, and I don't know how Qian got them. When the clothes and fairy beans had just teleported over, AI Ran still couldn't help but complain about the third-rate gods. You must know that the Dragon Ball world has such an artifact as capsules. A few storage capsules can solve the problem at hand in an instant. It seems that the king god of the time realm really can't interfere too much in the matter of purifying the Dragon Ball. Under the snow on the rock wall inside the cave, Yukino carefully spread some dry moss and velvet grass, and then made a slight interval. She felt a little strange, because tonight she was somehow going to live in a cave with another man? Although AI Ran doesn't seem to be a strange person, she still has a mustard in her heart. No, is AI Ran considered human? Although the Saiyans have the same appearance as humans except for a tail, they are not only able to fly but also send destructive energy balls before, and Snow is a little unsure whether AI Ran is a carbon-based creature. Yukinashita was working while thinking cranky. Gods, aliens, Dragon Balls. These things do take a lot of time to understand and digest. Divide line, it's already been paved, AI Ran-san. Although Yukishita Yukino's tone was still cold, in the hazy moonlight, the roots of her ears were a little red. How is this scene so much like a wife urging her husband to go to bed early? Yukishita Suano suppressed the cranky thoughts in his heart, and then said to AI Ran outside in a calm tone as much as possible. Rest early. There's a lot more to do tomorrow, build shelter, find food. Okay, you sleep inside, I'll sleep at the mouth of the cave. If something is wrong at night, just call my name. AI Ran stared at the fire set off at the entrance of the cave, which he had made with a Qigong cannon. Looking at the somewhat lonely back of his companion who was going to spend a year with him, Yukino, who was lying on the velvet grass, did not feel sleepy. Thank you. Really, today, if I came to this world alone, maybe I would die silently like this. No need to thank me, my mission is to purify the Dragon Balls on you. Until then, I will definitely keep you safe. Hearing that AI Ran rejected his thanks so directly, Yukishita frowned slightly. This man always unconsciously rejects everyone and blocks himself. Looking at Ai Ran, Yukishita instinctively thought of an animal, that is, a stray cat that had not yet been fed. Always be wary and resistant to the people and things around you. She asked unconsciously, can you tell me how you spent your previous life? My past doesn't mean anything at all. Ai Ran's voice was calm. He is very resistant to recalling the previous 10 years, in his previous life he was an otaku who died in peace, and in this life he became a murderous devil. He felt that he had some split personalities, and the tyranny in his blood still urged him to continue to enjoy the destruction. But the 3 views formed in his previous life always reminded him how terrible those behaviors were. Looking at the puzzled eyes under the snow, Ai Ran decided to say something to change the topic. Minister, I see that you have been alone in school like me. It seems that you should have no friends in school, right? As soon as the words fell, Ai Ran realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing. Where are the friends under the snow at this stage? Sure enough, after a moment of silence, Yukinashita Yukino said the answer that Ai Ran expected. Friend, first define what counts as a friend. Poof. Ai Ran suddenly felt the attribute of cuteness under the snow. What's so funny? Under the snow, his face gradually stiffened. No, it's just that this kind of forcibly explaining that I have no friends makes me feel a little cute, but I really have some curiosity, obviously depending on the appearance. Yukinashita classmates don't look like people without friends. Ai Ran stretched out and opened the chatterbox. Yes, I did look pretty cute since I was a kid, but that's why all the men who approached me had a crush on me, but those weren't really likes. It's just because I'm cute. Yukishita Yukino remembered the past when he was hidden in indoor shoes when he was a child, and his face gradually became cold again. Ai Ran smiled. Snow classmates are still awkward. But this kind of natural tells his cuteness or something. This child is indeed narcissistic and tight. Yukishita Shuenai snorted unconvinced. Humph, Ai Ran is not qualified to say that I am awkward or something. Obviously I never communicate with people in school, I just sleep all the time. After saying that, she turned her back. It seems that the other party has lost interest in continuing the conversation with Ai Ran tonight. Did you sleep? Ai Ran asked to himself, seeing that there was no response. He was lying on the velvet grass that had been laid for him under the snow. The wind outside the cave entrance is cold. A year-long solitude between the two of them has now begun. Chapter 012. In a daze, Ai Ran felt a warm body hugging him like an octopus. He opened one eye slightly. Of course, even sleeping in this cave to the lee last night was very cold. That's why the girl instinctively hugged his body at night to keep warm, not to mention that the cave entrance was actually closer to the fire. But look closely, Yukino is really cute. Looking carefully at the girl who used her chest as a pillow, Ai Ran showed a smile when she looked at her sleeping face. Ai Ran looked outside, and the sky was already completely light. So he coughed lightly, and after waking up the girl lying on his stomach, he closed his eyes and pretended that he was still sleeping. With her eyes closed, Ai Ran felt that although the snow was very barren, it was surprisingly very soft. Ugh! When she woke up, Sueno found that after she hugged Ai Ran tightly, she screamed and quickly retreated towards the cave. But the small cave doesn't have that much space. Hiss! She accidentally hit the stone wall. It hurts. Yukishita Yukino's eyes were filled with tears from pain. She gently rubbed the back of her head, and after finding that the man in front of her showed no signs of waking up, she quickly suppressed her voice and movements. He climbed out of the hole lightly. Although he looked embarrassed just now, Ai Ran didn't wake up, so it should be fine. While Xuanai sneaked out of the cave like a thief under the snow, Ai Ran kept smiling. Although he wanted to suddenly wake up and tease under the snow, considering the girl's extremely thin skin, he still chose to continue to sleep. Divide line. Ai Ran, you are finally awake. Yukino sat quietly on a stone not far from the cave and glanced at Ai Ran, who came out of the cave. At this time, she remembered that she accidentally hugged the other party last night, and her face couldn't help but show a hint of flush. It must be because I used to sleep with Mr. Pan at home. That's right, Ai Ran must have been regarded by me as Mr. Pan. Yukinashita Yukino hastily made the most reasonable explanation for his actions last night in his mind. Today's weather is much better than yesterday, and the wind blowing over is slightly gentler. Ai Ran stretched his waist and said casually, I slept late at the vigil last night, and the weather is good today, so we have to hurry to find food and build a place to live. Yukino looked at the endless tundra and nodded instinctively. After experiencing yesterday's events, she has completely regarded Ai Ran as the backbone of her survival in this land. Next, Ai Ran touched his chin and began to think. Yesterday, he sensed that there were no creatures with powerful chi here. This is a good thing and a bad thing. The absence of powerful chi means that there is no dangerous enemy. But it is also possible that there is not enough food, because Ai Ran is not yet proficient in the perception of chi, so he is not very sure about this. Saiyans need a lot of food. Under the snow, a fend. Saying that, Ai Ran suddenly hugged Yukino under the snow and quickly flew towards the lake he found yesterday. A few seconds later. Ah! A huge scream came in midair. At an altitude of several hundred meters. Under the snow, Xuanai involuntarily buried her head in Ai Ran's arms, shivering. Although she didn't want Ai Ran to hold her, there was really no way, her whole person was going crazy now. He was suddenly taken to heaven by Ai Ran. Yukino closed his eyes tightly, and the whistling of air currents was heard in his ears. This is not the first time she has been in the sky, after all, the plane has been flown many times, but the 360-degree flying experience without a sunroof is really too scary. At this time, she no longer cared who she was hiding in her arms, let alone whether she was deliberately taken advantage of by Ai Ran, a completely evolved ape June. Now she just wants to find a safe corner to hide and soothe her heart that is almost popping out. So she hugged Ai Ran harder, and her face was completely attached to Ai Ran's chest. Looking at the snow under the snow hiding in his arms, Ai Ran was slightly speechless. Because he only remembered it at this time, he seemed to be afraid of heights under the snow. Ai Ran slowed down the speed of the flight, lowered her head and said, sorry, hearing Ai Ran's voice in her ear. Although Yukishita Yukino was very afraid, she finally raised her head slightly, and there were still crystal tears hanging from the corners of her eyes, which looked particularly lovely. However, even at this time, it is still impossible for Yukino to show weakness. She glared at Ai Ran fiercely, because she didn't dare to look in any direction other than Ai Ran. The constantly whistling air in her ears kept telling her that this was hundreds of meters in the air. Looking at the performance under the snow, Ai Ran rubbed his nose embarrassedly, but in an instant, Ai Ran also made a decision. If you want to survive here for a year, it is better to overcome your fear of heights. After all, if there is danger, he will fly with her. And if she can't overcome it in this environment, then I am afraid that there will be no possibility of overcoming her fear of heights in this life. So his hand, which had been wrapped around Yukishita's shoulder with one hand, suddenly moved to her waist. While feeling both warm and shy under the snow, suddenly she was picked up and flipped counterclockwise. You, what are you doing? The voice under the snow trembled a little. Suddenly came out of Ai Ran's safe arms, and Swexia quickly closed his eyes. Because she is afraid of heights, she is not sure about the situation around her. At this time, Ai Ran's hands were completely wrapped around her waist. Yukishita, who didn't understand what was going to happen, was a little panicked in his heart. Ai Ran bowed her head slightly and whispered in her ear, under the snow, don't be afraid, I'll be right behind you, slowly open your eyes. Above is 1,000 blue acres, below is a beautiful scenery. Everything in front of you now may be a landscape that you have never experienced in your life. Don't you want to add this unique memory to your memories? Hearing AI Ran's words, his body under the snow trembled slightly. She was a little moved. Finally, she slowly opened her eyes. The ground of Saiyan tundra and snow-capped mountains reflects the blue sky, and deep in the pine forest in the distance, a quiet lake is like a mirror. Well, nice view. In fact, high altitude is not very scary. The dumbfounded Snow nodded. AI Ran smiled and continued to fly towards the lake over there. He had decided that this would be their camp for the next year. Chapter 013. AI Ran half squatted by the lake, sighed and stretched his tail into the water, waiting for the fish to take the bait. Under the snow, Yukino is not far from the shore looking for dry wood. Seeing AI Ran's strange movements, he couldn't help but cover his mouth with his hand and laugh. AI Ran, who heard the laughter under the snow, suddenly blushed. In order not to alarm the fish that may exist in the water, he whispered, "Hey, what's so funny? If it weren't for the protection of this water source, I would have wanted to bombard it directly into the sky, so how convenient it is to pick up fish directly." "No, AI Ran, no matter where pure destruction is, it's not right." Boom! AI Ran turned his head to the side unpleasantly, closed his eyes and began to concentrate on perceiving the underwater. "Hey? Got a fish coming?" He suddenly opened his eyes and increased the amplitude of his tail movement. "Bite quickly, this is your favorite big worm, here it comes." Below the surface, a fish of tens of kilograms directly bit AI Ran's tail. Just for a moment, AI Ran suddenly felt as if he was electrified, and his whole body began to be paralyzed. "Impossible! I finished cultivating my tail a few years ago. How come?" Without even having time to think, the huge pole dragged AI Ran into the water. AI Ran-san! Seeing this scene, under the snow, he threw away the firewood in his hand, called AI Ran's name in despair, and ran towards the lake. It's just that when I ran to the lake under the snow, the churning water had completely returned to calm. She knelt by the lake, tears unconsciously flowing. At the same time, he muttered to himself, "It's all my fault. If it weren't for saving me, AI Ran wouldn't have come here." Suddenly, something unusual started on the surface of the water. At first, it was just a few sporadic bubbles, floating up from the bottom of the water. However, soon the entire surface of the water exploded. The big fish was thrown out of the water by a huge force, and after breaking through the water, AI Ran also rushed out of the water and kicked the big fish towards the shore. After doing all this, AI Ran slowly landed beside Swino under the snow, wiped a handful of water stains on his face and breathed a long sigh of relief. "Phew, it's really dangerous, I almost died at the hands of this beast." AI Ran-san! Under the snow suddenly stood up, despite the fact that AI Ran was now covered in water and wrapped her arms around his neck. After feeling AI Ran's body temperature, she finally broke down and cried, "Woohoo, I thought you were dead." "Ahem. Feed. Quickly let go, I didn't die, you strangled my neck like this again, I will really die." After a long time, Yukino slowly calmed down his emotions, and his face was red and he released AI Ran, who was about to be strangled. Started asking him what had just happened. "So your power is rapidly disappearing?" "Of course. Otherwise, how could you almost strangle to death?" AI Ran rolled his eyes at the snow and continued. "The tail is the source of Saiyans' strength and their only weakness. But I completely overcame the weakness of the tail a few years ago. The beast bit my tail just now, and I lost my strength all of a sudden. And even if I wasn't limited anymore, I found that my power was almost completely gone." Saying that, AI Ran's right palm pointed at the wood that had just been collected under the snow. "Ready to fire a Qigong cannon." Poof! A wisp of blue smoke came out of the palm, and then it was gone. The fish on the side rolled around, obviously it also had a little wisdom, because it really looked at AI Ran with a fool's expression. Although yet is about to be eaten. But it is not a loss to see such a wonderful monkey show before you die. I'll slaughter you later. After noticing that the big fish were laughing at him, AI Ran's face suddenly darkened, and he was unwilling to use all his luck, and the green tendons appeared on his forehead, and this time a small ball of energy appeared from his palm. At a speed so slow that it was speechless, he flew to the firewood and set it on fire. This is AI Ran's last Qigong Cannon. Minutes intervals lines. Wu full and full. AI Ran touched his belly with satisfaction. Yukishita Yukino gently wiped off the oil stains on the side of his mouth, looked at the fish skeleton in front of him and said to AI Ran, "No matter how many times you look at it, your food intake is so terrifying. Verbose Saiyans are like this, in order to maintain this body born for battle, a lot of food is necessary." Yukishita Suino looked at AI Ran and nodded gently, "I actually envy your body and strength. If I also have such power, I will definitely be able to make this world more beautiful. To make this world a better place? If you had the power, you might do it, but Saiyans basically don't do it." "Why?" Yukino was a little puzzled. AI Ran lay on the ground and looked at the sky, was silent for a while, and then said, "Because our job is to plunder. The price of this force is the utter absence of such feelings of pity as a nation. The pursuit of the strong, the despise of the weak, the plunder and destruction at will is our everything. And these are deeply engraved in our genes until the day of extinction." At this time, Swexia interrupted AI Ran's words with a serious face, "The classmate AI Ran in my knowledge is not such a person." With a self-deprecating smile, AI Ran rolled over and looked at Yukinashita Yukino and said, "Is it? Maybe you're reading me wrong." Yukinashita shook his head slightly, "No, my feelings can't be wrong." Looking at the resolute Yukoshita Suino, AI Ran turned his back a little embarrassed. "My power is disappearing rapidly, while there is still some power now. You maintain the fire here, I'll go knock down some big trees. We're going to build the house today. You little physique can't sleep in the wilderness anymore." After that, AI Ran walked towards the forest. Chapter 014. Bang! With a loud noise, AI Ran placed the last giant tree in the place designated by Yukino under the snow. Although most of the energy has disappeared, even with the basic physical strength of the Saiyan, carrying this hundreds of kilograms of things only makes his breathing slightly short. AI Ran was shirtless, looked at the wooden house in front of him with his hands crossed at his waist, and nodded with satisfaction. Because there were no tools, the wooden house was short and small, barely enough to accommodate 2 people and unsightly, but AI Ran could feel that it was very strong, and it was certainly enough as a shelter to live in for a long time. He turned his head and looked at Yukinashita beside him and praised, "Yukinashita, you are too powerful. It was possible to design a house that relied only on mortise and tenon. Because my family is engaged in construction, I always wanted to help the family like my sister, so I studied in my free time." At the mention of his sister, Yukinashita Yukino's eyes were noticeably darker. She had been trying hard to get the approval of her family after surpassing her sister one day, but that person was so perfect. No matter how hard she tried, my sister was always able to do better than herself. Suddenly, Yukinashita Yukino felt someone's palm resting on top of her head, and the warm feeling made her slightly lost. At this time, AI Ran's voice came over. "All along, I have only been good at fighting and destroying. This is the first time in my life that I've built something myself. I can't do this without you. Although the way to embody power is different, Yukinashita-san is definitely the most powerful being among the people I know." Hearing AI Ran's affirmation, Yukino Yuki's heart was slightly touched. She turned her head to look at the man beside her, and AI Ran was looking at her with a smile at this time. Yukishita Suino suddenly thought that this was the first time she had seen AI Ran smile, and looking at this smiling face, she was a little stunned for a while. At this time, there was also a hint of ambiguous smell in the air. But not long after, Yukinashita Yukino suddenly realized something. She blushed and lowered her head, forcibly suppressed her shyness and said in a voice that Ran could barely hear. "You quickly put on your clothes." This lady was actually naked in front of her, and the Ape King really did not fully evolve. Sorry. Ran quickly took his hand away and quickly dressed. A breeze blew through, and it suddenly blew away the beautiful atmosphere just now. Divide line. Night soon came. And after the fire moved to this small wooden house, the interior suddenly brightened and the temperature rose a lot. Ran sat comfortably in front of the fire, his tail swaying happily. Yukino was cooking dinner today, and before it got dark she found a stone slab, which was the only cooking utensil for the two of them at the moment. Heat the stones and top them with the prey that Ran caught in the afternoon and fungi and wild vegetables collected under the snow. Although the conditions were rudimentary, Yukino was carefully preparing this meal. "Ape-kun, it's already ready to eat." Ran blew a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, and then said vaguely. "I didn't expect that the stone slab could actually cook. It's really powerful under the snow. I thought I would be eating grilled black food all year long." Shwet. Nai glanced at Ran white, and slowly ate the food in his mouth before slowly saying. "Ape-kun, please don't talk while the food is still in your mouth. Slate cooking is not an uncommon way, and such techniques are preserved all over the world. If the ape's sovereign could study well, he would not be so surprised." Ran was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect that even if he arrived here, Xuanai under the snow didn't forget to remind himself to study. How persistent this is! Swallowing the meat in his mouth, Ran said perfunctorily. Yes, after we leave here, I will honestly study hard in the club. I hope so. It's only been 2 days since I came to this world, but suddenly talking about studying and clubs, Yukino under the snow has a feeling of being separated from the world. She secretly glanced at the dry rice machine beside her, and her eyes gradually became much softer. "Actually, I'm not good at all, and if you're not here, I can't even do the most basic survival. Now this warmth is what you brought to me." After destroying the last piece of food, Ran suddenly thought of something. "Under the snow, I found that tonight came a few minutes earlier than yesterday." A few minutes early. Yukishita Yukino had actually lost her concept of time, and she was stunned when she heard Ran say this. Suddenly she reacted and hurriedly asked, "Are you saying that there may be a polar night in this world?" "Well, I'm just guessing, but we need to stock up on some food as soon as possible. After all, I can't even fly now, and my combat effectiveness has been reduced to the limit. If there really is a polar night, there is no way to find food." "Okay, I see, tomorrow I'll try to collect edible plants too. Then let's rest early, there are still many things to do tomorrow." After that, Ran lay down on the velvet mat laid out by Xuanai under the snow, and fell asleep after a while. In fact, after he built the house in the afternoon, he found that not only his combat effectiveness had decreased, but his physical strength had also recovered much slower than normal. The king god of time said that this is an existence similar to the spirit time house. Another known spiritual time house is a cultivation place with 10 times gravity. And this is actually a cultivation place with a unique place. Seeing that Ran fell asleep so quickly, Yukishita Suano instantly thought of the scene when he woke up in Ran's arms this morning, and all of a sudden the roots of his ears were almost red and dripping blood. After hesitating for a while, she gently bit her lower lip, and finally crept under the snow to the pile grass mat less than a meter away from Ran, and also lay down. In the second half of the night, light snow fell outside the wooden house. Inside the wooden house, 2 people who were already asleep got closer and closer unconsciously. Chapter 015. The next morning, Yukino woke up first from her sleep, and after opening her eyes, she found herself pillowed on Aaron's arm. Just like yesterday, I hugged this man again in my sleep? An AI Ran's tail also wrapped around Yukino Yuki's waist at this time, and the two people were so tightly attached that Yukishita even felt the heat exhaled by each other. But what made her feel strange was that she didn't seem to be particularly resistant to close contact with AI Ran. Yukishita Yukino could tell that if other men were so close, he would have gone straight away, but now all he could feel was warmth and reassurance. This abnormal emotion made the girl a little at a loss. Maybe the ape is acting too much like a monkey, so I didn't think of him as a boy. After quickly finding a reason to convince himself, Yukinashita Yukino remembered the various rash looks under the cold appearance of the man in front of him, and unconsciously revealed a smile. She moved her body slightly, but AI Ran, who felt the movement, suddenly opened her eyes. In this way, the two people looked at each other closely. Looking at Xuanai's already blushing face under the snow, AI Ran rubbed her nose embarrassedly. What? My hands are a little numb under the snow. After climbing up as fast as he could, Yukinashita Yukino sorted out his clothes and gave AI Ran a blank look by the way. Don't get me wrong, I'm used to sleeping with dolls at night, so I haven't adapted to it for a while. I will correct this habit as quickly as possible. AI Ran slowly stood up and looked at Yukino suspiciously. Hey? I thought you just fell asleep at night and felt cold. Today I'll see if I can find an opportunity to get some fur back. Your current state can't last the polar night. Indeed, after all, I don't have such a perverted physique as Ape-kun. However, I was surprised that AI Ran could think of this by himself. Hey! Even I would have thought of this. What image I really have in your mind? Yukishita Yukino pondered for a while, and said uncertainly, no manners, even the head is full of muscular humanoid creatures? Hey, a woman with no eyesight. AI Ran raised his head proudly, made the most awesome look to me, bypassed Yukinashita Yukino, and walked directly out of the wooden house. Although AI Ran wants to show a good man who does not fight with women, it is actually because this man cannot be Yukinashita Yukino's opponent in terms of fighting mouths. Deeply aware of this, he decisively chose a strategic retreat. Poof! Looking at AI Ran's appearance, Yukino couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Divide line. After eating breakfast, Yukino carefully wrapped the bento box with leaves, and after handing it to AI Ran, she instructed with a worried face. Be careful on the road, you have no strength now, if you feel danger, don't try, you must come back before dark. AI Ran turned his head to the side and took the bento. This feeling of suddenly being cared for made him feel a little awkward. Not to mention the previous 16 years, even if he added the previous life, he had never experienced it. Boom! Don't worry, even then I'm strong. Don't go too far from the cabin when you gather edible plants, wait for me to return. With that, he quickly ran towards the forest, and soon disappeared from the sight of Yukino under the snow. Looking in the direction AI Ran left, Yukishita clasped her hands together and silently prayed for him, and after a while she also began today's work. The other side. AI Ran was rushing towards the depths of the forest at an alarming speed. He already felt that there was a not weak chi over there. Although the strength has been compressed to the limit, and neither flying nor qigong cannons can be used, AI Ran is now stronger than when a lower-level warrior first met his brother. Deep in the forest, a giant bear with one eye is sleeping on the ground. Suddenly, the giant bear's ears moved as if it had discovered something, and it immediately stood up and looked ahead, smelling the smell in the air, and saliva continued to flow out. What a stroke of luck, meat and fur! AI Ran's figure suddenly appeared in front of the giant bear, looking at it with more interest. The giant bear didn't find out how AI Ran got in front of him at all, but this little dot in front of him dared to provoke himself? As the owner of this forest, can this be tolerated? It stood up, already more than 6 meters tall, and the exaggerated muscles on its body were high and bulging. Roar! Bang! At the same time that the giant bear roared at AI Ran, a huge blow sound also came out. In just an instant, the giant bear completely lost its vitality. Just now, AI Ran had already shattered the giant bear's heart with his fist. Covering his nose with disgust, AI Ran couldn't help but spit out, "This guy's bad breath is really serious." At this time, a voice suddenly came from behind AI Ran, "Roar? You have 2 brushes for humans, but can you give me this prey?" Hearing the voice, AI Ran turned around sharply, and was greeted by a large tiger as tall as a 3-story building, which was squinting at him. Talking tiger! Such a big creature, I can't even feel its chi? AI Ran's heart tightened, and he entered a fighting stance like a great enemy. "Oh? Are you even going to fight me? If you drop this prey now, I can let you go." The tiger showed its fangs at AI Ran, but strangely it did not make further attacks. And although it said threatening words, there was a faint cold sweat on its forehead. Chapter 016. There is no murderous aura, the aura is not strong, and it does not take the initiative to attack. This scene looks a little familiar. AI Ran has been messing around in the universe for a long time before, and he can be regarded as well informed. In the universe, there are not a few races that use the ability of transformation to fake tiger power. After making a quick judgment in his heart, he jumped up, gathered his strength slightly, and hammered down on the head of the big tiger. Sure enough, after being attacked by AI Ran, the big tiger began to scream. The 2 front paws held the bulging bag on their heads, rolling all over the ground in pain. AI Ran clasped his hands to his chest and looked at the so-called big tiger with a playful expression. "Why, so weak you want to snatch prey from my hands? I'm afraid you don't know how dead words are written. Let me send you to hell." "Ah! I was wrong. Big brother, don't kill me." The big tiger quickly knelt down and begged for mercy after hearing AI Ran's threat. Immediately after a bang, a puff of smoke wrapped it in. As the smoke cleared, the blue cat that had been floating in midair appeared in front of AI Ran. After seeing the cat's true appearance, AI Ran instinctively shouted, "Pool! Isn't this the deformed cat next to Yamcha? Big brother, you actually know my son Pool?" The blue cat also exclaimed. "No, I don't know your son. I just saw your appearance and suddenly thought of this name. What is your name? How could it appear in this world?" "My name is Puru and I live in the south. A few days ago, after I sent my son to the Southern Transformation Kindergarten, he was sucked in by a portal, and before I could react, he was already in this world." Perlu was still pitifully telling about his suffering in the past few days, but at this time, AI Ran didn't listen at all, and he was now a little confused. How did the earth creatures of the Dragon Ball world appear here? Is it also because of the influence of contaminated Dragon Balls? That third-rate god didn't tell me anything except for a mission. AI Ran was trying to think with his barren brain when his thigh was suddenly hugged by a certain cat. A pleading voice came. "Big brother, you just accept me as a little brother. Laundry and cooking to warm the bed, I can do it." Looking at poor Pulu, AI Ran was speechless. Do you people like to be little brothers of this race? What can a cat that can only transform do? Spare rations? Just about to refuse, suddenly the figure of a cat slave appeared in AI Ran's mind. After pondering for a while, he nodded and said, "Okay, me and a companion will live here for a year, and you can follow us for this year. In a year's time, let's each have our own destiny." After that, AI Ran lifted the body of the giant bear and walked towards the direction of the wooden house. "Thank you so much." Puru bowed politely to AI Ran. When it lifted up, it found that AI Ran had gone far away, so it quickly chased after it. "Wait for me, big brother. Big brother, I don't know your name. Don't call me big brother anymore, my name is AI Ran." "Okay brother AI Ran, I understand brother AI Ran." AI Ran. Minutes intervals lines. Night falls, and today's night seems to be a little earlier than yesterday. Under the snow, Yukino leaned against the doorbar and looked in the direction of the forest in disbelief. Suddenly, she seemed to hear some movement from the other side of the forest. He quickly walked out of the wooden house and looked in the direction where the sound was made. After a while, Yukino saw Ai Ran walking out of the forest carrying a large pile of meat. He exhaled softly, and his originally worried look was swept away. Under the snow, Xuanai's whole person was inexplicably happy. But she quickly controlled her emotions. When Ai Ran walked up to her, Yukishita Suino asked coldly, "Didn't I tell you that I must rush back before dark? Sorry it took a while." Saying that, Ai Ran put the meat on the ground and took the bearskin that had been baked to Yukinoshita Yukina. After all, dismembering an animal is still quite bloody, and I don't think you can accept it. So I took care of all my prey before I came back. After hearing Ai Ran's explanation, Yukishita Yukino's eyes inadvertently flashed a trace of tenderness. She took the bear's skin and said softly, "Don't do this next time. No matter what happens in this situation, we have to face it together. I'm not as delicate as you think." Looking at Yukino under the snow, Ai Ran was just about to say something. Suddenly, a hurried voice came out from the forest, "Boss Aaron, why don't you wait for me? What are you doing in such a hurry?" Yukinoshita Yukino was startled when she heard the voice, and she poked her head out and looked behind him, bypassing Ai Ran. In the dim environment, she saw a cat-like creature flying quickly. Perlu gasped for air after arriving at Ai Ran's side, and complained at the same time. "Boss Ai Ran, you are running too fast, I can't catch up at all." Under the snow on the side, Yukinai was completely stunned when he saw Perlu. She couldn't help but stretch out her hands and hold Pulu in her arms. "Meow!" A cute voice came out of Yukinoshita Yukino's mouth. Perlu, who was suddenly caught, struggled hard, and shouted at Ai Ran at the same time, "Ah boss, save me! This woman is covering me to death." But at this time, Ai Ran seemed to have not heard Perlu's voice, and he remained motionless in place. Yukishita Yukino's meow voice just now kept playing back in his mind. He suddenly found that his heartbeat seemed to speed up unconsciously. Chapter 017. Outside the log cabin by the lake, Ai Ran began to smoke bear meat according to Yukino Yuki's ideas. In the absence of enough table salt, turning bear meat into jerky is more conducive to preservation. After doing all the work, he turned his head to look at a certain cat slave who was caught in the inextricable sucking of cats. Yukinoshita Yukino took Puru in his arms and stared down at it. A look of obsession. "Meow." Puru looked at Yukinoshita Yukino speechlessly. "Miss Yukinoshita, I can speak, can we communicate in some human language?" Yukishita nodded gently, with a little gentleness in his tone. "Well, I know, but if you don't speak, I can feel your cute point more deeply." Although he was exposed to magical things such as aliens and gods during this time, when a talking cat appeared in front of him again, Yukinoshita thought it would take some time to accept it. At this time, Ai Ran sat next to the snow and asked suspiciously, "It seems that you really like cats, but if you like it so much, why don't you keep one in the apartment?" Yukishita glared at Ai Ran, a little complaining that he disturbed his cat petting time. Cats are not allowed in the apartment, only dogs, and the Ape King has not paid attention to the management regulations after moving in for so long. Ai Ran scratched her head embarrassedly. "I don't like to read text and other things, so the documents given to me by the Community Management Committee are completely unread." "Alas Ape-kun, you can't do this, doesn't that God want you to integrate into human society? The instinct to learn is the most essential difference between humans and apes. So when I go back, I will definitely urge you to study sternly." Hearing the two words of learning, Ai Ran felt a tingling in her scalp, and quickly changed the topic. "You just said that only dogs are allowed in the apartment." "Yes, it's really unreasonable rules, like dogs are normal, Cats are so cute. Yukishita sighed and did not hide his love for cats in front of Ai Ran. After speaking, Yukishita lowered his head and continued to stroke Perlo's blue hair, and his eyes narrowed unconsciously. Ai Ran smiled unconsciously when he looked at this scenery, and at this moment he also felt tranquility after a long absence. The whole person quickly relaxed and fell asleep before he knew it. In a daze, he unconsciously rested his head on Yukinoshita's shoulder. The moment Ai Ran leaned on her shoulder, Yukino was stunned for a moment, and soon she found Ai Ran's state. Instead of choosing to wake up Ai Ran, Yukino slowed down the movement of petting the cat in his hand. Turning her head slightly, she stared at Ai Ran's face. The defiance and vigilance that this man hangs on his face at any time and the vigilance he inadvertently shows are no longer visible at this time. Through the firelight, you can see the faint dark circles on his face, and Xuanai can't help but touch Ai Ran's hair. Sure enough, you look like a stray cat. Only after exhaustion to the extreme will you slowly let down your guard and let people see your weak side. Thank you, Ai Ran-san. Yukino muttered, tilted his head and leaned on Ai Ran. Divide line early. The next morning, came Puru pleading from outside the cabin, no. Boss, don't leave me. Take me with you. Don't make trouble. Ai Ran grabbed the back of Perlo's neck with a look of disgust and threw it out directly. You accompany the snow to protect her, if something happens under the snow, you will eat cat meat tonight. Yukino, who heard the voice rushing over, quickly took Puru in his arms, and then glared at Ai Ran fiercely. Why Perlu? Facing the snow under the protective calf, Ai Ran turned his head to the side rudely. Hey, I'm out, you have to pay attention to safety, don't leave the wooden house too far. Since this morning, Ai Ran has felt a trace of unease. The evil aura in this space seemed to be a little heavier again. Even though Yukishita Xuanai was looking for food near the wooden house, Ai Ran still felt uneasy. Although Pulu does not have the ability to fight, if it is dangerous, it will transform into a shape, and it is good for the fox fake tiger to delay time. In addition, there was one more thing that made Ai Ran more anxious. The polar night may really be coming. If this trend continues, there should be no more than 2 months of daylight days. Prepare for the worst. If there really is a polar night that lasts for 10 months, food is really a big problem. But no matter what, you must protect Yukino under the snow. Perlu, remember my words and protect under the snow. After that, Ai Ran hung the bento box around his waist and quickly ran towards the forest. Boss. After Ai Ran left, Perlu pulled his ears with a look of loss. This scene made Yukino a little tasteful. It is clear that Ai Ran is so vicious to it, and he is so gentle with it. Collecting his mood, Yukino said gently, don't worry, Ai Ran will definitely come back before the evening. Puru nodded, and suddenly it looked at Yukinoshita suspiciously. Is Miss Yukinoshita and the boss husband and wife? Should I call you sister-in-law later? After hearing Perlu's words, Yukino's face turned red all of a sudden, and he was a little unfavorable when he spoke. You, how could you say that? Ai Ran and I are just ordinary classmates. But you obviously slept together last night. And I saw you all hugging each other when you fell asleep. At this moment, Yukinoshita felt that Yukino's head was about to overload. Chapter 018. Deep in the forest, after bathing in a small river, Ai Ran hummed a ditty and dragged a large reindeer leisurely towards the camp. Today was his last hunting. Ai Ran and Yukino have spent 2 months in this ice and snow world. Since the previous days, daylight has been reduced to less than 2 hours. And after nightfall, the weather can become extremely bad. Hurricanes swept through the world with heavy snow, and temperatures plummeted to more than -30 degrees. Under that condition, even if Ai Ran came out to fight the wild, he couldn't find his prey at all. However, Ai Ran and Yukishita Yukino had already stored enough food in advance, and the rest of the time, they just had to stay quietly in the camp. Of course, in the past 2 months, in addition to going out to hunt, Ai Ran also carried out more construction of the camp. Not only were the original wooden houses re-fortified, but the entire camp was surrounded by a wooden fence. Not only that, Ai Ran built 2 more houses. One is used as a storage warehouse for food, and the other is used for cooking and bathing. Yes, even though there are now 3 cabins, the 2 people still live together as before. As for Pulu, he was driven to the warehouse by Ai Ran every night. Anti-rat is its only role now. Strangely, Yukinashita Yukino, the cat slave, did not oppose Ai Ran's decision this time. Ai Ran walked very slowly, carrying the reindeer on the road that accumulated more than a meter of snow, and it was impossible to get up quickly. Suddenly, Perlu's anxious voice came from a distance. "Boss Aaron, where are you? Miss Yukinashita had an accident." Ai Ran, who heard the voice, tightened his heart, and directly threw the reindeer on the ground and rushed towards Perlu. Soon, a tearful Pulru appeared in front of him. "Speak quickly. What happened?" Ai Ran asked loudly. "Just now, a strange man with blue skin and wings appeared in the camp and attacked us. And he also froze Miss under the snow." After listening to Perlu's words, Ai Ran's face instantly became gloomy. Because of anger, several green tendons appeared on his forehead, and the hairs on his tail exploded. "That guy is a Samsung dragon. How did he appear at this stage now?" Without having time to think about it, Ai Ran rushed towards the camp as fast as he could. Divide line. Yukino under the snow in the camp has fallen into a desperate situation, except for the head and 2 hands, the rest of the parts have been completely frozen. Her face was pale, her limbs were completely paralyzed. And although she couldn't do anything, she didn't give in, and was glaring fiercely at the blue-skinned weirdo in front of her. Roar? Haven't despaired yet? Is it because of ignorance that it is fearless? Mankind. The 3-star dragon stared at Yukinashita with a sinister smile. "In your current state, you will lose consciousness in just 15 minutes, and you will die miserably in an hour. Hurry up and let me admire your desperate look." Yukinashita Yukino gritted his teeth and said word by word, "I will not give in." Perverted. Ha 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 ha. It's okay, you'll be desperate. When you die, I will go to the world before and bring the end of all mankind in that world. Your human whale is to me the most beautiful him in the world. Samsung. Long licked his lips and then revealed a cruel smile. The dragon ball is still residing in Yukinashita Yukino's body. So the 3-star dragon can't kill her, which will only kill himself and Yukinashita. However, as long as it does not kill. As long as Yukinashita Yukino is guided to complete despair and generates enough negative energy, he will have a chance to escape from this so-called host. Sangxing Long walked slowly around the snow under the snow, and finally he got a little closer to the girl in front of him, and said sadly. "You said, there should be many people you care about in that world, your parents. Your sister? It's a pity that you can't appreciate their wailing. Hey! Every time the 3-star dragon spoke, Yukino Yuki's face turned even paler. Who in a normal person is not afraid of death? Especially the moment when Sangxing Long said his parents and sister, Yukinashita Yukinoba had already begun to despair for a moment. Suddenly, the figure of Ai Ran appeared in her mind, which dispelled all despair and fear at once. The man said he would definitely protect me. Seeing that Xuanai's originally somewhat desperate eyes became resolute again, Sangxing Long felt a little impatient in his heart. But he remained silent, hoping to continue to stimulate Yukinashita Yukino with words. "Are you counting on that scion? Useless. He's just an unevolved monkey, and I can pinch him to death with one hand. If your only hope is to die before you, what kind of despair will you offer me? I'm really looking forward to it." Why are you desperate? Go to hell. Miscellaneous. At this moment, AI Ran has finally arrived. Without unnecessary nonsense, AI Ran kicked directly at the Samsung dragon. But the blow did not hit directly through his body. AI Ran's heart tightened. Is it an afterimage? He began to quickly sense the position of the 3-star dragon. Roar! Are you looking for me? Litter. They. Voice of the 3-star dragon suddenly appeared behind AI Ran. Bang! AI Ran was punched in the back, leaned forward sharply, and fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the 3-star dragon appeared next to AI Ran again and kicked him out. AI Ran, who was attacked by a huge force, smashed directly on the fence of the camp, and then buried by broken wood. There was no sound. AI Ran. Yakoshita Yukino, who saw this scene, shouted Aaron's name fiercely, but received no response. Hey! Felt it. This is the negative energy generated by despair. They. 3-star dragon was overjoyed, and in a few moments he would have a chance to get out of this host. Chapter 019. Feeling the endless flow of negative energy, Sangxing Long was excited. Keep fearing. Continue to despair. The 3-star dragon shouted in his heart that in the previous world, the 3-star dragon had no chance to absorb enough power. So he came up with a way to pull the hosts of the 3 planets to this ice and snow world. In this world, 10 months of the year are spent in darkness. Enough evil chi will definitely be able to completely pollute the 3 planets and visualize themselves. His plan was half successful. There is indeed enough evil aura here for him to manifest, but I don't know why the monkey next to Yukinoshita Yukino constantly generates positive energy but compresses his power to the limit. Finally, he couldn't help but show up. If it continues like this, the Dragon Ball will definitely be completely purified. As he continued to absorb negative energy, Sangxing Long laughed proudly. Is this your last hope? Ha ha ha, the feeling of destroying the hope of mankind with your own hands is wonderful. Yukino couldn't hear what the disgusting guy was saying, and tears blurred her vision. But she was still trying to look towards where AI Ran was buried. Suddenly, a look of anticipation appeared in Yukishita Suino's eyes, and just now she seemed to see that the wooden pile where AI Ran was buried seemed to be loose. Ah! AI Ran's roar came from the wooden pile, and then several white rays of light shot out from inside. Just in an instant, all the wooden blocks were wiped out. AI Ran, whose clothes had become tattered, jumped out of it. He ripped off his clothes, clenched his left fist, and felt his state. The arm of the left hand has been broken, 2 ribs have been broken, and the internal organs have been injured to varying degrees due to concussion. But with the blessing of the Saiyans' tenacious vitality, they should be able to continue fighting for a while. Spit out the spilled blood from his mouth, AI Ran first set his gaze on Yukishita Yukina. What are you crying about? These are all minor issues. Wait for me, get you out right away. After that, he looked at the 3-star dragon again. He had already discovered that this evil dragon definitely did not have the power of its heyday. Otherwise, the blow just now would have been enough to wipe himself out. The king god of time said that the power of the 3-star dragon can be compared with the Super Saiyan 3. If he was still in his heyday, pinching himself to death was easier than pinching ants. Although I can't feel his chi, there is still hope. Let's take a look at how much the combat effectiveness gap is. It's really not good and there is a last move. AI Ran suppressed her worries about Yukinoshita Yukino and took a deep breath. I'm on. After speaking, he disappeared directly from the place. The evil dragon watched AI Ran's performance unhurriedly, and he also found that AI Ran's existence could directly affect the host's emotions. If this is the case, he must use the cruelest method to dismember the monkey little by little. If Yukinoshita Yukino were to face such a hell, she would definitely have more despair and fear. He grinned, his eyeballs moved quickly, and soon found AI Ran. Oh? Moving at high speed? Pediatrics. Then, the Samsung dragon also moved at high speed. In Yuki's line of sight, it was as if the two disappeared at the same time. But soon there was a loud bang above the sky. She looked up with difficulty, and saw nothing but a sonic boom from the collision of powers. Bang! 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 The sonic boom from the battle between the two men was dense like rain falling on the ground. Slowly, under the snow, Yukino was so shocked by the sonic boom that he could not look directly at the scene of the battle in the sky. On the other side, AI Ran was secretly assessing his combat effectiveness while attacking the 3-star dragon with all his strength. Sure enough, even if this 3-star dragon is not in its heyday, he is far from his opponent, and his physical strength is too different. In just a dozen seconds of confrontation, several bones were broken. The internal organs that were originally just shocked were faintly about to burst. But if you use a trick, you can definitely kill him. AI Ran, who had a calculation in his heart, quickly opened the distance between the two people. Sangxing did not catch up, and looked at AI Ran with a mocking look on his arms. In his arms, what's wrong? Are you, a monkey, ready to surrender? It's a pity that I won't give you a pain. I'm going to cut you to pieces a little bit. The 3-star dragon smiled viciously and activated the cold chi, but in an instant, there was an extra sickle composed of ice cubes in his hand. Perlu. Next, you need to protect the snow. Stay away from here first. Find a way to thaw her. AI Ran suddenly roared. He had sensed his presence from the moment Perlu approached the camp. And Perlu sneaked up near Yukinashita at this time, yes. Top dog. Transform. A puff of smoke appeared, and Pulu turned into a floating car, placed the snow on it, and fled towards the camp. However, as soon as the Sangxing dragon hand raised his hand, an ice wall appeared in front of Pulu and Snow. Want to go? As soon as he was about to go down and arrest someone, AI Ran appeared in front of Perlu to block the 3-star dragon, and he threw a small bag at the car that Perlu had become. Find an opportunity to leave, help the snow thaw, and give her the contents of the bag. Under the snow in the car, Xuanai saw AI Ran's tragic situation, and tears couldn't stop flowing. You must be careful. If you die, I will die with you. SHHH. That kind of scrap can't kill me. You guys run. After that, AI Ran walked towards the 3-star dragon without looking back. Continue our battle. He drank heavily, and a white ball of light appeared in his hand, and then threw the ball of light into the sky. Woo, lucky! Although the power is gone, the artificial moon can still be used. The artificial moon had risen into the sky and directly illuminated the entire forest, and AI Ran watched its tail twitch rapidly, and even his breathing became rapid. Boom! His heart made a loud noise, and his heart was beating faster and faster. Boom! Boom! Bang! Finally, the transformation of the Saiyans began. Chapter 020. Not good. Sangxing was shocked in his heart. He could feel the power of AI Ran's rapid expansion. Without the heart to care about Yukino and Pulu anymore, he flew straight towards AI Ran. Swinging a scythe, he slashed at AI Ran's neck. But the scene he expected of the separation of the heads did not appear. AI Ran's fast-growing hair blocked the blow, and the size that began to grow made the place where the scythe cut down look like a small hole. As a superior warrior, although AI Ran cannot remain completely awake after turning into a giant ape like Vegeta, he can still distinguish between enemies and friends. Roar! The giant ape that AI Ran turned into roared angrily at the 3-star dragon, and at the same time a red energy cannon was emitted from its mouth. And the 3-star dragon barely dodged to the side, and the energy cannon shot directly into the depths of the forest. Then, like a nuclear explosion, the explosion detonated deep in the forest. Sangxing glanced back, and cold sweat couldn't help but flow. He is not in his heyday now, and he is still a little surprised in the face of such an attack. In fact, even if he can't use his full strength, the current combat power of the 3-star dragon still exceeds AI Ran a lot, but he is not a warrior. As an evil dragon, his nature is despicable and shameless, greedy and afraid of death. Any risk can hold him back. But AI Ran's attack did not stop, and the huge palm kept shooting towards him, forcing Samsung Dragon to keep retreating. Soon the battlefield of the two men shifted to the frozen lake. Pulu took advantage of the opportunity to drive towards the outside of the camp. Under the snow in the car, Xuanai looked back at AI Ran who was fighting, and his worried look continued to show. "You must be fine. If I can, I would rather not have you so desperately protect me, as long as you are safe. Miss Yukishita, let's run to the forest first, I'll find a way to lift the ice on you." Yukinashita Yukino shook his head. "No, don't leave too far. I want to stay where I can see Aaron. Even if I don't have that power, I will never let him bear everything alone." "Okay. But we also have to go where we don't get touched. And you are already severely frostbitten. If you don't lift the ice, even if you can't die, you will be crippled in the future." Feeling urgent, Pula picked up speed again. The battle between AI Ran and the 3-star dragon continues. Because he couldn't dodge, the 3-star dragon was hammered to the ground by AI Ran. Is taking continuous heavy blows. "Enough! You monkey!" The 3-star dragon activated the freezing ray, directly freezing one of the arms of the great ape. AI Ran couldn't help but scream miserably, staggering back 2 steps, and the 3-star dragon took the opportunity to vibrate his wings a few times and fled from the ground to the sky. The heavy blow just now made him not lightly injured, panting and looking at AI Ran viciously. "Go to hell! You monkey!" The freezing aura quickly gathered around him, forming a huge ball of ice and snow light that smashed towards AI Ran. Roar! Seeing the ice and snow light ball coming, the giant ape roared angrily, and in the blink of an eye, it completed the savings of the destruction cannon and fired at the ice and snow light ball and the 3-star dragon. The 2 strands of energy finally collided in midair. "You fucking monkey!" The 3-star dragon kept cursing, and the 2 hands controlled their energy balls towards AI Ran continuously. The bruises on his forehead kept appearing. Feeling that his life was threatened, AI Ran also began to desperately betting all his strength on this sabotage cannon. The power suddenly increased a lot. After a stalemate, the 3-star dragon, which had the advantage in strength, began to be a little prodded again. "You're going to die." "I can't die. How can I die if I haven't given all human suffering?" Such thoughts kept popping up in his mind. However, how could he, who had thought so much about it at this time, defeat AI Ran, who had begun to fight hard? Finally, AI Ran found an opportunity. Even if he becomes a giant ape, he only has one thought now. Even if he overdraws his life, he must unscrew this miscellaneous dog's head. Roar! The corners of the giant ape's mouth began to spill blood continuously, but the strength of the destruction cannon increased by another point. The ice and snow light ball was pushed towards the Samsung Dragon little by little. At this time, the mentality of Samsung Dragon finally collapsed. He decisively gave up his energy ball and fled towards the sky. But the energy ball that lost control was instantly broken by AI Ran, and the remaining energy directly swallowed the 3-star dragon. "Ah!" The harsh voice of the 3-star dragon came over. "I won't disappear. As long as the Dragon Ball is not completely purified, I still have a chance to be resurrected. Next time I appear, I must crush you, monkey." Without struggling for long, the Samsung Dragon screamed and turned into a cloud of black smoke, completely disappearing under the attack of the destruction cannon. After the 3-star dragon disappeared, the giant ape that AI Ran turned into also knelt on the ground like a force. At this time, he also faintly regained some consciousness. Overdrawing life is no joke. Now AI Ran doesn't even have half a life left, but he still has one more thing to do. He raised his head and used his last power against the artificial moon in the sky. With that, the moon disappeared. Ai Ran slowly changed back from the state of a giant ape, lying on the frozen lake and passing out. On the other hand, Puru had already helped Yukino to lift the ice, and at this time, Yukino had all frozen his limbs to death, lying on the ground completely unable to move. Perlu took out the pocket that Ai Ran handed to it, and took out the only fairy bean from it. Miss Swexia, this is what Elder Ai Ran ordered, you hurry up and eat it. Hearing that it was Ai Ran's instructions, Yukino subconsciously opened his mouth. As the fairy beans enter the belly, necrotic tissue quickly regained its vitality. After only a while, under the snow, she recovered her spirits, and she pulled Perlu over and said, "Quick, the sound of the battle has stopped, let's hurry to find Ai Ran." Pulu had planned to persuade Yukinashita Yukino to go over later, but seeing her eager pleading eyes, Puru nodded and turned into a floating car again, carrying Yukinashita Yukino towards the lake where the battle had just taken place. Chapter 021. In the darkness, Yukino and Pulu are frantically looking for Aaron. Suddenly, Pulu excitedly shouted, "Miss Yukishita, I see the boss. Quick! Let's hurry up." When Yukinashita heard the voice, she quickly ran in the direction of Perlu's point. It didn't take long for them to find Ai Ran, who had passed out. The moment he saw Ai Ran, Yukino couldn't stop flowing tears under the snow. Now Ai Ran was covered in blood and lying naked on the frozen lake. Why? It's going to be like this. She desperately ran to Ai Ran's side, took off her coat and draped it over his body. Yukoshita Yukino, who no longer cared about the image, the long hair draped behind her back looked messy because of her hasty movements, and her snow-white hands were infected with Ai Ran's blood, emitting a strange smell. Biting his lower lip, Yukinashita Yukino forcibly suppressed his trembling and said to Perlu, "We need to hurry back to the camp." "Good. Miss Yukinashita." Puru answered and turned into a van, dragging Ai Ran under the snow and galloping toward the camp. In the car, Yukino hugged Ai Ran in his arms. There is only anxiety and self-blame in the empty eyes. Subconsciously raised his hand and looked at the blood that ticked on his hand. Yukinashita Yukino tried to swallow tears, choked up, but couldn't help but sob, crying silently. "If it weren't for saving me, Ai Ran wouldn't be working so hard." Sensing the abnormality in the car, Pulu said worriedly, "Miss Yukishita, you have to stay calm, the boss still wants us to heal his injuries." Hearing Ai Ran's name, Yuki Nakaran's eyes returned to a little brilliance, and she wiped her tears and nodded. "The eternal night has begun, and all the creatures have taken refuge in their lairs to escape the cold." The whole world fell silent at once, only the sound of Pulu turning into a van galloping continued to roar. Divide line. A few days later, a wail suddenly came from the camp cabin. "Fuck! Death to death!" Startled by this sound, Yukino and Puru anxiously ran in from outside. "You're finally awake!" Yukishita Yukino walked to Ai Ran's side in surprise, and a slightly crying voice echoed in his ears. Ai Ran opened her eyelids with great effort, and what she saw was two faces with different faces, but surprisingly consistent expressions. It took a few seconds for the dull brain to search the depths of his memory for what had happened before. Ai Ran opened his mouth, and his voice was a little dry, like a desert that had been arid for a long time. "Sorry, under the snow, I'm so hungry, can you prepare me food?" "It's good to wake up, it's good to wake up." Yukishita Yukino repeats the words, revealing the most sincere emotions. She took a deep look at Ai Ran, and then said, "You wait for me, I'll go cook for you now." After that, he walked towards the wooden house next door. Perla flew to Ai Ran at this time and sobbed and said, "Woo woo boss, you were so badly injured, I thought you were dead." "Good luck, Almost finished. AI Ran glanced at the bandages on his body, which were made from strips of cloth that Yuki Nashida had torn his clothes into. Without tools, I don't know how she did it. After all, lack of physical strength was the girl's only weakness. Thinking of this, the lines on AI Ran's face slowly softened, and he turned his head to look at Perlu and said softly, "Perlu, you did a good job this time." Puru stopped crying and grinned, I'm the eldest brother." AI Ran also smiled and began to examine his injuries. This injury can be said to be the most serious in AI Ran's life. There are multiple fractures all over the body, internal organs are bleeding, and the energy in the body has been completely exhausted. Lord God of the realm of time, what a difficult job you have arranged for me. AI Ran showed a wry smile. Suddenly, a pink light emitted from the wooden house, and the projection of the king god of time appeared in front of AI Ran again. "Xia Ran Ran, are you nagging me again?" AI Ran looked at the king god of the time realm who suddenly appeared and was stunned for a moment. "Why do you appear on time every time I chant? You're not going to be peeping at me when you're okay, are you?" "How so? The gods will not peep at others, I am all righteous and bright." AI Ran looked at Kai Yin speechlessly. It was the first time he saw someone who would peep so righteously. Ignoring AI Ran's eyes, Kai Yin raised his head slightly and said arrogantly, "I sensed the little Ran giant ape through the divine power in your tail, that's why I noticed you. I'm a god, usually very busy." Yes, does Lord King God of that realm have any orders for this visit?" "If you don't have anything to do, go back first, after all, the gods are so busy." "What, people are worried about you, you are my first employee." Hearing AI Ran's perfunctory words, Kai Yin muttered, "This time you are also a work injury, I am not a black-hearted enterprise here, I will send you a fairy bean later. It can also fulfill your wish, what do you want, please say." "And this kind of good thing?" AI Ran said uncertainly, "Then quickly send us back." Hearing this request, Kai Yin lowered his head embarrassedly, and said in a non-supporting manner, "If you want to leave, you must stay for a full year, this is beyond my ability, or do you change one?" AI Ran. Sure enough, he shouldn't expect anything from this third-rate god. After thinking for a while, AI Ran looked at Kai Yin and said his wish. Chapter 022. When Yukishita Yukino brought the food over, he saw a pink light flash in the wooden house. She sat down next to AI Ran, fed the meat to his mouth and asked, "Did the god Sama come over just now?" AI Ran didn't chew at all, and quickly swallowed the meat into his stomach, gesturing with his eyes that Yukino speeds up feeding. Another piece of meat was sent to AI Ran's mouth, and Yukishita Yukino's eyes had a hint of uneasiness. Is something going to happen again? "It's nothing, I guess it's because I am doing well, and the boss came to add some employee benefits to me, and that's what she did." Saying that, AI Ran pouted helplessly. Yukinashita Yukino didn't know why, and asked suspiciously, "Employee benefits? Hehe, you'll find out later." AI Ran smiled mysteriously and then continued to urge, "Under the snow, can we stop talking first? Give me meat, I've been in a coma for 3 days and I've missed 15 meals." Yukishita Yukino whitened him a little, "Your mind is very bright when it comes to eating, and it is calculated in the form of 5 meals a day." After that, she began to concentrate on feeding AI Ran. At this time, Pulu also left with great insight, but it still had such an important job as warehouse manager. The chalet gradually quieted down. After what happened before, Yukinashita Yukino found himself enjoying the peace he was enjoying now. "If I could, I wish it could continue like this." After eating the last bite of meat, AI Ran gave a pleasant burp. Suddenly, another pink light appeared in the room. The dazzling light made Yukino subconsciously close her eyes. At this time, AI Ran's voice also reached her ears. It's finally here. Although that third-rate god can't do anything, the speed of logistics is really okay. When I opened my eyes, several boxes appeared in the wooden house. Yukishita Yukino looked at AI Ran suspiciously and asked, "What is this?" "I ask for the gift from the king god of the realm, open it and take a look." Yukino opened a chest with a small bag at the top, and below it were some of the clothes she used to keep out the winter cold. "This is," picking up the small bag, Yukishita looked at the fairy beans inside and was stunned. She knew this little bean, and it was AI Ran who asked Perlo to feed the only fairy bean to her. And he himself was so badly injured. Yukishita Yukino breathed slowly, calmed his emotions and opened 2 more boxes. There were a large number of books inside, as well as a dozen cans of cat cans. The third-rate god also said to grant me a wish. However, her ability can only teleport these things over, so I thought about it and asked her to send you and Prue something. It's already winter night, so you won't be bored if you have books to read. Pulu did well this time, so I asked the king god of the realm to also send it some canned cats as a reward. AI Ran's voice came from behind him, and Yukishita Yukino held the fairy bean in his hand and put it on his chest, and murmured in a voice that he could only hear. "Is it all this time or is everything thinking about us, yourself, what an idiot? What are you muttering there alone?" Yukinashita shook his head, sat down next to AI Ran again, and fed Sendu into his mouth. After Sendo swallowed into his stomach, it only took an instant for AI Ran's injuries to recover. He jumped up with a carp. Feeling the power that kept pouring out, AI Ran was a little happy. Sure enough, after recovering from injury, his strength will be greatly improved, and his combat power should now exceed 10,000. Seeing that AI Ran was back to health, Xuanai's hanging heart under the snow finally relaxed. "Don't try so hard next time, I don't deserve it either." AI Ran lowered his head and thought for a while and said seriously, "Because purifying the Dragon Ball is my job, protecting you is part of the work content." Yukinashita Yukino. Obviously, this answer made Yukinashita Yukino a little uncomfortable, and she continued to ask unwillingly, "Just because of these? Of course, I seem to be the only surviving Saiyans working well. That third-rate god has nothing to say about it." Ha ha ha. Saying that, AI Ran laughed proudly with his hands on his waist. Suddenly, the laughter stopped abruptly, because AI Ran felt that there seemed to be a murderous aura behind him, and the temperature in the wooden house suddenly dropped a lot. At this time, Yukino was staring at him unkindly. Hehe, it turned out to be just to get the job done. The girl's cold voice made AI Ran couldn't help but snort. Also, it's not all, AI Ran blushed and stammered. During this time with Yukinashita Yukina, AI Ran found that she really liked this cute and strong girl a little. Sure enough, Saiyans are naturally attracted to powerful women, whether this strength is physical or mental. Most importantly, Yukino cooks deliciously. But AI Ran was really embarrassed to express her emotions. Yes, yes. Looking at AI Ran, who wanted to say nothing, Xuanai suddenly became a little flustered. She quickly packed up her utensils and walked out the door. Only this time, her steps were much lighter, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. Chapter 023 2998 2999 3000. In the camp courtyard, AI Ran does push UPS with one handstand. The appearance of the evil dragon made AI Ran deeply understand his weakness. A deteriorated version of the 3-star dragon almost killed himself, and if he didn't hurry up to cultivate, he really didn't know how to face the enemy after that. Yukishita Yukino sat on the doorbar and looked at the book, peeking at AI Ran from time to time. Because he was in the polar night, Yukino did not judge how long he had been staying at this time. But life eventually returned to calm. After finishing today's rest, AI Ran slumped on the ground panting heavily, and Xuanai came to his side and handed over a towel. No matter how many times you look at it, your physical strength is incredible. After taking the towel and wiping his face, AI Ran grinned, my current training is far from enough. Looking at AI Ran's smile, Yukishita Sueno was a little stunned for a while, and felt that his face was a little hot. I don't know when it started, she found that she was always inadvertently provoked by this guy. And now just a smile can make your heart blush. Tomorrow we will sleep together every day. What's wrong? Suddenly standing still, stupid? Nothing, just thinking about how long we've been here. It's always been night, and I don't have a concept of time now. Yukishita Yukino turned around casually, crossed her hands in front of her chest, and took a gentle breath. AI Ran did not notice the abnormality under the snow. He scratched his head and calculated in his heart for a while. It should be almost a year, counting the number of meals. I think we can go back in the near future. I don't even want to complain. Why do you estimate the time based on the number of meals? Under the snow, Xuanai gave him a blank look, but his heart was also a little sad. After going back, can the relationship between the two people remain in the current state? Will it slowly return to the relationship between ministers and ministers in the past? Anxiety filled her heart, and she would soon be able to return to her familiar routine, but at this time, under the snow, Xuanai couldn't help but suffer. At this time, AI Ran's voice came. In other words, we are neighbors, right? Can I still come to your house to eat when I get back? I'm used to what you cook, and now I can't accept the dark cooking I make myself. That depends on my time and your own performance. Yukino smiled faintly. Yes, we have experienced so much together, there is no need to worry about this. Didn't he say that he would always protect me? This guy always inadvertently makes me feel at ease. My performance? AI Ran was a little puzzled. Yes, you will study well with me when you go back, and there is no score of more than double digits in all subjects. Although I won't expect much from you, you must always graduate successfully. After hearing Yukino Yuki's words, AI Ran's face instantly collapsed. Divide line. Sensing that the time of parting is coming, Pulo holds the cat canned food and cries while eating. Woo boss, are you leaving? This kin is delicious. Yukishita Yukino touched Pulo's smooth fur, and his face was full of reluctance. After hesitating for a while, she looked at AI Ran and said, can't we really take Pulo with us? No, Pulo and we don't live in the same world. And in another world. It still has children waiting for it. After hearing Aaron's words, Yukinoshita Yukino sighed and took Pulo into his arms. While enjoying the last time petting the cat, he said to Pulu, Pulu, thank you for saving me before, because I can't repay your life-saving grace. So only thank you in pale words. If we have a chance, then our differences will only temporarily diverge at different crossroads in life, and we will eventually be able to meet in Rome. If we don't see each other again, then I wish you to return to your promised land soon. Saying that, Yukinoshita Yukino looked at AI Ran. My promised land seems to have been found. Without continuing to disturb the person and cat, AI Ran walked alone to the courtyard and looked at the slightly white sky. He was very uncomfortable with this kind of separation. For 10 months, the sun's rays once again shone on the land. The pupils contracted slightly, and AI Ran quickly adapted to the daylight. Parting, I don't seem to have anyone who will feel reluctant because of the separation. Suddenly, he felt his hand being held. Turning his head, Yukino was standing beside him beautifully. I've said goodbye to Pulu. AI Ran nodded and subconsciously squeezed Yukino Yuki's hand. Feeling the temperature of AI Ran, Yukinoshita Yukino said softly, I have spent a year here, and although the conditions here are harsh, I find myself a little reluctant to leave soon. I will always be with you until I finish purifying the Dragon Balls. Yukishita Yukino smiled and nodded, and after a long time of getting along, she gradually figured out AI Ran's awkward personality. Saying the kind of words just now may be the limit that AI Ran can reach now. At this time, the portal that teleported the two appeared again. Looking at each other and smiling, the two walked in together. Divide line. On the other side, a portal also appeared next to Pulu, and a dazzling light directly sucked it in. I don't know how long it took, but the teleportation finally ended. This time it was teleported into an alley between the two buildings. Puru looked around in horror. Where is this? Didn't I go back to the south? Suddenly, a voice reached Pulu's ears. Arno, this is Tokyo. In other words, can cats even talk? Ghost. Boss, save me. Pulu was crouching in the corner with his head in his hands. He was pretty sure there was no one here just now. So where did this voice come from now? The voice Puru heard came from a young girl. She is now standing quietly not far from Pulu, although there is no expression on her face, but the helplessness can be clearly heard from her words. Mr. Cat, my name is Megami Kato, is not a ghost. Obviously I feel scared when I see the cat talking. Chapter 024. In Yukino's apartment under the snow, a light suddenly appeared. AI Ran pulled Yakoshita Yukino out of the light curtain. After looking around, AI Ran said with emotion. Finally back. I feel this modern breath again. Picking up the phone on the coffee table, Yukinoshita looked at the time, and it still showed that it was 3 o'clock in the morning. After a year in the world of ice and snow, only 7 hours have passed in reality. AI Ran was now looking at Yukino's residence. Should I say that the house is like a person? Although the space is generous, there are not many additional decorations and accessories. Look cold. Instead, there are many books on the table in front of the sofa. He picked up a copy of the same books that Yukinoshita had read all day long in the ministry, and the covers were wrapped. If you don't open it, you don't know what kind of book it is. 30 Habits of Cats. Forget it, look at something else. How to be a qualified owner. The story behind Mr. Pan's IP. The difference between a cat and a panda. Literary and artistic beautiful girls look at this kind of thing if they have nothing to do. Say okay Joe Shuren, Shakespeare, and the like. It's over, Yukinoshita Yukino has been completely brainwashed by the cat. Fortunately, I was separated from Pulu this time. In other words, Pulu should have returned to the Dragon Ball world. Suddenly, Yukinoshita Yukino poked AI Ran with a red face, and it was always shy for a girl's privacy to be suddenly discovered. Although there is no more privacy between her and AI Ran. You should go back to your room to rest now, Ape-kun. Under the snow, Xuanai pushed AI Ran towards the door. The king god of the time realm is still very reliable, and he repaired the security door that was destroyed by AI Ran before. Yukishita Yukino stood in his apartment, looked at AI Ran outside the door and said softly, rest early. Well, see you tomorrow then. AI Ran opened the door of his room, left this sentence and walked in. See you tomorrow, is it? Closing the door of the apartment, Yukino covered her chest with her hands, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. Sure enough, even if you come back, some things won't change again. Tomorrow is really worth looking forward to. Divide line in front of the elevator of the apartment at 7A.M. AI Ran leaned against the wall and waited for Yukino to appear. Early, under the snow. Even after living in the world of ice and snow for a year, the time spent traveling under the snow remains the same as before. She saw AI Ran's figure in front of the elevator and walked slowly towards him. Good morning, Ape-kun. Hearing the familiar words that came from every day, Yukinoshita Yukino also responded. Press the triangular graphic button of the elevator downward, and with a ding, the elevator door will open. Two people walked in one after the other. School life will continue today. Two people walking side by side on the road, there are few vehicles, and only a few morning practitioners can be seen occasionally. Taking a breath of fresh air, AI Ran sighed. It feels good to walk on such a road like this occasionally. How did that ape king go to school before? Fly, open the window and fly directly to the school, 5 minutes away. This way you can sleep a little longer. No more. Why? AI Ran looked at Yakoshita Yukinoi suspiciously. That god said that he wants you to integrate into human life. How can cheating like yours be considered integration? Yukishita Swane said seriously. What she really cared about was that if AI Ran flew to school every time, the time spent together between the two would be much reduced. Also, after all, I still have to protect you now. However, now that the whereabouts of one Dragon Ball have been discovered, I don't know where the other Dragon Balls are scattered. Thinking of her work, AI Ran was a little sad. I couldn't help but complain about the third-rate god of the pit daddy in my heart. In the future, if you want to do something dangerous, please tell me in advance, although I can't help you anything, but... Saying that, Yukino's body trembled slightly. Sensing the abnormality of Yukino under the snow, AI Ran took her hand. Don't worry, it's actually not very dangerous, and I'm much stronger now than before. AI Ran suddenly stopped, because Yukinashita Yukino was staring at him with a serious face. Well, I'll tell you if I find other Dragon Balls later. That's right. Yukinashita Yukino nodded in satisfaction. At this time, she found that AI Ran was holding her hand, and she panicked all of a sudden. With a slight force, he broke his hand free, and Yukinashita Yukino blushed and said softly, I'll be at school soon. AI Ran also reacted at this time, and put his hands behind him at a loss. Sorry. The two people walked in silence on the second floor of the teaching building before separating. Arriving at the back door of the classroom of Class F of Year 2. AI Ran walked straight in and came to her seat. Back by the window, King's hometown. Feeling the warmth of the sun, AI Ran couldn't help but yawn and then lay down. Sure enough, I still like this peaceful life. On the other side of the classroom, a certain dead fish-eyed high school student looked at AI Ran suspiciously. It seems that I saw AI Ran and Yukinashita Yukino holding hands and coming to school just now? Are the two of them a couple? In this case, wouldn't you be forced to eat dog food when you go to the community yourself? After thinking about it, Hajiya Hachiman made a decision. Let's find a chance to sneak straight home after school. The community really doesn't suit me. Chapter 025. After school, Yukinashita opened the door of the ministry's classroom. AI Ran was already sitting in his seat, burying his head in the crook of his arm, like a sleeping ostrich, inexplicably quite funny. With light footsteps, Xuanai slowly walked past. AI Ran, and AI Ran, who buried his head, suddenly raised his head. My movements are already so light, how can you even find out? Well, I smell you. Maybe jasmine, or lavender. AI Ran was not convinced, but the smell was engraved in his mind. AI Ran felt that this was the fragrance that belonged to Yukino alone. Hentai. Under the snow, Xuanai gave AI Ran a white look, and his face turned slightly red. Where? It's just unconsciously remembered. AI Ran sat up, his gaze resting on Yukino's face from time to time, and from time to time looking around the environment of the entire department. Speaking of which, I haven't seen this classroom properly. What do you see in the eyes of thieves? No, it just feels a little empty. Have you thought about adding some daily necessities? For example, pots and cups for making tea. In the world of ice and snow, even in the harsh conditions, Yukino found some wild tea leaves to eat. Yes, then let's go buy some tea sets together, buy some disposable cups by the way, and it is good to entertain when a client comes. Client, I don't know when I will appear, and that Bikaku-san didn't come over. AI Ran was bored lying on the table. He didn't feel it when he watched anime in his previous life, but now he found that this so-called ministry actually had no commission at all year round. This leisurely state is fine for a day or two, and after a long time, it still makes the Saiyan active nature unbearable. Sitting next to Ai Ran, Yukinashita Yukino took out a textbook and said lightly. Who said that there is no commission? Aren't you just that? Hiratsuka-sensei asked me to pass at least one exam next time. Take out the book, you promised me. Okay, I'll study for a long time. Ai Ran showed full of fighting spirit, took out his own teaching materials, there was not even his signature on them, and the whole book seemed clean. 5 minutes later, Ai Ran lay on her side with her head on her shoulder under the snow and fell asleep. Looking at Ai Ran, Yukishita Suino held his forehead and sighed helplessly, alas, I really shouldn't have expected you in this regard. That said, Yukinashita Yukino did not wake up Ai Ran, but took out a collection of essays and read it. As for Ai Ran, let him sleep on his shoulders like this first. Yukino took a deep breath and calmed her mood a little. I just don't want the Ape King to disturb his reading after waking up, so he doesn't enjoy this close contact. Divide line. I'm in, under the snow. Once again, the ministry classrooms were rudely opened. Shizuki Hiratsuka walked in with Hijitani Hachiman. Seeing the state of Ai Ran and Yukinashita Yukino, Hiratsuka Shizuki widened his mouth, what are you guys doing? On the side, Baijiya Hachiman also showed such an expression. It was really right to run away by yourself, and coming here would definitely be forced to eat dog food for these two people. The sudden intrusion of Shizuki Hiratsuka and Hijitani Hachiman startled Yukinashita Yukinoba, but it was only for a moment that she calmed down. After gently patting Ai Ran to wake him up, Yukinashita Yukino stood up from his seat. Coming to a distance less than a meter away from Hiratsuka, she hugged her arms and said coldly, didn't I say before I came in to knock on the door? Shizun Hiratsuka. Yukino. Yukino's momentum at this time made Hiratsuka retreat unconsciously, and she rubbed her nose awkwardly, haha, I'll pay attention next time. But you and Ai Ran. What's wrong? At this time, Ai Ran also sobered up, but he was still a little confused about the current situation. Nothing, just to remind Hiratsuka-sensei of the most basic etiquette. After answering Aaron's question, Yukinashita Yukino turned to Hiratsuka Shizun again, and his tone returned to a cold feeling. So, did Hiratsuka-sensei help our club capture the escaped members? Seeing that Yukinashita Yukino avoided the question of his relationship with Aaron, Hiratsuka Shizumi didn't want to continue asking, these little ghosts were too heart-wrenching. The old lady is 27 years old, the problem has not yet been solved, and after only one day, these two came together? She raised her fist at Koya Hachiman. Yes. Right. Then Kiya Hachiman, you have to transform here. Otherwise, I can't spare you. With that, Hiratsuka strode out of the classroom. Then there was a wail in the hallway. It's like exploding on a current charge. Yakoshita Yukino glanced at the wary Hijiya Hachiman and said, don't stand silly, find a place to sit. After seeing Hijiya sitting in the seat near the door of the classroom, Yukinashita Yukino also returned to his seat and continued. If you want to face life positively, you must have a strong heart, and you must actively participate in everything you do, and the same is true for club activities. I hope you can participate in club activities in the future, Hijiku-san. It's just that now Yukinashita Yukino and Ai Ran are already present in the eyes of Hijiya Hachiman, and this man named Hijiya Hachiman refuses to deal with all the present. Of course, having said that, Shizuki Hiratsuka's iron fist came to mind. Hijiya Hachiman was still decisive. He did not refute Yukinashita Yukino's words, but took out a novel and read it. At this time, Ai Ran also probably figured out what happened. He looked at Hijiya Hachiman with strange eyes, his existence seemed to have disrupted the established lives of these two. But did he feel a trace of guilt in his heart? Because the character of the Saiyan Bone is like the fat tiger, as long as it is liked, it must be their own. Thinking of this, AI Ran withdrew his gaze and picked up the textbook that made people want to sleep after reading it. Chapter 026. The classroom returned to its previous tone. An AI Ran seemed to be looking at the textbook, but his head kept nodding, as if he could go to Zhougong to chat at any time. The other two were each reading their own books. It seemed quiet. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the door, which seemed particularly clear in such an environment. Yuki Nashida Yukino bookmarked the book and said, "Please come in without hurry." "Excuse me." A trembling voice accompanied by a figure and entered the classroom. Then, as if it had been discovered, the cat stood up and closed the door. The tan hair of the shawl gently sways as it moves, and its eyes wander back and forth uneasily. After the girl and Hichiya Hachiman, who was closest to the door, looked at each other and said in amazement, "Why are AI Ransan and the squat family here?" "Well, I'm a member here, so why do you call me a squat?" Hichiya Hachiman answered the question, and then immediately asked rhetorically. At this time, he had finished observing the girl in front of him and defined him in his heart. Acura youth dress-up girls, short skirts, 3 buttons on the blouse are not buttoned, there are heart-shaped trinkets on the chest, at this time completely ignore the school rules of today's female high school students. Of course, the above is all by Kagu's perspective. AI Ran tilted her head and could only see the girl's side. But after taking a look, he silently withdrew his gaze and subconsciously moved his gaze to Swexia's body. Sure enough, under the snow, Xuanai is still relatively chic. "Sit down first, shall we?" Yuki Nashida beckoned her to sit down opposite her. After the girl sat down, Yuki Nashida called out her name, Ui Hihima, a second-year F class, with AI Ran and Hichiya Hachiman. Yubihama Ui looked at Yuki Nashida Yukinoba in surprise. "Wow, you actually know my name." This guy probably remembered the names of the whole school. Hichiya Hachiman complained in his heart, and continued to watch his novel and no longer pay attention to the conversation between the two girls. "Well, let's just know something." Yuki Nashida Yukino nodded slightly, "Then say the purpose of your visit, Yubihama-san." "Well, I heard Shizuki-sensei Hirotsuka say that students' wishes can be fulfilled here, right?" Uehara asked weakly uncertainly. "We're just helping, it's up to you to get your wishes. It is better to teach people to fish than to teach people to fish, do you understand?" Yubihama looked like you were so good, his eyes lit up a little, that, I want to make cookies. After saying a short sentence, she glanced at Hichiya Hachiman and AI Ran. 2 boys were at the scene, making her a little embarrassed to continue. Seeing her embarrassment, Yuki Nashida looked at AI Ran and said, "Go and buy me a drink, do you know the taste I like?" "I know." AI Ran stood up and walked towards the corridor, and after seeing it, Hichiya Hachiman also consciously got up and followed out. On the way, AI Ran brought up the topic with a little deep meaning. "Do you really not know Yubihama Ui? When she called your name just now, she looked at you puzzled." "I really didn't know at first, but after thinking about it, I realized that she should be our classmate, as if she had heard this name in the class." "How uncaring you are about your class." After chatting a few words, Hichiya Hachiman found that AI Ran did not seem to be bad. And gradually let go a little, he glanced at AI Ran and complained, "A guy who only knows how to sleep is not qualified to say that I." After a pause, he continued, "The collective doesn't need to care, as long as the action has nothing to lose to itself." Baikagu put it differently, saying that there is no collective self, you only need to care about yourself, and there is no need to think about people who have a collective. What you said is really cryptic, but I suggest you pay more attention to that, Yubihama-san. "Why?" Hichiya Hachiman looked at him. "It's just a feeling." Divide line. Back in the classroom. Yuki Nashida and Yubihama, the 2 girls, have already finished talking about the commission. AI Ran casually placed 2 boxes of drinks in front of the 2 people. Please drink a drink, I don't know if it suits your taste. With that, he returned to his seat. Yukinashita Yukino glanced at the yogurt in front of him, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Thank you, it's my favorite taste. Ugh! Would you like me to drink? Thank you. AI Ran. No thanks. Are you done talking, and what was the result? Baikagu, who was sitting on the side, asked. Well, I had a very smooth conversation with your blessing, thank you. Yukishita Yukino said unceremoniously. That's the worst thank you I've ever heard, thank you so much. You're welcome. Taking another sip, Yukinashita cleaned up the table. Let's go to the home economics classroom together. What are you going to do there? Compared to Kiku, this is one of the 3 holy places that can inflict mental trauma on him. Generally, if you cannot go, you must ask clearly. Yubihama-san's commission must go to the housekeeping room. Perhaps feeling that she had said it clearly enough, Yukishita said nothing more. She gently pushed AI Ran and got up and set off towards the housekeeping room. AI Ran, who already knew what was going to happen later, shrugged his shoulders and followed. I'll see if there are any materials there, I want to eat some cake or something. Ape-kun, we used to help others complete the commission, at this time, please don't continue to focus on eating, okay? When Yubihama saw it, he chased after him from behind like a small follower. Hijiya Hachiman, on the other hand, sighed resignedly, left his seat and followed. Chapter 027. Yukinashita Yukino in the cooking room. Has already tied her hair, tied her apron, taken out the raw materials and prepared to start work, and Yubihama, a stupid guy, is still busy tying her apron. Sighing, Yukinashita Yukino stepped forward and helped Yukihama tie her apron. I'll ask you, Yubihama blushed, you. What do you think of home-based girls? It's not annoying, Hichiya said of course, not noticing Yukihama's voice at all, it's better to say that boys more or less want to date such girls. Yubihama laughed stupidly, full of vitality and looked full of energy. Yukishita Yukino listened to the conversation between the two and looked at AI Ran with a puzzled expression. AI Ran, who understood Yukishita Yukino's expression, leaned into her ear and whispered, Saiyans like independent, strong women. Baikagu said that was his own criteria for choosing a mate. After hearing AI Ran's answer, Yukinashita Yukino first nodded in satisfaction, and then as if realizing something, he quickly turned around with a red face. Taking a deep breath, she instructed Yubihama I'll do it again, and you will follow along with it. Yubihama nodded like a chicken pecking rice, and then rolled up his sleeves along with Yukinashita. Take out the flour, warm water and granulated sugar and stir together, then beat the eggs. To be precise, the eggshells are beaten, the eggshells are thrown into the flour, and the cream is put in and stirred, but it does not melt at all. Oh yes, she naturally added refined salt to the sugar that should have been added. All kinds of ingredients are added to it, maybe this is Yubihama's unique version of the recipe. The end result is already obvious. I said, AI Ran now feels that his cooking level may be considered relatively awesome. Yubihama, what are you doing? Virus aggregates? Or a variant of the fried cockroach? Yukino was also on the side, looking shocked. Why? That's why. It's probably the first time she's fallen so badly. What's going on? Yubihama looked stunned. That said, you should ask yourself this, right? She pushed the plate with the black unknown object in front of Baikagu. Maybe it's unexpectedly delicious? That's what I said. AI Ran pulled over the plate of cookies made under the snow, picked one up and threw it into his mouth, narrowing his eyes in enjoyment. Eat it quickly then Kiku, it's really delicious. What right do you guy who eats cookies under the snow have to say that? Baikagu felt that his whole life was almost desperate, in other words, this is not a trial at all, but a test of poison. Yubihama puffed out his cheeks like a pufferfish. It's too much to squat at home. Yukishita Yukino hugged his arms and said lightly, Bikagu-san, you can't live up to the kindness of others, this is also part of the club activities. Hijiya. Hachiman looked at Yubihama's expectant eyes, don't go overboard, and finally trembled and picked up a charcoal-like item, threw it directly into his mouth without looking at it, and swallowed it. Sadly, the terrifying taste remained, echoing in his mouth and throat. Goo. Gulped his favorite Max coffee, his upper body collapsed on the table, his eyes blank, finally alive. Ai Ran stared at the plate of cookies like a ghost. Yubihama, are you afraid that you are not a master of the dark culinary world? Saying that, he ate another cookie under the snow. And then reluctantly picked up Yubihama's cookie and licked it a little. Well, if this is the taste, it looks like the taste of a vegetable man after being beaten and burned. Hijiya Hachiman looked at Ai Ran in amazement. Hey, did this guy say something horrible just now? What vegetable people? Secondary to disease? Under the snow, Xuanai quietly pinched Ai Ran's waist, and the Ape King really spoke basically without using his brain. But Yubihama didn't pay much attention to Ai Ran's previous words. She lowered her head in disappointment. Sure enough, I'm not good at cooking, do I have any talents? The solution is only hard work, Yukinashita said indifferently. Yubihama-san, you just said that you don't have talent, right? To change your perception, people who do not even do the minimum effort are not qualified to envy talented people, and losers can succeed precisely because they do not think about how much effort the successful person puts in behind his back. But, lately, everyone has been saying that they don't cook. Yubihama unconsciously joined the public. It's not compatible with everyone to do this kind of thing. Under the snow, he collected the flour and put the small basin with the flour on the table with a click. There was a chill on his body, like a biting cold wind, and he did not hide his disgust for what Yubihama had just said. Can you change your habit of catering to the people around you? Do you feel shy and disgusting to make people very uncomfortable and blame others for their incompetence and stupidity? Ai Ran silently stood behind Yukino and gently put his hand on her back. Just now, he felt that the evil chi of the three planets overflowed a little more. Yukinashita Yukino, who felt a warm current entering her body, paused, and she also realized that what she had just said was a bit excessive. Yubihama lived in an apron, his face lowered and his expression unreadable. Bikagu was slightly unbearable, and was about to say something, but heard an unexpected sentence. Good. So handsome. Yukishita Yukino looked at her stunned. I'm sorry, I did say something too much just now. Well, I know, although it is really excessive, but it is not superficial at all, unlike me, because I always cater to others. Sorry. I'll do it next. Yukinashita Yukino's chill didn't know when it had dissipated, and it was the first time she saw someone like Yubihama. In short, you continue to do it, I will guide you by your side. Later. There was a scene like this in the dining room. It's salt not sugar, by Haihama-san. Would you please taste what this is before putting the sugar? Why do you put so much vanilla essence? Although everyone's taste is different, but there is no difference in someone's taste sense beyond that of humans. What do you do with ground coffee in cookies? Personality? What is personality? Is making food highly toxic? Or do you mean poisoning by Jagu-san? Yubihama was as fierce as a tiger, looking up and seeing that it was 85% wrong. Yukinashita was tired of correcting his mistakes. And after Yukishita's hand-to-hand instruction, Yubihama finally made a cookie that could be considered food instead of charcoal. Bikagu took a piece and put it in his mouth. It's already okay to give someone a word. Yubihama blinked his eyes. Angstrom. If you give someone away, it's mainly your heart, Bikagu said. You see, as long as boys can receive gifts from girls, they are actually very happy. taste is not the key, as long as they can eat it. Then let's do it first. Thank you, Yukishita-san, AI Ran-san, and Squat family thank you. Hey, why are you so whispering to me? Bikagu protested with a black face. Obviously, I took my life to test the poison. Chapter 028. Yubihama-san, are you sure this is the case first? Will the entrusted thing continue later? Yukinashita Yukino is still very concerned about Yubihama's commission. Yubihama Ui turned around and showed a smile, that, it's okay, let's do it first, I'll just go home and practice well, thank you Yukinashita-san. Looking at Yubihama, who was leaving, AI Ran asked kindly, are you sure you want to leave directly in an apron like this? Ugh, Uihihama hurriedly took off his apron, thanked him, and waved his hand, goodbye. Let's clean up here too. Yukino said as she put the used tools into the sink. In fact, there are not many things, and when AI Ran also helps, cleaning under the snow, AI Ran takes a clean cloth to dry and puts it back in its original position. The two have been living together for a long time, and there is still such a tacit understanding. After cleaning up, the two of them waited for a while, and Bikagu also returned from taking out the garbage, and the three of them left the housekeeping classroom together, when the bell for the end of club activities also rang. After leaving school, AI Ran and Yukinashita Yukino walk side by side on a road full of cherry blossoms. Looking at the falling cherry blossoms, Yukino under the snow felt a little emotional. It's really a long-lost campus life. Yes, although I still like to fight, but now this kind of peaceful life is not bad. AI Ran was halfway through his words, suddenly closed his eyes, and stood motionless in place. Discovering that AI Ran was abnormal, Yukishita Yukino asked suspiciously, what's wrong? I felt an evil breath, in that direction. It seems to be a contaminated Dragon Ball. AI Ran looked serious and pointed in the direction of Tokyo. Are you going to go now? Yukishita Yukino grabbed AI Ran's wrist and frowned. The appearance of Sangxing long before had a great psychological shadow on her. Until now, she has not let go. Well, I have to go, the evil dragon is too dangerous for this world, anyone can completely destroy this world. Looking at Xuanai's worried look, AI Ran smiled lightly. Don't worry, I won't come here nonsense. Didn't you say before that your dream is to change the world? Until you realize your dreams, I will guard this place. Not only is it my job, but I also want to be a partner in justice once in a while. Then I'll wait for you in the apartment. Didn't you say you were going to come to my house to eat? I'll cook and wait for you to come back. He said this, but Yukinashita Yukino had no intention of letting go of Aaron's hand at all. She looked at AI Ran expectantly, wanting to hear an answer from his mouth that would satisfy her. AI Ran gave a thumbs up to Yukinashita Yukino and said calmly, I want a lot of meat. With that, he took Yukinashita Yukino's hand away from his wrist, ran to an uninhabited alley, and flew towards Tokyo at full speed. Divide line. Somewhere in Tokyo, 3 women, a man, and a cat are discussing something. The young man with a beautiful face and black full-rimmed glasses was making a feverish introduction. Therefore, with Ying Li as a painter and teacher Kazumi Shizu as the main copywriter, it will definitely make this Ghanaian classmate from an ordinary passerby into a perfect heroine. Arno, my name is Kato and not Garner, this Enyi-san. Shiwa Kazumajayaka glanced at Megami Kato for a moment, and then looked down to write something in her notebook. The proposal of the Flash Girl project is a plan proposed by Anulun a few days ago. Since it is a love game, there must be a delicious main course. She and Ying Li waited in this cafe for nearly half an hour before Anulun came over with the main course. The really inconspicuous heroine is completely in line with the original intention of the setting of Flash Girl. If it were not for noticing the blue cat, Shiwa Kazumajayaka would not have realized that there was an extra person next to her. Faced with the small farce that happened in front of him, Kazumajayaka Shiu did not speak, let alone analyze Megami Kato. She has just met this heroine, and instead of bothering to get to know this silent and expressionless heroine, it is better to mix two words with Yingli, at least the latter can lift her spirits for herself. I'm so sleepy. Kashoma Jayakashiu yawned slightly, her eyes did not hide her tiredness. She stayed up late last night thinking about the plots of Love Metronome and Flash Girl, and she was seriously sleep-deprived. Daejun, if you don't enter the subject again, I will go to sleep. An Yulun also wanted to elaborate on Megami Kato's sense of non-existence, but seeing that Kashoma Jayakashiu was really dozing off on the table, he quickly put the crumpled plan on the table, and slowly patted his chest with momentum. Ying Li picked up the plan and glanced at it, and then handed it to Kashoma Jayakashiu. Lunya, are you serious about this plan? Just a few hundred words on this page? I said, ethical kun. Turning his head to look at Xiaohikihashiu, and Yulun also seemed to see the indescribable horror, his body tensed, and he even knocked down the chair. Poem, Senior Sister Shiu, do you have anything to say? I wonder what I'm here for. Xiaohikihashiu quickly tapped the notebook, and the rapid and irregular sound for some reason made an Yulun feel that it was a machine gun with full firepower. 2 days ago I heard the idea that erupted from your head like a volcanic eruption. Are you going to spew ash after spewing magma? Volcanic ash can be used as a cement mixture when it is ground up, and now I only see a wet dream of an otaku. Or do you want to use saliva mixed with volcanic ash to build an apartment, and invite 17 or 8 beautiful girls to soak in your wet dream? Senior Sister Shiu, and Yulun couldn't resist either, and hit the table behind him in defeat. I think we can work together. Shiu Kashoma Jayaka didn't mean to stop at all. Aren't they devastated by the disgusting Emperor of Ethics, and they reluctantly join the society in order to show sympathy? Also, Kashoma Jayakashiu raised his head slightly and stared at the confused Yingli pair. Please, is it really okay to draw illustrations by this kind of disguised lady who looks perfect, but is very wasted on the inside? Not surprisingly, Sawamura Iri, who had already clenched his small fists, suddenly slapped the table, trembling, revealing tooths under a little tiger teeth. Who do you say wasted firewood? I can't figure out why Lun asked a shady woman like you to write a script. I saw that an Yulun was about to spew out a mouthful of old blood. How could the newly formed society seem to be falling apart? He quickly said. Yingli, my personality is indeed dark, Kashoma Jayakashiu interrupted an Yulunya's speech and said to Iri. But I think I'm more frank than you. Her expression was not shaken in the slightest by Sawamura Iri's counterattack. Her expression was calm as water, but her choppy eyes looked at Anyiranya. Ethical kun, your plan won't be used like this, poor yellowed paper. Another 10,000 arrows pierced the heart, and an Yulun also fell to the ground, dying. At the entrance of the cafe, Airan watched the performance of this group of people with relish, originally just to see the movement of the Dragon Ball, but he didn't expect to see such a good show. And that guy from Puru turned out to be here? He touched his chin. Anyiranya, Kashoma Jayakashiu, Sawamura Iri, Kato Megami, they are all contaminated with a trace of evil chi. Who is the host of Dragon Ball? Chapter 029. Airan looked at the performance of the 4 people in front of him and frowned slightly. The current situation is completely different from Yakoshita Yukino's side. The evil chi is distributed on everyone's body, and it is impossible to tell who is the host. Lord Realm King God, I am Airan, can you hear me? Helpless, Airan called Kaiyan in his heart, and at this time, he still needed that third-rate god to come out. After Airan called several times, the voice of the king god of time appeared from his mind. I'm in O, why did Xia Ran suddenly contact me? I found another Dragon Ball here, but its aura is spread flat on the 4 humans, and I can't tell the difference. Can I think of a way? You wait, I'll check it out. After waiting for a while, Qian's voice appeared again. This breath is a 2-star dragon. Oh, your luck is good, this is the second weakest existence in the evil dragon. If you think of a way, you should be able to defeat him. Oh? In that case, you should quickly confirm the host. I'll finish work early. The cost of overtime work is calculated separately. AI. Ran's words were a little eager, because there was still someone waiting for him in Kyunyi. This feeling was the first time in his 2 lives that he had experienced it. Wow! I pay all your expenses in the human world, so you can't be too greedy. Verbosity, don't think I don't know, you can obviously conjure up countless earthlings' money by clapping your hands, and this is all my money. Humph! Kai Yun snorted twice in dissatisfaction, and then reluctantly continued, I can't tell the difference. Although the 2-star dragon is very weak, his life-saving ability is still very strong. His ability is to spray poisonous mist, and those poisonous mist can suck up their body energy when it touches humans. But now he has not fully awakened, so he can only absorb the power of the hearts of the people around him by channeling out the greed of the host. People who are slowly absorbed will leave their breath, which is why you can feel the breath in all 4 of them. Kai Yun kept explaining, but AI Ran's face became more and more ugly. This third-rate god is really useless. So what should we do now? AI Ran was a little crazy. You can only wait until his strength is almost restored, and you will naturally find it after waking up. Anyway, the 2-star dragon is very weak, and you will definitely be able to defeat him. Hey! Is this what the gods should say? Wouldn't these humans die by doing so? Oh, no. Only after the complete resurrection of the 2-star dragon has the ability to truly kill humans. AI Ran sighed speechlessly, okay, you go to work on your own first, I'll figure it out by myself here. You. Before Qian's complaining could be spoken, AI Ran took the initiative to stop telepathy. Faced with such a boss, AI Ran was afraid that he would resign if he continued to talk. On the other side, a new Lunyi's 4-person drama continues. Megami Kato looked at Shiu Kazumajayaka and Hydri Sawamura, who were still arguing, still with a 3-0 expression, and her faint pink lips did not even have a trace of ups and downs. As if she hadn't noticed that Anulun was also seriously injured physically and mentally, she slowly raised her hand and signaled that she had something to say. Kazumajayaka, Shiu and Yingli saw this scene, and snorted coldly at the same time, ending the quarrel. Anulun also seemed to see the rope out of the abyss, and quickly stretched out her hand yearning for light towards this girl who met fate in spring. Why didn't I find out that Kato was quite cute? Then, Megami Kato's words made him fall into the abyss again. Anu-jun, I think you feel that I am cute at a certain moment, not my existence itself, right? That's why you recruited me. Fandom? I guess it's called that. Hearing this, Anulun also had a little embarrassment on his face, and he felt a little weak when he wanted to explain, because he also called Megami Kato by the wrong name a few minutes ago. Just when the scene as a whole was embarrassed, a voice came over. For Anulun, it was as if he had seen an angel sprinkle blessings. So you're here, Perlu. AI Ran slowly walked to Megami Kato's side and gave Puru a look. Meow. Pulu was excited all of a sudden. Could it be that my own prayers have come to fruition? A miracle happened? The boss has really arrived. It broke free from Megami Kato and hugged AI Ran's thigh at once. At this time, AI Ran suddenly felt as if he had become the center of his gaze, and 3 gazes shot towards him from the seat in front of him at the same time. A cold tingle, an undisguised fiery resentment, and finally a slightly meaningful gaze from a certain 3-0 girl. In addition to Megami Kato, the other 2 girls were a little dissatisfied because AI Ran suddenly interrupted their conversation. Of course, none of this has any effect on AI Ran. If it weren't for Dragon Ball, even if he recognized these so-called paper man wives in his past life, he wouldn't have thought of coming to get acquainted. For unrelated people, he is now completely uninterested. Biologically, everyone is not a species, okay? Of course, Snow under the snow is the only exception. At least for now. AI Ran ignored the others and came to Megami Kato's side. Thank you for taking care of my pet during this time. No thanks, Pulo is already very cute, and he has brought me a lot of surprises around me during this time. Megami Kato looked at Pulo thoughtfully. It seems that Pulo's ability has been discovered by her. Hey, why does this cat keep causing me trouble? Although AI Ran immediately heard the girl's subtext, it was not a big deal. Even if she went to tell someone that there was a talking cat, no one would believe it. Since you can't see who the Dragon Ball is temporarily attached to for the time being, why don't you find a way to blend into this group's team first? AI Ran calculated for a while, but thinking has never been his strong point, and he can only take one step at a time. Is it? This kid is causing you trouble. Sorry, I just heard you talking about game development. Is there anything I can do to help? Count it as my gratitude to you for taking care of Pura during this time. Megami Kato did not reply to AI Ran, but turned his head to look at Anyiranya. After all, this is his team. Anyulun was also staring at AI Ran with a glowing face at this time. What kind of new cosplay is the hemp rope wrapped around this buddy's waist? I walked down the street like this, and I didn't feel embarrassed at all. Is this what is called comrade? Pushing his glasses, Anyulun also coughed dryly. Okay, now we are also short of people, let's create the most perfect beautiful girl game together. Wait. Kazuma Jayakashiu interrupted Anyulunya's words and looked at this strange man with an unkind expression. What will you do? Programming? Or music? Although the community is like a child's family, I don't want everyone to be involved. AI Ran was a little dumbfounded. What is programming and music? The only thing he is good at is killing and setting fires. How can these things sound very high-end? Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and said to Anyulun. I don't know any of this, but I heard that making games is still very expensive. Do you lack an investor now? Chapter 030. Investment. Asterisk 4. The four people present looked at AI Ran with different expressions. The vigilance in Zaya's Hikihoshiu's eyes slowly dissipated, and he turned to look at AI Ran with a pitiful gaze. Where did this pop up, the stupid son of the landlord's family? Showing such an unreliable society, just because he saved his cat to invest? When did money in this world become so easy to earn? There is such a person. Well, there are still not very smart people. Yingli muttered softly, her eyes stealing a glance at Shiukashumi no Okuro. I don't want to be said by a tsundere lady like you who was invited and willingly came over but didn't admit it. I'm not. Just as Sawamura Hydri stood up with a red face, AI Ran spoke. In this way, I will invest 1 million yen first, and if it is not enough later, you will tell me. As for the event venue, I have an apartment, I currently live alone, you can use it at will on weekends. This classmate. Anyulun also suddenly lived in AI Ran's hands. In the future, you will be a member of our society. Let's make the most touching beautiful girl game together. By the way, what's your name? AI Ran quietly withdrew his hand. He didn't like to be so crooked with men. My name is AI Ran. A sophomore in Chiba City. Don't say 1 million, even if it's 10 billion, that third-rate god can conjure it with a clapping of his hands. What's more, in countries like Japan, which basically use cash, there is no need to worry about someone checking the source of funds. What a powerful ability! Unfortunately, these did not mean anything to AI Ran. The Saiyans' only pursuit is only combat and extreme strength, and he has no interest in this kind of human wealth that is not protected by the strong. When he was still working for Frisia before, AI Ran had seen too many things where civilization was completely erased from the universe in an instant, not to mention that many of them were done by himself. It's dusk now, is there no progress today? Although AI Ranjun joined this club because of me, why didn't you Jun invite me? I'm just an inconspicuous passerby. In the face of Megami Kato's question, Anulun was only a little embarrassed in the first half, but the words after that did not allow him to raise his voice by an octave. Classmate Garner. You are not inconspicuous. Wait, what's wrong all of a sudden? And my name is Megami Kato. Don't call yourself inconspicuous. AI Ran didn't care what they were talking about, and sat down on the stool that Anulun had just moved for him. As soon as he sat down, he felt that his energy was slowly draining, although the speed of loss was basically negligible, but he could now determine that the two-star dragon was definitely among these 4 people. However, in the face of the exact same 4 breaths, AI Ran could not judge who the 2 planets were residing on. It seems that he can only passively wait for the evil dragon to wake up, and he will send him to the western sky with another gas cannon. But I thought of such a good way to blend into this society, which is worthy of me. AI Ran comfortably picked up the coffee in front of him, blew lightly and took a sip. Well, it's really bitter, this one doesn't taste good at all. If there is no small snack, he still likes black tea a little. However, while looking for the two-star dragon, it is not bad to look at the live-action version of the anime in front of you. On the side, Anulun has also debated another dimension for Megami Kato's attributes. Megami Kato is like a mirror made of water. No matter how high-pitched and exaggerated Anyiranya's voice is, she can follow steadily. However, Anulun's later words also made AI Ran see that the original Sunny Girl would also have obvious changes in expression. Garner, you are not inconspicuous, but you are dead halfway through the creation of the character. That's why you're not noticeable. The audience was silent. In Aaron's eyes, and Megami Kato's daisy-like eyes faded, lightly biting his lower lip, not knowing whether he was remembering the character who died halfway or simply unhappy. Can you say 2 words about that? Before Megami Kato spoke, Sawamura Hydri took an arrow step and slashed at Anyiranya's head. Stupid Lunyi, isn't this worse than inconspicuous? Don't underestimate the inconspicuous character, Iri Lee. Anulun also loudly protested. That Sawamura Hydri was clenching his small fists, like a mighty little tiger, for her childhood sweetheart has been chatting with the girl she just met in the past 2 days. She has long wanted to get a kick. It's inexplicable, ethical. Not at all, it's rare for a character with such characteristics to be featureless, senior sister Shiwa. AI Ran looked at these people speechlessly, completely unable to understand what was so controversial about these. I really want to go home, I'm a little hungry. Suddenly, he found himself gathered by everyone's attention again. It seems that they did not quarrel internally to produce results, and now AI Ran, an outsider, is needed as a referee. AI Ran shook his head helplessly and said, I don't really understand what you are arguing about, I'm just an investor, but since we all want to develop a game together, it's better to seek common ground while reserving differences. In the end, the first chaotic meeting in history came to an end after the sun had completely set. Specifically, no consensus was reached. So Anulun also proposed to hold another joint stay in AI Ran's apartment on Saturday. This time must completely settle the plot. AI Ran stood in the doorway of the cafe. Shiu Kashumajayaka and Hydri Sawamura had already left, and when they separated, their eyes widened and small, as if there was an inexhaustible grudge in them. Anulun also left, and he looked satisfied when he left. The problem of funds and personnel has been solved, and I will definitely be able to lead the team to develop the most perfect beautiful girl game in history. AI Ran took Perlu into his arms and caressed its fur. It's quite a boring party, you say? Yes. Top dog. Pulo had been sleeping just now, and it was not clear what AI Ran was talking about. But since the boss said that it was boring, then he just had to follow behind and like it. Arno, AI Ran really knows that Pulo can speak. Hearing this voice, AI Ran's heart tightened. Megami Kato didn't even leave? And he didn't even feel her breath just now? No, I perceived, but subconsciously didn't pay attention to her. AI Ran exhaled softly and focused his attention. Yes, Kato-san, thank you again for saving Perlu. It is an important companion of mine. Is that you? 2 planetary hosts? After all, didn't the Realm King God say that although the 2-star dragon is very weak in combat, it is the best at hiding itself? No thanks. Puru was lovely. But AI Ran, can you tell me who you really are? They. Sanmu girl looked at AI Ran like this, waiting for his answer. P.S. I think the setting of the 2-star dragon's ability is very interesting, and you can guess who is the host of the 2-star dragon. Chapter 031. Who is AI Ran? Megami Kato looked at AI Ran suspiciously, and her gaze unconsciously looked towards the tail around his waist. This should not be some kind of hemp rope decoration, is it a tail? I had heard Puloi describe the image of AI Ran before. Kato-san, it doesn't matter who I am, you just need to know that I have no ill will towards you. See you on the weekend. After that, AI Ran left with Puru in his arms, and he was starving to death. Thinking of the food made by Yukino under the snow, AI Ran unconsciously increased his speed. Megami Kato watched thoughtfully as AI Ran's back slowly disappeared into the crowd, and it took a long time for her to walk in the direction of her house. On the other side, Yukino had already prepared dinner, sitting alone on the sofa and waiting quietly. Suddenly, a knock on the door suddenly came. Is AI Ran back? Yukino smiled a little. But after seeing the person coming, her smile slowly dissipated and returned to a cold appearance. Sister, why are you here? But I've been missing my sister, why, aren't you welcome me over? Yano Yukinashita spoke in a mocking tone, but his gaze kept drifting towards the house. She knocked on Hirotsukashi's this afternoon, and unexpectedly inquired about a shocking news. It is very likely that his sister is already in love? Where did the pig come from, thinking about this cabbage under the arch snow? Yano Yakoshita, who got the news, directly pushed off tonight's party and rushed here. It is clear that when I was a child, they were 2 little guesses without any secret relationship, but when I grew up, troubles and secrets appeared. Communication is also getting less and less, and the relationship between sisters is getting worse and worse. However, after all, she is her sister, and if her sister is really in love, Yukinashita Yano feels that it is still necessary for him to come over. She wanted to confirm whether the boy was reliable or not. Looking at his sister's appearance, Yukinashita Yukino sighed softly, and leaned slightly. Come in and say, sister. Excuse me. Yang Nai walked in with a smile, saw a table full of food, and asked suspiciously. Did Xiao Xuanai make an appointment with someone else? So much food prepared? Well, it's one of my ministry members and my neighbor, who lives opposite. Is it just a ministry? Yukinashita Yano showed a playful smile, not a boyfriend or something. Yukinashita Yukino was silent for a while. It's not a boyfriend yet. Is it just not yet? It seems that Xiao Xuanai likes this boy very much, and he didn't directly deny it. Can you introduce it to me? Without denying Yono's words, Yukinashita shook his head. He has something to go out with, and he doesn't know when he will come back. Halfway through the words, Yukino stopped, thinking of the monsters AI Ran was going to face, and her heart couldn't help but hang. Yano under the snow on the side also noticed her sister's abnormality, and countless questions appeared in her mind. What kind of boy is it? Unexpectedly let his iceberg sister show such an expression? At this time, another knock came from the door. I'll open it. Under the snow, Yano walked quickly towards the security door. Seeing a large Yukino who opened the door, AI Ran, who was carrying a shoulder bag, was slightly stunned. Hey hi! I'm Koyukino's older sister, Yano Yukinashita. You look pretty handsome. Yang Nai quickly entered his social mode and greeted AI Ran enthusiastically. Hello, My name is AI Ran. AI Ran simply said hello to Yano and turned her gaze to Yukinashita behind her. After seeing AI Ran's state, she breathed a sigh of relief, but due to Yang Nai's presence, her voice still seemed very cold. Don't stand outside, come in and eat. Won't it bother you? Or will I come back later? AI Ran looked embarrassed for some reason. Little Aaron, can't this work? Koyuki made a bunch of delicious food waiting for you, which is very rude. Saying that, Yukishita Yano wanted to poke AI Ran's face with his finger. But AI Ran quickly dodged and said coldly, sorry, I'm not comfortable with contact with strangers. Although Yang Nai's smile looked hearty, AI Ran still felt very uncomfortable, and this person's so-called smile was like a mask to wear. Although AI Ran doesn't like to deal with people very much, the extremely cold aura will not deceive. Yang Nai didn't seem to hear AI Ran's words just now, still smiling. Oh, Yang Nai deliberately pulled a long tone, as if he was very interested in AI Ran. Under such circumstances, AI Ran felt that he couldn't leave first, then I'll disturb, I'm really hungry. With that, he bypassed Yano and walked indoors. Divide spacing line. One more bowl. Yukishita Yukino calmly took the rice bowl from AI Ran's hand and returned to the kitchen to serve him rice. Although in order to meet AI Ran's rice amount, she also specially bought an oversized bowl, even so, this is the third time she has added food to him. Yang Nai on the side looked at AI Ran who was still stuffing food into his mouth with a stunned face. Little AI Ran looks really bold when she eats. Have it? Maybe I'm too hungry, but eating too much at night is not good for my health. I usually only eat 7 minutes full at night. This way Yang Nai laughed dryly. Isn't this 7 points full? That's already dozens of servings. Where is Xiao AI Ran from? Yang Nai, who had not forgotten the purpose of coming over today, began to talk. I'm a foreigner. Throwing a piece of sushi into his mouth casually, AI Ran's eyes had narrowed, and his tail subconsciously began to wag. The taste of this sushi is really great. It is worthy of Yukino. Yukino Yukishita, who had been paying attention to the situation at the dinner table, breathed a sigh of relief. For her sister's social means, Yukinashita Yukino knows everything well, so she is still very resistant to AI Ran talking to her sister at first. Scion, Dragon Balls and other things, I don't know how to explain it to my sister yet. However, when she was about to hand AI Ran the freshly served meal, her eyes suddenly became dull. As if when she was in the ice and snow world before, the Ape King would involuntarily wag his tail every time he thought the food was delicious. Yano saw something swinging out of the corner of his eye, so he looked away curiously. Then she saw the tail, and she was stunned all of a sudden. She had seen AI Ran's tail wrapped around her waist before, but at that time she just thought that this was cosplay made by AI Ran in order to play handsome. Why is this thing suddenly swinging now? She asked AI Ran curiously, little AI Ran, what is this? AI Ran, who was immersed in the delicacy, subconsciously said, it's the tail. After speaking, AI Ran was also dumbfounded. I seem to have said something strange just now? Yano Yukinashita blinked his eyes, do foreigners have tails? At this time, the satchel brought by AI Ran banged and turned into a cloud of smoke, and Perla sat on the ground and gasped. Sorry boss, the transformation time has been more than 30 minutes, I really can't hold on. Yano Yukinashita. What is this? Chapter 032. When Yukinashita Yano left, she came to find out the details of the boyfriend who was suspected to be her sister, but she was at a loss when she left. Yukinashita Yukino had just told her and everything that had happened recently. These are completely beyond her understanding. But the transformative cat and the scion with the tail open stood in front of her, and she couldn't believe it. As for what Dragon Ball and gods directly subverted her cognition. On the way back, Yano was stunned for a long time in the back seat of the car. It's still very meaningful to come here today, at least knowing the boy she likes, it's not bad. Yukinashita Yano comforted herself like this, but she quickly remembered that Yukino also had the so-called Dragon Ball on her, and she couldn't help but worry. Let's not tell my mother about this yet, I'll pay attention to the situation on Koyukino's side first. After thinking for a while, Yukinashita Yano made a decision in his heart. Suddenly, a small cloud of orange-yellow flames appeared out of thin air in the car, but Yano and the driver did not react at all, and everything in the car was as usual in their field of vision. Eventually, the flame melted into Yukishita Yono's body. And the car continued to drive towards Yono's university, as if nothing had happened. In the apartment on the other side, Ai-ran and Yukino under the snow stood side by side in front of the window. Your sister's expression just now is definitely beginning to doubt life. With a blank look at Ai-ran, Yukishita Yukino said softly. After all, so many things happened in front of her, I think telling her the reason for the matter is the right choice. Saying that, she showed a hint of a smile. Tonight is actually an opportunity, I and my sister have not had such a chat for a long time. After opening up and communicating well, Yukinashita Yukino found that her sister had been caring about her as before. Sorry I was careless today. Ai-ran looked at Yukoshita Yukino with an apologetic face, and every time he got carried away, he couldn't help but wag his tail, especially after meeting Yukino, this symptom was even more serious. It's not all your problem, I didn't expect my sister to come over tonight, and as long as you don't get hurt. Summoning up his courage, Yukino gently leaned on Aaron's shoulder. As long as the two of them can stay together quietly like this, it can make her feel very at ease. Ai-ran trembled slightly, and his body unconsciously tensed up because of nervousness. Pulo looked at a certain Saiyan who was not showing up, sighed helplessly, then curled up and fell asleep on the sofa. Divide line the next day, after school. All members of the Ministry of Service arrived at the activity room on time. It's another day without commission, Ai-ran groaned as she lay on the table. At this time, Yukinashita Yukino placed a cup of black tea in front of him. The Ministry of Service is a club that accepts the commission of students to help them solve problems, but its existence has not been made public, and all the current commissions are introduced by Shizuki Hiratsuka. Hijiya Hachiman complained, finding someone to talk to is itself exposing one's inner weaknesses to others. Ai-ran knows the reason for the establishment of this society. According to Shizuki Hiratsuka's explanation, it is Sasuke's physical technique Lion Repeat that is referenced from Rock Lee, and Naruto's Naruto Repeat is Sasuke's, and she will definitely use the plot of the manga as a metaphor. So the members of the ministry also learn something or borrow something from it when they help others. But anyway, Ai-ran still agrees with Baijiya Hachiman's remarks, anyway, he will never easily expose his heart to others. Ai-ran looked at the sky blue teacup in front of him, and then at the white one under the snow. These two cups are couples. Looking at Ai-ran's doubtful eyes, Yukinashita Yukino explained with a slightly red face, yesterday I went to buy vegetables, there are only these two cups left, I think it's good and I bought them back first. Hichiya Hachiman, who was sitting at the farthest away, picked up the disposable cup in front of him with a sour face. What did you do wrong? To watch this dog man and woman here face show here. Yesterday by Bihama's commission, I don't know if she practiced when she went back later. Yukinashita Yukino tried to change the subject, and she still valued the results of these commissions. Baikugo looked over suspiciously, the commission was clearly over, why did you suddenly mention this? I think that if you want to improve yourself, you should try to push the limit, and in terms of the final result, it is also to be better than Hama-san. If you don't betray yourself, you may betray your dreams. Even if you work hard, you may not be able to achieve your dreams, but the fact that you have worked hard can be a comfort. Baikugo casually said his theory. Yukinashita sighed after listening to it, it's just self-satisfaction, it's disgusting. After that, she continued to turn her gaze to Ai Ran. The originally cold eyes slowly softened. Previously, in the ice and snow world, she saw Ai Ran training in human every day, and out of curiosity, Yukino asked Ai Ran why she tortured herself like this. At that time, Ai Ran replied, "First of all, I like training and fighting, which is the most basic source of motivation for all behavior. And anyway, I who broke through the limit today is definitely stronger than I was yesterday. I've always believed in it. Especially with things that must be guarded." At this time, a knock on the door suddenly came, and Bihama pushed the door in. "Yeah. What kind of weird way of saying hello is that?" Hichiya complained in his heart, glanced at Yubihama, and continued to look down at his novel. At this time, Yuki Nashita and Yubihama had already begun a conversation. "In return, I brought you baked cookies." Yukishita Yukino was completely grim, and it seemed that Yubihama's dark cuisine impressed her, and Hichiya on the other side seemed to remember the taste, which was a little unnatural. Only Ai Ran shrugged indifferently, "Didn't it taste a bit like a burnt vegetable, man? It's not that hard to accept, hypocritical earthling. I don't have any appetite now, thank you for your kindness." Under the snow, Yukino always has something to say. However, in the face of her decisive refusal, Yubihama did not hear anything, hummed a song and took out a small bag of cookies from the bag, although the bag was pink, but the pitch black on the bag could be seen. "Nah, here you go, Zioxu." "No, thanks." Under Yubihama's powerful offensive, Yuki Nashita Yukino had to accept the return gift in her hand. "Zioxu, where do you usually have lunch? Let's go together next time." "In the activity room, with Ai Ran." "No, don't do this, I'm not very used to eating with strangers, and Zioxu is a little disgusting, don't bark." In this way are Zioxu and Ai Ran a couple? Not yet. Under Yubihama's powerful offensive, Yuki Nashita Yukino's resistance paled a little weakly. "Nice job, Bihama. Your arrival not only washed away the sour smell of love at once, but also gave me the opportunity to escape." Closing the novel, Hijiya Hachiman got up from his seat, said goodbye in a barely audible voice, and left the activity room. Yubihama noticed this, quickly put down Yuki Nashita Yukino, took a new bag of slightly decorated cookies from his bag, and chased after him. It seems that he still hasn't escaped. Looking at all this, Ai Ran laughed silently. Chapter 033. With the addition of Uihihama, the Ministry of Service also gradually became lively, and after solving the incident of Yashiki Kaisa's novel, the time came to Saturday. Today is the first time that the game club has been co-located, and it will be held in Ai Ran's apartment. You don't want to participate in the meeting. After the meeting, the ability of the two-star dragon is to absorb the power of the people around you. I'm a little worried about your physical state. Hearing Ai Ran say this, Yuki Nashita Yukinai shook his head. "I'm not as weak as you think, and I'm a little worried about you. Don't worry, if there is any physical discomfort, I will go back first." Okay, Ai Ran couldn't resist Yuki Nashita Yukino, and could only choose to agree. At this time, the bell of the access control rang. After connecting, a Nulun's voice also came over. "Ai Ran, we have already arrived in the lobby of your apartment. Well, come up, it's room 1507, I'll wait for you on it." Soon, there was a knock on the door of the apartment. Looking at Ai Ran, who was placing snacks, Yukino sighed helplessly, "Let me open the door." "Oh, that's bothering you." As a qualified investor, Ai Ran covered all the expenses of the club for 2 days, including snacks. The money conjured by the king god of time does not need to be used in vain. Opening the door, Yuki Nashita took a cursory look at the original foursome of the game club. Anulun was also slightly stunned. Although he was a complete two-dimensional person, he was still slightly shocked by the beauty of Yukino under the snow. Especially that cold temperament made him feel that the second dimension had come in a trance. Shiu Kashumajayaka behind her also frowned slightly when she looked at Anulun, who was not contending, and Hydri Sawamura covered her mouth and sighed softly at the beauty of Yukino under the snow. Only Megami Kato is still expressionless, making people unable to see through her inner thoughts. Soon, Anulun also reacted, "Hello, we are here to hold a club dormitory, is AI Ran here? Well, please come in, AI Ranjun will prepare food for you." Yukinashita Yukino gave way slightly, and she didn't have much ill feelings for the group when they first met. Although Anulun was also a little dazed after seeing himself, who made himself so cute. Yukino is always so confident. After seeing everyone in the game club, AI Ran nodded slightly, "Good morning, everyone." "Good morning. Sit down and talk." AI Ran made Yukinashita sit on the edge of the sofa, and she sat in the middle of the sofa, thinking of slightly closing the distance between her and the other members of the game club. The ability to absorb energy is no joke, even if the speed of energy passing is extremely slow, he is not willing to let Yukinashita Yukino take risks. Anulun also sat on the opposite side of the coffee table, with Sawamura Hydri on the left and Kashumajayaka Shiu on the right. As for Megami Kato, AI Ran was shocked in his heart. Where is Kato? Is AI Ran looking for something? An indifferent voice suddenly came from his left side. Megami Kato didn't know when she was also sitting on the sofa, and AI Ran didn't notice it at all. Frowning slightly, AI Ran was a little surprised by Megami Kato's ability. It was a pity not to be an assassin or ninja with this qualification. Nothing. AI Ran shook his head and continued. Let's start the discussion of the game below. Don't care about me and the existence of Yukishita. After speaking, AI Ran entered the perception mode. As long as he found the trace of the two-star dragon, he would let Kian appear and find him out. As for what game to discuss, AI Ran is now completely uninterested. What's more, as an otaku who was only hit by a truck and crossed since 2022, what game has he never seen? Old driver, okay. Anujun, is the new plan ready? Oh. Anulun also swallowed the biscuit in his hand. I can't think that Garner will care about progress. AI Ran on the side frowned slightly. After Anulun also began the conversation with Kato, the fluctuation of energy began, and he didn't feel anything yet. But fortunately, there was nothing abnormal on Yukino under the snow. This made AI Ran slightly relieved. Since I am making a drama love game, I first referred to most of the works on the market and then wrote a new plan. It may be an incentive for funds and personnel in place, and this time Anulun did make a lot of effort to make this plan. Kashumajayaka Shiu took the copywriter and glanced at it, and nodded. Sawamura-san, since the work of the ethics kun has begun, what is your progress? Sawamura Iri was shocked, and Lun didn't delay this time? She didn't expect Anulun's progress to be so fast. She was lying in bed last night and watched a night of comics, and Flash Girl was completely forgotten. Her purpose in joining the game club is not just to make love games, she has another purpose. I was thinking, do you think style and color matching are so easy to come up with? It's not about making popcorn, it's something you need to inspire. Sawamura Hydri can find a work from the internet to cope with it first, but her dignity as a fan artist makes her unable to do anything to fool Anyiranya. Kashumajayaka, what about you? The plot should not have been written at all. Then disappoint Sawamura-san. Kashumi's Haikyuu took out his notebook, and Anulun hurried up. With a hint of anticipation, Kashumi Hills Shiu asked, Ethical kun, how do you feel? It feels, Anulun also read it throughout, I feel almost something. What's the difference? Kashumajayaka Shiu asked. Anulun also kept scrolling the mouse, and his frown did not stretch. It's hard to say clearly, I always feel different from the impact of the love games I have played. Anulun's answer was vague, but Kashumi Hills Shiu did not pursue the question. She also didn't expect the script to pass in one go. I'll change it and make the plot more detailed. Xiaoshiki Shihu turned her gaze to Ai Ran. Ai Ran, can you hand me the dark chocolate over there? Ai Ran glanced at Kashumi Hills in surprise. This is 99% pure chocolate, which he randomly chose in the supermarket. After eating it once, he couldn't think about eating it anymore. And according to Ai Ran's understanding, this thing was more difficult to eat than the burnt vegetable man. Someone took the initiative to ask for such an unpalatable thing? Before he could act, Sawamura picked up the chocolate. Kashoma Jayakayaka, this is 99% pure chocolate. I know. Kashoma Jayakashiu's tone was flat. Since Kashomi's Haikyuu insisted, Ai Ran could only remind him. It's really bitter. Thank you. The corners of Kashoma Jayakashiu's mouth pursed slightly, and she put the chocolate into her mouth. I saw that her brows furrowed for a moment. But she immediately returned to her usual indifferent and gloomy face, and the previous changes seemed to be just an illusion. The bitterness of chocolate is comparable to the bitterness of my heart. Chapter 034. The second volume of Love Metronome was recommended by Anyiranya and became a popular work, and Kashoma Jayakashiu also became a popular writer. Since then, she feels that the source of motivation for her creation has changed. Change is change, and she is willing to change for the sake of ethics. However, Daejun never gave an opinion on the third volume of Love Metronome again, and said, "What I want to see is the work of senior sister Shia from the heart." Now, the third volume of Love Metronome has been shelved, and every night I toss and turn, and I can no longer find the original intention and motivation to write. Ai Ran looked at Xiaoshiki Shia's sometimes gritted teeth, sometimes gloomy face, and could sense that the flow of energy was faster. Is that you? Two planetary hosts? Ai Ran had always felt that the second planet was most likely in Megami Kato, because her ability was too evil. Ai Ran's combat power now exceeds 15,000, but she still often does not perceive her presence. But now Kashoma Jayakayaka's mood swings can directly affect the speed of energy transmission? What the hell is going on here? Seeing Ai Ran's brows furrowed tightly, Yukino put her hand on his. Feeling the body temperature of Yukino under the snow, Ai Ran's impatient heart slowly calmed down. Smiling at her, Ai Ran continued to observe herself. Senior sister Kashoma Jayaka, really work hard. Megami Kato whispered in a voice she could hear. Sawamura Iri looked at Ai Ran and Yukinashita Yukino. Have Ai Ran and Yukishita heard of Love Metronome? No, I hate everything literal. Ai Ran decisively said his thoughts. Of course, this also has the element of continuing to test Kashomi Hill. He wanted to see if the flow of energy would be a little faster if he said Kashoma Jayakashiu's disgust. Then it is possible to find that host. Unfortunately, Kashoma Jayakashiu just looked at the computer without saying a word, and nothing happened. Yukinashita Yukino also shook his head. I don't read light novels much. This way, seeing Yukinashita Yukino and Ai Ran's hands together, Iri asked suspiciously, are you two a couple? It looks like your relationship is so good. Yukinashita Yukino smiled slightly, and did not answer Iri's question. To be precise, she and Ai Ran are not a couple yet. Because no one has ever confessed to the other, but so what? Although Ai Ran is a little afraid to talk about topics like love for some reason. But Yukinashita Yukino understands it, because he has to face danger all the time and does not dare to promise himself at will. Now it's good that the natural romance does not need the so-called confession to strengthen the bond between the two people. Ying Li's words also attracted the attention of the other three people. Xiaoshiki Shihu also showed a trace of envy at this time. The discussion was held in a relatively light atmosphere, except for Shihu Kashoma Jayakayaka. After she was also rejected by An Yulun, she didn't say a word, and kept staring at what was written on the computer. So be it today. When the time came noon, An Yulun also announced that the morning activities were over. Say it, breathe a sigh of relief. Today's harvest is also full. You guys rest here first, I'll go and prepare food for you with Yukishita. Saying that, AI Ran pulled Yukishita Yukino towards her apartment, and AI Ran's residence was completely devoid of ingredients. Although he can eat, he can't cook at all. In the apartment under the snow, AI Ran is fighting in snow. With so many people eating, and a certain dry rice machine present, the workload is not ordinarily large. Looking at AI Ran, who was stunned, Yukinashita Yukino asked, "Are you still thinking about the Dragon Ball?" Well, the ability of the two-star dragon is to increase its strength by absorbing human desires and emotions, and the mood fluctuations of Shiyu just now make the evil chi a little more intense. But I always felt that she didn't look like a host. AI Ran told Yukino about his troubles and speculation, and mental activity has never been a specialty of Saiyans. Kato may also be the host. Have you heard a sentence? Weirdness will attract each other, and Pulo appeared in front of her for the first time when she came to this world, coupled with her haunted ability, it couldn't help but make people suspicious. Although the two-star dragon has no way to harm humans before it is completely resurrected, I can't be sure if dragging it on will have any irreparable impact on these people, so I must quickly find him and destroy him. After listening to it, Yukinashita Yukino thought for a moment and said, "Ape-kun, you may have entered the misconception of thinking, and I think the most likely ones are not necessarily the two of them. So who do you think?" AI Ran was a little anxious. "I can't tell you yet, lest you have preconceived ideas because of my ideas." Yukishita Suino lightly tapped AI Ran's forehead and gave him a blank look. "Okay, let's focus on cooking with me, because of someone, our workload is not small. Arno, do you need my help? I'm still very good at cooking." Megami Kato's voice suddenly came, startling AI Ran and Yukinashita Yukino startled. "When did Kato-san come over?" AI Ran smiled dryly and asked. "I came with you, but you don't seem to have seen me." Megami Kato made a very distressed look, although in the eyes of AI Ran and Yukinashita Yukino, her expression still did not change. "Well, at first? Wouldn't that be?" "Yes, I heard it all, what evil chi, Dragon Balls, weirdness, and so on. AI Ran-san, can you explain it to me specifically? Also, who are you and Pulru? What exactly are we going through?" Yukishita Yukino held his forehead and sighed, "Ape-kun, you can't help here clumsily, let's go out and sit for a while. Kato-san, can you come and help me prepare lunch together? I'll explain it to you." "Well, okay then." AI Ran nodded, walked to Yukino Yuki's living room, and looked at Mr. Pan. Inside the kitchen, Yukino and Megami Kato also got busy. Although he did not urge Yukinashita Yukino, Kato's doubtful eyes never dissipated. After a moment of silence, Yukinashita Yukino also organized the language. "Kato-san, here's the thing. P.S. Initiate a poll. According to the outline, story will enter a turning point in 10 to 15 days, now everyone can vote, whether it is a multi-female harem, or a single heroine pure love. After NTR or something, I am also very good at it, and even if there are many people who watch it, I can also open a group to write some GHS fanfare. So if you have any ideas, please leave a message here. I will announce the specific number of people who like a single heroine or a harem in 10 days to determine the direction of the plot later. By the way, see the friends here trouble to give a 5-star praise, thank you." Chapter 035. As Megami Kato said, her cooking level is really good. AI Ran put a piece of meat in his mouth and chewed it for a while, tasting it carefully. Although the taste is not as amazing as Yukinashita Yukino's cooking, it is a relatively neutral home-cooked dish. But just ordinary dishes, you can feel her intentions. "Yes, Kato, you will definitely be a good wife in the future." As soon as AI Ran's words fell, everyone who had been eating harmoniously suddenly stopped and looked at him with a strange expression. Megami Kato was slightly stunned, and then said thank you with his usual face. Anulun also lowered his head, and a trace of gloom flashed in the depths of his eyes. Kato is the heroine, he unearthed. The scene fell into an eerie silence, only the sound of Ai Ran eating frantically. Yukino was still eating slowly, and it was not surprising that Ape-kun would say such words without common sense. However, she still reminded, Ape-kun, you can't say something like that to a girl casually. Is it? Sorry, I'll pay attention next time. Ai Ran's mouth was filled with food, and his voice was vaguely assured of Yukino under the snow. Yingli Li leaned into Kazuma Jayakashiu's ear and whispered, black silk. Fat woman, Ai Ran's food intake is so terrifying, I originally thought that I couldn't eat so many meals. Kazuma Jayakashiu, who was originally immersed in how to modify the script of Flash Girl, looked up after hearing Yingli's words, and then said uncertainly. Boys have entered puberty, so they eat more, right? Hearing this, Yingli Li also looked at Xiaohiki Ushio with a shocked face. Did this fat woman even have no common sense of life? Which adolescent boy can eat dozens of servings at once, and there is no sign of stopping? An Yulun also suddenly said, let's not play a game in the afternoon, just now I saw that Ai Ran's home equipment seems to be quite complete. Yes, you can use it as you like, I have bought a lot of games before, but I have basically never played them. When he first arrived in this world, he basically searched all the games on the market. After all, he was a senior otaku in his previous life. But after buying it back and playing with it, I felt bored. Great! An Yulun is also very happy, he has been busy writing a plan these days, and the drama has not been chased, and the game has not been played. He was about to have a withdrawal reaction. Lun Yat, you are not allowed to play. Yingli Li said fiercely with two tiger teeth exposed. Why? Your project is just 3 pieces of paper. Is it really reasonable that even 3 sheets of paper are not full? An Yulun was also speechless, lying on the table and wailing, how is this so? I really want to play games and watch dramas. Ying! Lily saw that An Yulun was also like this, and her heart softened a little, okay, but you can only play for a while. Yingli pair. An Yulun also looked at his childhood sweetheart with a touched face, and the latter snorted arrogantly, and a hint of blush appeared on his face. At this time, Ai Ran slowed down the speed of his own eating, he inadvertently scanned several people in the game club, and the speed of his energy loss from the beginning became much faster. Even Yukino under the snow has been affected somewhat. Divide line. After the meal, Yuki Nashita and Megami Kato clean up the table, while Ai Ran returned to his apartment with the others. After plugging in the gaming device. What do you want to play? Ai Ran asked casually. An Yulun also thought about it and replied, Gal game, when playing, you can also provide some inspiration for our own games. What do you think? Don't ask me. Lun also. Then play Gal game, and to spice things up, let's compete to see who achieves the perfect ending in the shortest amount of time. Ai Ran is the master, can you start with you? I won't participate, I'm not very good at pretty girl games. Ai Ran shook his head decisively. Please, I also want Ai Ran to feel the charm of Gal game. And I especially recommend this game. Saying that, An Yulun also took out a game disc and looked at it with a reverent face, exuding the brilliance of a missionary. Looking at An Yulun's eyes as a fanatical believer, Ai Ran subconsciously took half a step back, nodding helplessly in agreement. Sitting on the sofa, Ai Ran began the in-game strategy journey. The heroine is the character of the senior sister of the upper year. An hour later, a big bad end appeared on the screen, and An Yulun and the 3 were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Ai Ran also fell into deep doubts, he was also an old driver back then. Why is this? Yingli Li has a ghostly expression, playing this kind of game can perfectly avoid all the right options, which is no longer the level that ordinary people can achieve. Senior sister invited you to a knee pillow just now, why did you refuse? Yingli Li felt that her 3 views had been seriously impacted. AI Ran said with a natural expression, the behavior of the knee pillow is originally very strange. If you really want to maintain that posture knee pillow, the woman's knee will be unbearable to die. If the male protagonist really liked that senior sister, he would not have made such a move. Xia. Haikyoshiu's eyes flashed with a strange brilliance, and she asked. The scene in the dressing room before, as long as you choose to enter, it will trigger the hidden plot of accidentally entering the dressing room, and there are already hints, which is a rare welfare plot. Why did you choose to leave? In a place like the dressing room, you don't take the initiative to knock on the door and break in directly. Does the male protagonist have no common sense of life? If you really go in, you can only be regarded as an intentional crime. An Yulun also asked unwillingly at this time, why did you choose that the heroine to feed and accidentally fall in the stairwell? This AI Ran recalled a little about his thoughts when playing the game. This game is still very well made, and when it comes to these plots, I will substitute myself into it. It's just that if I let the girl feed me, it's not as fast as I can eat myself, it's very troublesome. As for the stairwell, the senior sister must help her if she is going to fall, but after helping it, she still thinks about taking advantage of others. Isn't this scum? Yes, is that so? An Yulun also squatted on the ground with his head in his hands, and he had already begun to doubt life. Reason told him that what AI Ran said just now made sense, but the second dimension and the third dimension are different. After thinking for a while, An Yulun also made his own judgment. Sure enough, the third dimension is a garbage game that does not talk about common sense and does not reflect progress. AI Ran scratched his head, looked at the three people in front of him and asked suspiciously, what's wrong? Am I not right? Chapter 036. The illogical three-dimensional is really a terrible game. An Yulun also sat on the sofa with wooden eyes and muttered to himself. Obviously, An Yulun had always thought that AI Ran was also a person in the circle, but what he said just now was too defensive for his two-dimensional mansion. AI Ran looked at An Yulun Yi, who was in a poor mental state, hesitated for a while, but still patted him on the shoulder and said. Classmate An Yi, although I don't know how you came to this conclusion, many things can't be based on your subjective imagination alone. Is quadratics really perfect? I don't know, but it's important to distinguish between ideals and reality, both as a creator and just as a person. Imaginary people and things will not be perfect, they are just deduced by you based on your own ideas. When I was an otaku in my previous life, the second dimension in AI Ran's eyes was also quite beautiful. Handsome men and women, princes and princesses, amazing adventures. However, turning around reality gave him a slap in the face. It is clear that he has been reincarnated as a very buggy race, but his previous experience in the past 10 years has only been killing, destroying and perishing. All the fantasies about good things were crushed and thrown to the ground in front of reality. If it weren't for the king god of the time realm, he would still be atoning for his sins in the hell mansion now. Xiao's Haikyoshiu, who was sitting on the side, was slightly stunned, and repeated the last sentence of AI Ran just now in his heart. Is the image of the ethical sovereign really just a fantasy in my heart? Am I taking too much into the role of Saiyans? Shouldn't love be sweet in addition to bitterness? But such a thought just popped up, and she suppressed it. But she still subconsciously moved her gaze to An Yulun Yi. On the other hand, after hearing AI Ran's remarks, An Yulun also had greater emotional fluctuations, and AI Ran's previous speech simply completely denied his existence. But he didn't have a seizure, after all, AI Ran is an investor, no matter how he can't get into trouble with investors. He pushed his glasses and said, I understand what AI Ran said, it's my turn in the next game, I choose the role of a classmate. With that, he picked up the controller and focused all his attention on the game. At this time, Xiao's Haikyoshiu's brows furrowed deeper, and the ethical sovereign did not argue for reason. Choice of concessions? Is it because you want to make a game and don't want to offend investors? The gaze fell in AI Ran's direction again, and the eyes of the two people converged. AI Ran nodded slightly towards her, and was ready to go to Yukinashita Yukino's apartment. Now she can't judge who the host is, let her be alone with Megami Kato for so long, AI Ran will still be a little uneasy. But as soon as he reached the door, AI Ran stopped abruptly. I don't know what the reason is for the loss of energy, and it suddenly increases several times. Now this state must have an impact on ordinary humans. AI Ran looked back at the three people in the room. Ying Li is standing behind An Yulun and constantly pointing at Zhongshan. To put it bluntly, it is a spoiler. Shiukasho Majayaka was staring at the notebook, but he was not coding, just in a daze. Is it all like this, or can't you find it? AI Ran sighed in his heart and walked out of the door of the apartment. It was only after AI Ran turned to leave that a green light appeared in his apartment, and before everyone could react, the light quickly disappeared again. Divide line. When AI Ran came to Yukino's apartment, he found that they were stroking Pulu. The cat is now experiencing the peak of its own cat life, reclining on Yukinashita Yukino's thigh, Kato Megami massaging the flesh balls on its two front feet, and Yukinashita teasing its chin. Pulu half squinted and made a purr sound. AI Ran stepped forward, picked up the back of Pulu's neck, and threw it out casually. As a Saiyan Jr., how can you be willing to fall like this? Quick, go and pour me tea. Yes, boss. Pulu has the potential to be a little brother, and after hearing AI Ran's order, he quickly flew towards the kitchen. Yukinashita covered her mouth and laughed softly. Just now, the ape-kun acted because Pulu was lying on my lap, so was he jealous? You can see from his expression that he really can't hide his thoughts at all. AI Ran sat not far from the snow under the snow, rubbed his eyebrows. This is another pit father's task, until now there is no clue. At this time, Megami Kato's calm voice came over. AI Ran-san, Miss Yukinashita told me about the two planets just now. Thank you for what you have done to protect us. It's just my job, take money to do things, so you don't have to thank me. After a pause, AI Ran began to look at Megami Kato, who he thought was most likely the host of the second planet. Kato, has anything unusual happened around you lately? Or is there anything uncomfortable about your body? Megami Kato thought about it for a while, and then shook his head. No, except for meeting Pulu and Aaron, my life is exactly the same as before. The only thing that has changed is probably joining this game club. This way. AI Ran nodded subconsciously. Even though the legendary sage Hui was facing unknown danger, AI Ran did not see any worried look on her face. Whether it was Yukino or Yano before, it took a long time to reluctantly accept these truths when they knew them. But Megami Kato was still as pale as usual, and he had to make AI Ran a little admired. Kato, in fact, don't worry too much, with my current strength, I can still easily protect you in the hands of this evil dragon. So trust me and contact me if anything unusual happens. Megami Kato nodded slightly. It's just that every time AI Ran can say her name correctly, there is always a strange look in the depths of her eyes. In my previous life, it seems that only my relatives can do this. A weak presence is really annoying. At this time, An Yulun's voice suddenly came from outside the Suino apartment under the snow. Garner, are you here? I'm here. Kato got up and walked towards the door. We're playing games and I'm thinking about having you join in. Gana, let's feel the charm of gal game. An-san, my name is Kato. Sorry, I'll pay attention next time. It's been many times, just like that. The voices of the two gradually drifted away. Chapter 037. On Sunday afternoon, AI Ran accompanied the 4 members of the game club to Chiba's station. Today they are going back to Tokyo. This weekend of sleepovers did not make any real progress in terms of the progress of the game. From Saturday afternoon, An Yulun and Ying Li were both fully immersed in the game. Even Shiukasho Majayaka and Megami Kato, who don't play games much, were involved in the later period. Even a senior two-dimensional house like Anulun has to say that although AI Ran plays games very well, his games and various equipment are really complete. Some on the market can basically be found in his home, and even if there are none, as long as he says it, AI Ran promises to buy it the next time they come over. Such an unjust head, no, is the Gold Lord, this year is rare. Everyone, see you next Saturday. If there is any temporary activity, directly say in the line group, I will arrive in time. As the train was about to come, across the ticket gate, AI Ran waved goodbye to the 4 people. It's just that the smile on his face is a little reluctant. 2 days, 2 whole days, his apartment is about to become a game house for this group of people. But even so, AI Ran still didn't find out anything. It seems that there is really only a slow wait for the 2-star dragon to revive itself, hoping that by that time there will be no death. Yingli raised her small fist and said loudly, Henti Aaron, next time you come over, you will be a model for me. Words count. I would never make such a shameful gesture again. AI Ran turned his head and snorted coldly, thinking of what happened last night. Last night, after they all rested, AI Ran began to take a bath, and after taking a bath, he was shirtless and ready to go out to find a forest or other place to practice for a while, and just after leaving the bathroom, he collided with Yingli, who got up at night. Suddenly, a shirtless man appeared in front of him, and Yingli instinctively screamed. The voice attracted Shiukazu Majayaka and Megami Kato. As for Anulun, I don't know what the reason is, he didn't appear. I can't see it, AI Ranjun's figure is so explosive. AI Ran still remembered that Syazhiki Hoshio licked her lips slightly, teased him, and then went back to the room to rest. Megami Kato still looked calm, and began to comfort the frightened and undecided Iri pair. Because it was just an accident, plus it was already midnight, after AI Ran's simple explanation, everyone rested. But in the morning, after AI Ran returned from cultivation, Yingli Li found AI Ran. Because of last night's incident made him compensate for himself, such as letting her take material shirtless. AI Ran, who couldn't grind her, was pulled into the bedroom by Yingli and posed for all kinds of pose naked. Throughout the morning, AI Ran endured the crazy smile that Yingli let out after entering the creative state. Isn't her skin always thin? It's really a picture book. Waving at the 4 people in the game club, AI Ran turned and left. This morning's experience also severely damaged the Saiyan psyche. Now that he was mentioning it, he didn't want to stay with this group of people for a moment. Before he went far, Syazhiki Hoshio's voice came over, I can't see it, AI Ranjun is quite pure. This is much better than a blonde tsundere girl in a drawing book. Say who? You black silk fat woman. Whoever jumps out. I'll say who. AI Ran quickened his pace. In a short time, he didn't want to see this group of people again. Today, Anulun also seemed very quiet, standing alone in front of the platform with his head bowed and not knowing what he was thinking. Divide line. One color feather, a first-year student in the General Martial Arts High School. She always plays a natural role in order to fit in, which makes her very popular among boys. Of course, this is not without cost. Simple camouflage is not enough, action is also an essential part. In order to maintain such popularity, she wanted Hayama, who was the most popular among boys, to become her boyfriend, and decisively joined the soccer department as a manager. Also, in order to maintain such a popular status, he was dragged by his classmates to participate in a meaningless sorority. After the sorority ended, she was stopped by someone who had just seen her at the sorority. The high school student who dressed up in a flowing way forced her into a corner, and said frivolously, Is Heike-chan, let's play with us again, how about KTV? What about this? What to do about it? Although I really want to go, but our house has a curfew time, or next time. Ichiki. Yu's eyes drifted, trying his best to maintain his personality. There were many pedestrians on the road, but everyone hurried past them as if they had not seen this scene. It was the first time she had seen this situation. In her anxiety, a faint tear flashed in her eyes. "Don't say that, we'll send you back before your curfew, please." Although he said please, the boy took a step forward again, bringing himself closer to the girl in front of him. At this time, a friend who came with him suddenly poked him in the waist, indicating that there seemed to be something wrong across the road. The boy looked impatiently in the direction he was pointing. Ai Ran stood across the road, staring straight at the group. There was no unnecessary move, Ai Ran just watched like this, but the murderous aura he consciously released was all focused on the boy. Just being stared at like this, the boy's cold sweat couldn't help but flow. So he made what was probably the best choice of his life. Or let's make an appointment next time. I seem to suddenly remember that there are still things to do, so let's do it first, is Heike-chan. After that, he quickly fled the scene with his companions. Seeing that the group of gangsters dispersed like this, Ai Ran shrugged his shoulders and continued to walk towards the apartment. It's a cold world, injustice is happening all around, but no one wants to stop. There is no need to know who is being saved, and Ai Ran has no interest in knowing unrelated people. There is no need to prove anything through violence, these people are too weak to raise the desire to fight at all. However, Yukinashita Yukina, who is waiting for him to return in the apartment, dreams of making the world a better place, so she must think that he can become a partner of justice. Yi Shiyu was surrounded by the gangsters just now, and he didn't see who the person who helped him was, but he only vaguely saw that the person was also wearing the school uniform of Zhongguogao. After calming her mood a little, she looked in the direction Ai Ran left. Ai Ran has gone so far that he can only see a silhouette in general, and of course, Ai Ran's signature feature, the tail wrapped around his waist. Chapter 038. On the new day, Ai Ran walked slowly towards the Ministry of Service alone. Although they are classmates, Ai Ran and Hijiya Hachiman are not the kind of people who like to travel together, and they two of them have not even communicated except in the club. From a certain point of view, Ai Ran and Hijiya Yaman have diametrically opposed personalities. Of course, both of them have awkward personalities. One seems confused, but can show a very sober situation at a critical moment. One seems to stay awake at all times, but hesitates a little when it comes to things. Like now. When Ai Ran walked into the service department, Yuhi Hamayui had not yet arrived, and there were only Hijiya Hachiman and Yukinashita Yukino in the classroom, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn, and the two people seemed to have just quarreled. What's going on today? Ai Ran looked at these two people suspiciously, although he had not dealt with them, but because of Ai Ran's existence, the two of them could generally maintain restraint. Yukinashita Yukino glanced at Hijiya Hachiman and said coldly, "The treasures of our club want to withdraw and join the tennis club." "Hey? What is this for? Wasn't it good before? And Yubihama has often come to play since last week, and the club has just become a little popular." Yukinashita Yukino added, "I don't think that you have the ability to participate in group activities, and your transformation has not yet been completed, Hijigu-san." Yukinashita Yukino has always attached great importance to commissions. Hijiya Hachiman looked at the two with an unhappy expression. "I also accepted the commission of others, so..." He didn't say everything. Instead of eating dog food here every day and enduring Uihama's jumpy personality, he might as well join the tennis club. Hijiya Hachiman remembered the face of a certain angel at this time. His face turned unnaturally red all of a sudden. Ai Ran looked at Hijiya Hachiman. "The tennis club? Interest? It can't be the man who almost broke the big teacher appeared. Oh hello, I brought the client over." When the scene reached a stalemate, Uihama pushed open the door energetically, followed by a cute boy. "Hachiman. Toshika, why are you here?" Hearing Totsuka Saika call himself by name directly, his face turned even more rosy than Hachiman's face. Obedient, I really want to bend ah. Ai Ran glanced at Totsuka Saika, worthy of you, in terms of appearance, it is comparable to Under the Snow, but it's a pity that it's a boy. I saw that Zyakagia was very troubled, so I brought it over, thinking that I was also part of the club, so I wanted to make a contribution. Yukihama-san. It's okay, Zyaksu, don't thank me, this is what I should do as a member of the ministry. Yukinashita Yukino said lightly, Yukihama-san, you are actually not a member of the department. Isn't it? Yukihama looked at Yukinashita Yukino and Ai Ran with a dumbfounded look. Well, because I didn't receive an application to join the club, and the consultant didn't approve it, you're not a member yet. At this moment, the irritated Yukihama directly wailed. Yukinashita Yukino, who was accustomed to Yukihama's jumpy personality, chose to ignore her and looked at Totsuka Saika. So, Totsuka Saika-san, what is your commission? Ai Ran consciously poured a cup of tea for everyone. He is now the vice president, although he is only self-appointed. At this time, Yukinashita Yukino had already listened to Totsuka Saika's request. Okay, I accepted your commission, just improve your skills. Yes, I think as long as I become stronger, everyone will start working together, probably. Angel's Baijiya sighed in his heart, and asked Yukino Under the Snow, what are you going to do? Run to death, swing to death. Are you the devil? Ernest? Ai Ran walked up to Toshika's side and began to examine his limbs. Ai Ran-jun, what are you doing? Totsuka shouted shyly, and immediately attracted the attention of Yukino Yukinashita and Hajiya Hachiman. Scum, all Under the Snow, even want to defile the household. Baikagu stared at Ai Ran fiercely, complaining in his heart. Yukinashita Yukino also stood up and lightly kicked Ai Ran's calf. Ape-kun. Can't you control your bestiality anymore, and you have to deal with boys? Am I such a person? Ai Ran looked at the snow under the snow, and the three beautiful girls of the game club lived in Ai Ran's house before, and they were not jealous under the snow. A boy today actually made her threatened? As for Ai Ran considers himself a straight man of steel. Ai Ran-jun, are you done? Totsuka Saika looked at Ai Ran with a coquettish expression, and her voice trembled slightly. Ai Ran, who heard the voice, looked up, his breathing was sluggish, and he felt that his heart suddenly beat so fast. Obediently, Toshika is poisonous. Seeing that Ai Ran's hand was placed on Toshika Saika's neck and shoulders again, just touching the delicate skin, he looked envious and jealous than Kiya Hachiman. He said righteously, hurry up and let go of Toshika? Why do you look at me like that? I'm touching my bones. Ai Ran said helplessly. Yukishita Yukino said tastefully, then did you feel anything? Ai Ran-jun? The title has changed from Ape-kun back to Aaron-kun, showing that Yukino's vinegar jar under the snow is about to overturn. Ai Ran took a step back and looked at Ika Totsuka with his arms folded. I said, your body may not be particularly delicate, but if you want to learn martial arts, oh no, if you want to learn something with a relatively large amount of sports such as tennis, you may not achieve the expected results. Obviously the minimum effort is not yet. Yukino was a little unconvinced. Ai Ran sighed. Yukishita Yukino always forced himself to work hard like this, but forgot to combine work and rest. Previously, he helped Kikaiza, Yashiki, review the novel, and it was like this. Even under Ai Ran's compulsion, she didn't stay up too late, but her mental state was still very poor the next day. Thinking of this, Ai Ran came to Yukino under the snow and took her hand. Some things have to be said to be innate, especially when it comes to our physical fitness. Study well, move well, rest well, play well. It's important to combine work and rest, and that's my advice. Yukishita Yukino nodded. What Ai Ran said just now seemed to be said to Totsuka Saika, but in fact it was also said to himself. Hichiya and Yubihama were forced to take a bite of dog food and turned to look at Toshika. After all, the decision was still in his hands. After a moment, the Totsuka family took a deep breath and said stubbornly, "I still want to try it." "Is it? Then try to be practiced by Yukino under the snow." Looking at the dazzling Toshika, Baijiya looked obsessed. Yubihama Ui behind him puffed out his mouth, looking unhappy. What kind of expression is that? Obviously, she has never been like this. Chapter 039. On the tennis court. Uehama and Saika Totsuka were doing push-ups together, and Hichiya's eyes were drawn to something. Ran sat in the distance and looked at him speechlessly. Is it so obvious to Uehama? This guy didn't even say anything at all. If you really don't like it, why peek again? Big pig's trotters. Toshika Saika's physical fitness is really poor, and his weak arm strength makes him unable to do 5 push-ups in one breath. Yubihama on the side was a little stronger than him. It's a pity, this guy turned out to be a boy, Ran muttered. At this time, Yukino Yuki's voice came over, what a pity? Can Ape-kun explain it to me? Ran's body couldn't help but stiffen. It's nothing, get ready to start training. Toshika's arm strength is too poor, and there is no point in continuing to do push-ups. Ran decisively chose to change the subject, not knowing why Yukinashita Yukino was wary of the weak boy. Well, yes, just let me be his sparring partner, now this is the most suitable place for me. Yukinashita Yukino picked up 2 rackets and walked towards the middle of the court. Ran looked at the ants on the ground boredly, this situation is really not suitable for him to play. A little force can probably overturn the entire stadium. Since coming to this world to learn, Ran has never participated in any sports activities, and the risk is too great. For others. In order to train Saika Toshika, Yukino deliberately threw the ball to the left and right to make him run, so that he could receive the ball. However, things like this that consume physical strength are easy to fall, and if you don't have physical strength like Ayaka Toshika, it's easier to have an accident. Sure enough, it didn't take long for him to fall to the ground. Ran sighed and took out the medical kit from behind, and this scene really appeared. Will Hayama and Miura Yuko appear later? Ran secretly guessed and handed the medical kit in his hand to Totsuka Saika. Thank you. Totsuka blushed and thanked softly. Ran turned his head awkwardly, snorted and walked towards Yukino under the snow. Why is the Ape King so clever today? Under the snow, Xuanai looked at Ran with a puzzled expression, and there was a trace of danger in the depths of his eyes. Please, is Totsuka a boy? I'm a straight man. Although he is indeed quite cute. The above sentence, of course, Ran did not say it, he helplessly spread his hands. I am an expert in sports, can your physical strength still keep up? Physical strength is your only weakness, so if you can't, let's change to Kigu. Saying that, he nodded towards the worried-looking Hijiya Hachiman, look, he must be willing. Okay then. Yukinashita Yukino thought for a while, and then asked Hijiya Hachiman to come in as the substitute. Sure enough, many things will not change because of Ran's appearance. Not long after Bikagu took over, Ran saw a group of people walking towards the stadium in a group. He sighed, is this group still coming? Ah, play tennis, play tennis. The blonde girl who walked in the front said happily that. Because the tennis court floor was only used by Totsuka Saika to apply for it, it was calculated that idle people had to wait for him to come in. But without asking, the group pushed away the iron fence and walked in. It's like a king and a queen patrolling their own territory. And then the queen naturally takes over the floor and wants to use the court. I didn't care at all about the faces of Hijiya Hachiman, Uehama and Ayatoshika. Soon, the two groups clashed. Because Hayama is also a popular figure in school, he travels widely, and Miura Yuko is also a beautiful beauty with exotic style, handsome men and beautiful women, and their behavior attracts many onlookers. As Miura's voice grew louder, more and more people watched the excitement. As far as the eye can see, the tennis court is full of people standing all around, like wolves sniffing and moving, showing the position of Hayama's side, giving people invisible pressure. Ah, mixed doubles are good, I'm so smart, but is anyone willing to team up with Hidoriya-san? It's funny. Miura's laughing voice was a little sharp, and the audience next to her laughed along with it. Hachiman, this is trouble. Toshika was a little uneasy, but he still forced a tremor and said, or come to men's doubles, just to help me practice. What, now I want to play tennis, so what you need over there is a girl. Saika, let's play too, everyone is classmates. Toshika is also very popular in the class and gets along well with everyone, so Miura Yuko did not show too strong. I hope to say that Toshika Matsuguchi. Tatsuka looked scared, and his consciousness looked at Miura with his eyes, and then looked at Baijigu for a while, wanting to refuse but did not dare to refuse. Alas! Ai Ran sighed, under the snow, I'll deal with it, the popularity king in our class still let me negotiate. Well, be careful. Ai Ran smiled dumbly, poof, what is there to worry about this kind of thing? Yukishita Shuenai gave him a white look, I'm telling you to be careful, don't hurt your classmates, you will be punished later. At this time, the ape Jun's head was not bright again. Sorry, I'll pay attention. Ai Ran snorted and walked towards the court. The debate on the pitch continues. You see, Kaijia has tacitly agreed with my words. Baikigu blushed and protested loudly, you are a strong word. Well let's have fun together. Don't argue. Hayama looked like an old man, but his words were clearly in their favor. I said, you can go, the stadium was applied by Toshika, you have to play and apply for it yourself. Don't mess around here. Ai Ran was already in the middle of the stadium at this time. The originally noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Ever since Ai Ran came out of the teaching director's office, the legend of twisting steel into twists with his bare hands has spread throughout the campus, plus he always looks down on people, and everyone thinks he is a super bad. As soon as Ai Ran spoke, he immediately shocked everyone. What does Ai Ran also want to help by Fetch Valley? Let's just play together. Miura Yuko muttered a little reluctantly, but because of Ai Ran's reputation, she didn't dare to say too much. Yo, Ai Ran, you are there. Hayama greeted Ai Ran with a smile. Ai Ran's status in Class F is similar to Yukishita Yukino's ecological niche in Class J, and he never cares about others, but everyone maintains a certain awe of him. Moreover, Yukinashita Yanai specifically told him that Ai Ran would be her brother-in-law in the future. As the son of the Yukinashita family's lawyer, Hayama is also reluctant to conflict with Aaron. Hayama, if you want to play tennis, go and apply first, everyone follows the rules. It's not good to argue here and show jokes to other classes. Ai Ran led Hayama's group to the outside of the stadium, let's have a chance to play together, let's disperse today. This is also the activity of our ministry. That's okay. After that, Hayama left first with the reluctant Miura Yumiko. Suddenly, a figure quietly leaned into Ai Ran's ear and said, Senior, my name is Yi Shiyu, don't forget it. Ai Ran turned her head to look at Yi Shiyu, but by this time, she had already left with the crowd. Have we met? What is there to know? Ai Ran shook his head speechlessly, and suddenly the temperature around him suddenly dropped a lot. Turning around, Yukinashita Yukino was looking at him playfully. Chapter 040. Roar? Does Ape-kun still know a first-grade junior? I really can't see it. Yukishita Yukino held his arms and stood very close to Ai Ran, and the two of them were almost close together. I don't know, I haven't seen her at all. Raising a hand, holding it up, Yukinashita muttered. This way, Yes, after all, the ape June has always been so vulgar, although occasionally there will be flashes, but it is estimated that it is not so easy to please girls. Baijigu and Yubihama, who were standing next to them, watched the instinctive distance between the two men and women who were unconsciously showing affection. These two people felt that if they continued to stay by their side, their hearts would be seriously hurt. However, the perfectly synchronized actions of the two people also attracted each other's attention, and they instinctively looked towards each other. The moment the line of sight changed, the two people turned their heads in a hurry. I said, Toshika, let's continue training. Baijigu is a bit incoherent. Now he is still a little social fear, and he will instinctively choose to escape when dealing with girls. Tatsuka responded with a smile, Hachiman, let's continue. Angel. Baijiya sighed, and his steps towards Tatsuka Saika were much brisker, and the embarrassment just now was completely put aside. Ai Ran looked at Baijigu Hachiman with a look of contempt, giving you the opportunity you don't argue. None of this? Ape-kun? What are you looking at? Ai. Ran turned around, and at this time the faces of him and Yukinashita Yukino were almost together. He hurriedly took half a step back, and his voice was a little unnatural, nothing well. Ai Ran is a theoretical player, and he can't really let him go on his own. Divide partition line. Kazuma Jayakishiu is sick. The night he returned from Chiba, he started a high fever. Over time, the muscles also begin to sore. Both parents were on a business trip, and no one knew about her. Even the school found that Shiu Kazuma Jayaka did not go to school today, and there was not much reaction. Because she sleeps even when she goes to school, unlike Ai Ran, she is always the first in her grade even when she sleeps. Later, because of the publication of Love Metronome, no one will pursue it if you don't go to school occasionally. Lying alone in bed, she turned online, and the message she had sent last night to Ethical June with a hint of distress was still being answered. What is he doing now? Play games? Do planning? Make up homework? Even so, you shouldn't not reply to my messages. Coughing a few times, Kazuma Jayakishiu put down her mobile phone. Godless staring at the ceiling. After a while, she fell asleep again. At this time, the pale green light appeared in the room again, and Kazuma Jayakishiu's fever became even worse. I don't know how long it took, Kazuma Jayakishiu woke up again, because of the high fever and pain she could not open her eyes at all. Although her eyes were closed, she could feel that night had come. Suddenly, the sound of her door being opened reached her ears, making her involuntarily nervous. Aren't your parents coming back tonight? Who is coming? A thief in the house? And himself or in this state? Despair once again enveloped her heart, and she could already feel that the person was already standing by her bedside. Lord God of the Time Realm, do you feel this evil chi? If this continues, it will definitely cause irreversible damage to Kazuma Jayakishiu. Didn't you say before that the two-star dragon would not cause substantial harm to humans before it was resurrected? Where would I know it would become like this? Xia Renran, what should I do now? Hey! You're a god, I'm just an intern, how can you ask me what I should do? You third-rate god! Why do you call me a third-rate god again? My divine position is very high. At least a dozen levels higher than the immortals. Conversation between the two reached Kazuma Jayakishiu's ears, and she felt that she might have begun to hallucinate. What two-star dragons, gods, and the like? It seems that I usually read too many novels, and when I am sick, I can produce such auditory hallucinations, and I don't know whether I should cry or laugh now. The conversation over there continues. Do you want to take her to the hospital first? Sendu can't cure the disease. Ai Ran asked Kian uncertainly. In 2 lifetimes, he has been injured many times, but he has never been sick at all. I guess it's because he's been a fool for 2 consecutive lives. Idiots are always less likely to get sick. What stupid thing are you talking about, Xia Ran? This is a phenomenon caused by the two-star dragon absorbing too much life energy. How can human doctors cure it? AI. Ran looked at Kai Yin speechlessly. Then what do you say? I would never accept casualties in my area of work. Xia Ran's words are now more and more like social animals. Kai Yin complained, and seeing AI Ran's face was not good, he quickly added. In fact, there is no way. Xia Ran already has a lot of positive energy in her body now, just add it to her, just like you treat Yukino under the snow. What a thing! AI Ran was a little anxious, and argued with a red face, what happened to me under the snow? I didn't do anything? Oh, it's physical contact, the energy in your body will naturally flow to her, but according to her lost life energy, you have to instill positive energy into her for several days in a row. I don't like contact with unfamiliar humans. AI Ran struggled a little, he was telling the truth, after coming to this world, except for Yukinashita Yukina, who had been with him for a long time, he still resisted contact with everyone. Xia Ran, this can't work, I'm letting you integrate into human society, not self-isolation. It's up to you. I still have the demon realm to monitor over there, and a cotter of my size is usually very busy. It really is. By the way, you have to quickly find out the two-star dragon, otherwise there will really be human lives because of this. After that, a pink light flashed, and Kian disappeared into Kazumajayaka Shiu's room. The scene fell silent again. Shiu Kazumajayaka lying on the bed was already a little stupid, and she was now completely sure that the conversation just now was not her hallucination. Is the person by the window AI Ran? Did they mention Yukinashita just now? The high fever made her unable to open her eyes, completely unable to judge who the man next to the bed was, and even her thinking slowed down a lot. After a while, she heard the person next to the bed sigh, alas forget it, no matter what, I can't watch you die in front of my eyes. Then, she felt like she was being picked up. Chapter 041. Kazumajayaka Shiu felt like she was being picked up. AI Ran's arm passed through her waist, protected her lower back with her hand, and wrapped her other hand around her plump and lustrous thighs, and completely picked her up from the bed. Hey? So light? I can't see it. AI Ran's voice to himself reached Kazumi Shiu's ears. Curiosity, shame, surprise, fear. All kinds of emotions come together in the heart. Expecting someone to be by your side at this time is the instinctive reaction of living beings after illness and injury. A warm current flowed through the heart of guilt, sadness, and pain, drifting in the darkness to an unknown point of light. Soon, a warm energy quickly passed from AI Ran's body towards Kazumi Shiu's body. Just for a moment, she felt that she was gradually getting better. The originally dry mind slowly recovered under such warm moisture. At this moment, she is like a drowning person who has finally broken free from the sea of suffering and can breathe. Hey? Why are you still holding it? Don't wake up at this time, or I won't be able to tell at all. Xia. Haikyu Shiu instinctively wrapped her arms around AI Ran's neck, and AI Ran struggled for a while, but considering her physical state, AI Ran's struggle was not intense. The rate of energy loss is so slow, I don't want to leave in such an hour. AI Ran complained. Being able to eat 99% pure chocolate on Saturday shows that this woman has begun to have a phenomenon of tastelessness. I didn't even think about it before. It seems that her current situation is not only the cause of excessive energy loss. In addition to fighting, the only thing AI Ran is better at is physical conditioning. Of course, this is also a supporting service for combat. Kazumi Shiu's state is inseparable from her staying up late and sitting for a long time. As time passed, AI Ran found that Haikyu Shiu's body could no longer absorb positive energy. After sensing her state, AI Ran estimated that she would be able to fully recover in 3 or 4 days. gently put her on the bed and covered her with a quilt. AI Ran was ready to leave. When he reached the door, he hesitated. Sighing, he turned around again to Kashimajakashiu's desk and wrote down a paragraph before leaving her house. With her eyes closed, Kashimajakashiu, who continued to lie on the bed, slowly got up after making sure that AI Ran left. Just being held by him for an hour, his body turned out to be much better. Shiu stretched her body, walked to the desk, and picked up the note that AI Ran had just left. A passage written in front of her appeared in front of her. Hello, after my observation, your body has been severely overdrawn, although you can't feel it when you are young, but as you get older, your physical condition will get worse and worse. I hope you develop good habits and get enough sleep. Here's my diet list for your physical condition. As long as you follow the above recipes, your body will soon recover. By the way, my name is Lei Feng. Poof Kashumi Hills Shiu covered her mouth and laughed, and Lei Feng. I didn't expect that AI Ranjun was still a very interesting person. But laughing and laughing, her tears couldn't help but flow. It turns out that it feels like to be cared for. Opening the phone, An Yulun also replied to a message more than an hour ago. Senior sister. Yesterday I borrowed a new game from AI Ran's house, and I played it too late, so I didn't notice your information. Did something happen? Looking at these words, Kashimajakashiu showed a miserable smile. Surprise and disappointment are intertwined, pain and joy are connected. She cried even harder. In the end, she completely calmed down her emotions and took her mobile phone to An Yulun and replied to a message. It's okay Ethics-kun, please make the plan as soon as possible. I plan to open the third volume recently. So the time is a bit rushed, and before that, I hope to help you finish the script of Flash Girl as soon as possible. On the other side, An Yulun also saw the message of Shiu. The first thing he felt was excitement. Senior sister was finally about to open the third volume, and he, the first reader, had been looking forward to this for a long time. But he carefully read the information several times, and always felt that senior sister had another meaning in it. Forget it, An Yulun also replied to a message and picked up the handle to start his two-dimensional journey. His mouth was still muttering, it's good that the plan is handed over before Saturday, there is no need to be in such a hurry. I'm also going to find some inspiration in these games. At this time, after seeing that message, Kashimajakashiu laughed and cried. She looked away. An Yulun may also have a crush on her, but doesn't care about her. She waited for a day, and the message she sent was like a sea of stones, whether he read it or not, or just pretended not to understand it, and the result of doing nothing did not change. Since An Yulun also cares about her ability, not herself, why do you have to attach marginal feelings to a love metronome? She threw the phone aside, and the whole person shrunk into the quilt. This night, her tears were over, and after dawn, she would no longer shed tears for this matter. Divide line. AI Ran complained in his heart while flying. Fortunately, he was cultivating in the forest not far from Tokyo at that time, and he could only feel the scene in time after feeling the evil chi. Otherwise, it may really kill people. This work is really too bad. That third-rate god is really useless. Now it can basically be ruled out that Kashumi Hills Shiu is the host, and the two-star dragon will not take the initiative to destroy its host before waking up. On whom the hell? Is it really Kato? While thinking, he flew towards the place where he was cultivating just now, although there were many questions now. One thing was certain, since the two-star dragon was not as harmless as before, it was necessary to take the initiative to attack. What exactly should be done to get it out? Damn miscellaneous, when I find you, I must raise all your ashes. AI Ran, who was completely confused, could only curse fiercely like an incompetent rage. It's just that he still doesn't know that in the process of purifying the Dragon Ball, the only 2 moments of extreme proximity to death, one of which was caused by this weakest-looking two-star dragon. Of course, what he wanted to do most now was to hurry up and cultivate, since he began to be able to generate the so-called positive energy on his own. AI Ran's combat effectiveness increased faster and faster. Now his combat effectiveness has exceeded 18,000. Chapter 042. On the new day, AI Ran came to the ministry early, but surprisingly, Bai Kigo came earlier than him today. What is this situation? AI Ran looked at Bai Kigo in amazement, but this guy dragged it until the bell of the club rang every time, and he would slowly relax in the Taoist room. Took the wrong medicine today. I have a commission that my sister's classmates asked me. Bai Jia looked at Yukinashita Yukino with a serious face, because this was also his sister's request, and he acted solemnly. No wonder, I almost forgot that Bai Jia Hachiman can be regarded as a Chiba specialty sister control. So he tacitly agreed with Yukinashita Yukina's surprised expression. Although we don't accept commissions from students from other schools, I can't help but feel sad for Ling Mei having the same dead fish eyes as you, so let's talk about Ling Mei's commission. Yukishita Yukino spoke very viciously, although her face still looked holy. Hey! My sister is very beautiful, she can be called the best in the world, and what kind of eyes are you? AI Ran pretended to think for a while, and ridiculed, I've been thinking about falling in love or something recently, can you introduce me? After spending a long time with this group of community members, AI Ran will also joke. It also looks more and more like what a 17-year-old should look like. Bang! Yukinashita Yukino kicked AI Ran under the table, strike at the sister of the member or something, when did the ape become scum? Yukishita squinted, revealing a dangerous aura. Yes, yes. And my sister is only in junior high school, don't try to hit my sister's attention, Komaki is mine. AI Ran held Yukishita Yukino's hand and asked with a smile, Minister, don't you have to worry about Baikugu's perverted speech just now? It's no longer saved, let's shoot. There was an outsider, and suddenly AI Ran's hand was held, and Yukino under the snow suddenly turned red. But she did not break free, and looked at AI Ran with disgust. Hey, don't convict others without permission, my crime is not enough to be shot. AI Ran's eyes narrowed into slits, but soon changed to a scrutinizing gaze to stare at Hijiya Hachiman. That means you really feel guilty, right, interested in your sister? It's not. Baijiya Hachiman's heart is extremely tired, usually as long as he is forced to eat some dog food, today he was actually mixed doubles by husband and wife? This club doesn't want to wait. Yubihama, when will you come over? His heart is calling Yubihama Ui. Ya. Sincerity leads to spirituality. At Hichigu's call, Yubihama pushed open the door of the ministry. What's wrong? Seeing Baikugo lying on the table with a desperate look, she carefully observed the atmosphere in the lower room before asking. We are denouncing some pervert who wants to do something to his sister. Yukinashita Yukino glanced at Hijiya Hachiman, who cast a look of help at Yubihama. And Uihihama also showed a disgusted look towards Hijiya Hachiman at this time. The Baikugo suffered a final blow, which completely sank. After playing around for a while, Hijiya Hachiman finally told his sister's commission. So, I want to investigate why Sahi Kawasaki in your class always comes home in the middle of the night lately, and then persuade her. Yukinashita Yukino supported his chin with one hand and summed up what Hijiya Hachiman had just said. It's like this. Baijigu nodded. Because it was his sister's commission, Baijigu originally wanted to complete this task alone, but as we all know, he is a social terrorist, and until now he is not even sure what Kawasaki Shahi looks like. He pondered for a long time, but still felt that everyone needed to work together to complete this task. Yukinashita Yukino shifted his gaze to AI Ran, who was in a daze, and asked, What do you think? Oh? There should be nothing to do, it is estimated that I found a place to work at night, but I still need to investigate. AI Ran, who was familiar with the plot, did not worry too much, but he also decided not to interfere too much. Shizuki Hirotsuka was right, there is something that everyone in the ministry can learn in the act of helping others. Of course, including AI Ran himself, even if he knows the direction of things, he is slowly learning how to live well as an earthling. Yukinashita Yukino thought for a while and said, in this way, Hajiku-san, you will make an appointment with Kawasaki-san's brother tomorrow, and we will think of a way after we understand the specific situation. Then let's continue to train with Toshika today. Yubi hammer raised. A hand divided September line the room of Shiu in the late night. Kashomaga no Oka Shiu was dark. She lay on her side on the bed, her head rested on her hand, her legs were staggered, the rolled-up pajamas revealed a lower abdomen without a trace of fat, and a plump snow white loomed on the neckline of the pajamas, like waterfall green silk sliding down her face, and her half-covered face added a bright beauty to her smile. Last night, after everything was thought about, many things suddenly became clear. Even Love Metronome, which has not been able to write for a long time, now seems to be able to write smoothly. Although her body has not fully recovered, after the pain and inner torment in her body have disappeared, the world has suddenly returned to its former brightness for her. Suddenly, she heard a movement outside her window, and quickly pulled the quilt over and shrunk in. At this time, a figure crept out of the window into her bedroom. It's AI Ran who is here, really like a thief. Kashomajayaka Shiu inadvertently showed a smile, she was imagining what AI Ran looked like now. Tonight, AI Ran did not pick her up, but just held her hand. Positive energy is transmitted continuously. It was the same warm feeling as last night, and Kashomi Hills Shiu couldn't help but groan. AI Ran looked at Yasuhiki Shiu lying on the bed in amazement, and after a while, he breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Yasuhiki Shiu did not show signs of waking up. Gan. Coming out to work is like being a thief. AI Ran continued to transmit his energy to Kashomajayaka Shiu. He had to be careful, after all, the human body was still too weak. After the last trace of energy was transmitted, AI Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Yasuhiki Shiu recovered well, and one day, the energy previously absorbed by the two-star dragon should be able to recover completely. And after bearing pure positive energy, her body should be much better than before. Without stopping, AI Ran, who had finished the work, quietly closed the window of Kashomajayaka Shiu from the outside, and then left directly. In the room, Shiu Kashomajayaka, who was flushed with a red face, suddenly lifted the quilt and gasped for air. The blush was almost dripping blood. Henty! She scolded softly, subconsciously moving her gaze to the hand that AI Ran had been holding just now. Chapter 043. Baikagu brought the people of the Ministry of Service to the city library. He made an appointment with his sister Komaki and Kawasaki Daishi. Hello everyone, I'm Hajiya Hachiman's sister, Hajiya Komaki. Completely different from Hajiya Hachiman, Hajiya Komaki has a lively and cute appearance, and does not recognize life at all. I don't know how many times stronger than her old brother who is afraid of society. The little boy next to her also greeted everyone politely at this time. Hello everyone, I am Daishi Kawasaki, and I am a classmate of Baijigu-san. His voice is very smooth, and although he is not old, he gives a good first feeling. Except, of course, Hajiya Hachiman. He awkwardly turned his head to the side when Kawasaki introduced himself, looking dissatisfied. Especially when Yukinashita Yukino introduced him, Kawasaki Daishi almost sent him away directly with a brother. Hajiya Hachiman looked at Kawasaki Daishi with a grin, and said unpleasantly, I'm not your brother. AI. Ran glanced at this sister control speechlessly, as for? At this time, Komaka looked at Yubihama suspiciously, how do you feel that sister Yubihama seems to have seen it somewhere? Hey? Haha, maybe you remember it wrong. Yubihama snorted, his eyes a little wandering. At this time, AI Ran directly interrupted their conversation. Baijigu, who is extremely sensitive in his heart, if he only now knows that Yubihama is the owner of the dog that caused his car accident, it is estimated that he will make trouble again. 9 times out of 10, it will be directly alienated by Yubihama. After all, he doesn't like gentle girls, because gentle girls are gentle to everyone. It will give him the illusion that the other side likes him. This is a lesson based on the experience of the middle school period in other countries. But now, the reason why Yubihama is gentle with him is because it is really interesting to him. The members of the Ministry of Service are the only few people in this world who are willing to communicate, and he instinctively does not want things to go like the original again. Let's talk about that later. Now it's important to introduce the situation of Sahi Kawasaki. AI Ran knocked lightly on the table and led the topic back. My sister is also a high school student at Sotakejo, her name is Sahi Kawasaki, and during this time, my sister has undergone a lot of abnormal changes, and it seems that it has become bad, so I would like to ask everyone to help investigate. Baijiya still hasn't remembered who Kawasaki Sahi is. Looking at his confused look, Yubihama Ui pouted, well, it really is. Zyoki also pay more attention to the people in the class. Baikagu retorted, I've been paying attention, I've been recalling it since yesterday, but I feel that the name is more familiar until now. Besides, the only person in the class who chatted with me a lot was Saika. Mentioning Toshika, Baijiya showed a hint of a smile, and helped Toshika practice every day during this time, making his grey high school career a lot brighter at once. Yukishita said coldly, Baikagu-san, please don't expose your disgusting sexual orientation in front of others. The corner of Baikagu's mouth twitched, what are you making up in your brain? My sexual orientation is normal. It's absolutely impossible to like a man. Yubihama Ui also stared at Baikagu suspiciously at this time, could it be that Zyoki really likes men? And yourself? At the critical moment, Komaka stood up and said unswervingly, my brother should still like girls. Well, if you don't believe it, you can't help it, if something suddenly becomes a fact, wouldn't the Baikagu family be finished? Ahem, aren't we talking about Kawasaki? What are you talking about? AI. Ran coughed dryly, he was completely speechless, was this group of people's thinking so jumpy? Kawasaki Daishi, who was sitting opposite AI Ran, lowered his head in disappointment, sorry to cause trouble for everyone, but I'm really worried about my sister. Yukinashita Yukino thought for a while, and said firmly. I can understand that I am worried about my family's feelings. Kawasaki-san is a student of Sobukao, and from then on, it is calculated that her brother's commission can be regarded as a regular exchange, so this commission, our service department took it. Although I accepted this commission, it was too late today, and I could only say what I wanted to do tomorrow. Looking at the Baikagu brothers and sisters who had gone away, AI Ran subconsciously put his gaze on Yubihama, who was crooked with Yukino under the snow. Sighed helplessly, as a scion who is not very good at dealing with people, AI Ran feels that he has tried his best, hoping that they can have a good ending. Divide line. Hijiya Komaka bouncing around his brother. Na brother, your society's sister under the snow is so beautiful, it seems to have come out of a painting. Komaka pretended to sigh casually, wanting to see if his elm-headed brother had a clue. Well, it's really beautiful, it's a little poisonous tongue, thanks to AI Ran can stand her. Komaka was a little disappointed when he heard his brother's words, but he still wanted to confirm, is brother AI Ran and sister Yukinashita a couple? Although they always say that it is not a relationship yet, but anyone with a discerning eye can see it. What about sister Ui? Komaki recalled the look in Yubihama's eyes when he looked at his brother just now, and suddenly felt that there might be a scene. Even the title changed to Sister Ui. And she looked at Hijiya Hachiman with anticipation on her face. In order to compare with the Shia family, Komaka has endured things at this age that should not be endured. All blame this indisputable brother. Hearing Yubihama's name, Hijitani slowed down slightly. After thinking for a while, he said, "Well, I basically don't have any communication with Yubihama, and I'm not very good at dealing with girls." Hearing this reply, Komaki said sadly, "Is my brother going to die alone like this?" "Brother, as long as there is Komaki." "Whoops." Komaki stuck out his tongue with a look of disgust, and then said, "But even if the old brother becomes a waste, Komaki will not give up on his brother." Hi Baijigu replied weakly. Suddenly, Komaki seemed to think of something. "Brother, I remembered that Sister Yubihama was the owner of the puppy, and Sister Haihama gave you condolences when you were hospitalized before. After my brother was discharged from the hospital, she also came to our house to deliver things. It seems that my brother and Sister Yubihama really have a relationship." Hijiyahachiman stopped abruptly when he heard this. "What's wrong, brother? Did Komaki say the wrong thing?" "No, nothing." Hijiyahachiman smiled bitterly and continued to walk in the direction of his home. "Sure enough, I don't like gentle girls." Chapter 044. The group of the game club has been quiet these 2 days. AI Ran never speaks, Megami Kato rarely speaks. Kazuma Jayakashiu is sick these days, and even the frequency of bickering with Sawamura Iri in the group is much less. As for Anulun too, after 3 days, and after taking a leave of absence all the time, he finally cleared the game borrowed from AI Ran without sleeping. So there was no news in the group this week. Suddenly, Anulun also sent a bombshell message in the group. "Guys, I won't attend Saturday's event first, there is something to do temporarily." "Why?" Syazhiki Hashio looked at the message that Anulun also sent on her mobile phone, and got up directly from the bed. She is now looking forward to the club activities more and more. After all, she still owes Anulun a lot of favors, and if she pays off his debt early, she will get out earlier. Give Anulun a perfect copywriting script to help him complete Flash script, enough to pay off the favor owed by Love Metronome. Shiu Kazuma Jayaka is quite emotional, and she has already completed part of the script. I don't want to delay any longer. On the other side, Anulun is also scratching his head, why not participate in the event? The game of the heart has finally been completed, what to do next? Of course, it is also evaluated. As a blogger with 100,000 followers, isn't the first time to release a game strategy what a two-dimensional house should do? But it is obviously unjustifiable to excuse Saturday's event for this reason, because he formed the gaming club. I need to work part-time on Saturday, so I won't attend this event. Everyone will do their work on Saturday, and we will gather at school next week. Anulun also feels that his reasons are perfect, and it will not affect the progress of the game. Ying Li also spoke at this time. "Lun Yat, do you really want to work? It can't be that the game is overplayed, and these 2 days are empty, right? What do you say, Ying Li? I have a lot of jobs to do." "I have no opinion, although I am designated as the heroine, but I still don't know what to do." "Kato, learn to code this week. Galgme's programming is all adaptable and doesn't take much time to learn." "AI Ran, can you prepare a more detailed textbook for Ghana?" "Yes." AI Ran, who was flying in the direction of Tokyo, typed 2 words casually and put the phone back in his pocket. "In that case, I have no problem." Megami Kato replied. "Then I have no problem either. I still need Hidiran to be a model." "You, the false eldest lady of the drawing book, have you begun to not hide your gluttonous body?" Laugh. "Black silk fat woman, what do you say? Did I understand the material at that time? Pure material. I understand the picture books all say that they are pure. Since you all have no problem, then I can also. Oh, can everyone meet at the station on Saturday and go to AI Ranjun's apartment together?" AI Ran-kun. Anulun also held his mobile phone, looking at Syazhiki Hoshiu's name for AI Ran, and a trace of uneasiness appeared in his heart. "It should be that I thought too much, AI ran and we can say that they are incompatible. I don't understand the second dimension at all, and I am only willing to invest in us just to repay Ghana. What's more, he's only met us twice. Ghana, thinking of Megami Kato, and Yulun also left the matter of Kazumajayaka Shida behind. The heartbeat of that encounter is something he can't forget until now. As a two-dimensional otaku, he lacks the courage to pursue Kato, so he thinks of a way to show all that feeling in a game way. The third dimension itself is a terrible garbage game. On the other side, in a large villa, Ying Li stomped her foot in a hurry, and the black silk fat woman actually slandered me in front of Lun Yat. What? People just want to take materials. She complained a few times and continued her creation, but in the book that Ying Li is drawing now, the male protagonist is more than 7 layers similar to AI Ran. And still naked. Divide line. AI Ran meditated in the sky above Kazumajayaka's house, running to a girl's house at night to hold her hand. No matter how much he thought about such behavior, it was very perverted. So in order to avoid embarrassment, AI Ran can only choose to sneak into her room after late at night, after Shiazuhikiao Shiu rests. In fact, this is even more perverted, and it has been escalated to a crime. But how can saving people be said to be a crime? And today is the last treatment. AI Ran comforted herself. Unfortunately, Shiu Kazumajayaka is completely different from a girl with a completely regular life like Yukinashita Yukino, and she is a typical night owl. Evenings are when she is active, and she goes to school to catch up on sleep. This is very similar to AI Ran. Time passed minute by minute, and the time soon came to a little after midnight. AI Ran landed outside the window of Shiazuhikiao Shiu and quietly walked in. Fortunately, this woman did not have the habit of locking the windows at night, otherwise she would have thought of other ways to come in. In the darkness, AI Ran walked to Kazumajayaka Shiu's bedside, took her hand, and began today's work. Shiazuhikiao Shiu's eyelids trembled slightly the moment AI Ran took her hand. Today, she still chooses to pretend to sleep. 2 days in a row such an experience, how could she not know that AI Ran was here to treat her? Therefore, she chose to pretend to sleep so that the two would not be embarrassed. AI Ran's energy entered her body again, and Kazumihil Shiu snorted. I don't know if it was because of shyness, she felt that her body began to heat up. These days, Kazumajayaka Shiu often remembers what happened the night before. In despair and helplessness, AI Ran pulled her out of the abyss. At that time, the warmth in AI Ran's arms was something that Kazumajayaka Shiu had never experienced. Let her sink in a little. Wu AI Ran exhaled softly, this thief-like job was finally completed. He stood up and observed Kazumajayaka Shiu, although he could barely see the outline in the dark, judging from his breath, he had determined that Kazumajayaka Shiu had fully recovered. Recalling the plot of passerby heroine that he had seen in his previous life, AI Ran muttered. From a certain point of view, Earthlings are really strong creatures. Although the body is very weak, but the heart is very strong. With a sigh, AI Ran quietly left. Today's work has been completed, and the third-rate god will not pay overtime. Did AI Ranjun just say something about me? Strong? It seems that I owe AI Ranjun a little favor again, but since he came here secretly, he just didn't want me to know about it, so how can I repay him? Kazumajayaka Shiu muttered, slowly got up from the bed, turned on the bedroom light, and came to the desk. The computer was just sleeping, and Kazumajayaka tapped lightly. A half-written document appeared on a computer screen. The top title is Love Metronome. Chapter 045. Thursday's lunch break. Forced to endure Baikagu's strange eyes, and Yubihama finally reached the limit of his endurance, blushing at him and asking, Zyoki, what do you mean by that expression? Is there something wrong with me? Baikagu quickly lowered his head, no, there's nothing wrong. Yukishita Yukino snapped and closed the book in his hand. Baikagu-san, if you don't want to be taken away, I suggest you stop teasing my staff like this. Am I also a member of your ministry? Hajiya Hachiman muttered, focusing all his attention on the novel in hand. At this time, AI Ran slowed down the speed of his own cooking, and according to Baikagu's current state, even AI Ran could guess some things. But AI Ran doesn't know how to solve the current problem, and it's not a reliable thing to let the Saiyans be red dows or something. But things will always be solved. Thinking of this, AI Ran chose to continue cooking. And Yukinashita Yukino handed him a cup of black tea at the right time. Thank you. AI Ran took a sip and gently thanked Yukino under the snow. Yukishita shook his head, it's nothing, compared to your hard work these 2 nights, it's nothing. Hajiya Hachiman and Uihihama looked at the two with shocked expressions. Did Xuanai say something just now? What is the hard work of the night? Don't. Baiji Hachiman didn't want to continue thinking about it, he knew so much that he might be silenced by these two. Yubihama's face was also completely red, and she secretly glanced at Hajiya Hachiman. This action was keenly noticed by Baijigu. Is Yubihama Ui, a girl, really just because she saved her dog, so she is so good to herself? Hajiya Hachiman hopes not. He hopes that Uihihama, like Yukinashita Yukino of Aaron, is Uihihama Ui of Higeya Hachiman. This is not to say that he likes Yubihama, but he hopes that Uihihama's kindness to himself is due to a purer friendship and a member relationship, rather than the guilt and retribution of the rescued. Na Yubihama. The restless Baijigu finally made a decision. He stood up and said to Yubihama, Na Yubihama, come out, I have something I want to say to you. He doesn't want to run away, he has to make sure, even if the result disappoints him, then he admits it. Yubihama was stunned, ambiguous. Do you want to? Baikagu walked directly outside the ministry, and his voice came, leave it alone, follow me. If Yubihama hesitated like this, Hajiya was afraid that he would lose the courage to showdown. After all, Yukinashita Yukino was looking at him with an unkind face. Yubihama Ui is Yukinashita Yukino's only friend, and she is not worried about letting Yubihama go out with Hajiya alone. Seeing this, AI Ran began to appease Yukinashita Yukino, whispering in her ear, it's okay, Hajiya will protect Yubihama. And even if something goes wrong, I can sense it even here. Hot breath from AI Ran's words hit Yukino Yuki's earlobe, making her soften a little, and she glanced at him strangely, and Yukino nodded with a red face. If Baikagu reacted this way, AI Ran felt that it was basically stable. It seems that this guy has changed a lot now, at least he will no longer arbitrarily make conclusions about others according to his own wishes. Anyway, Yubihama Ui is not the tsundere golden retriever of Iri, and he will not be duplicitous. If Hajiya had spoken to her well from the beginning, Yubihama might not have been able to say I like you, but he would certainly not have messed things up by talking in reverse. He took a sip of the delicious black tea brewed by Yukino under the snow. It's delicious, your craftsmanship under the snow will always be so powerful. In other words, does the matter of Kawasaki Shahi have eyebrows? Yukinashita Yukino didn't answer directly, she squinted and leaned on Aaron's shoulder. Ever heard of animal therapy? If touched or loving, you want to hold back the poor little animal when you see it. AI Ran said uncertainly. Although what I said is not right, the Ape King has indeed studied hard recently. Yukinashita Yukino explained softly to Aaron. If a weak blue kitten appears in front of you, no matter who it is, it will be healed spiritually. AI Ran pouted, as if the only person like that is you. I remember Kawasaki seems to be allergic to cats. Before Pulu's hair stuck to me, Kawasaki walked past me started sneezing, for a long time. Yukishita Suino frowned and looked at AI Ran incredulously, is there such a person in the world? I like cats too much, could it be that you've been brainwashed by Pulu? While they were discussing the cat's plan, Hichiya and Yubihama finally finished talking and returned to the ministry from outside. Under the frightened snow, Yukino sat up straight like a frightened cat. Yubihama had faint tear stains on her face, her eyes were a little red, but she was very happy, and the irrepressible smile made it easy to see that she was really happy now. Baikugo looked slightly uncomfortable, but the whole person seemed very calm. Ai Ran sensed his breath, and it seemed that his heart knot had been untied. Obviously, this is a happy line, and the ending is quite perfect. It seems that the bad and only played last Saturday game is not my own problem at all, it must be the fault of the game developer. Who just said that Saiyans can't pull the red line? Hijiya returned to his seat and asked, so, how did you discuss the matter of Kawasaki Shahi? There's no way around it yet. Yubihama Ui raised her hand, how about love? Yukishita looked at her suspiciously, in love? The only thing that can change a girl is love. Saying that, she secretly glanced at Hijiya Hachiman, and then laughed stupidly. Yukishita Suino also subconsciously looked at Ai Ran and nodded thoughtfully. She felt that Uihihama had a point. Ai Ran looked at Yukino with a surprised expression, wouldn't it? Could it be that your IQ was pulled down by Hihama? This plan is clearly unreliable. Ai Ran decisively decided to intervene, and could not let Yubihama continue to take Yukino under the snow. Ahem, do you know the Agile Ladder shop? It was the bar near the apartment. Oh. Yukishita Yukino looked at Ai Ran with an unkind face, silently questioning why he knew about the bar. Where do you want to go? I mean Kawasaki should work there. Chapter 046. At 8:30 in the evening, Angel's Staircase. Hijiya and Yubihama waited on the first floor for nearly half an hour, and Yukino and Ai Ran arrived late under the snow. Baikugo said with emotion, I can see that the minister is late today. Yukishita Yukino admitted his mistake very calmly, sorry to keep you waiting. Ai Ran said awkwardly, it's mainly my problem. Yukinashita Yukino told Ai Ran to wear formal clothes after school, and then Ai Ran went back to put on his combat clothes. The Saiyan combat uniform of the Frisia Legion, this is the formal wear of the Saiyan. The results can be imagined. Ape-kun, please have a little bit of common sense of life? Are your cosplay-style clothes formal wear? Yukishita Suino held his forehead, shook his head helplessly, and then dragged Ai Ran to the clothing store to buy a new outfit. This caused two people to arrive late. It's okay, hee. Yubihama Ui smirked and straightened her posture, because this is a formal adult place, so all etiquette must meet the standard of maturity, which is what Yukinashita Yukino told her. She glanced at Ai Ran and praised, wow, today's Xiao Ran is as handsome as Xiao Qi. Humph. Ai Ran turned his head to the side in dissatisfaction, this kind of clothing is not comfortable at all, it is not at all as good as combat clothing. Okay, let's get ready to go up. Ai Ran chuckled in the awkward look under the snow, and put his hand on Ai Ran's arm. Let's go. Angel Ladder, arguably a very upscale bar, the decoration and service are second to none in Chiba City. It is a good place to release your mind or negotiate, all of them are basically some business elites. There are very few guests like Ai Ran, basically none. Yukishita Yukino is very calm because of the family relationship. Ai Ran naturally looked indifferent. Yubihama did not have any special reaction because of the large nerves. But Baikugo is a little nervous. Ai Ran walked to his side with Yukishita Suino, take it easy, straighten your chest and raise your head and belly, don't be curious and look around, as long as you don't do something out of line, others won't pay attention to you. Baikugo nodded and gradually relaxed. Look, Kawasaki is over there. Yubihama exclaimed in a low voice, Yukishita, you go with them to meet Kawasaki, I have something. Ai Ran suddenly stopped and looked at the bar suspiciously. With such a serious expression again, Yukishita Suino held Ai Ran's hand uneasily, what's wrong? It's nothing, you guys go first, I'll come over later. Okay, be careful. After Yukino left under the snow, AI ran walked towards the inside of the bar. Toured the entire bar and found no clues. Although the entire bar was filled with evil aura, the customers inside looked as usual, as if they were not affected. Could it be that the host of the Dragon Ball has been here? AI Ran closed his eyes and perceived for a while, this evil aura was very strange, and he had never encountered it before. At present, there is no trace of evil dragons in Chiba City, and the evil aura here is slowly fading. The problem of the 3 planets on Yukino has not yet been solved, and the 2 planets don't even know who the host is, and now a Dragon Ball with a strange aura has appeared? AI Ran couldn't help but feel a little irritable. The King God of Time has always said that the concentration of positive energy in his body is not enough. And it is not enough to purify the 3 planets on Yukino's body. But AI Ran still can't understand how to obtain this so-called positive energy. It can't be obtained by cultivation, and only the ambiguous sentence falling in love and learning an ordinary earthling's life pattern will continuously produce positive energy. Makes AI Ran even more upset. Isn't it enough to be terralithicized? On the other side, the conversation between the Ministry of Service and Kawasaki Sahi had already begun. Yukinashita Yukino stepped forward and said hello, good evening, Kawasaki-san. Kawasaki Sahi originally thought it was a guest, but when he looked up, he found that 2 of the 3 people were classmates, and one was a popular figure in the school. Yubihama? And under the snow? Baikaku opened his eyes and looked at the girl who had missed only himself with dissatisfaction. Hey, what about me? Kawasaki Shahi said lightly, I don't know, you seem to be in our class, but I don't know your name. Kawasaki Shahi nodded slightly, and then looked at the 3 people in front of him suspiciously, and asked out loud, so, why are you here? A few students of Sotakejo, dressed in expensive formal clothes, came to the angel staircase regardless of time, and Kawasaki thought they should have come to find themselves. As it turned out, she was right. Your brother, Yukinashita Yukino said lightly, Kawasaki Daishi, tell us about your situation. So, according to Kawasaki-san. It's a little strange to say so, let's call him Daishi. According to Daishi's commission, we want to turn you back into that gentle, won't come back in the middle of the night, sad about studying, no secrets, Kawasaki Sahi. Kawasaki Shahi sighed helplessly, Daji really did a superfluous thing. Superfluous? Yukinashita repeated softly, without commenting much, but the expression on her face already expressed her refusal to back down. Kawasaki Shahi said slowly while wiping the cup, in short, I don't care what Daji tells you, it has nothing to do with you, don't worry about me. Yukishita looked up at his watch, Cinderella's magic expires at 12, but your magic is almost out of service now, mermaid princess. There is a rule in the General Martial Arts High School that there is a time limit for part-time work, and now it is almost time. You. Kawasaki Sashi looked at Yukinashita Yukino with some dissatisfaction, who still looked light. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. At this time, Baikagu suddenly interjected, you work to make up for the tuition for college, Kawasaki-san. Minute space line. At this time, AI Ran had already arrived on the rooftop of the Angel Staircase bar. Except for that bar, there is no evil spirit in the rest of the building. And judging from the speed of the loss of evil chi, the unknown host should have arrived at this bar within the previous 3 days. For the previous 3 days, AI Ran happened to go to Tokyo every day, so he didn't notice. At this time, he saw that several people from the Ministry of Service had already brought Kawasaki Sashi to the street. Unconsciously showed a hint of a smile, it seems that they have successfully completed this commission. Suddenly, AI Ran thought of something, and quickly jumped from the dead corner of the building and came to Kawasaki Sashi and the people of the Ministry of Service. Good evening, Kawasaki. AI Ran? You came with them? AI Ran nodded and asked, Kawasaki, can I ask you about something? Did any strange people come to this bar in the past 3 days? Kawasaki Shahi thought for a while, and said uncertainly. Last night came a young lady, with a blonde maid. I came over and chartered it directly, as if to bring back my brother who was drunk at the bar. These people are one of the few strange people in the past few days. This way. Ai Ran pinched her chin and muttered. Miss. Rich? Blonde maid? In the end, he sighed, this little information is completely insufficient. Chapter 047. In the absence of clues, Ai Ran finally had to give up on finding the whereabouts of the new Dragon Ball. With him alone now, it is better to prioritize the affairs of the 3 planets and the 2 planets. Fast forward to Saturday, and it was time for the game club to meet. Yukinashita Yukino went back to Ben's house last night, and she was supposed to go back to Ben's house every weekend to report her situation. As a famous local family, the tutoring of the Yukinashita family has always been strict. So last week can only be regarded as a special case. Because there were only 3 girls coming over today, Ai Ran decided to pick them up at the station. All of them are related to Dragon Ball, and it is not good to have an accident. The apartment is not very far from Chiba's station, just a 20-minute walk away. On the way, Sawamura Iri couldn't stand it anymore, and a pair of double ponytails jumped up and down. Henty Aaron's family has a lot of good things and a lot of food, it's just heaven. Nothing. At least the food is gone, if you want to eat, you can only wait for me to buy it in the afternoon. Ai Ran has no good face for Ying Li at all, her expression is like a bandit entering the village. Is the game so worth making her so excited? Sawamura Iri didn't care at all, but smiled and patted Ai Ran's shoulder. Do it yourself to enrich your clothes and food. Ai Ran only needs to provide games, and I brought snacks and so on. She patted her bulging backpack with a smug look. On the other side, Kazuma Jayakashiu's attention was on Ai Ran and Yingli, and she frowned slightly and said. Yingli, don't delay business, what about your painting? Don't worry, you're ready. Kato Miyasa walked quietly at the end. Ai Ran-san, why didn't Snow classmate join you today? This sentence is said. Kazuma Jayakashiu's brows furrowed deeper. Ai Ran, who was walking in the front, did not reply, and said casually, under the snow, I went back to my house yesterday, and I don't know the specifics. This way Megami Kato muttered, her voice small and did not attract the attention of several others. But Ai Ran found an abnormality, and today is really strange, since just now, there is no sign of energy loss. Kazumi Hills-shiu didn't mention it for the time being, after all, he had instilled positive energy in her for 3 days. However, the evil aura on Kato Megami and Sawamura Hydri has also faded a lot. These 2 people don't seem to be hosts of Dragon Ball. It's true that Lun didn't go to school this week, and calling him was playing games. Today, I don't participate in the club camp. Ying Li complained as she walked. Oh? Didn't Anyi go to school this week? Ai Ran seemed to have captured a trace of information, thinking of inquiring about some news from Ying Lily. After all, she couldn't hide anything from her heart. Yes, Lun is often like this. In fact, he has a very good brain. Even if he misses class like this, he can still maintain the upper middle class. Yingli chattered about Anu Lunyi's situation, and Ai Ran automatically filtered some remarks that made him feel pierced. What does it mean to skip class often and be able to reach the middle and upper reaches? I go to school tomorrow, and I haven't passed the penultimate exam. The disgusting title of standing first from the bottom has begun to circulate within the school. Analyzing the information spoken from Ying Lily, Ai Ran's heart became cooler and colder. Qian told him before that Saiyans need to be in love to generate enough positive energy, and they all revealed to him that the hosts of Dragon Ball are girls. The appearance of Yukinashita Yukino later, the abnormality of Megami Kato, Shiukasho Majayaka, and even the unknown eldest lady and blonde maid have once again deepened Aaron's understanding that the hosts of Dragon Ball are all women. Let him gradually enter a dead end. But is it possible that the host of Dragon Ball is actually male? Only love can purify Dragon Ball. Kai Yin's words lingered in Ai Ran's mind, and Ai Ran suddenly felt cold in her limbs. No way. Baijigu has not been bent by Totsuka Ayaka, but Ai Ran will bend myself first because of work? Even if I bend, I want Ayaka Totsuka like that. Coughing, Ai Ran quickly coughed twice and took back his divergent thinking. Is Ai Ran unwell? Kazuma Jayaka Shiu's voice came from behind Ai Ran. But when he looked back at Shiu Kazuma Jayaka, who consciously avoided his gaze. Without thinking too much, Ai Ran said calmly, I'm fine, it's just that my throat is uncomfortable. After that, he covered his head and walked forward. The most important thing now is to quickly ask the king god of the time realm. Does the purification of Dragon Ball really have to fall in love? But the other party is a man. I refuse. Ai Ran made up his mind that if there was no other way, he would go directly to hell to repent. Subdivision partition line. Arrived. Excuse me. Ai Ran opened the door of the apartment, and after everyone entered the house, he took out a few pairs of paper slippers. Let's sit down casually, I won't participate in the game production first, I want to go to the room and change clothes. Ai Ran entered his room impatiently and whispered, I'm back. As Ai Ran said the code, a pink light appeared directly in the bedroom. Hello, Xiao Ran Ran. Time King God, I have something I want to ask you. Ai Ran stared at Kai Yin with an unkind expression. If this third-rate god can't give himself a satisfactory answer, Ai Ran will definitely choose to resign. Kai Yin looked at Ai Ran with a confused expression, and then her fingertips touched Ai Ran's forehead. In just a few seconds, she read Ai Ran's thoughts. Poof! Retracting his finger, Kai Yin snorted and laughed directly. Ha 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 ha! The host of the two planets may be male. Ha 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 ha! Ai Ran darkened his face and said solemnly, Lord God of the Time Realm, please maintain the majesty of a god. Your current behavior is no longer a problem of the third-rate gods, it is completely out of the flow. I'm the highest god in many universes except for the Great Priest. Kai Yin continued to use a mocking tone, but after seeing that Ai Ran seemed to be about to cut herself off in the next second, she quickly said, Young man, don't be so impulsive, you are now an intern time and space patrolman, after turning positive, there will be a regular establishment, the future is very good, don't think about it. Ai Ran is the only fighter on this timeline now, and if he doesn't do it, Kian doesn't know where to find a substitute to work. So you feel like the boss of a black-hearted company is an employee in Pua. Without further ado, is there a way? As long as you destroy the two-star dragon after it is revived, it's very simple. Destroying the aggregates of evil chi is naturally purified. Ai Ran looked at Kai Yin suspiciously, it's that simple? Then I'll take you to find a new Lun Yi, and you drag the two-star dragon out of his body. Alas Xiao Ran Ran, not now. Don't say that you can't be sure if a new Lun is also a host. Take 10,000 steps back and say, even if he is the host, I can't do too much interference in the purification process of the Dragon Ball, you can only figure it out yourself. In the previous incident with Yukinashita Yukino, I was already considered a violation of the law. Ai Ran. This third-rate god is really in Pua, right? Chapter 048. Ai Ran was not lightly angry by Kian. What does it mean to find a way to solve it on your own? I'm still just an intern, am I so rash? After calming his mood, Ai Ran returned to the living room with a handful of books. Irie is discussing the plot of Flash Girl with Shiukasho Majayaka. Megami Kato sat quietly on the sofa, but I don't know why, and her eyes flickered a little after Ai Ran appeared. Now it is basically certain that the three girls in front of you are not the hosts of Dragon Ball. AI Ran also relaxed, and it was also a very tiring thing to concentrate on perceiving the breath all the time. Kato, these are the teaching materials of Gal Game General templates currently on the market. You see, if you have a computer, you have it in the room where you rested last time, you can use it casually. Oh, thanks. AI Ran put the books in front of Kato, explained some things, and went to the kitchen to prepare drinks for them. The Yingli pair on the side suddenly came to the spirit. Computer? She knows that every boy will have some learning materials in his computer, of course, how can there be more learning materials than in her computer? However, I am not afraid to read a lot of information, and I can also understand what kind of sexual proclivities Henty AI Ran has. If you really find something, you won't have to worry about AI Ran not letting herself take materials. Haha, I'm such a little genius. Thinking of this, she stood up, stretched out casually, and then walked towards the second bedroom of AI Ran's house. What does that false young lady want to do? Shiukasho Majayaka just glanced at Iri pair, and then focused his attention on the script. Since An Yulun also found himself, until today. The copywriting preparation of Flash Girl has actually been nearly a month. An Yulun also didn't find the heroine in the past few weeks, so he delayed, and last week he went back to playing games, and finally just discussed a rough idea. And this week, An Yi, as a minister, actually pigeoned the event directly. It's hard for a clever woman to cook without rice, and without a perfect plan, how can she write a script that satisfies An Yulun? Pulling out his mobile phone, Shiwakasho Majayaka sent a message to the group. Lun Yejun, can you send your plan quickly? I need it now. After a while, An Yulun also sent a message. Sorry senior, I'm not very satisfied with the current plan. Can you first write out the heroine's part according to Garna's image? In Tokyo, An Yulun has also been in the bedroom for 2 days without going out. After replying to Syazhiki Hoshiu's message, An Yulun also quickly processed the copywriting on the computer. The flame of his creation now is burning. Of course, the object of creation is the strategy of the game that he has cleared before, and he can now fully imagine that once this strategy is released, his original number of 100,000 fans can soar again. A great sense of satisfaction filled his soul, so much so that he did not realize that Shiukasho Majayaka had changed his title from Ethical Kun to Lunya-kun. At this time, the ringtone of the mobile phone message sounded again, and he frowned and glanced at it. It was still the message sent by senior sister Shiu in the group. Lun Yejun, I posted a manuscript in the group, this is the latest storyline. There is not enough time, the writing is not detailed enough. But the outline is complete. Shiukasho Majayaka knows that An Yulun also has a good impression of Megami Kato, at least he has a good impression of Megami Kato in his imagination, and Flash Girl is also started by her, so it is good to go for it. Thinking of this, she sent a message again, I try to write as many character storylines as possible, so that you can pick and choose satisfactory. This heroine is still the classmate of the male protagonist, the encounter process is a lot stronger, you see. An Yulun, who quickly read the manuscript, also showed surprise, the original trace of dissatisfaction had dissipated, and his mouth was full of praise. This is very good, senior sister Shiu, I know that teacher Xiaoshiza can write love metronome, how can I not write a good character storyline? I know. Then I'll flesh out this plot later. After Shiukasho Majayaka sent out this text, he put down his mobile phone with a joyless expression. Expected, isn't it? At this time, AI Ran just walked out of the kitchen with a few drinks, and put the cup in front of Kashomi Hill's Shiu. It's hard, drink a glass of water. As soon as Shiukasho Majayaka was about to say thanks, AI Ran had already walked towards Megami Kato, muttering to himself as he walked, strange, where did Sawamura-san run? Megami Kato took the cup from AI Ran's hand, thanked him, and answered AI Ran's question. Thank you, Sawamura-san went to the bedroom just now. In this way, there is currently this kind of drink at home, let's drink it first. I will go buy today's ingredients and snacks now, you continue to work hard. AI Ran is now very clear about his positioning, since the Dragon Ball is not on the three of them, then he can focus on the logistics as an investor. Taking a sip of the drink sent by AI Ran, Yasuhiko Shiu's eyebrows slowly stretched, this is honey grapefruit? And specially heated? She also remembers the note AI Ran left behind at that time with healthy recipes for conditioning the body. In the past few days, Shiwakazu has been eating according to that recipe, and honey yuzu tea is for gastrointestinal care. After Wednesday, AI Ran was not seen at night. Shiwakazu had been expecting the figure that always sneaked in through the window for the next few days. She wasn't sure what she was thinking now. But there is a little Kazumajayaka Shiu can be sure that his current self does not like AI Ran. If you can immediately invest your feelings in another man just after a relationship, then your own feelings are too cheap. However, Kazumajayaka Shiu is still looking forward to it. That embrace, that warmth, that satisfaction after filling all the scars in my heart. Looking at AI Ran, who was about to go out, Kazumi Hills Shiu ghostly said. AI Ran-kun, how about I go with you? I also have something I want to buy. Hey! AI Ran looked at Yasuhiko Shiu suspiciously, and now he always had a feeling of being a thief in the face of Yasuhiko Shiu. If she could, AI Ran really didn't want to be alone with her now. At this time, Megami Kato slowly closed the textbook in his hand and said lightly. Then I will go with me, AI Ran-san can't cook. I'll leave the choice of ingredients and lunch to me. If Megami Kato is together, it should be able to avoid some unnecessary embarrassment. AI Ran nodded thinking of this. Okay then, let's go together, I'll go talk to Sawamura-san. No need. I want to go out together. Ying Li walked out of the room and stared at AI Ran suspiciously. There is nothing in the computer? Impossible. How can an adolescent boy not have something he or herself is embarrassed to show others? Could it be that AI Ran is a traditionalist? Is it still the type that buys a paper magazine and hides it under the bed after reading it? P.S. Thanks to the inspiration capsule rewarded by the Hongmengzalong boss, and the 2 flowers rewarded by the Sinister Smile boss, thank you for your support. Chapter 049. In a cafe near the apartment. AI Ran looked helplessly at Sawamura Hydri and Kazumajayaka Shiu, who were sitting opposite him. He lightly nodded the table and said to Yingli, I said, didn't we come out to buy ingredients and snacks? Please tell me, why are you here? Hentai Aaron, do you know the material? I want to draw Kato, but she always looks expressionless, how can I draw it? Megami Kato, who was sitting next to AI Ran, put the coffee in her hand on the table and said in a flat tone, I'm really sorry that I can't make an expression. Irie saw Megami Kato apologize to herself, and quickly danced and explained. No need to apologize, everyone is different, that. Then why me? AI Ran directly interrupted Ying Lily's casting spell and looked at her with an unkind face, I'm not interested in any male protagonist or anything at all. Obviously I just came out to buy vegetables, but Ying Li's thinking is too jumpy. Halfway through, I muttered that I was tired and wanted to find a place to rest. After tricking everyone into the cafe, he offered to make AI Ran a temporary male protagonist. It's just material, and it's not what you really want to do. Ying Li argued unconvinced, in fact, she also had her own careful thoughts. Last week, Irie had a conversation with Yukinashita Yukino and asked if AI Ran was her boyfriend. Yukinashita replied not yet. This is her tacit understanding with AI Ran, and only after all the Dragon Balls are recovered, will the two really come together. Even with wordless promises, she was willing to wait. But this word has another meaning in Yingli's ears. Her understanding is that AI Ran and Yukishita Shui are childhood sweethearts or better neighbors. In that case, why don't you want to find a way to match him and Megami Kato? Even though Irie is a blonde tsundere, she still faintly feels that Ren also has a good impression of Megami Kato. If AI Ran and Megami Kato go together, his own competitor will only be the black silk fat woman. But how could a gloomy black silk fat woman defeat herself as a childhood sweetheart? Thinking of such an ingenious scheme, Ying Li herself admired herself a little. Love is war. So, sorry. Kazumi Hills-Shia didn't speak, just frowned and stared at the milk in front of her. This matter had nothing to do with her. Now what she had to do was to perfect the script and return in Yulunya's favor. It is best to find another opportunity to repay AI Ran for taking care of her. Shiu Kazumajayaka has always been a person who does not like to owe others. But under the table, her legs trembled unconsciously. Megami Kato nodded and said softly, "If I can help Sawamura-san, I have no problem. But it still depends on what AI Ran means." Looking at Sawamura Hydri pair's earnest eyes, AI Ran sighed secretly, "Forget it, just treat it as a child." "Okay, just this once, what do I need to do?" Ying Li pinched her chin and thought for a while. "The two of you are a little closer, since you are the hero and heroine, how can you sit so far?" "Is that so?" Megami Kato leaned towards AI Ran, who smelled a faint fragrance. Completely different from the scent on Yukinashita Yukino, the smell on Kato's body is closer to the feeling of locust flowers. "Well, that's pretty much it, Henty Aaron, you have to show a little smile to set an example for Kato, you are playing a couple now. Why are you making a bitter face?" "Is that so?" AI Ran showed a wicked smile and gritted her teeth and looked at Ying Li. "What happiness does your smile have? It feels like eating people. Be natural. It's not okay to smile like this now, it feels like I'm going to fight." Listening to Ying Li's command, AI Ran was forced to make all kinds of smiles. Suddenly, a poof sound came from his side. Megami Kato was actually amused by the mutual talk of AI Ran and Ying Li at this time. "That's the expression." Ying Li quickly filmed the scene with her mobile phone. "Kato, you laugh so beautifully." Irie sighed, then handed the phone to Megami Kato, looking at her expectantly. "How do you feel? Can I draw a picture based on this?" AI Ran also poked his head over at this time. Megami Kato in the photo, the corners of her mouth are slightly raised, and her eyes have a flexible breath, which makes her temperament and sense of existence suddenly rise infinitely. AI Ran nodded and agreed with Ying Li's words just now. "Well, it's really good, Kato, you should still smile more. It's really going to be a lot cuter." Megami Kato tilted his head and looked at AI Ran suspiciously. "Does AI Ran think so?" "Of course." "Well, then I'll smile more later." Saying that, Megami Kato picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip gently. The heat made her face slightly hazy. "Gee," Kazumajayaka Shia shook her legs faster. "I said, let's hurry up and buy ingredients, don't you feel hungry?" Sawamura Irie looked at Kazumajayaka Shia with a strange look. Ying Li faintly felt that something seemed wrong with this woman today. As soon as she was about to ask, AI Ran's voice came. "It's almost noon, I should really go grocery shopping." He is now a little skeptical of life. "What the hell are you doing now? The host of Dragon Ball is not under surveillance, but what temporary male lead is he going to play here? Why did things turn out the way they did? This is completely unreasonable. Divide line. Tokyo. Anyulun has also finished correcting his manuscript." He nodded with satisfaction. This is his masterpiece full of enthusiasm and painstaking efforts. It will definitely cause a huge response in the circle. He clicked to upload, then pulled out his phone to see the progress of the club. Suddenly, he was slightly stunned at the screen. On the interface of the mobile phone is the photo of Kato hiding his smile. A few minutes ago, Ying Li just uploaded it as material to the group. This was my encounter of destiny that day. Anyulun also walked around the room excitedly, and carefully saved the photo. Wait a minute. Why can Garner smiles so happily when I'm not there today? I knew I should have gone with me to today's club activities. An Yulun also held the mobile phone and muttered. What the hell is going on? Good to know, good to know. Suddenly, the pale green light appeared again. Moreover, this time the green light did not disappear directly, and the color was more intense than before. An Yulun did not find this light, but continued to stare at the painting on the mobile phone and sighed. On the other side, AI Ran, who was checking out, suddenly turned around and looked at the three girls in the game club. How did the evil chi on their bodies appear again? P.S. Today this book will begin to enter the recommendation process, so trouble to see the big guys here, can give me a 5-star praise. This is really important in this book. Chapter 050. Tokyo's house is completely covered in green light. Because of its barrier, the residence and the exterior become two completely isolated spaces. An Yulun also stared blankly at the photo of Megami Kato on his mobile phone. And beside him was a green-skinned monster that looked like a toad. Ha ha ha, love can't be, can't ask for, can't think, human beings always can't let go of obsession, the more you can't get it, the deeper the obsession. You think so too, right? My host. An Yulun also nodded wittily, as if the soul had left this body. That's wonderful. That's why I chose you in the vast sea of people. Long proudly stroked his big belly with his hand. You are indeed my most perfect host, you have a strong obsession, you want to change from a player to a creator, you want to get this woman in front of you, right? An Yulun also continued to nod. You've actually done a good job, and the other two women have tasted your obsession with you, and it's really delicious. It's good that you can use that to fulfill your ideals. But some time ago, there was a delicacy that disappeared for some reason. The remaining energy is not enough, I was completely resurrected, do you understand? An Yulun didn't react this time, as if he was still thinking about what Long said just now. The two-star dragon was not in a hurry, and after An Yulun also nodded again, he got close to An Yulun and continued to bewitch. Or you and I are one, so that you can not only get everything you want, but also enjoy the pleasure of human wailing forever like our evil dragon. This time, An Yulun's originally numb face suddenly became vicious, and his body was shaking violently. Long sighed, it seems that the time is not ripe now. Thanks to An Yulun, he also suddenly had a strong obsession, which gave him a chance to manifest himself. But now, the power is no longer enough. The second star dragon put his big hand on An Yulun's head, and an evil force quickly rushed into his body, which soon made An Yulun quiet down. It's me who is too anxious, my host. But I know you better than anyone in the world. You will definitely choose to become one with me in the future. You are a perfect person, in order to complete your ideals, you can ignore her feelings, you can also let go of your dignity, and even you can deceive. What a beautiful and perfect quality. You're an obsessive monster like me, so let's wait and see. Saying that, the two-star dragon turned into a dark yellow dragon ball and once again integrated into An Yulun's body. Beware of that long-tailed human, he is a great threat to us, but the woman next to him seems to have the breath of a 3-star dragon, you need to find a chance to contact her. The voice of the two-star dragon completely dissipated with the green light, and then the enchantment outside was directly shattered like a mirror. An Yulun also snorted and regained consciousness, and he looked around his room suspiciously. Strange? I fell asleep just now? I moved my gaze to the phone again, and it was already 10 a.m. An Yulun also shouted, not good. I'm going to be late for work. If you are late today, you will be expelled. Divide line. After shopping and returning to the apartment, Megami Kato, the only one who can cook, prepares lunch in the kitchen, and Shiokasho Majayaka beats her on the side. Ai Ran and Ying Li were driven to the living room because they would only help. Picking up a piece of potato chips and putting it in her mouth, Ying Li leaned over to Ai Ran and asked, Hentai AI Ran, you have been in a daze since the beginning, are you thinking about some bad thoughts? What bad thoughts can I think? I didn't do anything. AI Ran, who was thinking about things, was interrupted by Ying Lily, and looked up and down at the blonde tsundere girl in front of her with her hands crossed at the waist, showing a disdainful smile. If you can own your own airport at a young age, your family must be rich. Although Yingli and Yukinashita Yukino are about the same scale, Yukinashita Yukino AI Ran is willing to use words like chic to describe her, as for Yingli pair. Hee. That's right, Saiyans are such a double standard. Yingli Li hugged her chest with both hands and took a step back, but she didn't want to lose to AI Ran in momentum, so she showed her two small tiger teeth and stared at AI Ran fiercely. What kind of eyes are you? Spreading his hands, AI Ran didn't want to continue to line up with Ying Li, so he began to change the topic. It's nothing, don't you rush the manuscript at this time. Obviously I just got the photo I wanted. I still like to draw at home, and I always feel awkward outside. Hearing this, the corners of AI Ran's eyes twitched unconsciously. Then why didn't you feel awkward when you painted my half-nude photos last week? And he laughed so badly. After eating a piece of potato chips again, Ying Li's mood was much happier again. You actually bought so many snacks, did you finish eating alone? I'll help you eliminate a little more today. Well, you can eat snacks as you like. But let me be quiet for a while. AI Ran leaned back and closed her eyes. Humph. Seeing that AI Ran took the initiative to back down, Ying Li snorted proudly. Her combat power is actually very weak, and in the countless encounters with Kazuma Jayakashiu, there are few times when she wins. But in front of AI Ran, she can always have an absolute advantage. Sighing helplessly, after not being disturbed by Ying Li, AI Ran began to perceive it again. Anu Lunyi's breath disappeared from this world. Several people in the game club have evil aura on them, so no matter how far apart they are, AI Ran can always quickly find them. But from just now, AI Ran couldn't sense his breath, as if he had disappeared from this world. Several times AI Ran was ready to visit Tokyo. The evil aura on Megami Kato and Hydri Sawamura is also more intense. This phenomenon did not appear in Kazuma Jayakashiu, probably because of AI Ran's previous intervention. Faced with this strange situation, AI Ran originally wanted to continue to ask the Realm King God, but this idea was vetoed by him the moment it appeared. AI Ran has discovered that the words of this third-rate god are basically not very reliable. Her business level is estimated to be inferior to the Realm King God of the 7th universe, Xian. First, it was said that Dragon Ball must be in love to purify, and as a result, a man appeared in the host. Later, at the incident of Yakoshita Yukino, she said that it would be good to stay quiet for a year, but it didn't take long for the Sangxing dragon to run out. Later, it was said that the two-star dragon could not kill people before it was completely resurrected, and as a result, Kazumi Hills-Shiu's life energy was lost in large quantities, and he almost died. This mouth is like opening the light. Cherish life, or stay away from unreliable gods. You still have to rely on yourself for your own work. Suddenly, Anu Lunyi's breath appeared in AI Ran's perception again. Chapter 051. Anu Lunyi's aura did not change in particular. But AI Ran still faintly felt that it was not good. His perception of Qi had become perfect, and if nothing happened, it was absolutely impossible to perceive such a thing. What happened to Anu Lun? AI Ran couldn't figure it out, and she couldn't continue to think about it. Because, the two wrongdoers of Kazuma Jayakashiu and Yingli Li don't know why they started to line up again. AI Ran opened his eyes in helplessness, and the two faced off not far from him. Kazuma Jayakashiu hugged her chest with both hands, relying on the advantage of her height, and looked at Ying Li condescendingly. So far, you haven't even been able to come up with the first draft. Do you really want to finish Flash Girl when you enter this club? Sawamura Spencer Irie-san. Don't call me by name. Black silk fat woman. Have you accomplished a lot? Of course. Kashoma Jayakashiu laughed proudly. The first draft of the heroine part has been completed, and Lun Yejun also said okay. The work on your side is the priority. Lun Ye-kun. Yingli Li looked at Kashoma Jayakashiu with a puzzled expression. Sure enough, something is wrong with this black silk fat woman today. It is always your opponent who knows yourself best, and the nerve-strapped English pair is a good interpretation of this. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with my statement? Kashoma Jayakashiu sat down on the sofa, which happened to be where Yingli was just now. Ai Ran silently moved to the side. You two fight not to harm the innocent, what are you doing so close? Gee. Kashoma Jayakashiu continued to stare at Yingli, and her feet unconsciously began to shake. I definitely won't delay the progress, besides, Kato just started learning programming today, and it will take time to get started. Indeed, until now, Yingli Li has not put pen, so under the weakness of the heart, she quickly fell into the downside in terms of momentum. However, Yingli still gritted her teeth and stared at Kashomi Hilshiu, gesturing unyieldingly. Today, this black silk fat woman made it clear that she had taken the wrong medicine, and she obviously didn't provoke her, she just sat on the sofa and ate potato chips. And Lun is not here today. Ai Ran watched speechlessly as the two people continued to talk about each other. Sure enough, Yingli Li can only gain the upper hand when facing Ai Ran, but she loses after only a few rounds against Kashoma Jayakashiu. At this time, Megami Kato quietly walked to the living room. Senior sister Kashoma Jayaka, Sawamura-san, Ai Ran-kun, it's time to eat. Irie and Kashoma Jayakashiu, who were addicted to the poisonous tongue in the line, were startled by this sudden sound, and only then remembered the existence of Megami Kato. Kashomi Hilshiu waved his hand with interest, and said very angrily, "Humph, let's let you go this time, blonde defeated dog-san." Ying. Li Li grinned at the little tiger tooth, "A Kashomi no Hilshiu." It was obviously rubbed on the ground, because Megami Kato's appearance interrupted the output of Kashoma Jayakashiu. Normal people should have self-aware opportunities to escape, but Irie just gritted his teeth and refused to admit this defeat in front of Kashoma Jayakashiu. Megami Kato put the food on the table and said lightly, "The relationship between senior sister Kashoma Jayaka and Irie Ri is really good. Who has a good relationship with her?" Ying Li glanced awkwardly. "Okay, let's eat first. Ai Ran-san, can you help me get the food out of the kitchen? It's too much, it's a bit of a struggle." "Well, I happen to be hungry too." Ai Ran, who had been a little unbearable for a long time, hurriedly walked towards the kitchen, but halfway through, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. How did Kato's tone just now seem like she was the mistress of this house? Divide line. After eating, Kashoma Jayakashiu began to improve the plot of the heroine's line, and later she also planned to add the childhood sweetheart line, the junior sister line. As for the senior sister line that she cared about the most, it had been cut by her. If it weren't for the fact that the operating expenses of the society were all provided by Ai Ran, Kashoma Jayakashiu even wanted to write only one heroine line. The so-called other branch lines are not important at all, and even the most basic foil may not be counted. After all, planners don't care. As if stimulated by the poetry of Kashoma Jayakashiu, Yingli also began to draw honestly. I have to say that Yingli, who entered the working state, is completely two people from before. That idyllic appearance made Ai Ran couldn't help but look at it a few more times. What a good girl, it's a pity that she has an extra mouth. In order to familiarize herself with Gal Game's game mechanics, Megami Kato found a game and started playing. Ai Ran, who had nothing to do, stood behind her and watched Megami Kato play games. The apartment was quiet again after a long absence. An hour later. I love you. Well, Hitomi-kun, we love you too. Yokamai-chan, Kashumino-chan, Iko-chan, Yoko-chan, Yoko-chan, Yoako-chan, Yoko-chan, Ika-chan, from now on, let's live happily together. Under the full moon, on the beach with a bonfire, the boy and 7 super beautiful girls with different looks made a lifelong promise here. Happy end. Game over. AI Ran blinked, he hadn't been able to slow down yet. Then he stared at Megami Kato again, rubbed his eyes and then looked at the game screen. This is the hardest harem ending for all ages love games. This. Is something wrong? I don't know. When Ying Lily, who sneaked behind AI Ran, laughed and patted AI Ran's shoulder. What can be wrong? Look, that is, your game level is too low. Bad. And June. Kato cleared the level and not you cleared the level. What are you proud of? Ignoring the golden retriever, AI Ran looked at Megami Kato in disbelief and asked, Kato, are you really playing gal game for the first time? Megami Kato replied calmly, if memory serves, I should be playing this game for the first time. Can you play the harem line perfectly the first time you play? The blank may not be yet, but could it be that Megami Kato is actually the reincarnation of Grandpa Tong? After all, the male protagonist in the game is also called Hitomi. No, it should be the reincarnation of Asuna. This technique is really powerful. Maybe it's because the so-called only women understand women's hearts best. As soon as the words came out, AI Ran immediately vetoed what he had just said. No, the one who does gal game is usually an uncle who does not have a girlfriend. Roar! Does AI Ranjun think that the members of our club are also uncles who don't have girlfriends? Xia! Zhaikyu Shiu teased AI Ran, and her eyes flashed with a strange look. Chapter 052. Shiu Kazumajayaka didn't know what was wrong with her. But before lunch, she couldn't help but get upset when she saw Irie sitting next to AI Ran. Just now, seeing AI Ran talking and laughing with Yingli, and praising Megami Kato's game skills, it made her even more irritable, and finally couldn't help interrupting the conversation between AI Ran and Yingli and Megami Kato. Although she was already convinced that she didn't like Aaron, but I don't know why, I can't see him contact with other girls. Is this the drawbridge effect? Because AI Ran saved herself, this is why this feeling occurs? Kazumajayaka Shiu couldn't help but hesitate. AI Ran, who felt that he had said the wrong thing, looked at Shiu Kazumajayaka embarrassedly. Our club should be a special case, everyone is a very cute girl. Shiwa Kazumajayaka pulled a long note, and then turned his attention to the script creation. She didn't dare to continue talking to AI Ran. If everything that is happening now is only because of the suspension bridge effect, Shia Kazumajayaka would not be so nervous, but what if it is not? Kazumajayaka Shiu did not dare to continue thinking about it. Time slowly passed. Late spring, the arrival of the sunset will be earlier than people's daily recognition, and Yingli Li, who finished painting a picture, stretched out. It's almost 5 o'clock. She looked at it for a while and said to everyone, let's go out to eat tonight. I have already drawn the first draft of the heroine, and the follow-up will be drawn slowly, but I don't have a clue about the material of the exterior now. I need to go out and take the material. AI Ran looked at Yingli suspiciously, turned her head and signaled her to look at the side. As a script responsibility, which scenes are needed? Kazumi Hills Shiu is the clearest. Such a simple truth, even a layman like AI Ran knows. Sawamura Hydri naturally understands, but if she wants to ask Kazumajayaka Shiu, it is impossible to kill her. Kazumajayaka Shiwa took a sip of the honey grapefruit in his hand and directly answered Yingli's question. Now she is happy to help whenever it is work that improves the progress of the game. There are 2 main plots at night. The male and female protagonists meet to buy clothes together. All the scenes are in the mall, and the corresponding scenes in the game are elevators and clothing areas. Of course, considering Lunyajan's proclivities, it is best to add a fitting room scene. Saying that, she unabashedly showed a trace of contempt. Men always like those so-called welfare plots. After moving her gaze to AI Ran, she paused. Well, there are also idiots who don't have a good head and don't like these. She recalled last Saturday, AI Ran's evaluation of the welfare plot, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. Then let's hurry to the mall, and by the way, we can solve the dinner. I'm starving to death. Ying. Li touched her little belly, looking impatient. In other words, don't you snack all the time in the afternoon? Still hungry? AI Ran seems to have discovered a new continent. Does Yingli have the appearance of a Saiyan? Yingli replied with a smug look, humph. For girls, dessert and dinner are stored in different stomachs. Hentai Aaron, you will definitely not find a girlfriend after you continue like this. Okay, then let's get out. AI Ran sighed, got up and walked towards the gate. Just now. He made a mistake in judgment, just like Yingli pair, it should be impossible to carry the blood of Saiyans. Divide line. Accompanying girls shopping is a painful thing. Even Son Goku and Vegeta, who have been able to turn into Super Saiyan, can't calmly deal with this matter. AI Ran is even worse. Irie and Shiwakazu Majayaka discussed with interest what kind of graphics were used in the game's plot, and AI Ran and Megami Kato, two laymen, sat on a bench not far away to rest. The bench can only accommodate 2 people, and Megami Kato looks calm, while AI Ran next to her is already asleep. Smelling the faint scent of locust flowers on Megami Kato's body, AI Ran easily relaxed. He tilted his head and did not touch Megami Kato. But to outsiders, it was like AI Ran leaning on Kato. At this time, Yingli just saw this scene. She quickly picked up her camera and filmed the scene. Physical contact between the male and female protagonists on the first date. This is rare material. Shiwakazu Majayaka looked in the direction of the camera, and after seeing the appearance of AI Ran and Megami Kato, her breathing was sluggish, and her pupils contracted rapidly. Sorry, I actually fell asleep, I shouldn't have touched you, Kato. Megami Kato replied calmly, no, it should be said that AI Ran will instinctively move away every time he approaches me. Sawamura Hydri fiddled with the camera, and today her receipt was full of goods, in every sense. The photos are all taken, I will send them to the group. Wait. The chat group quickly slid down at a very fast speed, and the mobile phone prompt sound kept stopping, and suddenly showed 99+. 4 people with different voices of the prompt sound connected, as if a small concert was held, which suddenly attracted the attention of passers-by around and embarrassed everyone. Kazuma Jayakashi raised her forehead, she was really fed up with this wastewood lady. I said wait, will I still give you an award for fast hand? Get a compressed package and upload it. Sawamura Hydri also knew that he had made a mistake, but it was absolutely impossible to accept Kazuma Jayaka's preaching. She stubbornly lowered her head and said nothing. Kazuma Jayaka did not continue, and she also realized that what she had just said seemed too heavy. But that scene just now. Kazuma Jayaka exhaled softly. Tell yourself over and over again in your heart, don't care that it's just a drawbridge effect. Feeling this awkward atmosphere, Megami Kato started a circle. Okay, since today's shooting has been completed, let's go back first. Well, go back, I still have to find the most suitable material from this pile of photos. In Tokyo, Anulun, who had been working for a day, also dragged his tired body home. As soon as he sat in front of the computer, a continuous text message alert tone appeared on his mobile phone. What is Yingli doing? Anulun also quickly checked these photos in the group. It seems that even if he is not here today, everyone has a good participation in club activities. Suddenly, a special photo appeared in front of Anulun. In the photo, AI Ran leans on Megami Kato's shoulder and closes her eyes to rest, while Megami Kato looks like she enjoys it with a quiet smile. Ah! What the hell is going on? Ghana. Garner is my heroine. Anulun also roared and jumped up directly from the chair. P.S. This book, entering the verification period. If you can, please give the author a 5-star review, which is really important to me. Thanks. Chapter 053. Late at night. AI Ran had just finished cultivating and was flying in the direction of the apartment. The place of cultivation has been changed to an uninhabited island overseas. After all, AI Ran is still embarrassed to release Qigong bombs near Tokyo every day. After the combat effectiveness exceeds 18,000, the power of a Qigong bomb in AI Ran's hand is no less than that of the hydrogen bomb made by the Earthlings. If you accidentally slip your hand, it is estimated that Japan will experience the scene recreation of more than 70 years ago. If you don't find a chance to talk to the people in the game club, the next club activity will be at Anulunyi's house. It's not a matter if the protagonist doesn't appear. AI Ran pondered as she flew. He is really not good at dealing with people, let alone 3 women. Suddenly, AI Ran sensed something abnormal, and Shiukasho Majayaka left the apartment for unknown reasons, and was wandering aimlessly on the street alone. What the hell is this woman up to? AI Ran let out a low sigh and sped up again. Shiukasho Majayaka lost sleep again today. Maybe one day it will become devilish. Shiwa. Kasho Majayaka smiled bitterly and continued to walk forward, as if this was the only way to dispel the boredom in his heart. Insomnia like this appeared when the first volume of Love Metronome was poorly sold and was talked about. Later, Anulun also used his social account to have a protracted verbal battle with the group of critics of the book on the internet, and used a lot of space to recommend this book he considered good to netizens. These actions brought Shiukasho Majayaka's Love Metronome back to life. It also made Kasho Majayaka Shiwa fall. She thinks Anulun is the one who understands her. From his words recommending Love Metronome, Shiukasho Majayaka can feel it. I'm such a wayward person. Shiukasho Majayaka muttered. Belly black Anulun is not a kind of willfulness. She substituted herself into Shiujiya in Love Metronome. Wishful thinking Anulun also regarded Anulun as the male protagonist. She has always turned her inner distress into willfulness, vented to Anulunyi without consent, and then took the wayward debt as a reason to stay by his side, taking it for granted that Anulun would also read her thoughts. And so on and on and on and on and on. Unfortunately, in fact, Anulun couldn't read her either. Everything is the same as AI Ran said, it is just a character he imagined. Shiukasho Majayaka is even sure that Anulun also saw his distress text message that day. How can the read displayed on the system be deceptive? He fled. When he was ill that time, Shiukasho Majayaka suddenly realized that such willfulness was more like a compromise to stay by the side of the ethical king. It wasn't what she wanted, and she wanted someone to read the positive vision he was hiding behind this willfulness. Then, that night, in a desperate situation, AI Ran quietly appeared by her bedside again. Thinking of this, Kasho Majayaka Shia whispered again, I'm willful again. Yes, in the days after AI Ran picked her up, she distributed her willfulness towards Anulun to other boys for the first time. Then every time AI Ran came to her side in the middle of the night, Anulun was also slowly fading out of her heart. But that's not right. Shiukasho Majayaka once again firmly affirmed this view in his heart. Whether it is the suspension bridge effect or not, if you can transfer your feelings to others so easily now, what was your previous self? And this is also unfair to AI Ran Jun. Although AI Ran seems to have a very low emotional intelligence, if he doesn't mention it to him, he will definitely not feel it. Taking a deep breath, the coolness of late spring filled Shiukasho Majayaka's lungs. Go back and try to write a perfect script, which I owe to Anulun. I'm graduating this time next year, and I'll leave without any debt. As for AI Ran. Thinking of this name, Kasho Majayaka Shiu stopped, and she also owed AI Ran. Without him that night, I guess I couldn't have survived. Compared to the physical pain, the mental torment of that night was even more unbearable. And the appearance of AI Ran not only healed physical pains, but also healed psychological wounds. Subsequently, I transferred my emotions to him without authorization. Although AI Ranjun doesn't want me to know, I can't act like nothing happened, I have to do something, otherwise. A cold wind blew through, and Shiyukasho Majayaka unconsciously hugged his arms. Tears also flowed again unconsciously. She stood stupidly on the side of the road like this, when suddenly a whistle sounded. A large truck stalled. The driver desperately pressed the brakes, but Shiyukasho Majayaka was still within reach. Apparently this truck is not the one that sends people to another world, after all, that car never brakes. Shiyukasho Majayaka was already frightened, and in despair she closed her eyes, and only one thought remained in her heart. I really want to feel that warmth again. The huge whistle never stopped, and although the speed of the truck slowed down, it could never stop before touching Shiyukasho Majayaka, and the driver closed his eyes in despair. Tonight is a must for death. Eventually, the truck stopped, there was no sound of impact, and the driver jumped out of the car in a hurry. The driver shouted, and quickly rushed back into the car. And Shiyukasho Majayaka has disappeared in place. Divide line. Hey! Woman, you don't sleep in the middle of the night, what are you doing? AI. Ran stopped in mid-air holding Kasho Majayaka Shiu, and he looked at the woman in his arms speechlessly. Why are literary girls so strange these days? Yukino is addicted to cats and can't help himself, and he has to take Perlu with him when he comes home on weekends. Kasho Majayaka Shiwa is even more strange, not sleeping in the middle of the night alone to press the road? No, I was almost crushed by the road. Kasho Majayaka Shiu closed her eyes and hugged AI Ran's neck deadly. Yes, that's this warmth, that's the taste. Am I dead? I didn't expect to be able to fulfill my last wish when I died. Dead for what? Not dead. In other words, your last wish is to find someone to hug it. Is such a simple wish to die? Not dead. Shiyukasho Majayaka slowly opened his eyes and found himself in mid-air. But unlike Yakoshita Yukino, she did not show fear, but increased the strength of her hand. Naai Ranjun, who are you? P.S. Ask for 5-star praise. Thank you for the inspiration capsule rewarded by the big guy of Fried Heaven Gangwei Wu Kiksheng, thank you for the milk tea rewarded by the big guy of the West Wind Red Candle, and thank you for the flowers rewarded by the big guy Hong Meng Zalong. Thank you all. Chapter 054. In the air, Kasho Majayaka Shiu is like a book koala hugging a tree trunk. An AI Ran flies very slowly, because Kasho Majayaka Shiu straightens his waist and holds up, his chest is naturally straight, and the already small field of vision is compressed minimally. Senior sister Kasho Majayaka, can you not hold it like this? I can't see the front at all, it's dangerous to fly like this. After hearing AI Ran's words, Xiao's Haikiho Shiu hugged AI Ran's neck even harder, and the softness that swept on his face directly made AI Ran speechless. She didn't want AI Ran to see her tears. Why did you save me again? Kasho Majayaka Shiu's voice was very soft, and AI Ran, who heard this, was slightly stunned, and the matter of sneaking into her room in the middle of the night before was discovered? After all, we can be considered acquainted, we can't watch you have an accident. You better stop talking. Shiyukasho Majayaka blushed and snorted, only now she noticed how humiliating her current actions were. Every time AI Ran spoke, a warm and moist breath would spray on her chest, as if it could penetrate her clothes and reach her heart, which had been beating since just now. Senior sister Kasho Majayaka, I really can't see the front. AI Ran struggled for a moment, controlling the distance between his face and Kasho Majayaka Shiu's chest. Obediently, I was almost covered to death. Struggling to control the direction, AI Ran flew into the apartment. Coming to the edge of the sofa, AI Ran whispered, Senior sister Kasho Majayaka, you can let go of your legs. There were still 2 people asleep in the bedroom inside. Even in his own home, Ai Ran once again experienced the feeling of being a thief. Xia Kashomajayaka slowly loosened her crossed and tangled legs and touched the soft sofa. Being down to earth did not bring her much security, and only a faint loss appeared in her heart. Ai Ran slowly bent down and put her down on the sofa little by little, and the whole person almost lay on the side of Xia Kashomajayaka. The heavy breathing of the 2 people broke the original tranquility in the living room. Ai Ran was covered because she was covered, and Xia Kashomajayaka wanted to relieve her increasingly rapid heartbeat. Senior sister Kashomajayaka, you can let go of your hand. It's not a problem to hold your neck all the time. Kashomajayaka Xia blushed, quickly let go of her hand, and turned her head to avoid Ai Ran's gaze. In the dark, the tears in the corners of her eyes shone brightly, but they were still keenly captured by Ai Ran, and her fingers gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Shyness, frustration, sadness. Moved. Countless emotions blocked Xia's throat. Before she opened her lips, Ai Ran quickly opened the distance between the 2. What? Rest early, senior sister Kashomajayaka. Everything will pass. At this time, Ai Ran forced himself to endure embarrassment, and he couldn't wait to use his feet to cut out a 3-room and 2-hall out. What did he just do? Trying his best to use a flat tone, Ai Ran said softly, I'll go back to the room to rest first, and you will rest early. After that, he quickly walked towards his room. Looking at Ai Ran's back, Kashomajayaka Xia stood for a long time, and she found that she was more and more unable to get rid of Ai Ran's warmth. Back in the bedroom, both Iri and Megami Kato slept. Xia Kashomajayaka patted her toes and quietly got into her futon. Ai Ran-kun, allow me to be willful again, if you can, please save me, please be sure. With this thought, Kashomajayaka Xia slowly fell asleep. On the other side, Megami Kato, who was resting on her side, slowly opened her eyes. Divide line. Xia Kashomajayaka seems to have returned to her former appearance, and she has been curled up on the sofa all morning writing the 3rd volume of Love Metronome. She felt like she could write the 3rd volume, but when it came time to actually write what is written, but still not satisfactory. But it's different now. Ying Li, who is also a fan of Love Metronome, did not bother her very well, and hid in her room and painted. Xia Kashomajayaka hummed an unknown ditty, her legs shaking restlessly. And with the tapping of the computer keyboard, a smile finally appeared on her face. As for the script of Flash Girl, everyone forgot about it for the time being. In the afternoon, just like last week, Ai Ran accompanied them to the station in Chiba City. Ying Li glared at Ai Ran in dissatisfaction, and her request for materials was rejected again this morning. Humph! Next time we meet, I will definitely take you to eat a meal that you have never eaten before, and then you must not forget to make a model agreement for me. In the morning, Ying Li made a gambling contract with Ai Ran when she was unsuccessful. As long as Ying Li can find a delicacy that satisfies Ai Ran will make Ying Li a model for half a day. Ai Ran glanced at her contemptuously, joke. What food have you not seen when you go south and north? Want to draw nudes of me for a meal? Let's talk when you find it. I'll go back first, you guys wait for the train slowly. Henty Aaron, you can rest assured that our 3 weak girls will wait for the train here. So ungentlemanly. Hey, I've never been a gentleman. Faced with Ying Lily's accusation, Ai Ran waved his hand indifferently and turned around to leave. Wait! Kashomi's Hikyo suddenly called out to Ai Ran, when the 3rd volume of Love Metronome is written, can Ai Ran-jun take a look? Ai Ran. You actually want me to be semi-illiterate to read? Or love text? Didn't it just hug you twice? Do you want to kill people like this? Ai Ran instinctively wanted to refuse, but as soon as the words reached his lips, he saw Kashomi Hill's Shio looking at him expectantly. The words that he originally wanted to say were a little unspeakable at this time, and after hesitating for a while, AI Ran turned his head awkwardly. If this book is interesting, I'll take a look. Kasumajayaka Shiu's voice suddenly became light. At this time, AI Ran glanced at Megami Kato and Shiu Kasumajayaka with a little meaning. I'll go first, you guys pay attention to safety. Looking at AI Ran's serious look, the latter nodded clearly. They are all in the know now, and AI Ran told them everything happened. However, Shiwa Kasumajayaka chose to stay in order to pay off Nyiranya's debt. Megami Kato didn't know why, and had no plans to leave the club. As for Yingli Li, AI Ran glanced at a certain golden retriever who was watching around because of boredom, and then sighed. Let her go, this child is not very smart in the first place, it is better for her to continue to maintain this innocent and romantic appearance. P.S. Ask for a 5-star praise. Thank you again for the inspiration capsule rewarded by the big guy Wei Wuxiang. Thank you for the reminder of the BNIM boss tip. Thank the user for 360243444 the big guy, and love the flowers that the big guy rewarded. Chapter 055. The next day after school. Yukishita Sueno's eyes closed slightly, holding a cup of black tea in her hand and taking a sip gently, and then she opened one eye and glanced at AI Ran beside her. I didn't expect that Ape-kun actually started reading love novels. AI Ran put down the novel in his hand with a calm expression. This is the work of senior sister Kasumajayaka, she recommended it to me. This book is very well written, although most of the words AI Ran does not know much, but it is better than those textbooks. AI Ran's plan today is to read novels in the club classroom as a way to escape the pain of being forced to study by Yukinashita Yuki. This way, Yukinashita Yukino picked up the love metronome and looked at it a few times, and casually put it into AI Ran's bag. Then in AI Ran's terrified eyes, he took out a Chinese test paper. Ape-kun, you better finish this test paper before reading the novel. Why is this so? AI Ran lay on the table weakly. Today's first plan failed. Oh ha! Uihihima looks full of vitality every time he comes over. She inserted directly between AI Ran and Yukinashita Yukino, and AI Ran could only move to the side of Hijiya Hachiman. Zioxu, yesterday Yumiko said that girls' cosmetics really have to be bought. Yukinashita interrupted her, Yubihama-san, it's too close. This is good, it can enhance the relationship. Looking at the two people who were unusually close, AI Ran was a little sour. Baijiya Hachiman on the side was beaming, the savior finally came, this dog food himself is almost enough, didn't you find that this department room because of the existence of AI Ran and Yukinashita Yukino, all exude the sour smell of love? AI Ran looked at Hijiya Hachiman speechlessly, and initiated the Morse code for him with his eyes. What is there to be happy about? Isn't our current situation half a pound and 8 tails? If you think about it, Yubihama and Yukishita stickers, then what are the two of us? Baijigu. Hachiman's face changed instantly after seeing AI Ran's eyes. But then he reacted and glared at AI Ran with a red face. Oh! Could it be that this guy is better than Kigu? AI Ran looked at Hijiya Hachiman with a playful expression. But after all, it was no longer possible to let Yubihama be so presumptuous, and AI Ran decided to do something. Under the snow, what about my teaching? Yubihama-san, I still have to guide the apes-kun to study, can you please sit aside? So, Yukino Yukinashita and Yubihama Ui changed positions and became Yubihama by the window, and Yukino was caught in the middle. Yukinashita Yukino felt Yubihama Ui, who had been close to her left, a little hot and uncomfortable, but she couldn't help it. As a result, AI Ran's second plan today failed again. Looking at AI Ran, who had been wandering, Yukinashita Yukinai said softly, Ape-kun, your grades have seriously dragged down the hind legs of the club, so I can only tutor you at your house at night. Yukinashita Yukino's tone was flat, but her face was very red. After all, the public said that he would go to the boy's house at night or something. AI Ran said unconvinced, so, what about this stupid Yubihama-san? Her grades? Ha 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 ha, well, it's okay, I can pass the passing line every time. What? AI Ran looked at Yubihama with an incredulous expression, she could actually pass? So what should you do? The penultimate number 1, the Ape King? Under the snow, Xuanai was slightly closer to AI Ran, full of oppression. Well, my grades are poor, I do my test paper well. Don't mention that nickname to me again. AI Ran made a bitter face, supported his chin with one hand, and turned the pencil in his hand with the other. In the past, being alone with Yukinashita Yukino was like sitting next to a quiet and peaceful lake, and like a gentle breeze, it made people feel relaxed from the bottom of their hearts, but now with the sullen Hajiya Hachiman and the noisy Yuhihama, the lake seems to have more life, and dragonflies are constantly rippling like water. But in any case, it cannot change the essence of such peaceful daily life, which is the beginning of AI Ran's step-by-step integration into the earth. Therefore, for the current state, AI Ran is inexplicably satisfied. Divide line. Ichikiyu walked in the direction of the Ministry of Service. A few days ago she already knew that the senior was a member of the Ministry of Service. But how did the ministry come about? No one knew about the students, so she found the faculty room, and her strong mobility was her greatest strength. A certain iron fist leftover girl who wears a white coat all day is very interested when she finds out. He quickly walked out with the girl and asked her if she had any commission to ask the Ministry of Service. I would like to thank one of the seniors of the ministry for his help to me. Senior? Baiki Valley? No, it's Senior AI Ran. Hirotsuka Shizuan was a little surprised, that guy would actually help the junior? Could it be because you're in love? Thinking of this, Hirotsukajing instantly became unhappy, he was still single. Why are these imps all in love? I heard that Baikagu and Yubihama have been fighting hot recently, so you must find an opportunity to break them all apart. They must not be allowed to be happy before me. Hey. Thinking of this, Hirotsuka Shizuan couldn't help but let out a laugh full of resentment, and a hint of colorful feathers behind her quickly opened the distance between her and Hirotsuka Shizuan. Contaminated with this kind of leftover resentment, maybe she won't be able to marry in the future. Yo! Under the snow I came in. As always, Hirotsuka opened the door of the ministry with a big grin. Yukinashita Yukino sighed, she had no interest in continuing to remind the teacher who had no memory at all. Hirotsuka-sensei, is there any commission for us to do today? I'm here today mainly for this little fellow. Hirotsuka Shizuki moved her position slightly, and as Haikiyu, who was standing behind her, quickly introduced herself. Hello seniors, I'm a first-grade Ichizayu. AI Ran, this one said that you helped her before and wanted to come over and thank you. Hirotsuka Shizuan said the word thanks very seriously, and secretly looked at Yukinashita Yukino by the way. But under the snow, Xuanai just looked at Yi Shiyu with a calm face, and then pushed AI Ran, who was about to fall asleep. Ape-kun, wake up quickly, come to you. What? AI Ran raised his head with a confused expression. Ichizayu glanced at several people in the service department, except for the beautiful Yukishita Yukino, no one else had heard of it, so it was not so important, so Ichiki Yuki observed Yukino under the snow seriously, and then her heart sank. That perfect appearance makes a color feather full of pressure. And it looks like the type in the show, and learning must not be bad. So is Haiki-san, please sit down and talk. Under the snow, Xuanai's cold voice came over, and Ichikiyu couldn't help but shrink his head. Chapter 056. Shizuki Hirotsuka took Ichizai to the classroom of the Ministry of Service and left directly. Although she is a counselor in the Ministry of Service, she has always adhered to the stalking policy. Yi Shiyu sat down opposite AI Ran and said to him, Senior, Thank you for your help before. Help? When was this? Do we know each other? AI. Ran looked at Yi Chiyu with a confused expression. He had no impression of this girl at all. It was 2 weeks ago on Sunday, near Chiba Station. AI Ran looked down and recalled for a while. In this way, it turns out that it was you at that time. I have already received your thanks. There is no need to keep this matter in mind. This is not a good memory for you. AI Ran waved his hand indifferently and continued to study the Chinese language test paper in front of him. Seeing AI Ran's unconcerned look, Yi Caiu hesitated for a while and continued, actually, I also have a commission that I want to ask everyone. Yukishita Yukino handed her a cup of black tea with a disposable paper cup. So, is Heike-san, what is your commission? Thank you, I want to make some real friends in school. On the side, Hichiya Hachiman complained in his heart. Isn't it good for you to go to the current group for this kind of thing? They often don't refuse other people's requests, so you look good when you look dressed. Such beautiful girls are often very sought after. Why come to our club where all members are not good at socializing? Yukinashita Yukino coughed twice. Ahem, is it? So can you be specific, what friends do you want to find? Hearing this, AI Ran tilted his head and looked at Yukinashita Yukina speechlessly. Don't hold on any longer, okay? This commission is already beyond the norm for you. Ah, then it's my turn to appear. Yubi Hamayui crossed his hands at his waist, looking proud. I'll introduce you to Yumiko, they know, everyone is a good person. Hijiya Hachiman reminded, if you make friends, it's probably better to be in the same grade. Ichizai quickly interrupted Hijiya Hachiman's words, actually, the senior ones can also be. Then she turned her gaze to Yukinashita Yukina, can you do me this favor? Yukishita Yukino lowered his head and pondered for a while, then nodded, is Heike-san, we accept your commission. Minutes divide line. Tokyo Toyonoki High School. Sawamura Spencer Irie felt a little tired, she had already yawned several times during the afternoon class. If it weren't for the fact that she was the perfect eldest lady, she would have been unable to hold on. It's no wonder, after all, in order to keep the game's production from stalling due to the original art problem, she has been playing with the liver since Saturday. She didn't play games at all. And she went to bed after 4 o'clock in the morning today. And to be honest, she didn't be late for school today and made her think it was a miracle. Fortunately, the time and effort paid off well, and after drawing an unknown number of drafts, she finally drew the character picture that she thought was the heroine of the game. For her, this is a satisfactory work, although it is still only some simple first drafts, but the basic demeanor consciousness and indifferent feeling that the heroine should have on the picture are very much in line with the text description of Shiukasho Majayaka and the requirements that Anulun also conveyed to her. After her school. After patiently waiting for a while to confirm that no one was on the second floor of the teaching building, she trotted all the way to the multimedia classroom with her laptop and saw Nyiranya and Shiukasho Majayaka who had already arrived. The two sat in their seats on either side of the classroom, both looking down at their books. The concept of time is really bad. Obviously you happily asked us to see the original design of the heroine, but you were 10 minutes late. What's going on here? Shiu. Kasho Majayaka heard the voice, closed the book in his hand, and complained casually. Who rejoiced? Kasho Majayaka Shiu, you guy. Ying Li was a little annoyed, this black silk fat woman could always easily make her fry her hair instantly. Well, everyone is a companion of a club, so don't be so angry. Ah! Ying Li was startled by the sudden sound behind her, and jumped far away in an instant, almost throwing out the laptop she was holding in her arms. Looking back, it was Megami Kato with a smile and a smiling and sinister expression. When did she come behind me? How did I not notice at all? At this time, Anulun also spoke. That's right, in short, let's take a look at your confident work by Yingli pair, it should be a great original painting. Irie nodded, put the laptop on a table, tuned it to the original painting she had designed, and handed it to them. Loon will definitely be satisfied this time, Yingli has this confidence. How? Irie stood aside with her arms folded, trying to make herself less urgent. Not bad, it's a cute girl who looks like it's good, I think it's great, if you become a heroine, many people will like it, Yingli is really powerful. Megami Kato's gaze left the computer screen and was the first to give an affirmative evaluation. Although it's only the first draft, it's much better than the one in AI Ranjun's house before. Shiokazumajayaka cut the hammer into the long hair of the joint test, and did not directly say a word of admiration, but the meaning in it was already self-evident. Yingli Li understood this guy's personality, so she was also very useful at the moment to hook the corners of her mouth, but after a moment she reacted. Isn't his own reaction like a child who is simply happy when praised by his parents? So she immediately converged her excited reaction, pretended to cough, and her eyes fell on a new Lunyi, who was still staring at the computer screen. Lunyi, what do you think? Hey! I think it's great, Yingli's painting is still so perfect, it's just. Yingli Li furrowed the corners of her good-looking eyebrows, and her originally excited heart gradually sank. Don't get me wrong, the heroine of the painting is perfect and impeccable, and I, a layman, can't fault a single flaw at all. An Yulun was also a little nervous. This time, unlike the script that rejected Shiwakazumajayaka 2 weeks ago, Irie's painting is indeed perfect, but... Looking at Ying Lily's gradually cooled face, An Yulun still gritted his teeth and said his thoughts. It's just that this original painting can't resonate with my heart. I don't think it's the image I want for the heroine of the game, and it's a little different from the image I expect to convey to the player. Shiokazumajayaka showed a playful smile and silently returned to his original seat. Megami Kato followed Shiwakazumajayaka step by step, leaving only Yazu Yiranya and Irie to continue to discuss the issue of the original painting. Irie took a deep breath. The positive emotions that Kato and Kazumajayaka had given her before had all disappeared. She suppressed the unhappiness in her heart and kept her mind as calm as possible, and also asked An Yulun. Then can you tell me, is there something wrong? Sorry, Irie, I can't tell what is bad. An Yulun also shook his head, forced by Ying Lily's momentum to choose not to look at the other party's eyes, turned his head and put his gaze on the computer screen again. But such a character image did not make me feel moved, that is, I met Garner classmate on the slope before, it was the heartwarming feeling of encountering fate like fate. Anyi-san. Megami Kato, who was sitting in the corner of the classroom with Shiwakazumajayaka, suddenly stood up. She looked solemnly at Anyiranya. Her indifferent expression had long disappeared, and she frowned and tried to maintain a natural voice. My name is Megami Kato, not Garner. Chapter 057. Garner no, Kato. An Yulun also seemed to be frightened by Megami Kato's seriousness, and couldn't help but take half a step back. After hesitating for a while, Megami Kato's indifferent voice appeared again in the multimedia classroom. I'm sorry, Anyi-san, I was a little unwell today, so I left first. After that, Megami Kato was picked up her bag and walked straight out. An Yulun also looked a little lost, the hand on the table gradually clenched, and the next moment he stood up. I'll apologize. Just as An Yulun was also about to leave, Kazumi Hills Shiu slowly spoke, Wait, Lunye-jun, have you forgotten something? Today's main task is to finalize the first draft of the heroine with Ying Li, and then discuss the issue of community funding by the way, right? Even if there are AI Ranjun's funds, you must always come up with a reasonable fund use plan. But Kato, as the heroine, is not here now, at least until the next time everyone is there. When is the next time? Shiokazumajayaka turned the page of the book spread out on his legs, his gaze did not move in the slightest. Originally, we didn't have a lot of time, almost 2 months have passed since you first had the idea of making games, and many important things have not made the slightest progress. Did you really want to make games when you founded this club? Kashomajayaka Shiu's words did not leave a trace of emotion, not only because she was eager to complete the game and pay off Anu Lunyi's debt, but also according to AI Ran's description of the abilities of the two planets. The intelligent Kashomajayaka Shiwa has more speculation, is the so-called evil dragon hinting at Anyiranya, so that he has not been able to complete the game, hanging Kato, Iri, and himself? Facing Syazhiki Shiu's inquiry, Anulun also said excitedly, "Of course. I want to share the emotion I gained that day with everyone. The game is the best vehicle to reflect that emotion, and my heart is undoubted. Very good momentum, so please tell me, since the establishment of the club, how much progress has we made towards your goals? Is there a tenth distance?" This. Anulun was also speechless for a while. Fine sweat broke out on his forehead. Shia Kashomajayaka sighed, "There are many things in this society that cannot be delved into because they can't get the kind of answers they want. Forget it, don't talk about this, back to the beginning of the topic. Today we have to finalize the first draft, and there is also the issue of club funding. Then I'll go and call Kato back, and everyone together. There is no need for that, Iri and I are the main creators, so there is no need to trouble Kato-san about this for the time being, and I think it's better to let her be alone for a while now." Anulun was also persuaded and sat down again. "I know. Let's talk about the funding of the society first. Iri does not want to discuss the issue of the original painting now." Anulun also said that she didn't understand at all, and she was not at the scene that Tianlun and Kato's encounter that day, and even if she was at the scene, it was impossible to know his mental activities specifically. Just like those parties I met before, they always said that this version was not good, and they had to see the next version. Is it the same as that paragraph, dozens of versions to look at, or the original version is the best? The point is, those who give money what are you doing now? For his own romance, paint his childhood sweetheart who has a crush on another woman and what another woman calls the encounter of fate? At this moment, Ying Li suddenly felt that she was cheap. Of course, at this point, Kashomajayaka Shiu and herself are also half a pound and 8 taels, and the script is still written by her. No, Shiwa Kashomajayaka doesn't seem to like Lunya anymore, otherwise he wouldn't have just now. Thinking of this, Ying Li looked at Kashomajayaka Shiu with a puzzled expression. What really happened during this time? Realizing that she was not thinking about these things yet, Ying Li took a deep breath again, calmed down, and slowed her tone. "I am only an original artist, not a psychologist, and there is no way to reverse the inference from Lunyi's ambiguous words to get the correct result. So, don't make me think hard and guess and try. Give me some specific ideas for painting, or make some constructive suggestions. For example, on this painting, what makes you dissatisfied is because of the heroine's face shape, eye size, body proportions, or clothing. Put in order. After you know this, let's talk about the original painting." Hearing Ying Li's words, Kashomajayaka Shiu slightly hooked the corners of his mouth on the side, and then reopened the book in his hand and spread it on the fleshy thigh that was completely wrapped in black silk. "Then let's talk about the funding of the community first. AI Renkun previously provided 1 million yen, and also provided us with a meeting place for the weekend and all other expenses. We also need to calculate the cost in detail, and confirm with him when the game will be made, how to sell it, and how to divide it after the sale is completed. Even if Iri and I cannot talk to you about money in our previous friendship, AI Ran and Kato-san are not obliged to do so, I hope you understand this." Lunyi-kun. Hearing AI Ran's name, Anulun also felt dissatisfaction in his heart. Suppressing his emotions, he looked at Shiu Kashomajayaka. "Senior sister Shiu, then, how much does it cost to make this game?" Shiu Kashomajayaka felt that he had no way to continue reading calmly. "Lunya-jun, have you really not thought about this at all? I just wanted to get the game out quickly, and I didn't have time to think about it so much. It's nice to want to make a game quickly, but funding is the most important thing. The copywriting and original manuscript are in charge of me and Iri, and even Kato can learn programming. But background music, voice actors, and game optimization cannot be done by us, and enthusiasm is not omnipotent, so the appearance of AI Ranjun helped us solve the core problem. I calculated that if we could make the game before the summer vacation, we would have at least 5 million yen. And the more you delay, the more you spend. I am also a candidate, at most to help you before the summer vacation, and I am powerless later. 5 million. It's only 2 months until summer vacation. Let's think more from the producer's point of view, Lunya-kun. Making games is not something that can be done well when you want to do it with a hot head. I hope to see an accurate budget for the club on the weekend, and I can't accept that because of your own ideal, let AI Ranjun's funds be invested in a bottomless pit indefinitely. Ignoring Anyiranya's surprise and wail, Shiwakazumajayaka left the classroom after speaking. Iri bit her lower lip lightly, and also left with Shiwakazumajayaka. Leaving Anyulun alone in the classroom, he muttered. How did it suddenly become like this? You and I haven't seen each other for a week. Why did it suddenly become like this? Anyulun was also a little panicked, and things were galloping in a direction that he couldn't control. He squeezed the table tightly and roared, "Three-dimensional is really a bad garbage game." Then a voice sounded in his head. You finally found out? Do you want to consider becoming one with me, so that you can get everything you want, and our Dragon Ball is a treasure that fulfills the wishes of others? Anyulun also shook his head and said dissatisfiedly, I haven't failed yet. Is it? The two-star dragon no longer spoke, but the fusion had already begun, but Anyulun had not yet discovered it. P.S. At the beginning of the next chapter, the protagonist begins to pry the English pear. Watch me operate. Chapter 058. A restaurant in Tokyo heard the owner's roar. Anyi. If you lose your mind again, check out and leave. You've served the wrong dish several times today. Anyulun also shrunk his head and bowed to the shopkeeper. Sorry boss, don't fire me. I'm going to save up for new games. The shopkeeper sighed and said helplessly. Forget it. It's almost time to leave work. You pack up and get ready to leave work, do a good job tomorrow, and remember not to be late again. Yes, thank you boss. Anyulun also wiped the sweat on his head. Today he has indeed been wandering. Megami Kato left the multimedia classroom angrily, which was not a small blow to him. The heroine in Gal game will never treat the male protagonist like this. Reality is a fucking garbage game. Scolding in a low voice, Anyulun also began to pack up his things. In a coffee shop across the road, AI Ran sat by the window. What's going on? Suddenly I can't sense Anyulun's breath at all. AI Ran finished the coffee in his hand in one sip and frowned. Sure enough, it was still so bitter. If this thing is not sugary, it is like brushing a pot of water. Henti Aaron. You asked me to take you to Lunyi to work here to peek here? Ying. Li, who was wearing a green tracksuit, gently kicked AI Ran's calf in dissatisfaction. The current Yingli pair and the usual she are completely different. A thick pair of black-framed glasses and a slightly old but clean green tracksuit. This sportswear was her middle school outfit, and although she was distressed that it still fits, it is one of her favorite loungewear. AI Ran glanced at Yingli and said helplessly. I didn't peep, I said that I went directly to the shop where Anyi worked, or did you have to pull me here? I'm wearing this now. How to meet people? And I don't want to see him now. Sawamura Iri put a small piece of mousse cake in his mouth, and the dessert can make people feel good, and Iri pair proves this to AI Ran very well. At the moment when the cake entered his mouth, Yingli's originally bitter little face instantly stretched. After Anyulun's breath disappeared, AI Ran thought of Yingli for the first time. After all, the two are childhood sweethearts, and Yingli Li definitely knows where an Yulun also works. It's just that she didn't expect her to come out dressed like this, and something seemed to have happened between Yingli and an Yulun. Could it be that an Yulun's breath suddenly disappeared? Thinking of this, Ai Ran tentatively asked, "You quarreled with an Yi? Or did something else happen?" Yingli Li's character Ai Ran still knows a little. If he doesn't take the initiative to ask, this golden retriever Tsundere will not say it. After all, she had just helped herself, and it was about Dragon Ball. Let's just care. It's the original painting, and the original painting of the heroine I prepared on the day off didn't pass. And I still don't know what the reason for the denial is. Irie lowered her head, and her dazzling golden double ponytail hung down in front of her with her movements. While eating dessert, she slowly said what happened in the multimedia classroom in a statement tone, and showed Ai Ran the original character picture with her mobile phone halfway. In the end, Ying Li pursed her lips slightly, thinking of her friendship with an Yulun when she was a child, and still soft-hearted and wanted to defend him. As for Lun Yi, he has been working hard recently. At least he still holds the position of producer, responsible for game planning and plot design. Ai Ran thought for a while, glanced at Yingli Li and said, "This way, perhaps. I don't know much about an Yi. However, since Yingli has made such a judgment, maybe Yingli is right in your idea. This is a lie. An Yulun is indeed too much. Since as a producer, the preliminary preparation work should be done well, and the image and character of the heroine should be in mind, but why can't he even say the most basic requirements when he faces the painter? As the person in charge, he has the right to decide whether all content is adopted or not, but while exercising his rights, he also has the obligation of the producer. An Yulun is not your food and clothing parents, and the second is not your gold lord father. Why should you deny your own efforts and force yourself to accommodate such a stupid beep who does nothing and only talks empty? In other words, I am the Golden Lord Father. They above is what Ai Ran wants to say. But the other party also has expectations for an Yulun, and the original intention of the establishment of that game club is still a wish to fight and be beaten. What's more, there doesn't seem to be a Dragon Ball clue here. Therefore, Ai Ran came to the conclusion that this is a relationship problem between the two of them, not something that they should worry about. It's better to be honest and listen to a tree hole where secrets won't leak out. Although Ai Ran still felt quite fucked. After listening to Ying Lily's story and knowing the ins and outs of the matter, even Ai Ran, an outsider, surged with an unspeakable sense of grievance. At this time, Ai Ran saw an Yulun also come out of the restaurant opposite. Ying Li pair, it's not early, I still have something to talk about today, let's talk about it here first. Thank you for your help today, I will treat you to delicious food on Saturday. Hey? But I want to sit here for a while. For the expectations that emerged in Ying Li's eyes, Ai Ran chose to turn a blind eye. Is it? Then you rest here for a while, and I'll leave first, but it's almost dark, and it's not safe for you to stay outside as a girl, so it's better to go back early. Ai Ran stood up and prepared to leave, and when he was about to move, he hesitated for a moment and then said, Ying Li, although you are an idiot, in this matter, I think the party with the problem is not you. No matter where your starting point is, learn to verbalize unreasonable requests. Who is stupid? After hearing the answer she wanted to hear, the emotionally warmed Ying Li returned to her arrogant nature. Ai Ran smiled at her and left the cafe. On the other side, an Yulun had just left the restaurant, and the voice of the two-star dragon sounded in his head. An Yi, I feel that there is a lot of negative energy in one place, let's hurry over. Don't let me go to any morgue this time. Strange using. An Yulun was also a little reluctant. That day, after seeing the photo of Kato and Aaron, he made a deal with Erxing Ryu in anger. However, that night, Erxing Long fooled him into the morgue, which made An Yi always have palpitations. Now this said again? No, I feel that there is a lot of greed over there. Where does the greed of the dead come from? We are collaborators now. As long as I revive me, I will definitely be able to create a real two-dimensional world for you and that girl named Kato. You have to believe me. Chapter 059. After AI Ran left, Ying Li sat alone in the cafe thinking about what AI Ran had just said. However, thinking about it, Ying Li can leave himself nothing but a wry smile. AI Ran was right, he wanted to refuse unreasonable requests with words, but it was an Yulun who made the request. Lun also likes Megami Kato. Irie knows this. As a gal game who only plays childhood sweethearts, Ying Li has also been observing an Yulunya's choice before. She knows exactly under what consciousness she would make that choice. And Lun also chooses the option of always being a classmate. And only Megami Kato in the game community fits this image. Even now the development of this game is actually a disguised confession by an Yulun to Megami Kato. As the daughter of a diplomat, Irie's emotional intelligence has always been not low, but she is willing to live like this as a carefree person. So all this is actually known. But even so, she still chose to join in, hoping that she and an Yulun would also become a relationship in elementary school again, or even closer to becoming lovers. A girl's love must be such a thing. At this time, Irie suddenly noticed a figure wearing black silk walking by the bed, and she quickly ran out of the cafe and stopped her. Kazumajayaka Shiwa. Shiwa Kazumajayaka turned around, and after finding that the visitor was Irie Pear, he showed a mocking smile. Oh? I actually saw you here, Sawamura Spencer Irie. She could probably guess the purpose of Yingli's search for her, and today's words from her own club may be a thunderbolt for Yingli, splitting her cognition of the relationship between people. Therefore, when school was over, Shiwa Kazumajayaka deliberately avoided Irie Pear, but he didn't expect to run into it here again. Shiwa Kazumajayaka, you are very strange during this time. Are you okay? It's okay, the work is progressing well. Just now I drank afternoon tea and ate dessert, and I had a good day today. Hey! Ying Li was stunned, and her double ponytail trembled. Gritting her teeth, Irie decided not to bend anymore, and she wasn't good at this herself. What do you mean by what you said at the club this afternoon? Literally. What literally? Kazumajayaka Shiu couldn't help but raise his forehead, sighing that Yingli Pear was also the type that had to be said clearly. Yingli pouted. At this time, Kazumajayaka Shiu was not so strange, similar to her impression, just as annoying. What? Look impatient. It's okay, Kazumajayaka Shiwa waved his hand and continued. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with what I said in the community? My only thought was to get the game done quickly. Really? Irie Li's face was full of disbelief. People change, Sawamura-san. The memories in his eyes receded like a tide, and Shiu Kazumajayaka's eyes were no longer restrained. Shibetsu should be impressed by the 3 days. It has been a long time since our previous events, and it is time for Sawamura-san to update his inherent cognition. Hey! Ying Li frowned. When I joined this club, I did have the idea of going further with Lun Yejun, but then I thought clearly that what I needed was never him, and now all I want is to do this game well from beginning to end. Don't need Lunya. Irie looked at Shiu Kazumajayaka in disbelief, and carefully asked the question she wanted to know the most. Kazumajayaka, you gave up? Well, I gave up just last week. Although Sawamura-san is an idiot, I have been very clear since the afternoon. Last week? Irie muttered. The most powerful explanation for giving up is that there are people you like. Kazumi's Haikyuu was sick at home last week and never came to school, and Yulun also played at home for 3 days. Originally Yingli still felt that the two of them were tired before, but later she found that the two people had not contacted each other at all. Went to AI Ran's house together on the weekend, and Kazumi Hills liked AI Ran? Indeed, a lot of the things she found strange on the weekend made sense. Kazumajayaka, you love hentai Aaron? Hearing Ai Ran's name, a trace of fascination flashed in Kazumajaya Kashiu's eyes, but it was quickly pressed back to the bottom of her heart. He still has debts that he has not paid off, and now is not the time to mention this matter, which is unfair to Ai Ranjun. I don't like it, but I think Ai Ranjun is still very interesting, and I still have some good feelings for him. I haven't liked it yet. Yingli Li feels that things are not so simple, and it is not simple to make Kazumajaya Kashiu say the three words have a good feeling in his mouth, and he can almost do this fact. After being a wrongdoer for so long, when he suddenly knew that his opponent liked another person, and that person was still Ai Ran, who had just drunk coffee with him, Ying Lily had mixed feelings in her heart. Ai Ran is actually quite good, and her figure is also very good. And they will deliberately let me when they quarrel. I should be happy if I have one less opponent. Xia Kazumajayaka folded her arms and revealed a meaningful smile. She told Yingli directly about this for a reason. Everyone likes good things, but when this good thing is an affection, especially when there is Yukino fighting under the snow, she can't do a good job of planning ahead. For some reason, Irie felt that she felt worse about Kazumajayaka, especially when she saw that the corners of her mouth did not hide a happy smile, and she felt that she was showing off her power as a victor. Kazumajayaka Shiwa waved his hand at Irie. Goodbye Sawamura-san, see you at school tomorrow. With that, she left with brisk steps. I should be happy if I have one less opponent. Looking at the back of Shiwa Kazumajayaka, Irie said the same thing in her heart again. Divide line. An Yulun also followed the instructions of Erxinglong and came to a large game hall. Although it is called a game hall, in addition to a few game arcade machines at the door to decorate the facade, there are all kinds of pachinko gambling machines neatly arranged inside, and a group of middle-aged people sit in front of this bullet gambling machine with empty eyes. Mu ran stuffed glass balls into the machine, and then mechanically manipulated the lever. An Yulun also stood at the door of the game hall, his face a little ugly. The greed you said is here. Of course, what a wonderful taste. Everyone in it is full of greed, and human desire is the medium through which I absorb energy. It was so perfect. You actually want me to be a high school student here. That's more excessive than you told me to go to the morgue before, okay? An Yulun also said angrily, as an otaku, he can still distinguish between a game hall and a gambling hall. What's the rush? And didn't let you gamble money. Erxinglong and An Yulun can also be said to be of the same heart now, and they can naturally sense his thoughts. Aren't there still various game consoles over there? Wouldn't it be nice if you just find a machine to play with for a while and let me absorb the energy quietly? You know, your wish can only be fulfilled if I am fully resurrected. It only takes a few hours. An Yulun also struggled for a long time with an ugly face, and finally he sighed and walked towards the game hall. Chapter 060. An Yulun also exchanged a few game coins and sat in front of an arcade machine. He observed his surroundings uneasily, praying not to meet acquaintances. As a heavy two-dimensional mansion, he was already notorious for giving others Amway comics and games at Toyo's Heike High School regardless of the occasion. If you are also found by acquaintances appearing in such a gambling place. An Yulun was already a little afraid to think about it. The expression is naturally a little unyi, the appearance of you as a thief will make others doubt. An Yulun also drank low without anger. You said it is simple. Don't worry, just absorb some energy, these people will be fine. Erxinglong's tone is very casual, and what he is best at is hiding himself. Until it is truly resurrected, it will never carry out large-scale killings that lead to its own discovery. Sure enough, after hearing the words of the two-star dragons, An Yulun also pushed his black-framed glasses, stuffed a coin into the game console and began to play. An hour later, the night sky, which was still cloudless, began to rain lightly. The voice of the two-star dragon sounded in An Yulunyi's mind again. Not bad, not bad, these greedy humans really provided me with a lot of energy, we can go Anyi. After seeing that those humans who were absorbed by the two-star dragon did not have any abnormalities, An Yulun also breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. And after he stood up, he hurriedly merged into the crowd on the street with his head down, and walked in the direction of his home. On the way, An Yulun also asked suspiciously, "How long will it take for you to be resurrected?" "Soon," Erxing Long said perfunctorily, and then fell silent again. At the top of the building opposite the game hall, Ai Ran held a straight bone umbrella, frowning and staring at An Yulunyi's back tightly, falling into deep thought. Divide line. On the other side, Ying Li supported her bicycle, standing alone in the doorway of a grocery store. The sky was grey, and the continuous drizzle was not large, not a heavy rain, but not the extent of gritting her teeth and braving the rain to go home. When is it going to go down? It's dark. Irie turned and looked inside the grocery store, but unfortunately, although the store has a full range of products, it does not sell umbrellas. If I hadn't talked to Shiakajo Majayaka, I might have been home by now. Ying Li lowered her head, facing such a rainy night alone made her a little scared. Sawamura-san. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Ying. Li raised her head and shouted in surprise, "Hentai Aaron! Let's go, I'll give you a ride." "Hey? Didn't you go to Lun yet? How did it end up here? How did you end up here?" "Still not sensing your breath, don't worry about you coming to take a look. Then see you standing here stupidly motionless. Just happened to pass by here, let's go, this rain will not stop in a short time, it's not good for you to stay here and get cold." "Hey, this," Ying Li hesitated. "So this is a suitable umbrella, right? It's bad if it's seen by someone at school." Of course, Ai Ran didn't know what Ying Li was thinking, he directly opened the umbrella and came to Ying Li's side. "Wait!" Ying Li shouted. Quickly untied her signature double ponytail, and the blonde hair that was still dazzling in the cloudy day flowed down like silk, adding a gentleness under the rain to her tsundere and lively temperament. Then she took a hat out of her backpack and put it on her head, which is her usual disguise when she goes out to buy books. With a sigh of relief, Ying Li said to Ai Ran, "Now it's okay, let's go." Ai Ran immediately understood Ying Li's intention, and looked at her speechlessly. This girl's big miss burden is too heavy. "Don't worry, now you feel like a different person to me, let's go, it's late now." After hearing Ai Ran's words, Sawamura Irie was relieved, looked around, and after making sure that there was no one, she pushed her bicycle and got under Ai Ran's umbrella. "Ai Ran, thank you, phew, it's a little cold today, standing here for so long, a little hungry, I really want to go home and eat quickly." Ai Ran rolled her eyes at Ying Li, "Didn't you just eat dessert in the cafe more than an hour ago?" Verbose Ying Li blushed and argued, "I told you last time that girls have two stomachs, and one is specially used for desserts." Yes, Ai Ran ignored Ying Li's crooked reasoning, "You lead the way, I don't know where your home is." Outside the umbrella is drizzling, inside the umbrella is a dry field, driven by the characteristics of human cold to warmth. Ying Li pair instinctively approached the only heat source around her, and the distance from Ai Ran was slightly closer. The height difference between the two people is very large, Ai Ran is more than 1 meter 8, and Ying Li pair's height is only 158 centimeters. If Ai Ran normally holds an umbrella, Ying Li pair will still get rained. After perceiving the situation of Ying Li pair, Ai Ran lowered the umbrella slightly. Ying Li turned her head and said in an arrogant tone, "Humph, I didn't expect Hentai Ran to have such a caring side. No way, Sawamura-san is too short, I can't watch you get rained." "Ah, damn it, I take back what I just said, Hentai Ai Ran, you are too inconsiderate, you are not tall and you can't blame me. Drink more milk and go out and walk more often." "I have milk, but it's not long, what can I do?" Ying Li's tone of this sentence was slightly depressed, making Ai Ran feel that she meant something else, and couldn't help but glance down at her Baron somewhere. B79.9, worthy of you. Even in AI Ran's previous life, in addition to the blonde Sundara, there is only this residual B79.9. Thinking of this, AI Ran said with a little pity, don't be discouraged, maybe you can still grow. However, AI Ran lowered his head and happened to meet Ying Lily's gaze, and the latter's eyes instantly became fierce, like a golden retriever puppy who was preparing for a murderous person. Hentai Aaron. Where are you looking? AI. Ran was shocked in his heart, but he didn't expect that his little movements were discovered by Yingli. But he still maintained a calm appearance, and said in a flat tone. Don't get me wrong, I just looked at your hair, and I felt that Sawamura-san looked better after putting down his double ponytail. Yingli's eyes lit up. There is no girl who does not want to be praised for being beautiful, but she does not want to be seen by AI Ran, so the corners of her mouth are slightly upturned and happy, and in the next second she turned into a tsundere. She snorted softly and turned her head away. Chapter 061. In the quiet night, only the sound of raindrops falling on the surface of the umbrella. Under the umbrella, AI Ran and Yingli Li chatted without a match. When he was about to arrive home, after being silent for a while, Irie suddenly asked. Hentai Aaron, did something happen to you recently before Shiwa Kazumajaya Kayaka? Of course, a lot of things have happened. Such as AI Ran running to Kazumajaya Kashiu's bedroom in the middle of the night every day like a thief and being found, and for example, AI Ran has hugged Kazumajaya Kashiu twice so far. Even with Yukoshita Yukino, AI Ran just held hands and leaned over his shoulders. After all, Shue Shue is a more reserved person. Even if they are concerned, before the relationship is clear, both people are trying to control themselves to maintain the current distance. Unlike Yukinashita Yukino, Kazumajaya Kashiwa is like a flame, and after confirming her feelings, she prefers to take the initiative. In the face of Yingli's question, AI Ran unconsciously recalled all the things that happened between the two people last week, and the pain, strength, relief, softness, and tears of Shiu Kazumajaya all reappeared in AI Ran's mind. After thinking for a while, AI Ran spoke. Last week, I just helped Kazumajaya-san a few times, so now it's familiar. AI Ran was a little unsure. Poof! Yingli Li suddenly laughed. Although AI Ran is a hentai, she is really gentle sometimes. Gentle? Yingli's evaluation of herself made AI Ran a little overwhelmed. When did she still have this trait as a scion? In front of a mansion, Yingli stopped. She turned her back to AI Ran and said, "Okay, I'm home, thank you." "It's okay, it's just to send you back. Didn't you also help me find an Yi today?" Yingli Li shook her head. "No, I'm not talking about this. What you finally said to me in the cafe today made me feel a lot more comfortable. At that time I had already begun to self-doubt, and I really needed the power of identity. So, thank you, and don't forget our bet. I'll find something that will surprise you, so you honestly wait to model me." After that, Yingli Li snorted arrogantly, and then walked quickly into his courtyard. Seeing Yingli's arrogant appearance, AI Ran smiled, and then found a place to fly towards Chiba City. "Mom, I'm back." Sayuri Sawamura's voice came from far to near, revealing concern. "Is Irie Pears wet with rain? You forgot to bring your umbrella when you went out just now." "No, a friend sent me back just now, I went to take a shower first." "Okay, dinner is almost ready, let's eat directly after washing." Sayuri Sawamura watched her daughter return to the room, her eyes growing more and more interested in her dress and hair. "A friend sent her back?" Dressed like this, I hurried out the door, and then when I came back, I turned into a disguise. It seems that it was not her female friend from school who sent her back, was it Lunya? Minutes intervals lines after dinner, Yingli Li picked up the original manuscript of the heroine and read it for a long time. She bit her lower lip lightly. Shiwa Kazumajaya has withdrawn, which should be good news. Although Lun also seems to have a good impression of Megami Kato, it is only because of the so-called encounter. The two of them didn't know each other before, how could they have any emotional basis? This is really the best time. The best time to resolve the contradictions in elementary school and embark on the childhood sweetheart line good end. After making up her mind, she took out her mobile phone and sent a text message to a new Lun with line. Is it there? Lun also? Oh, in Yingli, what's the matter with me so late? Do we really have to use Kato as the heroine in this game? If I use my own image to design a heroine, after all, I am the person who knows myself best, then I am still very confident in drawing an original that satisfies you. After typing this text, which was no different from confession, Yingli hesitated for a long time, and finally sent it over. Anulun did not reply immediately this time. Iri can understand, she can wait slowly. For this short text, she has been entangled for a long time, and it can even be said that she has been entangled since elementary school until now. Yingli sent this text message perhaps inspired by AI Ran verbally refuse unreasonable demands. That's right, for Iri herself. Having her paint the original painting with Kato as the heroine is itself an unreasonable request. Or maybe she was stimulated by Kazumajaya Kashiyo when the black silk fat woman found someone she really liked. The decisive look really impressed Yingli. After a long time, Anulun finally replied. Yingli took a deep breath and opened the line. Yingli pair, you still don't understand what the second dimension wants is the touch of that moment. If the original paintings of the heroine are different, it is impossible to convey our enthusiasm for creation to the reader. If I did, I wouldn't deserve to say I like two-dimensional. Why don't you understand? Yingli quickly sent a text message, although she was a little puzzled, Anulun really couldn't understand it, or pretended not to understand what she meant. But her feelings for Anulun eventually prevailed, and she was still willing to believe that Lun was just a little dull because she was addicted to the second dimension. I don't understand you Yingli pair. On the other end of the phone, Anulun, who felt that Yingli was denying his feelings for the second dimension, was also a little up, and under the loss of control of his emotions, he actually said the topic that the two people had always wanted to avoid. The second dimension is absolutely pure, and the heartbeat mood at that time must be transmitted to the player in its original form. In terms of two-dimensional pairs, English pairs are still not pure enough, so we will break off contact when we are young. Ying. Li opened her mouth to explain, and suddenly realized that Anulun was not by her side at this moment. Her heart seemed to have been stabbed by a knife, heavy and uncomfortable. That incident was indeed her fault, and she also knew that it was only when Anulun also said it in this tone, and her heart was particularly painful. Let's get along, Lunya. Iri sent this line with tears. In her eyes, aren't we already reconciled? The past is gone, now just work together to create this game. This text message was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Yingli couldn't fool herself, and Lun also understood the meaning of the previous text message. She forcibly controlled her emotions, and after typing the last paragraph of text with a trembling hand, she finally couldn't help but cry. I know Lunya. I will do my best to cooperate with you to make this game. P.S. Today is the last day of the verification period. Ask for a wave of 5-star praise, which is very important for the author, thank you. Chapter 062. It's Friday's lunch break. And today there are only 2 people in the ministry, Ai Ran and Yukinashita Yukino, and Ui Haihama takes Ichikiwa and Hijiya Hachiman to make friends with Miura Yumiko. However, Ichizuha's current target seems to be Hayama. She also introduced Ichikuba to Miura Yuko as a friend, and also brought Baijiya Hachiman, who has always been afraid of society, which is very exciting to think about. Secretly complaining in his heart, Ai Ran yawned and picked up the bread in front of him. What's wrong? A look without spirit? Yukishita Yukino sat next to Ai Ran with a bento and skillfully handed Ai Ran a bento she had prepared herself. Hey? Do I have one? After taking the bento, Ai Ran yawned again. This is already the fourth yawn you have made when you came to this ministry. Has something happened? There is nothing unusual at the moment, but I really haven't rested well during this time. Ai Ran opened the bento box, which contained a small sandwich. Throwing a sandwich into his mouth casually, Ai Ran couldn't help but start wagging his tail. After returning to this daily world, it is naturally inconvenient for Yukino to cook for Ai Ran every day. After all, it is too exaggerated to bring so many bento boxes to school. Of course, with Yukishita Yukino's physical strength, it is unrealistic to make food that satisfies the Saiyan meal every day. However, she still insisted on preparing a snack for Ai Ran every day at noon. Of course, the other two Saiyans don't have to worry about that. Sun Wukong's wife, Kiki. But the descendant of the turtle immortal stream, who has entered the existence of the 8 finalists of the world's first martial arts association, with her physical strength, let alone make a Saiyan meal, even if it is 3, there is no problem at all. As for Vegeta, his wife seems to be the richest man in the world. There are dozens of cooks at home. Ai Ran tasted the dim sum prepared by Yukino himself, and his thoughts drifted back to the night of the previous 2 days. From Monday to Thursday, Ai Ran would go to Tokyo every day to monitor Ahn Yilunya. But it was monitored for 4 days in a row. Ahn Yilun did not have any abnormalities, although every day after working, he would go to the arcade in that game hall, but this should be nothing. After all, he is an otaku. Ape-kun, we will start our field internship next week. Our family's construction company is also part of the school organization visit. My sister said that on that day, I want to have a meal with you. Yukinoshita Yukino blushed, her tone shy with a hint of worry. Although my sister wants to see Ai Ran, but it is my own company, and my mother will be there. Stuffing the last sandwich into her mouth, Ai Ran looked at Yukishita Yukino. Oh, no problem, I will always be by your side on the day of the field apprenticeship. Yukinoshita Yukino smiled. Sure enough, no matter what time, the ape-kun was always so reliable. Divide line. Sawamura Spencer Irie. Hidden otaku and creator of popular 18 Forbidden fanworks, the name Hydri Kashiwagi used in private is very well known in the Doujin creation circle, although she has not yet graduated, but she stepped into society with half a foot early and received a lot of painting commissions with salaries. It stands to reason that such a professional original artist, even if she encounters something in a bad mood, she will quickly adjust over, but she is now facing the cruel rejection of the person she has had a crush on for many years. After resting at home for 3 days, she gradually sorted out the thoughts in her head and slowly calmed herself down. She is now in the multimedia classroom, the temporary stronghold of the game Doujinshia. Ying Li, it's Friday today, how is it? Have you thought of any good heroine character drawing ideas? Not at all, the head is dry like a chewed bagasse, there is no inspiration, you kill me. Ying Lily looked at Ahn Yilun's eyes that were also full of hope, and gave this answer coldly. Ahn Yilun also naturally knows why Ying Lily treats herself like this, but some things cannot be broken, and her strength is still needed at this stage. He turned his head mechanically and turned his pleading gaze to the other two, hoping to ease the awkward atmosphere from them. Shiwakazu shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he couldn't help. What kind of joke? You will see Ai Ran immediately. How can you have the mind to deal with this problem for you? Shiwakazu breathed slightly heavier. She has been spending the week in torment, just like a patient addicted to cat smoking. She now continues to replenish Ai Ran energy. She was even already thinking about going directly to Chiba tonight. Seeing this scene, Ahn Yilun also thought for a moment and gave a word of comfort. Yingli pair, it's okay, no one in the community will urge you, so don't put so much pressure on yourself, we can slow down the progress and wait for your original painting. But this sentence has a completely different meaning in Yingli's ears. No one will rush me? Who was the one who just questioned my original painting's progress? Don't put pressure on yourself. Slow down the progress waiting for my original art? If it hadn't been for the fact that you rejected my original painting for no reason last time, if you hadn't confessed to me that night and pretended to be stupid, I would be the embarrassed and uneasy I am now. Bang! Yingli Li's round eyes slapped the table with fiery eyes, and her last feelings for An Yulun were slowly being worn away. But after seeing An Yulun also retreating one after another, she did not choose to say what she was thinking. Instead, he swallowed it abruptly. After glaring at An Yulun fiercely, he slowly sat down with his hands around his chest and turned his head to cast his gaze out the window. Shiukasho looked at Yingli, who was obviously a little wrong, frowning thoughtfully. As a novelist, he naturally understands the irritability in the creative process, so he also has empathy for Yingli, but at present, Yingli's mood is not simply irritable can be explained. Thinking of the scene where she and Yingli met by chance in a cafe on Monday, she couldn't help but guess. Lunya-kun. Kashoma Jayakashiwa opened his mouth to attract the attention of everyone in the society to himself. The original art thing was put aside. I sent your line the first draft of the game before, did you read it? AAA. An Yulun also obviously hadn't recovered from the previous incident of Yingli Li's anger, and after Kashomi Hill's Shiu asked a question, he responded in a panic after a while. Look, of course look. Is it? What do you think? Is there anything that needs to be changed? The plot written by Kashomi Shiko is as interesting as ever. But it always feels like it's not the feeling I expected. Kashomi Hill's Shiu lowered her head and said nothing. Unlike 2 weeks ago, this time she did not ask An Yulun what was wrong with the plot. Because now it is not necessary. After hearing these words, Yingli's gaze that originally looked out the window returned to An Yulunya. It was such a familiar sentence again, not the feeling he expected. Yingli Li wanted to laugh a little. She looked at Shiukasho Majayaka, and it was really the right decision for you to pull out. Chapter 063. After thinking for a while, An Yulun also stood on the podium of the multimedia classroom, dragged his black-framed glasses with his index finger and announced loudly. I thought about it, we won't go to AI Ran's house this week. I had already informed him in the group just now. Kashoma Jayakashiu's face immediately became gloomy, and he asked in a low voice, why? Because I wanted to find the direction of the game and the feeling when I met Kato on the day of my return. I wanted to invite Kato to my house to play games together, and then go out shopping together. Dating. Kashoma Jayakashiu looked at Anyiranya unkindly. Why should you cancel everyone's group event because of your date? Megami Kato also looked at Anyiranya with a surprised expression. I wanted to say something, but I was not interrupted by An Yulun's words later. No, it's a club activity for materials. An Yulun also corrected Kashoma Jayakashiu's statement. Is there only 2 people for the material? Yingli's tone was much warmer than before, but it was still full of gunpowder. Yingli Li, you want to design the original painting, and senior sister Shiu has to rush the manuscript, considering the intensity of the work of the two, so you don't have to participate in this event for the time being. An Yulun also said seriously. Okay, continue. Kashomi's Haikyuu Shiu expressionlessly motioned for An Yulun to continue. In order to simulate the scene that appears in the game, I hope to use Kato as the heroine of the game, visit the store with him, hold hands, exchange gifts, eat dessert, in short, have a bland date. Drawn. Interesting and ordinary are not contradictory things. What I want is to see the blind date between the male protagonist and the female protagonist everywhere in daily life. As long as I feel that the other party is by my side, I will be happy. By displaying this ubiquitous scene in words and beautiful original paintings, the game created by this is a great work that I think can resonate with players. After the excited speech, Megami Kato, who was sitting at the back of the media room, stood up, and she said in a flat tone. Sorry, An-san, although I agreed to be the heroine of this fandom club, I don't want to do any of the things you said. If I don't have a weekend sleepover, I'm studying at home, and my academic performance has dropped a bit lately, so I should really take some time to study. After that, Megami Kato directly lifted his backpack. Kato. Anulun also hurriedly walked towards the back of the multimedia classroom, wanting to stop her. At this time, Kazumi Hill's Shihu blocked in front of him. According to what Lun Yejun, you said, can it be interesting to be simple and interact in love like ordinary people? Yes. Anulun also nodded firmly, but his gaze kept looking towards Megami Kato, and after seeing that Megami Kato didn't seem to have any plans to leave immediately, he turned his gaze to Shiwa Kazumi Jayaka again. If it were any best-selling novelist Kazumi Shiko, she would be able to write lifelike characters and wonderful and interesting stories, I believe you. Faced with Anulunyi's expectations, Kazumi Jayaka Shihu closed his eyes, wrapped his arms around him, quietly thinking, and did not reply immediately. For her, the only relationship with Anulun is the debt she owes him, and the debt is dispersed. All she has to do now is think about the feasibility of such a script. Ying Li looked at the scene in front of her, with a full sense of déjà vu. It was an ordinary afternoon before the establishment of this society, and Anulun appeared in front of him without warning. Come and make a game with me, Irie. If it's you, you can definitely draw the most exciting original painting, you are the best original artist I know, I believe you have the strength. Self-care of the determination, self-care of the excitement, the personnel together, full of enthusiasm to encourage, beautiful name to believe, but the opportunity did not see him in the process of moving forward together. I believe you. I believe you. Are you a cheerleader or a game producer? Why did he agree to help him make a game in the first place? Ying Li couldn't help but think about this question. What was your original intention to join the club at the beginning? Is Anulun also needed to be satisfied when it was gone? The pride of being recognized for one's own talent? Or is it a sense of responsibility that is needed? It doesn't seem to be. It seems that he is only impressed by his liking for this childhood sweetheart and by his seemingly enthusiastic eyes. At the end of the day, does he really want to make a great game instead of a game that he thinks is great? Or to put it more directly, a game based on Anyiranya and Megami Kato? Lun has also been working hard lately, and he also has the position of producer, responsible for game planning and plot design. Ying Li suddenly remembered what she said to Ai Ran in the cafe before. Ying Li suddenly felt that she was so stupid. People had already found the heroine in her life, using the excuse of making games, using the excuse of going out to get materials, thinking of holding hands and dating. And he himself understood a long time ago, just kept deceiving himself. No wonder Hentai Ai Ran left in a hurry after comforting himself at that time. In his eyes, he was an out-and-out clown. Ituri. You, why are you crying? Yulun also noticed the abnormality of Yingli pair. It's okay. Haha, just thought of something funny. Ying. Li took out a tissue and wiped her tears, and at this moment, she finally woke up completely from her dream. In the case of having promised the other party, even if there is anything unexpected in the middle, even if it is a very annoying thing, it is the bottom line of Yingli's work ethic. Lun Yi, I will complete the original painting of the heroine according to your request. Goodbye, Lunya. This time the original manuscript is considered to be the incident when we were children. I will compensate you. After the original painting is completed, you and I clear the debt. Kazumi Jayaka Shihu opened her eyes and witnessed all the reactions of Yingli from beginning to end, and after sighing softly, she said to Anulun, Lun Yejun, I understand, I will slowly modify it in the direction you requested. Yes. Please, senior sister. I'll think about it in the next few days, and I'll contact you to discuss it before I start writing. Yes. The statements of Iri and Kazumajayaka Shiu immediately raised his mood. I will definitely be able to complete this game that excites everyone's heart. At this time, Kato Megami, who had already stood at the door of the classroom, said lightly. Anyi-san, I'll go back first. Sorry for turning down your invitation, but I will cooperate with the work of Iri Lee, so let's do it first. I will leave first. After that, she disappeared into a Nulunyi's sight like a floating cloud. Chapter 064. The game club's Friday meeting ended up unhappy. Anulun has been silent since Megami Kato left, not knowing what he was thinking. In the end, I couldn't come up with a reasonable game development budget as planned. This disappointed Shiwa Kazumajayaka. But she didn't say anything, just sighed, said goodbye lightly, and left in a hurry. As for Yingli, she is currently wandering alone on the street. Many times this is the case, when a person is frustrated, hesitant, wandering, hesitating, always subconsciously want to find a person to talk to. But Yingli was surprised to find that she didn't have anyone to talk to. AI ran. Yingli didn't know why, and suddenly thought of this name. Isn't this week's gathering held? Iri lowered her head. Thinking of the upcoming weekend, her heart felt a sense of emptiness for no reason. The things that belonged to them disappeared, and the feeling of emptiness was as if you were in a crowded but silent black and white street. The world has no color, the crowd is no longer noisy, and here without certain things, it is like a dead place. I don't want to have these uncomfortable feelings of wanting to cry anymore, not once. She desperately wanted to escape. So, Iri took action, sent a text message to her mother, and then walked into the station and boarded the train to Chiba. An hour later, Iri arrived in Chiba. She did not choose to go directly to AI Ran's house, but ran to the mall where she was filming with everyone in the game club before. Yes, she hesitated again. I can't even be considered friends with AI Ran, so what is the matter of coming to him? After a while. Forget it, come here, buy some fruit snacks as gifts, and play a game overnight with AI Ran. After making up her mind, Yingli Li bought some apples, packed some snacks and walked towards AI Ran's apartment. I don't know when the sky full of dark clouds exploded out of thin air. The weather in late spring is like the mood of a girl, which is always confusing. The loud noise frightened Yingli Li and stood in place, with uncontrollable panic in her eyes. Droplets the size of beans rushed into the sky, first dripping, but in just a few breaths they turned into a violent storm. The rainwater is like a waterfall falling from a high place, falling to the ground with a dense sound. Pedestrians on the street or briefcases on their heads, or hurrying with umbrellas in hand. Iri pair also trotted among them. The gift to AI Ran was held in her arms, her hair was completely wet, her shoes began to get water, and the dense rain blocked her vision. Without one checking, she tripped over a slightly raised piece of pavement. His pain. The apple in the fruit bag rolled to the ground, and Yingli slowly stood up, with a hot pain in the knee joint and the outside of her arm. She endured her physical discomfort, took the school bag on the side, and picked up the scattered apples one by one. The surrounding pedestrians turned a blind eye to the scene and subconsciously pulled their bodies to prevent unnecessary trouble. Walking towards AI Ran's apartment again, Yingli Li endured tears for a long time and finally flowed, because of the pain and because of grievances. After finally entering the apartment and coming to AI Ran's door, Yingli straightened the long hair stuck to her cheeks, sniffed, wiped her face with damp cuffs, and replaced it with her usual proud look. And slowly pressed the doorbell. After waiting for a while, no one came to open the door, so she pressed again and waited quietly for a while, still not responding. Not at home? Or asleep? She put down the things in her hand, took out her mobile phone, and wanted to use Line to contact AI Ran. But because just now, the water machine was flooded. Still ringing the doorbell once, Yingli stood in front of the unopened door and slowly lowered her head. Stupid, stupid, stupid. With a crying mutter, is it talking about AI Ran, or is it talking about himself? She slowly squatted against the wall, her head resting on her knees, and gradually fell into tears. With the increasingly frequent thunder, the rain outside became even greater. AI Ran was hovering over An Yulunyi's house at this time. This afternoon, he suddenly received a text message from An Yulunyi. This week's hangout has been cancelled. How does this work? Every Saturday is an opportunity to get up close and personal with the Dragon Ball host. AI Ran stared irritably at An Yulunyi's house. Several times, he wanted to directly send An Yulun and his house to the sky with a Qigong cannon. In this way, the work of Dragon Ball purification is completed. Unfortunately, killing is not allowed. The king god of the time realm told him that as long as he killed people again, he would go directly to hell. Sighing helplessly, AI Ran supported his chin with his hand. Suddenly, a thunder sounded, and a torrential rain fell in an instant. Forget it, it's raining, there is still no change on An Yulun's side today, I'd better go back first. AI Ran wiped his face with his hand, and the Saiyan hair would not change again when he became an adult. So even in heavy rain, AI Ran did not have to deal with it. Just throw it a few times at home later. Go home and take a shower and rest, classes during the day, work at night, what kind of social animal is this? Saying that, AI Ran galloped towards Kyunyi. Minutes separation line. 10 minutes later, AI Ran returned to the apartment. After the elevator door opened, AI Ran walked out, but saw a huddled figure in front of his room. Sawamura-san. After approaching, AI Ran squatted down with some surprise and gently shouted the name of Ying Li. Ying Li, who was called out of her name, slowly raised her head buried between her legs, and her red eyes shed tears irrepressibly the moment she saw AI Ran. AI Ran met this line of sight, and his heart clenched fiercely. AI Ran-san. Ying Li slowly stood up, but because she had been squatting for too long, as soon as she stood up, she fell in the direction of AI Ran. Quickly hugging the oncoming Ying Li pair, AI Ran felt the delicate, cold and damp body of Ying Li. He noticed the fruits and snacks that had been set aside, as well as the wounds on Ying Li's body. Although it is not clear what exactly happened, but his hand unconsciously patted Ying Li's back. Sorry, Sawamura-san, I've been waiting for a long time. AI Ran looked at me and saw the pity of Ying Li, and her tone became particularly soft. P.S. After thinking about it for a long time, I felt that I still used this way to narrow the distance between Ying Li and the protagonist, and vetoed many plans, and there was no way to justify myself. There will be a chapter after the meeting, and it will soon be the Azura field that everyone loves. And I see that the friends here trouble to give this book a 5-star praise, thank you. Chapter 065. Looking forward to finding someone to talk to, they were greeted by a disappointing and embarrassing accident and a poignant wait. The loneliness and pain that filled his whole body were released without reservation the moment he saw AI Ran appear in front of him. The reserved self-restraint is completely undone, like a river embankment washed away by a flood, which has no effect. Sawamura-san, let's go to the house. Seeing that the embarrassed Miss Tang Chicken in her arms gradually stopped sobbing, AI Ran's hand holding her slowly released. But Ying Li did not let go, but nodded slightly inexplicably. After venting his emotions at the beginning, Ying Li, who came back to God, didn't know how to deal with the current situation. The tsundere personality that she had manifested since childhood began to dominate her way of thinking again. Why did I suddenly throw myself into AI Ran's arms? Not reserved. Super unreserved. Am I an idiot? Sawamura-san, if you hold me in such a position, I can't open the door. AI Ran helplessly raised his hand. What happened tonight? Hearing this, Ying Li hesitated for a while, then slowly released her hand, then lowered her head and pursed her lips, and took a few steps back without saying a word. She didn't have to look in the mirror to know that her face must be very red now, because she could feel the high temperature there. AI Ran casually picked up the things that Ying Li brought over, opened the door, and said, "Please come in." "Excuse me," Ying Li whispered, covering her head and walking into AI Ran's house. AI Ran followed her and closed the door. The sound of rain outside and the occasional thunder were isolated from the house, and the sound was much quieter. Faced with such a reassuring environment, Ying Li, who was relieved, searched another uneasy mood at this moment. After coming to the living room, he stood there dumbfounded. She was soaked in the rain, and there were still a lot of mud spots on her body after falling before. "Just sit down, Sawamura-san." AI Ran put the thing on the coffee table and noticed Ying Li's knee. The knee-length socks in that position were torn, and a trace of blood oozed out. "I'm not clean, I'll stain the sofa." "It's okay, just clean up later," AI Ran said casually, took out a medical kit from under the TV cabinet, and walked towards Ying Li. "There are some bandages and anti-inflammatory drugs in it, and AI Ran is often injured when cultivating, so he always has these at home." "Wait, Aaron." Ying Li's calves shrunk. Although she knew what the other party wanted to do, she still had a strong shyness. I'm fine. Don't bother to help me deal with it." "What? I'm not going to help you deal with that." AI Ran looked at Ying Li with a confused expression. "What an anime, don't boys take the initiative to help girls do this?" I don't know why, Ying Li suddenly felt that she relaxed a lot, and the tone of her speech slowly changed into her original tsundere appearance. She even recalled a book she had drawn before. There, the queen was left in exile and was rescued by a knight. In between, the two developed feelings. After the queen restored her identity, the knight knew that the two identities were very different, and he never dared to step down, and he was slow to take that step. The proud queen gradually lost patience and forced her knight to kneel before her bed. The knight could only hold that foot. And of course some forbidden things began in the back. Thinking of this, Ying Li trembled slightly, a little scared. She could feel her heartbeat, and even had some anticipatory emotions. However, AI Ran just put the medical kit in front of her, and then sat far aside. "Hentai Aaron, why are you not a gentleman at all?" Irie muttered dissatisfiedly, unbuttoned the top of her blouse and breathed a slight sigh of relief, and then began to treat the wound herself. "You can't handle your wounds like that." Seeing Ying Li's clumsy appearance, AI Ran sighed helplessly and quickly stopped her next move. "Stupid English pair, let me help you get it." "You're stupid. And don't call me by my name." "Hey!" Ying Li was just about to retort AI Ran with a grin, and suddenly couldn't help but snort, because AI Ran grabbed her foot and put it on her thigh. "I'm going to start dealing with it, you bear with me a little." Looking at AI Ran, who was sitting next to him and carefully helping him deal with his leg injury, Ying Li's thinking was almost stagnant, forgetting to think, and could only stare blankly at the man in front of him. "I couldn't help but substitute myself into the role of the queen in that story." No. You have to cheer up. Don't be full of these color scraps. But this feeling is as if it has never been experienced before." Ying Li put her hand on her chest, a strong emotion came out, but she held it down again. "Hentai Aaron. Hey! Can I come to you all the weekends in the future? I want you to be my model." "Stupid Irie, don't forget our bet, until you find a food that satisfies me, you don't want to think about it." AI Ran carefully attached a waterproof bandage and looked up to meet Ying Li's cramped and uneasy eyes. Suddenly, I felt that the atmosphere of the scene suddenly became awkward again. "Go take a shower." "Hey! Oh what? You're all wet, and your clothes are torn. If you don't bathe, you will catch a cold. In other words, aren't you uncomfortable like this?" AI Ran gave Ying Li a blank look, and continued, "After washing and changing into my clothes, you can't wear this body for the time being." Ying Li replied with a red face and bowed her head, and then trotted to the bathroom. When AI Ran's mobile phone suddenly lit up. He picked it up and saw that it was a friend invitation sent by Shiwakazu Majayaka. Their only contact before was the group of the gaming community. Why did you suddenly add my friend? AI Ran's mobile phone only had 3 contacts, Yukino Yukishita, Hijiya Hachiman, and Ui Haihama, and after thinking for a while, AI Ran clicked to agree. AI Ran-jun, I want to come to you tomorrow. Why? Aren't there no club activities this week? But after facing something like that, I was a little scared to be alone, and you've done all these and that to me, don't you need to take responsibility? Seeing the message sent by Shiwakazu Majayaka, AI Ran was slightly stunned. What did I do? Isn't it to save people? P.S. Trouble to see friends here give a 5-star praise. I'm going to think about the next chapter, and I just thought about the general plot in my mind, and it feels very interesting. Finally, thank you all for giving me tips, thank you. Chapter 066. This is Hentai Aaron's clothes. Ying Li immediately thought of the crazy behavior of burying her head in it and inhaling wildly. The face turned red all of a sudden. Nope. No way. Ying Li, you have to be reserved, you can't go to the boy's house and still have a brain full of color waste. Taking a deep breath, Ying Li took off her skirt and shirt normally, raised her legs successively to fade fat, and finally the underwear on her body. Folded neatly on a hanger on the side, standing under the shower head, the warm water covering her whole body. It's so comfortable, the rain just now really froze to death. It is said that I came here today to chat with Hentai Aaron, why was he taken care of again? This is also too strange. Such a self-complaining, Irie closed her eyes. After taking a bath, Irie came out of the bathroom and came to the living room. So, why did you suddenly come to me today? Didn't Anyi say that the weekend dormitory was cancelled? AI Ran handed Yingli a cup of hot tea and sat on the sofa and looked at her suspiciously. Well, I'm worried you're starving to death at home. I saw it last week. You can't cook at all, can you? Ying Lily's face was a little red, and by this time, she didn't know how to talk to AI Ran anyway. AI Ran was also a little stunned at this time, because he saw a completely different English pair today than usual. The blonde hair was not tied up in a double ponytail but simply draped over her shoulders, her face was a little rosy after taking a bath, and the white men's shirt was not very close to her body, and the hem was pulled very long, which looked very loose. Yingli is not tall, so in contrast, her figure is even more petite. In other words, it looks like Yingli is not wearing panties. Cough. AI Ran's old face turned red, and he turned his head in another direction with a dry cough. I'll go get something to eat, you haven't eaten yet, although I can't cook, but there are a lot of bento boxes bought from convenience stores at home. Saying that, AI Ran stood up and walked to the kitchen. It's too embarrassing for lonely men and widows. Xia, thank you. Ying Li looked at AI Ran's back and said. There were variety shows on the TV, but she couldn't watch them at all. Although she has been doing her best to behave naturally since she came out of the bathroom, only she knows how panicked she is. What she is doing now is bathing at the house of a friend of the opposite sex, putting on his clothes to share a room with him, and the sky outside the window is completely dark. The rain outside the window doesn't seem to be getting smaller, and the thunder hasn't stopped, and it always feels a little terrifying. In other words, I sent a message to my mother at night, but I haven't replied to me until now? Isn't she worried about me at all? Ying Li thought about the mess and was a little distracted. My head slowly began to feel dizzy. Some want to sleep. As a painter of the humiliation department, Ying Li's thinking suddenly came alive. How does this bridge feel very familiar, can it be said? She set her eyes on the hot tea in front of her, which she had drunk halfway. No, probably not. Ying Li sat on the sofa and looked at AI Ran's busy figure in the kitchen. Hentai AI ran. You're really perverted. Subsequently, her consciousness completely dissipated. Hey! Stupid English pair? AI. Ran felt that Yingli's breath was a little disordered, and he hurried over to check in 3 steps and 2 steps. Looking at her unconscious, opening her mouth and taking a small breath, AI Ran quickly put her hand on the other party's forehead. So hot! AI Ran did not hesitate any longer, and quickly picked up Yingli and sent it to the bed in the guest bedroom. In this process, he controlled his power and transported it to Yingli's body. With the entry of AI Ran's pure life energy, Yingli's face became even more rosy, and beads of sweat slowly appeared on her forehead. Slowly, her breathing steadied again. AI Ran looked at the gradually recovering Yingli and sighed, "What is the matter?" Then he quietly walked out and closed the door to the guest bedroom. Yingli opened her eyes in a daze, saw AI Ran's departing figure, and subconsciously muttered, "Hentai! AI Ran, you scoundrel!" Until now, Yingli pair is still in the self-brain supplement. Then he fell into a deep sleep. Divide line early. The next morning, AI Ran sat on the sofa and watched TV bored. Until now, he has not slowed down. Yingli pair came rained had a fever slept, in one go. Only AI Ran looked confused. Sure enough, everyone in this game club doesn't agree with me. AI Ran helplessly supported his chin with his hand. At this time, the doorbell suddenly came. It's only 7 o'clock, who the hell is looking for me so early? AI Ran jumped up from the couch and opened the door to the apartment. After seeing the person coming, AI Ran said in surprise, "Senior Sister Kashomi Hill? Am I? What's wrong? You seem surprised to see me. Not welcome?" Kashoma Jayakashiwa used a mocking tone, but her mood was not as calm as her face. It's been a week, and she now urgently needs to replenish AI Ran energy. Suddenly, her gaze caught a pair of women's leather shoes at the door. Kashoma Jayakashiwa's pupils shrank sharply, and then he pretended to be indifferent and asked, "AI Ran-kun, are there any guests at home?" Yingli didn't know why she came over last night, and now she is resting. "I repair." Kashoma Jayakashiwa secretly breathed a sigh of relief, although I don't know the reason why she came over. But that person is Yingli, so there is no need to worry, right? Please come in, Senior Sister Kashoma Jayaka. AI Ran gave up half of his position and closed the door of the apartment after Shiwa Kashoma Jayaka entered. The moment the gate closed, Kashoma Jayakashiwa suddenly threw himself into AI Ran's arms. As soon as the two people made contact, AI Ran was stunned and forgot to think, and then he was pressed to the ground by Kashomi Hill's Shiu. What's the situation? Humans are so terrifying. Can you actually put me to the ground? AI Ran felt that his brain was about to die, and he was not good at thinking at all, and he had no idea what to react to now. AI Ranjun! AI Ranjun! Kashomi Hill's Shiu called AI Ran's name with a rosy face, as if he was about to awaken some incredible attribute. Just when AI Ran was at a loss, a scream suddenly came from the guest bedroom. "Hentai Aaron, what did you do to me last night?" At the same time, the door of Aaron's apartment was knocked again. Megami Kato was standing outside the house with 2 large bags of ingredients in her hand. AI Ran's heart suddenly cooled. Can anyone tell me what the hell is going on? P.S. This chapter still feels a little bad. I will go home and change it after work, and I will touch the code words at work. Ask for 5 stars praise, thank you. Chapter 067. Shiwa Kashoma Jayaka is already on the verge of broken. AI Ran was also completely stunned. There was a wolf before and a tiger in the back, and there was a golden retriever in the guest bedroom. What kind of harem comedy plot? Moreover, the Kashoma Jayaka Shiu in his arms is obviously stunned, and he is still giving birth to an attribute called Sik Jiao. Kashomajayaka Shiu's perennial lack of exercise could not suppress Ai Ran, who was a Saiyan. But the power starts from the heart, and if there is no mind to resist, it naturally loses the power to resist. Maybe it was because she was shocked by Kashomajayaka Shiu's behavior, or maybe she didn't want to hurt her, or for some other reason, Ai Ran just tried to say in a calm tone. Kashomi, senior sister Kashomajayaka, calm down, I want to open the door first, and Yingli doesn't know what happened. Is it okay to let go? They. Black long straight girl rode on Ai Ran's body, her crystal red eyes flashed with mist and infatuated waves, and there was a flame in her heart that had been burning her feelings, and she couldn't wait to need a vent. Is there any way to keep Ai Ranjun by his side forever? Eat him now? No, it's not ripe. You have to endure yourself. Forcibly suppressing the inner flames, Kashomi Hills Shiu slowly climbed off Ai Ran, took a few sharp breaths, and the flush on his face gradually faded. Then she walked briskly to the living room of Aaron's house. At this time, Ai Ran also stood up and opened the door. Kato. Good morning, Ai Ran, I'm sorry to come directly without saying hello in advance. Megami Kato carried 2 large bags of ingredients in her hand, looked at Ai Ran calmly, and then continued. I accidentally heard a strange sound inside just now, what happened? Well, it's nothing, senior sister Kashomajayaka also came over just now. Come in and say it. Ai Ran was a little hairy by Megami Kato, and could only lean slightly sideways to make way for Megami Kato. In other words, this action is so familiar, it seems to have been done just a few minutes ago. Megami Kato's outfit today makes Ai Ran feel very familiar. White berets, bangs with slightly fluttering airflow, red lining on the upper body, fluffy white lace skirt on the lower body, and the length of the white stockings is just right, leaving an absolute field between the skirts that makes people think infinitely. Isn't this a sage favorite? Sensing Ai Ran's gaze, Megami Kato tilted her head and made a puzzled expression. Ai Ran-san, why do you keep staring at my clothes? Isn't it pretty? It's nothing, Kato-san is beautiful and suitable in this outfit. Ai Ran silently said sorry to a Nulun in his heart. Hey? Why do I say again? Ai Ran suddenly woke up. Kato-san, please come in, it just so happens that the stupid Iri and senior sister Kashomajayaka are also here. Saying that, Ai Ran took the 2 packages of ingredients from Kato and walked in first. Stupid English pair. Kato secretly recited the title in his heart. Then said, excuse me. And walked in with Ai Ran. Divide line. After returning to the living room, Iri and Kashomajayaka Shiwa began to line up again. Kashomajayaka Shiu clasped her hands to her chest and looked at Ying Li with a proud face, a fake lady like you would spend the night at a boy's house. I want you to take care of it. Iri Li, who had already changed her clothes, revealed her 2 tiger teeth and grinned at Kashomajayaka Shiu dragon teeth. Ai Ran ignored the 2 fighting methods and walked directly to the kitchen. He was already surprised, in the previous 2 weeks, as long as these 2 people were together, they had been bickering for almost half of the time. Ying Li, who noticed Ai Ran's appearance, suddenly quieted down and looked at him blankly. Just now in the room, she checked herself, although her clothes were messy, there was no discomfort on her body. Seems to have a fever last night? Ying Li, who calmed down, analyzed the current situation. So how did he get to the room last night? The curtains drawn by Iri allowed the less intense sunlight into the room. Suddenly she remembered that she seemed to have been carried to the room by Ai Ran. And he was dressed like that last night? It's okay, it's totally okay. Hentai Ran is still a decent gentleman. What age is this? Just a hug. Forcing herself to forget last night's red-faced accident, Iri took a deep breath before changing her clothes and walking out of the room. Then she met her enemy in the living room, Shiwa Kashomajayaka. Returned to the present, Watching Ai Ran walk past her, Irie's face turned red unconsciously. She lowered her head and took 2 steps back, while lowering her head and covering her chest with her hands. She just seemed to be hit in her chest by something that seemed to be substantive, making her feel a little blocked for a moment, and her heart was beating fast. I think I'm just sick, so my body is a little weak. Yingli comforted herself in her heart. Hentai Ai Ran. Thank you last night, photo. Take care of me. The voice was so small that no one heard it except Shiu Kashumajayaka beside her. I was going to express my thanks in words, but when the words came to my lips, they were reduced to this intermittent sentence. Shiu Kashumajayaka on the side saw this scene and looked at Yingli in amazement. Megami Kato, who had already followed Ai Ran to the living room, suddenly spoke up, "Oh? Did Sawamura-san come to Ai Ran's side last night?" Hey! Irie was startled by the sudden sound, and was relieved to see that it was Megami Kato, but then she became nervous again. I wanted to come to Hentai Ai Ran last night, so why did you two come over today? I'm really too witty. Yingli Li praised herself fiercely in her heart, and this wave of anti-customer was the essence of her mother. Jikashumi Hills Shiu sat down on the sofa with an unhappy face. I also came to take the material. The 3rd volume of Love Metronome has already been written halfway, but there are some plots that I can't pinch. After all, I haven't been in love, I don't know how to write it, so I want to find Ai Ranjun to cooperate with me to take the material. In order to better participate in club activities, I thought about whether to play more gal game, which may be helpful for programming, and the people I know seem to have the most games on Ai Ran's side, so I also came to take materials. Megami Kato thought for a moment and said with an indifferent face. Kashumi's Haikyuu Shiu couldn't help shaking her legs, and she shifted her gaze to Ai Ran. Since everyone is here to take materials, then let's go out and around today. What do you think of Ai Ranjun? I don't want to be treated by you at all. Ai Ran decided to do something to preserve the dignity of the Saiyans. P.S. Today there is so much more. I sort out the outline, the emotional line at this stage is almost over, and I will immediately start to enter the main line of the 2-star dragon and the 3-star dragon. I will plan it well. Ask for a wave of 5-star praise. Thank you for your support. Chapter 068. Irie Lee, a deserted park in Chiba. Held a pen tablet and said to Ai Ran and Kato, the heroine experience is about to begin, hurry up. Kashumajayaka Shiu's fluttering voice followed her, it's worthy of being a house girl book painter, it's hard to come out like a puppy who has loosened its leash. Hey! You guy is quieter. Yingli looked around nervously, her identity must not be exposed, otherwise she would really die directly. After seeing that there was no one around at all, Irie glared angrily at Kashumajayaka Shiu. Next time, I will use you as the prototype to draw a book. In other words, don't you stay at home all day long? How do you still say that I'm different? I often come out to draw materials, only people who are good at observing life can write enough to move people's hearts, but... Kashumi Hills Shiu turned to look at Ai Ran behind him. Today is the first time I came out with the opposite sex to take materials. Humph. Ai Ran turned his head to the side in displeasure. Megami Kato, who was standing beside him, showed an indifferent smile. Don't be unhappy, classmate Ai Ran, I will help you cook to compensate you in the past 2 days. Yes, the dignity of a scion is worth 10 meals. Kashumajayaka Shiwa sat down next to Irie with a dissatisfied face. Megami Kato and Irie are making the game, and their activities are put first, and then tomorrow is Love Metronome. Ai Ran was quite upset, and he had read the heroine experience plan written by Megami Kato no less than 10 times. No matter how you look at it, you can see 2 words between the lines. Megami Kato's heroine experience plan can be summarized in 1 sentence throughout the explanation. The love journey of a shy boy and an ignorant girl. If it is said that Megami Kato is ignorant and still talks about the past, but he does not understand where he is related to shyness? Saiyans, don't be too brave, okay? Of course, it seems that Megami Kato doesn't seem to be very ignorant. Megami Kato looked at Ai Ran calmly. Ai Ran, let's hold hands. Hey! The super brave Saiyan took half a step back and looked at Megami Kato suspiciously. Kato-san, did the script just now have this scene? Because I can't always make an expression that satisfies Irie, so I want to try it like this. Maybe it will work. Ai Ran-san, do you want to hold hands? The first item of the heroine's experience is almost finished. On the other side, Shiwa Kazumajayaka stared intently at Ai Ran and Megami Kato, who were walking in front. Her eyes were squinting, and her red pupils were extremely scary. She has seen the heroine experience plan written by Megami Kato, and naturally knows the trickiness in it. But thinking that she could go out alone with Ai Ran-jun tomorrow to get materials, she endured it. But Yingli Li consciously lagged behind Kazumajayaka Shia by half a position, and the life-saving instinct of the small animal could make her shiver, feeling that the murderous Ai Ran on Kazumajayaka Shia was about to explode. Is this woman really broken? Kazumajayaka Shiwa. You won't suddenly explode, will you? Why did I explode? Kazumajayaka Shia kept shaking his legs, and his expression of irritation overflowed. Irie gestured forward with her chin and did not speak, for fear that one would accidentally set Kazumajayaka Shiwa on fire completely. Sawamura-san, you said they held hands until now. Aren't they tired? Irie shrunk her neck, and Shiwa Kazumajayaka was no longer right to call herself. I also think they have held hands for too long. For some reason, she suddenly felt sour in her heart, and even looked at the couple who were taking pictures in the distance. Ready to charge should explode. Irie turned her head again and found that Shiwa Kazumajayaka's hair was floating up and down with the breeze, and her face was gradually darkening. Kazumi Hills Shiu, if you want to hold hands, go up. Doesn't Ai Ran still have a hand over there? Ying Li's words were sour, and she didn't understand what she was going to do now. You're talking light. Today is the material collection activity of you and Kato, and tomorrow it will be my turn. I didn't expect that a female hooligan like you who drives at every turn would appear like this. Female rascal? Have you ever seen such a beautiful female rascal as me? Kazumajayaka Shiwa's attention was drawn to Irie and temporarily took her eyes off Ai Ran and Megami Kato. No matter how beautiful it is, there is no way to hide the essence of your female hooligans. Oh? It turns out that Yingli is just a hard mouth, but in fact, I still admit in my heart that I am more beautiful than you. It is women's nature to love beauty, and on this topic, they will not get tired of discussing it for 100 years. Not to be outdone, Ying Li said. Hey, you are really narcissistic, obviously just a fat woman who likes to wear black, and the only thing that can rely on is your obscene body. Sure enough, the more you don't have anything, the more you care about something. Shiu Kazumajayaka put the notebook on his lap and pointed to a certain place in Yingli. Look, the development of middle school students has surpassed you. Shiwa Kazumajayaka. I fought with you. After a while, Kazumajayaka Shiu set his eyes on Ai Ran again, and sighed in dissatisfaction. She sighed softly and said in a voice that only she could hear, why is it not good? Kazumajayaka Shiu, what are you going to do with Nyiranyas society? The name of Yingli Li for childhood sweethearts has changed. Kazumajayaka Shiu did not look back, but said lightly, how did I know that the previous manuscript was rejected, and I couldn't get a qualified proposal and couldn't start the copywriting work again? Then I can't help it. Now at most draw some originals of female characters, after all, there is no text, and I don't know what to draw. Irie raised her head and exhaled softly. The hair that appeared brighter by the sun stuck to her cheeks, making her whole body a little hazy. How? Isn't it even called Lunyi? Now start calling your childhood sweetheart by name? After so much going on, I kind of wanted to open up. But I still want to do my best to do a good job in this game. If I can do this game well this time, can I? Shiwa Kazumajayaka didn't hear what Irie was talking about, and her attention was all drawn to Ai Ran and Megami Kato. I can't control myself anymore. Irie suddenly laughed. If you do this game well, will you be able to pay off everything when you were a child? Only two do not owe each other or the best to forget. P.S. It's really not good to go to work and type fish. I wrote a 4,000 word waste manuscript for this chapter, and the manager still came over to inspect it at every turn. Scare me to death. Seeing here friends trouble to order a 5-star praise, thank you. Chapter 069. In the evening, Ai Ran, who returned to the apartment, lay straight on the sofa, like a salted fish that would not turn over. He spent the afternoon learning how to hold the hand of an ignorant girl, which was much more tiring than cultivation. Irie took Megami Kato back to the guest bedroom, carefully examined Megami Kato's face, and made the final changes to the author of several CG original pictures that had been formed. This afternoon, from the most basic female protagonist prototype drawings to the state of the female protagonist and male protagonist in various endings, Ying Li went all out to draw them. When the revision is completed, send it to the group, so that my task is over before the copy comes out, and I don't have to participate in club activities in school for the time being. In the living room, Kazumajayaka Shiu took a sofa pier, sat next to Ai Ran, and asked softly, "Are you tired? If you can, please don't talk to me now." Ai Ran's head was completely buried in the sofa cushion, and she spoke in a muffled voice. Just like before the appearance of the last 3-star dragon, Ai Ran can always feel an inexplicable sense of crisis recently. So after he monitored a Nulun for a few hours every night, the rest of the time was spent in crazy cultivation. He was even thinking about asking Kane for the spirit time house. You know, Kai Yin is the king god of time who controls time, and the gods of the earth have things, and she must also have them. It's just that after so many days of intense training, he still inevitably feels a little tired. Suddenly, Ai Ran felt a pair of hands protruding on his shoulders and pressing them slowly but regularly. The feeling was so comfortable that it almost made him moan. Is it Shiwa Kazumajayaka? Ai Ran was a little entangled, and he didn't even know if he should raise his head now. After experiencing so many things today, even a fool could see the feelings of Kazumajayaka Shiu. But the figure of Yukino under the snow suddenly came to his mind. Ai Ran-jun, have you watched Love Metronome recently? Kazumajayaka Shiu's words interrupted Ai Ran's thoughts. Well, although I read it reluctantly, I read the first and second volumes well. The Sheihoka in it was created by senior sister based on herself. Sure enough, Ai Ran-jun can see it. The lines on Shiu Kazumajayaka's face softened. There was a time when Love Metronome faced the end of a slash. At that time, I felt like I was denied, very painful and desperate. And later, a Nulun, who identified with this work and fanatically promoted the book, also appeared in front of me. At the time, I really thought I had found the person who understood me. But what happened later proved me wrong. I have always had a relationship with him as an author and a reader, and in his eyes I am just Kazumi Shiko. Withdrawing his thoughts from that night, Shiwa Kazumajayaka continued. Speaking of which, I haven't properly thanked Ai Ran-jun, and without your presence in those few days, I really can't imagine how to spend that night. Thank you for being by my side, Ai Ran-kun. There was silence in the living room, only a slight snoring sound. Ai Ran didn't know when he had turned his face sideways and fell asleep with his eyes closed. Ai Ran-kun. Kazumi Hills Shiu looked at Ai Ran's face obsessively, and slowly fell down. Divide line. Irie let out a long sigh of relief, finally finished drawing. Kato, what do you think? I think it's perfect, especially the background of this good end. Megami Kato stared at the photo in front of him. The female protagonist in it had slightly closed eyes, and hugged the male protagonist affectionately. I didn't expect that Sawamura-san could draw such a perfect original painting without seeing the specific picture. Irie looked at Megami Kato with a puzzled face, although her expression did not change, and her tone was still that indifferent look, but Irie still felt the meaning of regret in this sentence. Forget it, I guess I think too much. Since the heroine also approves, then I will pass these paintings to the group now. Tokyo, and Yulun is also looking at the latest Jump Boy. There are no good works in this issue, they are all fried cold rice, it's so boring. Sure enough, there are too few truly pure two-dimensional authors in this world. At this moment, his cell phone rang. Throwing the Jump Boy weekly aside irritably, and Yulun also picked up his mobile phone and glanced at it. Yingli drew 5 original paintings so quickly. After taking a general look, and Yulun also nodded with satisfaction. The quality is not bad. It seems that I will also hurry up and come up with the plan, and I must make sure that the game that can move everyone will be released as soon as possible. Poof, what are you happy about? And Yulun too? Don't talk suddenly, it's scary, okay. Irksing Dragon ignored Yulunya's complaints and continued. Your heroine has been in Chiba since this morning, and the other 2 delicious dishes are also there. You see, doesn't the male protagonist in this photo look like your investor? What are you talking about? Kato won't be in Chiba. Didn't she say yesterday that she was going to study at home? A girl like Kato can't lie to me. The person I have absorbed the energy, I can feel his position at any time. She is now in Chiba, your investor's home. Impossible. No way. And Yulun also squatted on the ground holding his head. 2-star dragon, when exactly will you be resurrected? Didn't you say you wanted to create a perfect 2-dimensional world for me and Kato? The energy absorbed is far from enough. At this rate, your heroine and children are all there, I may not be able to resurrect it. Saying that, Irksing Long sighed. It can detect Yulunya's thoughts all the time. This human has used himself as a backup option before. If he can successfully create a game with the heroine, he will no longer cooperate with himself to absorb negative energy. Of course, if it doesn't go well, use the power of the evil dragon to create a perfect 2-dimensional world with his heroine. What a perfect host! But now the time is almost right. Sure enough, Yulun, who was stimulated again, also had red eyes and roared in a low voice, 2-star dragon. Tell me. How to get you resurrected quickly. I need that perfect world. As long as you accept me, my host, as long as you open your heart and accept me, you can get all the power of our Dragon Ball, so that you can fulfill a wish. Okay. This 3-dimensional garbage game, I really don't want to continue for a moment. As you wish. Green light instantly shrouded Yiranya's room. Chiba City, AI ran, who was lying on the sofa, frowned unconsciously. Then a pair of slender hands gently smoothed him out. P.S. Seek 5-star praise, now is the promotion period, everyone's rating is really important to me, thank you. By the way, judging by the current voting results, the overwhelming majority of people want a harem, so my side will not move the outline and start operating. Chapter 070. Knock 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 knock. Yulunyi's room is very dark, obviously it is daytime, but the curtains are tightened, the dim room is filled with dark green smoke, and the atmosphere is inexplicably gloomy and cold. With a knock on the door, the eerie and cold atmosphere disappeared, and the interior became a normal room with curtains closed. Yulun, who was wearing pajamas, also dragged his slippers to open the door, and the solace of his shoes rubbed against the wooden floor, making an ugly creaking sound. Snap tower, the door opened. Lunya? I really wanted to hear some strange sound just now, what happened to you here? Yulunyi's parents were looking at him anxiously. The couple had been knocking on the door for almost 10 minutes, and if Anulun didn't open the door again, they would call the police. Nothing happened, I just fell on my head. It's okay, you guys go back to sleep first. Is it too tired to work during this time? I told you long ago not to indulge in the second dimension. You just don't listen. Look at your mess all over the house. Anulunyi's father was halfway through his words and suddenly stopped. A puff of green smoke directly enveloped them, and in just a few seconds, the two began to dissolve, and finally turned into nothingness. Really? Damn humans! I was thinking of letting you guys live. You're still chattering with me here. Anulun also looked coldly at the only two pieces of clothing left on the ground, and returned to the room again. Snap! The door of the room was closed again, and Anulun also stood behind the door and bowed his head in silence. After a few seconds, he raised his head slightly, and the calm expression just now had disappeared without a trace, and behind the black square-framed glasses, the pair of beads were bloodshot, crazy, and terrifying. Grinning, the corners of his mouth pulled up an eerie and malicious range. Boom, I'm finally resurrected. Unfortunately, this body is still too weak, and I am not yet the opponent of the long-tailed human. However, is the woman next to him the host of the 3-star dragon? If the two of us join forces, we should be able to kill him. It seems that I am going to speed things up. I can't wait to hear the wails of humanity in this world. Outside the house, the lights of the car shone through the gap in the curtains, slightly on the face with an evil expression and hideous madness. But Anulunyi's shadow is the appearance of a big toad. At the same time, changes began to occur in all corners of the world at the same time. And the main family of the Yukinashita family was asleep, and Yano Yukinashita suddenly sat up from the bed. She covered her chest and gasped, "What's going on with this heat?" In the next room, Yukino also had a light blue glow under the snow, but it quickly disappeared. Damn monkey, actually replenished so much positive energy for the host. You wait for me, I will definitely kill you. Divide line. On Sunday, Ai Ran and Kazumajayaka Shiu came to a cafe. According to the agreement, today it is time to take material for the work of Love Metronome. Boom, the sunlight shone on Ai Ran's face through the window, and he turned the original manuscript in his hand another page, and I have to say that Kazumajayaka Shiu's literary attainment is very high, which actually made Ai Ran a little fascinated. The interference of his throat made him gradually come back to his senses, and Ai Ran raised his hand to take the black tea and brought it to his mouth and took a sip. The faint bitterness and the warmth of the tea made him squint comfortably. Out of the corner of his eye, looking to the side, Shiu Kazumajayaka was looking at him nervously. What does Ai Ranjun think of this third volume? Very good compared with the first 2 volumes. The best thing about this volume is the change in the character of the male protagonist, from an otaku to a strong and autonomous person. Such a talent is worthy of Miss Yuka Kamasa. After hearing Ai Ran's evaluation, Kazumajayaka Shiu smiled as if he had reaped the fruits of victory. Getting the praise of the person in front of her gave her an absolute sense of happiness. Even when the novel sold 500,000 copies before, she never had such joy as now. Time alone flies by, and she wishes it went slowly. Bringing the coffee cup to his mouth and sipping the silky coffee lightly is to be able to take the opportunity to secretly observe Ai Ran's face. Perhaps the level of evolution is too high, the boy's skin is good, and his beautiful face has a clean breath. The slightly fierce eyes are even more heartwarming. Kazumajayaka Shi's eyelashes trembled slightly. There were some things that he couldn't understand originally, but at this moment, he suddenly had some natural answers. What if Ai Ranjun refuses? And what about that snow under the snow? What should I do if I break up after a conflict? What if Anulunyi's debt has not been paid off? There are really a lot of concerns, but the real like is like this, not want to fall in love so like you, but also like you when casual like you, is after all kinds of careful consideration, because I care too much, but I am entangled in the same place. But now Kashomajaika Shiu suddenly forgot those worries completely. No matter what a messy reason, love one day is the tenderness of one day. She thought so. I said. Kashomajaika Shiwa suddenly gently put down the coffee and made a soft bang sound. Ai Ran-kun. Hey. Ai Ran's gaze remained on the original manuscript and did not look up. The atmosphere suddenly quieted down, and then Kashomajaika Shiu spoke. Her voice was very soft and gentle, with a soft smile at the corner of her mouth and a relaxed expression. Calm. If one day you have the idea of finding a girlfriend, do you want to consider me then? This is the bravest time in Miss Kashomajaika Shiu's life, and in the past, she was just a strong king. Ai Ran raised his head stunned, and looked at Yasuhiko Shiu with a surprised expression. You don't have to be embarrassed, you don't have to get entangled, I don't say this as a confession, so you don't need to reply. Shiwa Kashomajaika controlled her emotions and tried to appear as calm as possible. I have always felt that confession is not a clarion call to charge, but a bell that represents victory, and now I know that you can't give the answer I want, whether it is your task or that Miss Yukinashita Yukino. But, Ai Ranjun, what I want to tell you now is that I like you. I don't say this today, I just want to tell you that I like you, and just last Saturday night, I found out that I like you. So, I'll wait for you, when you're done, when you've cleared your mind, when you think you can fall in love. At that time, please think about me seriously, okay? Ai Ran opened her mouth and suddenly found that her throat was extremely dry. P.S. From today onwards, I try to change 3 times, I don't want everyone to wait for a hurry, I feel fish and think of ideas during the day, and I will write quickly when I get home at night. Ask for a wave of 5-star reviews. Thank you all. Finally, thank you for the Big God certification of the big guy who is excited about MO, thank you big guy. There are other people who have given me tips and support, and I am grateful and thank you for my place. Chapter 071. Ai Ran was silent for a few seconds, and said. Senior Sister Kashomajaika. Can you call my name in the future? No, Senior Sister Kashomajaika. Kashomajaika Shiu looked at Ai Ran dissatisfied, did not speak, and silently protested Ai Ran's name for himself. In the end, Ai Ran sighed. Senior Sister Shiu, you don't actually have to be so humble, really. Then you feel guilty. Out of Ai Ran's expectation, Kashomajaika Shiu interrupted him, and then blinked his eyes slyly. I just want to make you feel indebted, so that I will have an extra chance of winning in the future. Although she has only met Yukinashita once, she deeply understands how powerful her opponent is. Whether it's beauty or temperament. Except for a hint of barrenness on the other side, Shiwa Kashomajaika could not find any shortcomings in her. She also understood that Yukishita Yukino definitely had no definite relationship with this man, and she had struck first, and it was really despicable, Shiu. She said to herself in her heart, and at the same time a little proud. However, the pride soon dissipated, and some melancholy began to appear in my heart. It seems that Megami Kato also has some. Even the golden retriever's eyes looking at Ai Ran in the past 2 days are a little wrong. There are simply too many opponents. But there is no way, who makes himself like it. That's like. It's a pity that the time for the two to get along is still too short, otherwise Kashomi Hills Shiu feels that he will definitely be able to take Ai Ran. But, isn't it coming to Japan? Ai Ran was silent again for a few seconds, and after a few seconds he spoke, trying not to make the atmosphere between the two people seem awkward. I will definitely think about this question, and I will definitely give you a definite and unwavering answer at the right time. Ai Ran's tone was serious. At this time, in front of his eyes stood not only Kashomajaika Shiwa, but also Yukinashita, and even. In short, no matter who it is, he can't give an answer now, the threat of the evil dragon is always there. And his current combat effectiveness is only 18,000. Even the fragmented 3-star dragon that appeared last time definitely has a combat power of more than 100,000. It's a fluke that I can survive. Then, AI Ranjun, continue our material today. The following way is to hug. I want to feel the feeling of hugging. After all, the male and female protagonists in the book are about to hug for the first time. Kashumi Hills Shield looked at AI Ran with an innocent face, but the smile in his eyes could not be hidden at all. AI Ran. In the next second, Kashuma Jayaka Shiu threw herself into AI Ran's arms, revealing a drunken expression. In the afternoon, AI Ran sent everyone from the game club to the station again. Kashuma Jayaka Shiu looked at AI Ran with a satisfied expression. Today she has obtained enough AI Ran energy. She can completely hold out until next Saturday. Megami Kato seems to have a little on his mind today, although he still has no expression, but the worry on his face is even felt by Irie Lee. She had been on this expression since she went out this morning and came back in the afternoon. As for Ying Li, now she does not have the vitality of the past, but just lowers her head and is silent. A lot had happened this weekend, the work had been completed at this stage, and she was alone in Aaron's apartment again. And she couldn't help but think of that Friday night. A warm current continued to emerge in his heart, but Ying Li forcibly suppressed it. AI Ran waved at the three. Then we'll see you next Saturday. Bye-bye. At this time, the train arrived at the station. The three thoughtful girls waved at AI Ran and boarded the train back to Tokyo. Chiba, Yukinashita. Yukino is teasing Perlu. Perlu, what do you say the Apes King is doing now? Did he eat properly in the past 2 days? Miss Yakoshita, the boss must have had a good time these 2 days, didn't he send you a message the night before? People from the gaming community came. It's also. When it comes to the game club, Yukinashita Yukino's face is a little unnatural. Shiwa Kashuma Jayaka, Hydri Sawamura, Megami Kato, these are some excellent girls with special characteristics. The Ape King always felt a little bad with them every day. What if? Although Apes June does not like to deal with strangers, he never refuses to know people. Suddenly, a figure flew in from the window. After Yukishita Yukino saw the person coming, he said in surprise, Ape-kun? Suddenly, she found that her voice seemed to be a little high, and quickly lowered her voice again and asked. Why did you suddenly come here to find me? No, nothing. I plan to leave for 2 days and come and tell you. When he really saw Xuanai under the snow, AI Ran suddenly felt a little weak. Yukishita Suano noticed AI Ran's abnormality, and she quickly stood up and took AI Ran's hand. Why do you suddenly want to leave? It's nothing, I just want to go out and cultivate for 2 days, don't worry, I will definitely be able to rush back on the day of the field apprenticeship. Divide line. Late at night, AI Ran returned to the apartment and sat on the sofa with a serious face. Since yesterday, the sense of crisis has become stronger and stronger, and something will definitely happen recently. I'm still too weak. Uttered the code word between himself and the king god of time. I'm back. Immediately afterwards, Qian's phantom appeared directly in front of him. Xia Ran Ran, why did you call me all of a sudden? Did something happen? AI. Ran nodded, yes, Lord God of the Time Realm, do you have such a thing as the Spirit Time House over there? You also mentioned it last time in the Ice and Snow World. Why did Xia Ran Ran suddenly want to use the Spirit Time House? Isn't it boring to go in and practice alone? I always have some mental trouble during this time, and if I don't practice anymore, I may not be able to deal with what happens later. Well, yes, but I'll go back and prepare. After all, using the Spirit Time House will require you to teleport you to Kent. How long does it take to prepare? It'll be fine tomorrow morning. Okay. Lord Trouble Realm King, please prepare more immortal beans for me, I have to prepare it here, I will leave immediately when you are ready here. When Xia Ran asked for someone, his tone suddenly became better. Keep it up in the future. AI. Ran. At the same time, Yuki, who has always had a regular schedule, did not fall asleep before 11 o'clock for a long time, and the thing that disturbed her the most seemed to have happened. The scent of the Ape King today. Who is in that community? It looks like I can't leave him alone in the apartment next weekend. P.S. There is another chapter later. The plot is going to speed up. I haven't eaten yet. I will write it immediately after eating. Ask for 5-star reviews. Chapter 072. If everyone is born with a treasure. Kashuma Jayakashiwa's treasure may be a fountain pen, and Yiran's may be a mouth, AI Ran's should be his perverted physical strength, and Megami Kato's may be her expression that she doesn't like at any time. Sawamura's treasure may be a brush. It may not be appropriate to describe a person with one thing, but in another sense, it is a unique character that makes people think of him at first glance. Ying Li put down the brush in her hand and stretched. As soon as she got home in the afternoon, she began to draw. The inspiration was always fleeting, and she had to draw it immediately. Half naked, of course. It's just that AI Ran in the painting is holding a girl with the same hair color as Yingli in the way of a princess hug. Of course, that girl's chest is the same as Ying Lily, very barren. Ying Li looked at the work in front of her and blushed involuntarily. Last Friday, she went to AI Ran to complain. Hentai AI Ran must also be very patient to listen to his own bitterness. After all, he never argues with himself, always let himself, but unfortunately he didn't tell him anything until the end. Yawning, Irie lay on the painting. AI Ran, I'll find you a dish that will surprise you, and then you will be my exclusive model. Irie whispered, her voice getting quieter, and finally, she fell asleep. Irie's parents returned in the dead of night. The first thing Sayuri Sawamura did when she arrived home was to go straight to her daughter's room. Directly hugged the English pair who was lying on the table to take a nap. Yingli pair, wake up, mom is back. Ah, go to rest when you come back, what is the matter? Of pounced directly on me. Yingli, who was woken up, pushed away the elder who was out of tune, and stretched out his hand to show that he refused to contact. Hey, Ying Li is as unfrank as ever, obviously you will be very happy when your mother comes back. How were you playing at a friend's house these 2 days? Sayuri Sawamura walked slowly to Irie's bed, and she noticed the painting covered by her daughter. It's okay, generally happy. Ying Li frowned slightly, and she was happy until noon on Saturday. But thinking of yesterday afternoon's heroine, Ying Li still pouted dissatisfied. Most importantly, today AI Ran actually went out with that black silk fat woman all day. At this time, she suddenly noticed that Sayuri Sawamura's gaze had been drifting towards the painting. Ying Li blushed and quickly turned the painting over. The man in the picture just now is his daughter's club partner? Friends of the opposite sex? Boyfriend? So, English pair, is this enlightened? After thinking for a while, Sayuri Sawamura suddenly said without warning. He's very handsome. Whatever. That guy's eyes are obviously fierce, okay. Well. Ying. Li replied smoothly, but halfway through her reaction, she quickly closed her mouth. Just as the opponent made a move, she habitually chose to dodge, but found that the other party was just a false move to lure her to show her flaws. She noticed it, but it was too late, exposing too many things, and the result was self-evident. Sayuri Sawamura got the answer she wanted, and suddenly came to the spirit. Who is the other party? Same school? Are there any photos? It's not what you think. After repeated inquiries, the blush on Irie's face spread to the roots behind her ears. And she finally couldn't bear to push Sayuri Sawamura out of the door. The heart that had been calmed down was chaotic again because of Sayuri Sawamura's words, and I thought of the physical contact between the two not long ago, and the fantasy of the princess and the night caused by the sleepy black tea. She grabbed the pillow on the bed, covered her face deadly, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. I probably can't sleep tonight. At the same time, several harsh screams came from a deep alley in Tokyo's 21st district. And after a while, a figure slowly walked out from inside. An Yulun also pushed his glasses with a satisfied face. Yes, although they are all low-grade creatures, the energy is still pure, and it won't be long before I can regain my strength. As the most cunning existence of the evil dragons. In order to get rid of AI Ran, he spent the whole day making a perfect plan. Going directly to Samsung Dragon is definitely not a no-go. Not to mention that he is not AI Ran's opponent. Even if he helps the 3-star dragon to resurrect, he may be devoured by the 3-star dragon. You know, devouring each other between evil dragons is the most convenient way to increase strength. I'm still too weak now, and the chips to cooperate with the Samsung dragon in this state are not enough. As long as I get rid of that human being, I can swallow the Samsung dragon together. In this way, the world is mine. An Yulun also lowered his head and muttered to himself. He scratched his head irritably. Ah! I really want to play games, I want to watch anime, I really want to make that game. Snap! Suddenly, he slapped himself hard. Damn otaku, has the second dimension actually penetrated deep into your subconscious? After not playing games for a day, the body actually has a withdrawal reaction? Saying that, he turned his head to the side and spat out the blood in his mouth. Pulling his phone out of his pocket, he sent a text message to the group. AI Ran, this Friday afternoon, our game club will visit your school, is it okay? I don't think the architecture of Toyonoki High School is a good setting for our game. In the group, AI Ran's message quickly replied. Yes, when the time comes, I will tell Yuki Nashida that it will be a group activity of our ministry. After reading this text message, Erxing Long laughed viciously. Things turned out exactly as I expected. There are still 5 days to go. As long as I absorb enough humans, I can return to my heyday in 5 days. I'll kill you when the time comes. Then absorb the Samsung Dragon. On the other side, AI Ran also put down his mobile phone at the same time. This time, I will cultivate in the spirit time house for 2 days, constantly being seriously injured and urging death, and then constantly recovering with immortal beans. How can I become a Super Saiyan? I'm a superior warrior with 500 combat power when I was born. The talent is definitely stronger than a Saiyan born with only 2 combat powers. P.S. Today's third change is completed, and I will always maintain this update rhythm in the future. I hope you will support more. 5-star praise brushed up, thank you. Chapter 073. In another time and space, can't do. AI Ran followed Kane very obediently. What kind of joke, just arrived in Kent, he had already sensed more than a dozen super breaths. Even this small realm king god in front of him could make AI Ran instinctively feel a sense of oppression. Although he could not feel the breath of God now, the sense of shock was real. It is said that even the waste realm king god of the 7th universe scene can escape at the hands of Majin Buu, and he must be much stronger than his current self. As soon as he thought of this, AI Ran became more and more eager for the growth of his strength. Xia Ran Ran, my spiritual time house here is the best in the universe. Not only can it be adjusted at will between 10 times gravity and 500 times gravity, but the flow rate of time inside is also completely controlled by me. How about it? Isn't it very powerful? The King God of Time jumped in front of AI Ran, with a smug tone in his tone. Indeed, AI Ran nodded. Kent Capital's spirit time house was not known to be many times more powerful than the one on Earth. After walking for a while, Qian stopped in front of a hut that looked like a felt house. It's here. Xia Ran Ran, you can freely adjust the gravity inside. I have already set the flow rate of time for you, 1 year inside the house, 12 hours outside, so that your cultivation time can be compressed into 1 day, and I have prepared a surprise for you for the rest of the day. Thank you so much, Lord Kai Wang God. You're my first employee, so really thank me for your words. But well, today's little Ran Ran is a little uncut, I like your stubborn look better. What is this shaky MS statement? AI Ran complained in his heart speechlessly. Don't slander the gods in your heart. Kai Yin winked at AI Ran, in other words, you are the one who shakes except for some cultivation maniacs, everyone else in this spiritual time house respects him. Cultivation is right, but it is too boring, too torturous for people's spirit and body, and few ordinary people can bear it. Humph! Don't underestimate the Saiyans. We are a fighting people, what about the fairy beans I want? Ready, here are 300 fairy beans. Then I'll go first. AI Ran opened the door and stepped in. As soon as he entered the door, AI Ran gasped, the air here is so thin. Forget it, don't care, this time I must become a real Super Saiyan. At the same time, Tokyo, an underground casino, is usually crowded, but now, there is no one. Only clothes were scattered all over the place. An Yulun also put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked to a gaming table in the center. Sure enough, greedy humans are the most delicious, right, my dear lady? An Yulun also said, and then bent down and looked at a scantily dressed woman, with a sinister arc at the corner of his mouth. Don't kill me, what do you want, even if it's my body, I'm willing, don't kill me. The woman was completely frightened, and kept kowtowing, praying that an Yulun could spare her. However, in the next second, her whole person was enveloped in a stream of blue smoke, and it completely dissipated in the blink of an eye, leaving only a pile of rags. Bah! An Yulun also spat on those clothes. A three-dimensional woman even wants to seduce me. However, an Yulun gave himself a loud slap in the face in the next second. Damn, this damn house is still entangled, it can't go on like this. Be sure to completely erase his subconscious. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, an Yulun showed an indifferent evil smile again and walked towards the door of the casino. Another 10,000 humans is enough, as long as I absorb another 10,000 humans, I can recover to my full body. But today I didn't even feel the breath of that long-tailed human. Do you want to take the opportunity to find Samsung Dragon? No, this is still not very safe, maybe it is a trap? And even if he is not there, I am not a match for Samsung Dragon, so let's wait until I fully recover. It is still necessary to be steady, there are only a few days left. Divide line. The days of cultivation always pass quickly. It has been more than 20 months since AI Ran entered the Spirit Time House. From 20 times gravity at the beginning, to now being able to adapt to 300 times gravity, and having spent more than 10 consecutive near-deaths. His basic combat power has reached more than 3 million. Phew, it's time to start learning to become a Super Saiyan. Exhaling softly, AI Ran put his knees together, clasped his hands tightly to his waist, and began to raise his chi with all his strength. AI Ran felt the golden energy in his body, and then gathered this energy on his back. Ha! As Aaron's aura continued to strengthen. After a sudden gust of wind in the Spirit Time House, he did not meet the expected Super Saiyan, but was in the same state as Vegeta when he fought with full body Frieza. His aura is very strong, but he can no longer improve. As for transformation, that's not to mention. How so? AI Ran sat cross-kneeled and casually stuffed a piece of roasted black charcoal-like meat into his mouth, his tail wagging because he was too irritated. Why exactly? AI Ran recalls the transformation of Kakarot and Vegeta. Kakarot prides himself on being a kind Saiyan who transforms into a Super Saiyan in anger. His success has no reference for AI Ran. AI Ran doesn't consider himself a kind Saiyan. The ants that Sun Wukong has trampled to death in his life are not necessarily as many as AI Ran. And what about Vegeta? Vegeta was transformed in extreme reluctance to his weakness. This doesn't seem to have much reference to AI Ran, who doesn't have a strong self-esteem and pride like Vegeta. So how exactly do you become a Super Saiyan? AI Ran wagged his tail faster and faster. What did you do wrong? Obviously S cells are enough. Does this also look at the pedigree? But a low-level warrior like Sun Wukong can transform. Pick up a piece of black charcoal roast again and stuff it into your mouth. AI Ran couldn't help frowning, it's really too unpalatable. My cooking level is too poor, even the roasted vegetables are better than this piece of meat. It's been more than a year, I really want to eat the dessert made by Yukino under the snow and the meal made by Kato. Hey? How did I suddenly think of Kato? P.S. Today's first change, everyone helped brush a wave of 5-star praise. Chapter 074. Outside the Spirit Time House. Kai Yin and an old man stood side by side at the door, waiting quietly. AI Ran had been here for 24 hours, and... The old man glanced at the door with some displeasure. Qian, why hasn't he come out yet? I still have a lot of things to do. Lord Old Realm King God, what important can you do? Isn't it just a hurry to go home and read those yellow magazines? Kai Yin glanced at the Old Realm King God. How can you slander the innocence of this old man of mine out of thin air? At this time, the door of the Spirit Time House was suddenly opened. AI Ran, who was in rags, looked sick and slowly walked out from inside. It still failed. For more than 2 months, AI Ran has exhausted all means and has not been able to transform himself into a Super Saiyan. His basic combat strength has exceeded 4.5 million, but there is no way to step over that step. Lord God of the Realm of Time. AI Ran looked at Kai Yin with some puzzlement. She was waiting for him here? Ahem, young man, why don't you say hello to me? Old Realm King God. AI Ran wondered in his heart, wasn't this guy sealed by Beerus? Why is it in this place? Ahem, Kai Yin coughed, Xia Ran Ran, don't slander the gods in your heart. This Lord of the Old Realm King God from a distant time and space. The gift I want to give you needs the cooperation of Lord King God of the Old Realm, and you have to respect him a little. AI Ran became more and more puzzled. I hadn't heard of anything good about this old man. Suddenly, AI Ran seemed to remember something. Quickly said to the Old Realm King God in a flattering tone, Lord Old Realm King God, will you use your superpower to improve the combat effectiveness of others? Humph. You are still a little knowledgeable, but the way you look at me makes me very uncomfortable. I have to go. Don't. However, he quickly stopped this Realm King God, and then frantically shot his eyes at Qian. Kai Yin sighed, Lord Lao Ji Wang, he is the only employee I have now, please do me a favor, didn't we say it before? Humph, I don't like him, my superpowers are physically draining, unless... Lord Old Realm King God, there are a lot of good things you want on the earth I live on now, I'll help you bring them another day. AI Ran showed a expression to the Old Realm King God. The Old Realm King God instantly showed a lewd smile, and quickly took it back. Ahem, you are very good, come with me. The Old Realm King God said as he walked towards a meadow. You shouldn't be able to become a Super Saiyan yet. Well, I feel that my talent has reached the limit, no matter how hard I try, I can't break through that boundary. At the mention of this, AI Ran's face fell. Your potential is far from the limit, you still have a long way to go, do you know why you can't transform? I don't know. Can Lord Old Realm King God tell me? Because you're not pure enough. The Old Realm King God stopped and turned to stare into AI Ran's eyes. You are not like those Saiyans I have dealt with before, they are both evil and good, but without exception, they all have a pure heart. And you? I don't feel this at all in you. Saying that, the Old Realm King God pointed to the grass next to him. Sit on the ground, I will use my superpower to help you improve again, but even so, the improvement is limited. Think about why you need strength, think about what kind of person you are. And then you can successfully transform. AI Ran sat down on the ground honestly. The old realm king god began to dance strangely around him. AI Ran's thoughts gradually drifted. What does the old realm king god mean by not pure enough? Is it because I'm not a pure Saiyan? AI Ran hung her head. Think about it, too, although many things are completely unclear. He was a lazy person in his previous life, and he is not very clear about everything in this world. When he was a student, he chased and played games in school every day. Later, he entered society, and after some setbacks, he completely abandoned himself and locked himself up at home. Yukinashita Yukino, Kazumajayaka Shiwa, Kato Megami, Sawamura Hydri, these so-called paper man wives would have been ashamed to hide if they had stood in front of him at that time. Since recovering his memory, AI Ran still continues the thinking pattern of the previous Saiyans. As if everything in his previous life was an illusion. But he was actually afraid. In this life, I am afraid of becoming the cowardly self of my previous life again. The self in the previous life must also be very afraid of himself as a killing machine in this life. Suddenly, AI Ran felt as if she heard the voices of several people. Abe-kun. AI Ran-kun. Hentai AI Ran. AI Ran-san. Hearing the voices of these four people, AI Ran subconsciously laughed. Sure enough, I still want to be a pure person. Divide line. Tokyo, under the light of the night, is as quiet as ever. But the mass disappearance of people has plunged many people into panic. One day and one night, 4,000 people have completely disappeared from this world. Anyiran was walking alone in a residential area, and soon he saw the house of Megami Kato's house. Although martial law has not yet begun, the streets are empty. Megami Kato took a shower and got into her own bed. Turn on the phone and a new background appears on the screen. It was a photo of AI Ran almost leaning on his shoulder after falling asleep at the mall. AI Ran-san, Kato muttered. She usually doesn't have much contact with AI Ran, but since she was a child, only AI Ran alone can accurately say her name every time after knowing her name. Even if his current self quietly left, AI Ran would notice it at the first time. Is it because of his strange abilities? Megami Kato denied this judgment in her heart, because at the beginning, AI Ran often forgot about herself. Even on Sundays, as long as he is slightly close, AI Ran, who is still taking materials from senior sister Kazumajayaka, will also notice it. Fortunately, she was hiding in a hidden corner. If you could, I would like you to keep an eye on me. Megami Kato sighed softly and turned off the light in the bedroom. The house was not far away, and not far from the house. Anyiran slowly moved his gaze away from Megami Kato's room. Okay, I've seen enough. We're going to the next place to eat, time is running out. Anyulung cursed as he turned to leave. Damn otaku, this body is dead and has been thinking about watching anime, playing games, and finding women. Gan. When my strength is restored, I must erase all your subconscious. P.S. Fortunately, I prepared the idea of the protagonist opening a harem in advance. Ask for 5-star praise, thank you, there will be another chapter later. The cover collection campaign is now open. If you have a good picture to leave a direct message, I want to find an attractive cover. Chapter 075. Early Wednesday morning. Wearing a long white dress, Yukino walked out of his apartment on time as usual. Today is the day of field apprenticeship, there is no need to wear a uniform to school. She looked at the closed door of AI Ran's house and let out a sigh. Ape-kun, why hasn't it appeared yet? As she walked to the elevator, she saw a familiar figure leaning against the wall of the elevator entrance. Yo! Under the snow, you are still so punctual today. Yukishita Yukino was stunned for a moment, and then smiled slightly. When did you come back? Just arrived, didn't I say that no matter where you go today, I will be by your side. When Yukino was walking beside under the snow, AI Ran took the initiative to take her hand. Let's go. Today's ape June seems to be different, and he seems to be very happy. Well, when I went out to cultivate this time, I figured out some things, and my strength has also improved a lot, and now I should have enough strength to protect you. You. Yukishita Yukino looked at AI Ran suspiciously, and keenly grasped the question in his previous words. AI Ran turned his head a little weakly. Well, including everyone in the game club. Is that so? Yukishita Yukino lowered his head, and the hand holding AI Ran slightly increased. Feeling the strength of Yukino's hand under the snow, AI Ran smiled and led her to the balcony outside the apartment. Do you want to fly when you go to school today? Hey? Ah! After Yukino came back to her senses under the snow, AI Ran had already held her in his arms and flew into the sky. She lightly punched AI Ran's chest. Ape-kun, please have some common sense. I'm wearing a skirt, or should I go back and change my clothes? Don't worry, it's only us under this sky. AI Ran looked down at Yukino under the snow in his arms, and a light flashed in his eyes. You are very cute today, it would be a pity to change into other clothes. Cute. Shue Shue was stunned, and subconsciously looked at the dress on his body, and his face was slightly red. Girls always care about what others think of them, especially in front of the people they care about. Of course, the same is true under the snow. A moment later, Yuki Nashida raised her head, still in Aaron's arms, making her little heart beat quickly without fighting. It seems that it has been a long time since the last hug, but she still forced her facial expression and said lightly. Today's Ape King will actually praise others? So, in the eyes of the Ape-kun, I'm only cute today, right? Yukino has always been so cute. AI Ran looked at Yuki Nashida seriously. Why did you suddenly start calling my name? Under the snow, Yukino's already red cheeks became even more delicate, and even the pinna was dyed with a layer of redness. She subconsciously wanted to dodge. Only then did he react that he was now in AI Ran's arms. Xuanai, this time I went out to cultivate, I feel as if I found my real thing. The real thing. Under the snow, Yukino gently wrapped her arms around Aaron's neck. At this moment, AI Ran's gaze did not rest on Yukino under the snow, and calmly told his feelings. Although everyone should have their own understanding of real things. Whether it is family, lovers, friends with particularly good relationships, or even themselves, there is no way to truly understand each other. There are always many things in the world that cannot be described in words. Especially after experiencing some weird things. AI Ran took a deep breath and recalled his 2 lives. But a person lives in this world, there will always be some people around him, from meeting to acquaintance, and finally knowing and falling in love. In this process, their respective advantages and disadvantages will be exposed in advance, and there is no need for one party to curry favor. No matter what happens, this mutual understanding will not be destroyed. Probably, this is the real thing in my understanding. The smile at the corner of Yukino Yuki's mouth was clearly visible. At this time, the impression of the Ape King in my heart has improved a lot. Yukino is very happy now. No matter what happens, this mutual understanding will not be destroyed. She thought of the time the two had spent together in the world of ice and snow before. Although the ape's sovereign has always been not very intelligent. But every time he had something to do, he would arrive in the shortest possible time. And whenever the atmosphere is awkward, he will give himself a step down in time. He knows what he likes, and he knows his hobbies. After this field apprenticeship, it's Golden Week, eat a barbecue at my place. I bought a relatively large oven from the internet. Just making dinner like this, my physical strength should keep up. That's wonderful. It would be even better if you could add hot pot. This sentence is the most beautiful language AI Ran has heard in the past 2 years. What kind of things have he eaten recently? It's just that in the next second, Xuan I said another sentence, which suddenly made Ai Ranal extremely sad. Then, Ape Kun, can you tell me now where this so-called some people who appear around you are? Hey! Divide line. Tokyo, in the courtyard of a local gangster. A team of armed police officers surround a man wearing a mask. Don't move. Hands up, we suspect that you have something to do with the recent cases of population disappearance. Please come with us. Oh? Hee, that's really unfortunate, I'm a little in a hurry, after all, I'm going to have a big banquet in 2 days. He spoke as he walked forward. The next moment, the blue smoke in the sky shrouded all the police officers. Those people didn't even have time to scream, and they disappeared from this world. These humans are really hard to eat. You can't feel any negative energy. Man took off his mask, and it was a new Lunyi, who had been frantically praying recently. Hey? That human breath appeared again? Right next to Samsung Dragon? But his aura seems to have weakened a lot. However, my strength did not meet expectations. Anulun frowned, his eyes closed. He couldn't stand it last night and played an all-night game at home and didn't come out until morning. It seems that the action in the past 2 days should be a little more careful, so as not to cause a large-scale commotion. Nor can the location be exposed. P.S. Today 3 changes are finished. 3 changes a day is still okay, just don't have a long time to conceive. Tonight I think about it, tomorrow weekend off, I'll see if I can write more. Seeing here friends trouble giving this book is a 5-star review, thank you.